Introduction. In House of the Dragon, a prequel to Game of Thrones, young Aemon awakens to find himself as the sole heir to the Vale's stone city. A mere boy, yet a Targaryen by blood. His father, the Ranger Prince, and mother, Lady Rhea, embark on a treacherous path to amass magical power to nurture dragons. Magical resources. Yeller grass, one essence of magic, crafting a dreamweaver's mat. Ancestral bronze armor, 5 essences of magic, engraved with a rune. White stag, 10 essences of magic, bestowing the aura of a king. Bronze fury Vermithor, 1,000 essences of magic, summoning a vast bronze vein. Aemon rides dragons, forges a throne of bronze and fire, shattering the schemes of all conspirators. Chapter 1. Aemon of Stone City. In the realm of Westeros, since conqueror Aegon rode dragons and triumphed alongside his wives, Queens Visenya and Rhaenys, over the 7 kingdoms, this land has known unity. The year of Aegon's ascension is marked as 1 AC, with the years preceding it denoted as BC. 109 AC. In the valley, within Stone City, the Royces stand as one of the oldest and most noble families, their crest a pile of pebbles between 2 rows of runes on an orange field. In a castle loft, an elderly scholar eloquently discusses from his tome. The decor is tasteful, adorned with bare pelts and swords, exuding understated opulence and valor. Before him, 2 students sit side by side. Aemon, concealing his face behind an upright book, stifles a yawn, overwhelmed by fatigue. His restless night was plagued by bizarre dreams. The boy to his left, William, casts a disdainful glance, straightening his posture to focus intently on the lecture. Aemon notices but remains unfazed after all. He is but 8 years old, 5 years younger than his companion. He refuses to stoop to the level of a mere classmate. It is said that a motherless child is like a blade of grass, and a fatherless child goes hungry. Yet Aemon's plight is unique. He has a hunting enthusiast mother, Countess Rhea, and a father, Aemon Targaryen, who is a formidable figure, strong-willed and rebellious, with a kingly brother. They are both distant, leaving their only son, Aemon, to fend for himself. Aemon has grown accustomed to it, the soul of a traveler relishing in this new life. A clear-eyed high school student, enjoying an ice pop while humming a tune, suddenly finds himself reborn. Now known as Aemon Targaryen, he is a true scion of dragonblood. His father, Aemon Targaryen, is powerful and tempestuous, while his mother, Rhea Royce, hails from the esteemed Royce family of the Valley and serves as the current Countess of Stone City. Regrettably, the couple's relationship is strained, bordering on collapse. Fortunately, during the pivotal Great Council of 101, the then-regent and guardian of the Vale, Jobert Royce, intervened with great effort to secure a future for the heirs, bequeathing Stone City to his niece. Aemon and his brother Viserys' wife hail from the Vale, and in their quest to rival their competitors in sheer strength, they inevitably seek assistance from the Vale. Jobert's stipulation was rather straightforward. Aemon must share a bed with his niece. Aemon held his wife in contempt, referring to her as a bronze harlot and deriding the goats of the Vale as being more appealing than women. Consequently, the couple had not consummated their marriage. Driven by the desire to aid his brother in the pursuit of the Iron Throne, alongside Jobert's coercive persuasion, Aemon eventually acquiesced. This singular act birthed the previously non-existent Aemon. Clearly, mother is quite beautiful, such a lack of discernment. Aemon mused, his eyelids heavy, nearly collapsing onto the table. Having been granted a second chance at life, his demeanor was remarkably composed. If fate had decreed that he be a child, then he would embrace the duties befitting a child, reveling in the carefree joys of a childhood that adults yearn for. When the time came for him to mature, he would be poised to prevent the tragedy of the dance of the dragons. Knock, knock. The old scholar, having fixated on the disinterested student, closed his tome and rapped on the wall, halting the lecture. Aemon, what is the ancestral language of House Royce? We remember. Aemon promptly replied. Indeed, we remember. The old scholar nodded with satisfaction, his gaze laden with significance, making Aemon uncomfortable. Aemon stifled a yawn and muttered under his breath, Scholar Hughes, why not inquire about the ancestral tongue of House Targaryen? Because your mother harbors a disfavor for the Targaryens, came the old scholar's swift retort. Aemon furrowed his brow and pointed to himself. I am a Targaryen. Behold his silken silver-gold hair and violet eyes. Surely, he embodies the essence of a Targaryen. The old scholar cast a sympathetic glance, gradually closing his book and preparing to depart. Aemon tilted his head, soon grasping that his mother did not hold him in particularly high regard either. After all, he was burdened with an odious father. Class was dismissed. Aemon mustered his spirits, shedding the company of the accompanying boy, and with a light step, he navigated the corridor back to his chamber. In the vastness of Dragonstone, there was hardly a suitable place for a child to roam. Upon entering, the elderly nun responsible for his upbringing approached. "Your Highness, would you prefer to have lunch first or recite the 7 holy scriptures?" Aemon's expression dimmed slightly as he waved his hand. "I am weary, I shall rest for a while and revisit this in half an hour." His eyelids grew heavy, not out of reluctance to recite the 7 scriptures, but from genuine fatigue. Once he had sent the old nun away, Aemon languidly reclined on his bed, a stark contrast to the vivacious and whimsical persona he projected outside. After lying there for a moment, an insatiable restlessness stirred within him, and he glanced around to ensure no one was watching. He rolled out of bed and approached a corner to retrieve a round black steel stove. With a click, he lifted the lid, and a plume of steam escaped. Aemon's cheeks flushed from the heat as he extracted a dark, oblong egg from the furnace, its length surpassing a foot. Seemingly impervious to the temperature, he cradled the black egg, murmuring, "Why has it not yet hatched?" Naturally, the egg possessed by the Targaryens was a dragon egg. The small hand caressed the surface of the egg, its shell adorned with a layer of diamond-shaped scales as hard as stone. With the birth of every Targaryen newborn, a dragon egg is placed in the cradle. Should it hatch, the young dragon would grow alongside the infant. As a child bereft of parental affection, Aemon had never tasted a drop of maternal milk. The black dragon egg in his hand was a relic, extracted from the dragon's lair by his great-grandfather, the venerable King Jaehaerys, who had personally placed it in the cradle of his great-grandson. This venerable elder had passed away in 104 AC. "Your dragon mother is quite prolific. You seem rather unambitious," Aemon lamented, gazing at the egg with growing despair. It was said that dragon eggs originated from the dragon Dreamfire, a mature, large, and remarkably fertile pale blue giant. It was no wonder Aemon was troubled. The future of history appeared fraught with peril. In this present age, the Targaryen dynasty reigned at its zenith. Soon, the number of dragon riders within the family would surge dramatically, igniting a brutal and bloody dance of the dragons in the struggle for the Iron Throne. Following this civil war, dragons would nearly face extinction, their bloodlines dwindling and fading. The honor bestowed by their surname would erode, gradually forgotten by the 7 kingdoms, which would come to overlook their once formidable legacy. Aemon's arrival was undoubtedly accompanied by the hope of averting such tragedy. Yet, to effect change, he must first possess the means of self-preservation. He understood clearly that dragons were the swiftest means of rising to power. A Targaryen without a dragon was akin to a salted fish. Since moving to Dragonstone at the age of 3, he had secretly yearned for the hatching of the dragon egg, to tame a dragon to accompany him from childhood. Although the dragon that might hatch may not be as formidable as the wild giants that roamed the land or those left by the previous kings, it still represented a glimmer of hope, a path worth earnest endeavor. Alas, the small Aemon reclined helplessly, pondering where he might procure a dragon. The egg remained obstinate, refusing to hatch even after 8 long years. Dragonstone held no dragons, must he venture to Dragonstone Island. Just as he contemplated relinquishing the egg, he suddenly heard a voice. "Magical item detected. You have acquired 3 essence of magic." Startled, Aemon straightened up in an instant. Chapter 2. The Bronze King with violet eyes wide open. A resplendent, luminous panel materialized in midair before him. The most conspicuous features were 3 dull gray card images at its center, beneath which was emblazoned a brilliant golden hourglass, accompanied by the inscription, "Essence quantity, 3." The background was a vast expanse of white, as if ensconced in a thick fog, ethereal and surreal, utterly enchanting. The moment had arrived. Aemon felt a surge of exhilaration, nearly exclaiming aloud, as he reached out with his small hand to prod the edge of the luminous panel. Was this not the onset of fortunate days? Upon contact, the white haze rippled and transformed into another scene. Aemon Targaryen, talent, dreamer, gold, skill, high Balerion, expert, common tongue, proficient. Magic cards, none status. A severely sleep-deprived human child, beginning to affect physical development. Are there changes? Aemon scrutinized the details, particularly the status section. Lowering his gaze, he observed his own chubby little arms and hands, which did not appear malnourished. Aemon furrowed his brow, measuring his height with his hands from head to toe. It seemed he was somewhat lacking in stature. At the age of 9, strictly speaking, he was merely 8 years old. He stood just over a meter tall, still a tad short. Children of the same age, especially those inheriting the bloodline of their ancestors from the valley, towered over him. So, it was not that they were growing too swiftly. Rather, I was growing too slowly. Aemon pondered, coming to a realization. No wonder. He possessed half of that ancestral bloodline. After all, turning his attention back to the resplendent panel, he found it unresponsive. It appeared to be a standalone interface. Lacking a name, he resolved to call it the Magic Essence panel. How to utilize it? I certainly do not wish to grow into a diminutive sweet potato. A flicker of unnecessary anxiety arose as Aemon pressed his finger against the status bar. No change occurred. Aemon felt somewhat speechless, abandoning the aloof status bar and redirecting his thoughts elsewhere. After about 15 minutes of thorough exploration, he had deciphered the intricacies of the Magic Essence panel. The white luminous panel served as an exchange interface for viewing magical essence and card redemption. The reverse side was his personal interface, revealing his real-time status, his gains and losses laid bare. Having unraveled the rules, Aemon cradled a black dragon egg in one hand while manipulating the exchange interface with the other. I must find a solution to improve my sleep quality. Hatching the dragon egg could wait. Addressing the immediate challenge was paramount. With a pop, 3 beams of differing colors flashed in succession, and the 3 gray cards flipped over one by one. 1. One-time guidance, a small opportunity. The card depicted a golden finger pointing towards a direction against a white backdrop. 2. Single-handed sword mastery, favored by valiant knights. The card was predominantly green, illustrating a long sword covered in rust. 3. As solid as a rock, skin hardens, resembling stone. The card bore shades of blue, featuring a gray-white figure striking a muscular pose, with the numbers 1 emerging above its head. It was evident that the 3 cards represented 3 distinct levels. All are precious items, yet their prices. Aemon's eyes gleamed as he beheld the varying numbers beneath the cards, but he hesitated. The white background displayed 10 essence, the green background showed 60 essence, and the blue background revealed 150 essence, each more valuable than the last. Casting a glance at the golden hourglass beside him, which indicated essence count 3, he discreetly retracted his eager little claws. Fear not. If the essence is insufficient, it can be sought after. Aemon was undeterred. He had already formulated a plan in his mind. According to the rules of the magical essence panel, one could absorb a portion of the magic from items imbued with it and convert it into magical essence using the golden hourglass. He closed the panel, cradling the black dragon egg in his hands. The earlier system notification indicated that the treasure in his grasp had provided 3 magical essences. Dragons are among the most formidable magical beings, and a dragon egg capable of nurturing a hatchling certainly brimmed with magic. Fortunately, it would not compromise the foundation of the hatchling. Carefully, Aemon returned the dragon egg to its incubator, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as he patted his chest. The absorption of magic also came with stipulations. Unless one deliberately sought to drain every last drop, the magical essence panel would only absorb excess magic. Every magical being and item possesses uniqueness, subtly attracting the ambient magic in the air. The dragon egg's magical reservoir was robust, capable of accumulating 3 points of magical essence over intervals. Absorbing this would not affect the egg itself. This feature also applied to other magical items. Thus, the journey towards growth and restful slumber began with the pursuit of magic. With a sense of purpose, Aemon pushed open the door and stealthily slipped outside. He evaded the maid preparing lunch and skirted around the bustling idlers in the outer courtyard of the castle. As one of the most powerful nobles in the valley, the Royce family of Stone Glyph City possessed vast fertile lands and a formidable army. During their leisure, several family branches and their vassals would gather here to bolster the castle's defenses. Consequently, the outer courtyard was always bustling with activity. Aemon preferred to remain unnoticed as he passed through, blending into the background. Before long, in a more secluded area, he opened a wooden entrance in the castle's rear courtyard and slipped into the Royce family crypt. Though termed a crypt, it resembled more of a storeroom. Dimly lit, the corners were cluttered with bronze artifacts and worn-out items. "Where is it?" Aemon took down an oil lamp, searching around in the hazy glow. He kicked aside the bothersome cobwebs, the stone brick pathway underfoot starkly contrasting with the dust-laden surroundings. This was his secret hideaway. A child without companions must have a refuge. The ancestors' crypt served as an excellent sanctuary, serene, undisturbed. Do not question whether he feared. If he were to encounter a ghost, it would likely be a long-lost ancestor from generations past. After all, who among the dead lacks one or two distant relatives? With a rustle, he rummaged through a corner, laboriously extracting a rusted bronze armor. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Aemon beamed with satisfaction. The history of the Royce family is ancient, having once been the de facto rulers of the Vale, with their dominion encompassing the vast plains of the eastern coast, where the city of Oldstone resides, as well as the entirety of the Vale's expanse and the formidable Moonshadow Mountains. 2 millennia ago, the Royce family established the Bronze Kingdom, which endured until the invasion of the Undulls into Westeros marked its demise. Thereafter, the Vale fell under the governance of House Aeron of the Eyrie, while the Royce family emerged as one of the most formidable houses in their service. Often, the term one of should be omitted. Aemon crouched down, meticulously brushing off the dust from the bronze armor, revealing the enigmatic runes intricately etched upon its surface. As a small hand made contact, a system notification chimed in his ear. "You have touched a broken magical artifact, gaining 5 essence of magic." Aemon was elated. It was indeed effective. The Royce family is of ancestral bloodline, venerating the primitive bronze civilization. They inscribed runes upon their armor, believing it to safeguard the wearer from harm. Of course, this proved largely ineffective, as those ancient ancestors clad in bronze armor would still succumb to death if fate so willed it. And now, it is my fortune. Chapter 3. Ancient runes. A diminutive figure with silver hair scurried about energetically, resembling a lively hamster in search of sustenance. The city of Runestone revered bronze artifacts, with the crypts housing treasures of bronze armor bequeathed by generations past. Most of these relics were in a state of disrepair, with the least of them boasting a history spanning over a millennium. Without the care of gentle handling, the armor, corroded by verdigris, would shatter at the slightest touch, a testament to their neglect. After a while, Aemon busily unearthed 3 relatively intact suits of bronze armor. One was merely a breastplate, while the other 2 were missing limbs. Upon discovering the fragmented magical items, he extracted essence of magic in varying quantities. 5, 3, 5. The differing sounds of prompts reverberated, and a panel displaying the essence of magic materialized before him. A golden funnel twirled gracefully, radiating a soft brilliance until it came to a halt. Transforming the panel. Essence quantity, 16. What connection could there be to the varying amounts of essence obtained? Aemon, panting from exertion, bent down to illuminate the armor with an oil lamp. The first suit, in contrast to the other 2, was relatively intact, adorned with an abundance of engraved runes, forming a circular pattern on the chest and wrists. The suit that yielded the least essence was fragile, covered in green rust, with only the front breastplate retaining a semblance of the rune arrangement. After extracting the magic, the runes appeared increasingly lifeless, devoid of any spirit. Even the metallic scent seemed more pungent. With a flicker of insight, Aemon speculated that the source of magic might lie within these ancient runes. It was only the unknown forces once mastered by the ancestors that possessed the potential to attract magic. He resolved to inquire with his mother upon her return. Hopeful for useful information, he required more magic. After confirming that no additional bronze armor lay within the crypt, Aemon wiped his grimy hands and prepared to exchange for magical cards. May the gods bless him. Reciting an incantation, his finger pressed upon a white card on the lightboard. It was the only card he could afford. The bronze armor, unlike the vibrant dragon eggs, was questionable in its ability to store and absorb magic. Having completed his search, he pondered when he might be able to utilize them again. As his fingertip touched the light board, it erupted in a dazzling radiance. The card inscribed with one-time guidance shattered instantaneously, and a golden spectral finger emerged, pointing eastward. Beyond the crypt, Aemon's mouth fell agape in astonishment as a vision suddenly materialized in his mind. To the east of Runestone lay a hilly expanse adjacent to the eastern sea. The perspective zoomed in, settling upon a cluster of soft, slender emerald blades of grass, gently swaying and exuding a faint fragrance. It seemed he recognized the location. The vision soon dissipated, and buoyed by his recollections, Aemon joyfully departed the crypt, bounding with exuberance. The valley was a land marked by stark disparities in environment, with the nobility within experiencing even greater divides in wealth. The esteemed Royce family once held great prominence, their domain vast and unmatched. Whether in agriculture or pastoral pursuits, no aspect was lacking. Were it not for the towering cliffs and treacherous reefs lining the expansive coastline to the east of Runestone, there would have been conditions suitable for constructing a port. Even the valley's sole settlement worthy of the title city, the neighboring town of Seagull, paled in comparison. The designated location for the guidance was a lush pasture on the east coast, where the verdant blades of grass served as a remedy for insomnia and restless dreams. Suddenly, with a creak, a wooden board was lifted, revealing a small head of silvery gold hair. Aemon glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was watching, and slowly crawled out. "What are you doing in there?" Just as he reached halfway, a deep, rough voice boomed from above, resonating like distant thunder. Aemon was startled, his wide eyes growing round with surprise. "Who is that?" With a thud, the board was kicked open by a large foot, and the flustered Aemon was unceremoniously yanked by the scruff of his neck and dropped onto the ground. The sunlight was blinding, making it difficult to open his eyes. Looking around, he realized he was still in the rear courtyard of the stone city. A towering figure loomed before him, blocking the harsh sunlight, revealing a grim, rugged face. Gonsal? Before him stood a behemoth of a man, standing at an imposing height of 7 feet 1 inch, over 2 meters tall. This was the stature of a notorious villain from the future, the Mountain. Once Aemon recognized the man, he lifted his small neck defiantly and nodded with haughty pride. "Are you questioning me?" A nod was his way of greeting. Indeed, his attitude was unmistakable. If Gonsal found him displeasing, he was welcome to strike him. No one dared to lay a hand on him in the Stone City or even across Westeros. This was the mindset of the 8-year-old Aemon, a tough little lad. Gonsal Royce, a 2-meter-tall behemoth, was evidently taken aback by this bravado, and he offered a perfunctory bow. "Your Highness, may I inquire about your thoughts on the crypt?" "Nothing much. It merely requires cleaning," Aemon replied, rising and brushing off the dirt from his clothes, asserting with a defiant tone, "It was too filthy, so I took it upon myself to clean it." He waved dismissively, indicating no thanks were necessary. His noble lineage was equally intricate. Living in the Stone City, yet bearing the Targaryen surname, he was expected to inherit the ancestral estate of the Royce family. Life had been relatively straightforward, but his mother, Lady Rhea, was perpetually hunting, neglecting her eldest son entirely, acting like a mere figurehead. Strangely, she never mentioned his inheritance rights, leaving her stance ambiguous. As a result, the collateral branches of the Royce family engaged in whispered discussions, inevitably nurturing some ulterior motives. To preempt any trouble, Aemon maintained an exceptionally firm demeanor, showing no sign of retreat in any situation. Gonsal's brow furrowed, emanating an overwhelming aura of ferocity. Without uttering a word, his imposing physique alone exuded a palpable sense of intimidation. "Do you have something to say?" Aemon stood his ground, his small neck held high. Fearful that Gonsal might forget his station, he leaned forward provocatively, as if to challenge, "Go on, hit me." Gonsal's expression darkened further, finding no recourse against the small silver-haired child who barely reached his thigh. He was one of the collateral branches of the Royce family, a seasoned knightly household. Though his bloodline was not as pure as Lady Rhea's, he lacked the right to inherit the Stone City and presently held the position of the castle's instructor. With his exaggerated physique, he had always been the one to bully, yet had never felt so helpless. "If you have nothing to say, you may leave," Aemon asserted, maintaining the upper hand as he turned to make his escape. The imposing figure of the 2-meter-tall man is no ordinary individual. He has left his mark in the Tome Blood and Fire. Following the passing of Lady Leah, a distant relative was appointed to inherit the city of Fushur. After the tumultuous events of the Blood Dragon's dance, the Count of Fushur became known as Gonsal, the Bronze Giant. It is worth mentioning that this formidable man even eliminated one of his own brothers-in-law. Aemon moved swiftly, yet his thoughts drifted to his father, who had not yet ensnared his second wife. As for his sister, who could say? After taking just a few steps, he heard Gonsal's distinctive, deep voice behind him. Lady Leah is returning from her hunt. Sister Martha is searching for you to freshen up in preparation for her arrival. His mother was coming back. Aemon's cherubic cheeks quivered as he quickened his pace, leaving the towering figure in his wake as he vanished into the castle's rear courtyard. Chapter 4. Ula grass dusk descended as the sun gradually sank, painting the horizon in hues of crimson. The gentle breeze stirred the rippling sea of grass, where a pert little bottom bobbed, swaying left and right with vigorous effort. A few guards encircled the scene, gazing in astonishment. When one attempted to assist, the small posterior suddenly soared into the air, launching a comical collision. A youthful cry echoed as a head adorned with silvery, golden hair emerged. Aemon tumbled to the ground, his head nestled in the underbrush, murmuring, "It's truly difficult to pull up. My dairy ree could split into 8 pieces. Your Highness, do you require assistance?" A guard inquired, his expression tinged with embarrassment. "No need. I have succeeded," Aemon replied, waving his hand dismissively. In his grasp, he clutched a handful of dark green grass blades. The Magic Essence panel aptly provided the following prompt. Discovered a cluster of Ula grass infused with magic, obtaining 1 essence. Aemon beamed with satisfaction as he rose, brushing off his rear. With the aid of guidance once, he would not let this precious remedy slip away. He summoned several guards and set forth towards the eastern coast, confident in his triumph. "Let me ascertain its properties," he mused with a slight smile. Rubbing his tiny paws together, a radiant display materialized before him. The 3 cards were missing 1, and beside the golden funnel, the text changed. Essence quantity, 7. The exchange of cards required 10 points of magic essence, and the newly acquired Ula grass provided 1 point of magic essence, perfectly accounting for the total. The remaining changes on the panel were negligible. "It is merely a plant," Aemon remarked, holding the Ula grass aloft for meticulous inspection, as if discerning its secrets. This flora was not uncommon. He had heard of it in his past life. It was lauded alongside ginseng and deer antlers as one of the 3 treasures, a type of dried grass utilized for warmth in winter. Through the panel's influence, he gradually comprehended the purpose of his newfound treasure. It could be woven into a mat, providing a place to rest. The magic-infused Ula grass possessed the remarkable quality of warmth in winter and coolness in summer, promoting tranquility and enhancing sleep quality. With it, you need fear restless dreams or stunted growth. "You truly are a delightful treasure." Aemon's violet eyes sparkled like stars. Yet, the quantity was insufficient. Even crafting a cushion seemed beyond reach. Clever Aemon stroked his chin, undeterred by the challenge. He circled in place, his gaze sweeping over the vast expanse of grass. A small opportunity beckoned. Surely, there was more than 1 cluster of Ula grass. His mind raced with possibilities, already plotting a grand venture to harvest more. 1 cluster of Ula grass yielded 1 point of magic essence, while 10 clusters would provide 10 points. A venture with 0 cost. This could lead to prosperity. Just as this thought crystallized, a voice interrupted. "Your Highness." A guard approached from the city of Runestones, reporting, "Lady Rhea has returned and awaits you in the hall." "Very well, I understand." Aemon quickly regained his focus. He tucked the Ula grass into his cloak and, under the vigilant protection of his guards, retraced his steps back to the towering, majestic castle. With swift little legs, he hastened home before darkness enveloped the sky completely. In the spacious hall, Madame Leia had been waiting for quite some time. "Mother, I have missed you dearly." Aemon, covered in dust, opened his arms and dashed towards the young lady, radiating the strongest aura in the room. His cherubic face was adorned with a beaming smile that rendered any anger impossible to maintain. Madame Leia, with an impassive expression, allowed her son to collide against her straight thigh, bound tightly like chains. "When did you return? I was hoping to greet you." Aemon looked up, flashing his small white teeth in a grin. "One should not scold a smiling child," he said cheerfully, shaking his head and fixating his gaze on his mother. Madame Leia, in her prime, exhibited the dark hair and eyes inherited from her ancestors, her slender figure slightly flat yet exuding an air of competence and elegance. Her features were striking, with elongated, expressive eyes and a well-defined nose. She was a classical beauty, commanding respect and admiration. If she were not beautiful, she would not have been chosen as a granddaughter-in-law by Queen Alicent. Sighing, Madame Leia lowered her gaze, sternly scrutinizing her son before shaking her head in exasperation. "Look at this boy's attire. Covered in dirt, his feet caked in mud, and his pockets filled with weeds even a goat would avoid. One might think he just returned from a hunt." Aemon, unabashed, sought to ingratiate himself, inquiring, "Mother, how long will you be home this time?" With the innocence bestowed upon his youthful body, his demeanor reflected the clarity and naivete of an unspoiled young scholar, full of potential. Madame Leia, unable to escape his persistent questions, sat down in a chair and distractedly replied, "Not for long. There will soon be another hunt." "Oh." Aemon had grown accustomed to such brevity. "What do you think of this little deer?" In the hall lay a portion of the hunting spoils. Madame Leia pulled forth a deer carcass the size of a dog, speaking to herself, "You love venison, don't you? I shall leave it for you to roast and make soup." Before Aemon could express his gratitude, she produced 2 gray rabbits. "The valley is cold in winter. The fur of these snow hares is soft. I shall sew you a new pair of gloves." The more she spoke, the more animated she became, admiring her trophies. "And this black bear, you won't need it. I'll skin it and hang it in my room." Aemon, left on the sidelines, felt a mix of gratitude and trepidation. Listening to his mother's incessant recounting of her hunting exploits, his already fatigued little body, having not slept well and worn from running about, began to succumb to drowsiness, his head nodding slowly. It was not until the old nun noticed this that she tactfully shifted the topic under the pretext of dinner. The maid had long prepared the meal, swiftly bringing the dishes to the dining table. Aemon sat on a stool, his short legs swinging back and forth, craning his neck to glimpse the food on his plate. White bread, sausage, and mashed potatoes, a classic yet meager fare. Madame Leia approached the table with little enthusiasm, taking her own plate to dine. Joining them was the bound youth, clad in a set of yellow-orange bronze armor, earnestly using a fork to eat. Aemon looked at him with curiosity. "Why are you dressed like that?" Since the Andalusian arrival on the Five Fingers Peninsula, iron had gradually become prevalent in Westeros. The Royce family, adhering to ancient bronze traditions, often don bronze armor as part of their customs. Wearing such attire at the dining table seems rather peculiar. William swallowed the morsel in his mouth, elegantly set down his knife and fork, and flashed a grin he deemed charming. "Lady Rhea has promised me that she will accompany me on the next hunt." Aemon blinked, his small knife poking at the sausage haphazardly. "If you're going, then just go. What is there to be so proud about?" This fellow had been assigned as his companion, or rather, his guardian and attendant, by his mother a fortnight ago. His full name was William Royce, a direct blood relative. By lineage, Aemon ought to bow respectfully and address him as cousin. In the original course of the world, William had left behind a few words, being the lamenting bearer of the Royce family sword and one of the iron guards of the Black Queen. During the turmoil in the dragon's lair, he foolishly led a charge into the fray to rescue others. Not only was his entire team slain by the rioters, but the invaluable Valyrian steel sword was also lost. "I'm full now." Aemon, having devoured his meal with great fervor, hopped off the chair, his feet barely leaving the ground before he landed with a bounce. Lady Rhea furrowed her delicate brows, watching the little one's retreating figure, seemingly at a loss for words. Aemon skipped along cheerfully, resembling a squirrel laden with treasures. Lady Rhea shook her head, swallowing the important words she wished to convey, and instructed the old nun, "Please replace his chair." Chapter 5. Profound gains the following day. The sun shone brightly. On the eastern coast outside Fushur City, verdant grass stretched endlessly. A flock of goats swayed their plump rears, engrossed in munching on the grass. Viewed from above, they resembled a bag of cotton candy that had fallen and become soiled. "Don't lick me, go cause mischief elsewhere." dressed in a new attire. Aemon tightened his expression, shooing away a few inquisitive goats that had approached him. With his short legs spread in a horse stance, he grasped a clump of dark green grass, tugging at it with determination. Rising early was essential for a good night's sleep and to grow taller. Why are we pulling up this grass? A head emerged from another cluster of goats as William reluctantly complained. He pushed aside a goat that was hindering his progress and shook off a clump of ula grass, roots and soil intact. Aemon gritted his teeth, his voice trembling with effort. You wouldn't understand. With a sudden exertion, the ula grass was uprooted, sending him tumbling backward. He landed on the ground, rolling twice before getting back up, his face flushed and warm from exertion. Phew, finally done. He cleared the soil from the roots and neatly arranged the grass into a nearby backpack. Aemon was well prepared for harvesting ula grass and magical essence. He propped his small hand against a backpack that was nearly as tall as he was. Inside, he had laid a layer of ula grass, with a black dragon egg placed haphazardly. After catching his breath, he retrieved a water pouch from his sling bag and took several hearty gulps. The backpack, crafted from green fabric, featured an embroidered white tower with flames at the opening. It sat snugly against his slightly rounded waist, appearing both exquisite and fitted. Feeling revitalized, he returned to work with a cheerful demeanor, stowing the water pouch back into the bag with a pat. This was a parting gift from a dear friend, one he usually hesitated to use. William strode forward, looking weary and dazed. You are a prince. You shouldn't be doing such menial, laborious tasks. Whatever you desire, your servants can handle it. Aemon's eyes sparkled as he pointed to a few guards scattered in the distance, rationally asserting, they are all working, and if I contribute, we'll finish faster. Ula grass is a treasure for wealth. A few guards are insufficient. He could not remain idle. Feeling justified, Aemon was brimming with enthusiasm. In just a short morning, he had made significant progress, discovering 5 clumps of ula grass and acquiring 5 units of magical essence. Magical Essence panel opened, revealing new items in the exchange section. 1. 5 essence. Upon exchange, receive 5 points of magical essence. The first gray card replaced the one he had redeemed yesterday, priced at 10 points of magical essence. 2. Physique 1. A safe and harmless method to enhance physical strength. It was white in color, also priced at 10 points of magical essence. 3. Swift grass shoes. Wearing them allows one to move faster than a horse. They were dazzling green, priced at a lofty 50 points of magical essence. Aemon scrutinized each item, casting a disparaging glance at the first gray card. Such blatant deceit. It was absurd to pay double the price for something worth half. Did they not fear being locked away? The panel also displayed new offerings. The content of the 3 revealed cards is not immutable. Each dawn, they are randomly replaced with new ones. Their quality varies, and prices are distinctly marked. Ignoring the preachy William, Aemon playfully poked the second white card. With a pop, the card shattered into foam, transforming into a radiant stream of light that entered his body. With hopeful anticipation, he closed his eyes, feeling an exhilarating lightness as the numbness in his arms dissipated, replaced by a surge of vitality. He bounced with delight, realizing that his short legs could leap a foot and a half. Aemon couldn't contain his joy, silently thinking, strengthening my body is definitely worth it. Initially, he had intended to test the effects of a physique card rated at 1, while also contributing to his aspirations. To his astonishment, the improvement was remarkable. If I could refresh this physique card daily, would I not become superhuman? His mind brimmed with fantasies. In a world of ice and fire, personal valor remains a crucial measure of a person's worth. Today, the number of truly formidable warriors could be counted on one hand. Given a decade to mature, what might he become? I don't eat beef, Aemon suddenly declared. What? You were thinking of having beef for lunch? William interrupted, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. In the resource-poor land of Westeros, cattle are a prized possession. Ordinary nobles rarely get to taste it, unless by chance of an untimely death or old age. Aemon, realizing this, arrogantly raised his chin. I don't eat it. Are your ears malfunctioning? He was well aware of William's desire for it, likely intending to use him as an excuse. That simply wouldn't do. After a brief respite, he resumed his arduous work, determined to accumulate more magical essence for the exchange of an indestructible body. William could only follow suit, bending down to scour the grassy expanse for the elusive dark green leaves. After a considerable time spent in dizzying effort, he had yet to find even a single cluster. Straightening up with a grimace, he queried, "Prince, why isn't he helping us?" His discreet finger pointed toward a nearby hill. Aemon followed the direction of his finger and spotted a towering man with disheveled black hair, sitting leisurely on the ground in bronze armor, gazing at the scenery. It seemed he noticed the little dragon's gaze and retrieved a massive two-handed sword from behind him. That was his signature weapon, too large for one-handed use, resembling a mere toothpick in his grip. Observing from a distance, Aemon watched impassively as the man began his routine. He took a lemon from his pocket and bit into it, the sourness assaulting his taste buds, contorting his already rugged face. Stretching his neck, he swallowed the pulp and dipped the remaining half of the lemon into a pouch, methodically wiping his great sword. The keen-eyed little dragon noticed the lemon coated with white salt, an expensive method for sword maintenance, more costly than oil. Could he truly be that formidable? Aemon marveled, envisioning the man as strength, capable of dispatching foes with ease. Of course, for Gonsal, the instructor Stone Rune City, such prowess was expected. William, with a hint of jealousy, smirked and suggested, he ought to work. He could surely pluck a few. Shall I summon him? Aemon lightly interjected, unmasking the devious plot. Never mind, William replied with a reluctant smile. Who would dare? Provoking Ganser would leave me battered, like a windmill caught in a storm. The two continued their search for Ula grass, rummaging through the undergrowth. As they ventured forth, the mountains seemed to approach them. Ganser, polishing his massive sword, descended towards them, with even the goats clearing the path. William was nearly paralyzed with fear, drenched in sweat. Do you require something? Aemon, with his short legs, stepped forward, hands on hips, standing protectively in front of his younger cousin. Indeed, he was the younger cousin. Even against Ganser, one must face him with unwavering resolve. I am here to oversee your activities. However, to their surprise, Ganser had no intention of causing trouble. Lowering his gaze, he regarded the small boy before him and solemnly stated, Lady Leah has asked me to remind you not to roll around in the grass too often. Prepare for royal etiquette. The next hunt will take place in the king's designated hunting grounds. Chapter 6. Stepping out of the door, the royal hunt. Aemon was taken aback, yet elated. Did this signify his return to King's Landing? Indeed, it was said to be a celebration for the king's son's second birthday, with invitations extended to the nobility across the realm. Ganser rolled his eyes, expressing his discontent. The royal lineage is deeply entrenched. Our king seems to have an inexhaustible supply of wealth. Whether it's hosting tournaments or royal hunts, even a child's birthday is proclaimed to the world, shared with the populace. It's nothing but frivolous display, hardly befitting of a sovereign. Aemon, undeterred by the subsequent grievances, was wholly absorbed by the prospect of the royal hunt. With an unreliable father and a laissez-faire mother, his daily life had become confined to the borders of Stonehold, almost severing ties with King's Landing. There, he had kin who shared his blood, formidable dragons that descended from ancient Valyria. Additionally, his dear friends awaited him. Little one, stop pulling at the weeds, Ganser scowled, resembling something unpalatable to a sheep. Aemon, quick to react, seized William and darted towards the castle, eager to seek confirmation from his mother. Before William could comprehend, he was forcibly whisked away by Aemon's small yet potent grip. After a swift run of over 10 meters, the exuberant Aemon suddenly skidded to a halt. Pointing a paw at a 2-meter-tall man, his expression earnest. You are in charge here. Supervise their gathering of Urla grass. Ganser was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to be commanded by such a small creature. The esteemed Prince Aemon, feigning seriousness, huffed, and you shall address me as prince. Rudeness is unacceptable. From a distance, he scrutinized the towering man, as if committing him to memory. Yet, despite his self-perceived ferocity, his childish voice failed to instill any sense of intimidation. Ignoring the man's potential thoughts, he swiftly retreated with his little companion, leaving the towering figure bewildered in the wind. Upon returning to Stonehold, Aemon headed straight to his mother, bombarding her with inquiries. The matter was confirmed. There would indeed be a royal hunt. King Viserys himself had proclaimed it to the nation, inviting all nobles to the royal forest to celebrate the second birthday of his eldest son, Aegon. Lady Rhea, in the midst of her drinking, emphasized this point. The Raven-esque message from Stonehold specifically named Aemon as a required attendee. This had originally been intended to be communicated the night before, but out of concern for the little one's exhaustion, they had refrained, fearing it might disturb his sleep. "Oh, how wonderful!" Aemon exclaimed, joyfully racing back to his chamber. At last, he could step beyond the confines of Stonehold and explore the world. 3 days later, the royal hunt was imminent, a significant affair requiring the nobility to prepare for a smooth journey. The Royce family was no exception. Onward, Lady Rhea commanded, riding a spirited brown steed, her demeanor calm as she led a contingent of Vale knights. The number exceeded 50, accompanied by several carts. It was time to set forth. At this moment, Aemon found himself nestled within one of the carts, gazing enviously at his mother, resplendent in her gallant attire, saliva practically pooling at his mouth. Bronze was referred to as bronze, though in reality it was unoxidized brass. Members of the illustrious Royce family are known to don exquisite attire featuring a base of fine calfskin, adorned with resplendent orange-hued bronze plates. Accompanied by a magnificent steed, they lead a troop of fully armored knights, embodying authority throughout the expanse of Westeros. It is simply awe-inspiring. I aspire to possess such magnificence when I become a knight. William, riding a diminutive pony, trotted alongside the wagon, contemplating the creation of a family heirloom, an intricately inscribed set of bronze armor. Aemon cast a sidelong glance at him, pursing his lips. Perhaps you should first grasp the concept of weeding. It took William 3 days to locate merely 2 clumps of Urla grass, a feat quite unimpressive. William's expression darkened in frustration. What use are those grasses? They pale in comparison to bronze armor. Aemon lifted his chin, not deigning to meet his gaze. And have you found any bronze armor? Of course. William seized the opportunity to boast, declaring with immense pride, "My family possesses an ancient piece of bronze armor. I've heard that the Gonsal family has a collection as well. I shall procure them for you." After all, it is merely bronze armor. The Royce family, being vast and affluent, surely has several antiquities to spare. "Bravo, cousin," Aemon exclaimed, his face lighting up with delight as he unreservedly raised his thumb in approval. He skillfully flattered William, whose youthful spirit was nearly overwhelmed by the praise. William, attempting to feign humility, merely lifted his chin. "No need for thanks. It is the least I can do." Though neither fully understood the other's intentions, their bond was deep, and their commitment to the task was unwavering. Aemon offered a few more compliments before retreating into the carriage. With the bronze armor of the Runestone city now depleted, there was little doubt that their family-esque collection would not remain unexamined. Upon returning from King's Landing, they would engage in a grand acquisition, suppressing thoughts of mischief. Aemon arranged 2 items neatly on the seat, a basket brimming with Urla grass and a vessel for the black dragon egg. How splendid! Such an abundance of Urla grass would surely suffice for crafting a grand mat. Aemon's eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled, his chubby cheeks appearing particularly plump and inviting. Over the course of 3 days, they had gathered 24 clumps of Urla grass. Time was of the essence, and it seemed the pasture held no more. It was fortuitous that they concluded their search just in time. Expertly, Aemon activated the essence panel, revealing 3 cards turned face down, with 1 green and 2 blue, all bearing exorbitant prices. He couldn't help but glance at the 3rd blue card, coveting the brawn talent it possessed. With such a talent, one's physical prowess would be remarkably enhanced, outpacing many from the very start. Regrettably, the price was a steep 200 essences, suppressing the pang of disappointment. Aemon glanced at the golden hourglass beneath the panel. Essence quantity, 31. His heart warmed anew, with a mere thought. He closed the radiant display and opened the black steel forging vessel. A rush of warm air escaped, causing the temperature within the carriage to rise sharply. After examining the black dragon egg, which still showed no signs of hatching, Aemon sighed and ran his hand over the shell. he discovered an object imbued with magical essence, resulting in the acquisition of 3 units of magical essence. Following a melodious sound, the vessel atop the furnace was once again covered. The dragon egg, being a living entity, indeed provided a bountiful supply of magical essence, 3 units every 3 days. A smile crept onto Aemon's lips, filled with anticipation for the future. Soon, the prepared team officially set forth. The moonlit mountain range lay to the northwest, and Lady Rhea led the team swiftly southward. The mountain path was rugged and uneven, making the distance to the capital seem quite far. To the south was Seagull town, the old neighbor of the Royce family, holding the only port in the valley, which would allow them to save time by taking a boat. Aemon, filled with enthusiasm, leaned out of the car window to admire the scenery along the way, reflecting on the vastness of the world beyond. He believed they would reach their destination before nightfall. Chapter 7. The Seagull Night, as he had anticipated. A town surrounded by a white low wall emerged before the party as the sun began to set. Seagull town, expansive in its reach, was abuzz with the rising smoke of evening meals and the vibrant sounds of its inhabitants, attesting to its prosperity. As a free port, it was never lacking in maritime trade. Just as they were approaching, a knight clad in armor rode forth to block their path. The newcomer bore no ill intent. Upon seeing dozens of valiant valley knights, he dismounted and bowed respectfully. "Esteemed lady, the Shet family of Seagull Tower has awaited your arrival." The knight lowered his head and knelt gracefully on one knee. The commotion outside roused the drowsy Aemon within the carriage, who sleepily lifted the curtain to peer outside. The knight, adorned in silvery gray plate armor, was strikingly handsome, with dark brown curls and a neatly trimmed beard, his tall stature radiating strength. As he raised his head, his eyes sparkled with keen intelligence. Aemon tilted his head, assessing this seemingly middle-aged gentleman, who was undoubtedly more charming than Gonsal. "Rise, Sir Ryan." Despite her weary travels, Lady Leia responded with a measured composure befitting her noble status. "Yes, my lady," Sir Ryan Shet acknowledged as he stood. Aemon pressed his hands against the carriage window, resting his chin on his small paw, yearning only for a meal and the comfort of sleep. Fortunately, the Royce family had established a presence in Seagull town, securing their own vassals. Sir Ryan was evidently a shrewd and capable man, commanding his retinue to return home in advance to prepare, while he remained to guide the lord. Seagull town was picturesque, with architectural styles leaning towards white and orange hues, featuring numerous towers in the town center and coastal areas. In stark contrast to the purely defensive stone city, it was truly a sight to behold. As twilight approached, the group arrived at a tall white tower within the town. "My lady, please enter," Sir Ryan said with utmost respect, as his wife and children presented a platter of crumbled bread and salt. "Thank you for your hospitality." Lady Leia smiled slightly, casually pinching off a piece of bread to dip in salt before offering a morsel to Aemon at her feet, adhering to the ancient tradition of hospitality. With a joyful yelp, Aemon eagerly devoured the offered food, his hunger evident. Upon stepping through the grand entrance, he noticed a flag hanging on the narrow hall's wall. It displayed 3 golden wings unfurled against a black checkered background. Aemon turned his mind to recall the knowledge imparted by the old scholar in his books. The Shet family of Seagull Tower was one of the loyal vassals of the Royce family. The intricacies of the relationships here were indeed complex. Seagull Town was affluent, teeming with noble families. The oldest among them was the Shet family, which had long been adversaries of the Royce family, often referred to as the Shet family of Seagull Town. After the last Bronze King defeated the Shet family and seized Seagull Town, the vanquished sought to hire the Undulls across the strait to reclaim their homeland. To their dismay, the fair-haired, blue-eyed Undull showed no regard for contractual obligations. After repelling the Bronze King, they subsequently shattered the Shet family, allowing a powerful noble to seize control of Seagull Town. The current lord of Seagull Town is the Grafson family. Aside from this family, the original Shet family was not entirely eradicated. They pledged allegiance to the victors and continued to reside in Seagull Town. This situation bears resemblance to the Royce family, who also chose to submit after defeat. Over time, prominent families often produce various collateral branches. Sir Ryan Shet, who hosted them, belongs to a prosperous knightly lineage that branched out and has resided in the Seagull Tower for generations, with both the fief and the castle bearing Seagull nomenclature. He is celebrated as the Seagull Knight. Your Highness, if you feel weary, you may ascend to rest, Sir Ryan suggested, noticing the silver-haired boy glancing around. Thank you. May we dine first? Aemon replied with a bright smile, exuding goodwill. The prince's declaration of hunger could not be overlooked by anyone in the entire Seagull Tower. A sumptuous dinner was laid upon the table, adorned with exquisite ingredients from stone of symbols that were hard to procure, evidencing considerable effort. Aemon's eyes sparkled as he sampled each dish delicately, relishing the delightful fare without compromising royal decorum. The meal was a joyous affair for both hosts and guests. The following day, the port of Seagull Town bustled with activity, with hundreds of sailboats of varying sizes docked in the harbor. Aemon held his mother's hand, exploring the vibrant surroundings under layers of protection. The vicinity rivaled a marketplace, bustling with merchants and sailors, the clamor echoing for quite a distance. What enlightening experience! Aemon stood at the water's edge, gazing at the azure waves. In 2 lifetimes, this was his first encounter with the sea, his mouth agape in astonishment. He found even the sight of a sailor unloading cargo to be utterly fascinating. Madam, Prince, our ship is right there, Sir Ryan, still clad in yesterday's attire and armor, pointed towards a 3-masted ship moored at the shore. Aemon followed the direction of his finger, his gaze landing on the towering mast, where a triangular flag fluttered in the wind. The flag showcased a vibrant red background emblazoned with a black triangle, atop which was a yellow flaming tower, an emblem of the Grafson family. Unbeknownst to him, William had approached, eager to flaunt his superficial knowledge. I know, Aemon nodded. The Grafson family controlled one of the 5 major ports, Seagull Town, their fleet abundant and wealth immeasurable. For this royal hunt, an invitation was undoubtedly extended. Participation was essential, and transporting goods to King's Landing for a lucrative venture seemed entirely reasonable. Let us board the ship, Aemon declared, eager to experience the thrill of sailing. Lady Ray, not one for dawdling, promptly led the way aboard, greeting the ship's captain under Sir Ryan's introduction. The captain, a corpulent man with a slippery and sycophantic demeanor, upon learning of a Targaryen prince among the passengers, exuberantly proclaimed that fortune had smiled upon him, insisting on renaming the vessel to Prince Aemon's ship. Hearing the word fortune left Aemon feeling rather unsettled. The rotund captain wasted no time, swiftly arranging 2 clean and spacious cabins for the esteemed guests before vanishing without a trace. Such is the life of a young prince. Establishing connections in advance and leveraging the banner of royalty can elevate one's business endeavors, even without invoking the royal name. The Royce family of Simblestone City and the town of Seagull have been good neighbors for generations. Once the young prince inherits his mother's ancestral castle and lands, the ties will undoubtedly strengthen. Upon realizing this, Aemon could only remark on the inextricable link between commerce and cunning, as his thoughts soared with ambition. The vessel soon set sail, splashing waves high into the air. Aemon stood at the bow, watching as the ship gradually distanced itself from the harbor. Numerous sailing ships accompanied them, like pieces on a chessboard moving in unison. Glancing around, he observed that on either side of the harbor rose towering cliffs, hundreds of meters high, forming a triangular natural windbreak. This very barrier shields Seagull Town from the biting winter currents, creating a warm, ice-free harbor throughout the seasons. Aemon gazed intently, his admiration for Seagull Town deepening, secretly envying this divine territory blessed by the gods. If I lived in Seagull Town, I too could amass a greater collection of magical artifacts, he mused, resting his chin on his hand, his large eyes sparkling with envy. He silently vowed to one day acquire a territory as bountiful as Seagull Town, to revel in the pleasures of life. Chapter 8. The guard squad the ship sailed across the vast ocean, time flowing like a cascade. Within the opulent cabin, Aemon lay sprawled on the soft bed, gazing vacantly at the ceiling, resembling a discarded plaything. Regret washed over him. The sea was not as magnificent as he had envisioned. The waves crashed against the ship, causing a disorienting sway that left him feeling nauseous. There was no such thing as a king of the seas. Aemon clutched a small blanket in despair, lamenting, "Oh, sea, you have subdued me." The idealism of embarking on this voyage had long since faded. If this continued, he would surely be sick. Knock, knock. The cabin door was rapped upon, then gently pushed open. An elderly nun clad in black and white entered, carrying a lantern in one hand and a basket brimming with needles, threads, and fabrics in the other. "Martha, you have finally arrived," Aemon exclaimed, his spirits instantly revived. Akin to a fledgling dragon tumbling off the bed, the old nun set down the oil lamp, her expression one of affectionate exasperation. "Do not rush. Thankfully, I prepared some needles and threads before boarding. Come now, I need a good night's sleep." Aemon, barefoot, rummaged through a basket overflowing with ural grass by the bedside. For reasons unknown, this grass seemed to possess a hint of enchantment. However, to harness its potential, meticulous crafting was required. The old nun was a master seamstress, capable of weaving the soft, delicate ural grass into a mat. The grass was far too soft and fine to be woven alone. Under the watchful gaze of the little prince, the old Martha shook her head, but patiently continued to weave the grass. She retrieved a piece of blue fabric from the basket to serve as a foundation, securing the woven mat with needle and thread. Aemon squatted beside the elderly woman, shedding any previous aversion to the festival of the seven deities, and blinked earnestly as he learned. After all, when one is away from home, it is wise to acquire new skills. Unfortunately, after a brief while his eyelids began to droop, the crafty old nun gently suggested, "Prince, the sun is still shining outside. Why not go out and play? If you sleep now, you will only stare at the ceiling later." Aemon understood this well, rubbing his eyes in agreement. "All right, but do be careful not to prick your fingers." With a hearty yawn, he turned to head out onto the deck. The old nun was not only his caregiver, imparting the faith of the seven deities, but also tended to his every need. Though she was stern when insisting he memorize the festival of the seven deities, her demeanor was gentle in everyday interactions. She was truly a wonderful old woman. Hearing his words of caution, Martha chuckled softly, continuing her meticulous weaving, her hands never pausing. The abundance of grass in the basket even allowed for the crafting of a pillow for the prince. On the deck of the Aemon Prince, he stood once more beneath the expansive blue sky, a small yet striking figure. "Prince, over here." Just as he was about to seek a breath of fresh air, William waved eagerly from behind the mast. Aemon, puzzled, continued to step forward. "Let us see what is happening." On the deck, apart from the piled cargo crates, were knights of the Royce family bearing their banner. Navigating around the mast, he found 3 individuals gathered together. With a curious expression, Aemon inquired, "Are you 3 holding a gathering?" Aside from the youthful William, the remaining 2 individuals were Gonsal, the coach from Stone Tablet City, and Sir Ryan Shett, the Seagull knight. A scattering of wine bottles and food lay haphazardly on the deck, evidence of a meal only half consumed. Gonsal, engrossed in his feast, seized an unpeeled orange and bit into it, juice splattering across his face. He did not raise his head throughout, casually swallowing grapes while spitting out the seeds. Aemon's lips twitched slightly. Was this a sign of discontent? Fortunately, not all present were such rough-hewn men, thus sparing them any awkwardness. Sir Ryan, with graceful agility, rose to his feet, removed his grayish-white cloak, folded it into a cushion, and smiled, saying, "Prince, the deck is damp and chilly. Be cautious not to catch a cold." He placed it beneath Aemon's seat, gesturing politely. "Thank you." Aemon accepted without hesitation. "See, there are still those who understand etiquette." He glanced at Gonsal, whose mouth was full, and couldn't he help but frown slightly. Wasn't it said that knights are gentle and humble? Had this fellow taken a shortcut? Never mind. It was not worth stooping to his level. Aemon patted his somewhat rounded belly, lacking the inclination to share a picnic, and inquired, "You called for me?" "We are your protective escort," William blurted out, his mouth the quickest to respond. The young dragon furrowed his brow, calculating yet arriving at no conclusion. He had never had a dedicated escort before. Soldiers had always been randomly selected. "Who exactly?" Aemon asked, his concern evident as he surveyed the area with keen eyes. If they were to protect him, surely there should be 8 or 10. After all, his mother had brought along 50 knights from the valley. Sir Ryan maintained his elegance and replied with an apologetic smile, "Just the three of us." Pardon? Aemon was taken aback. Those three. He could hardly believe that just these individuals stood before him. As his gaze swept across the trio, William puffed out his chest, slapping his bronze breastplate with a resounding thud. "He counts?" Aemon's disbelief was palpable, his finger trembling as he pointed at the conspicuous figure, the only rational one among them. Sir Ryan nodded gently and responded, "William is very brave, and both Gonsal and I will exert ourselves to ensure your safety." Bravery does not equate to capability, Aemon thought, his heart sinking as he grasped the full picture. Yet, observing Gonsal still indulging in his feast, he could begrudgingly accept the situation. Gonsal towered at 2 meters and 2 centimeters, his muscular frame evident beneath his garments, his arms bulging with strength. Even if he were merely for show, he could easily match 5 Williams in prowess. Calculating this, Aemon mused that William was effectively half a knight, while Gonsal represented 2.5. Thus, he reasoned, he had gained 2 extra Williams. What nonsense! Aemon, in disappointment, covered his face, resigned to the reality. 3 would have to suffice. Gonsal certainly looked formidable, better than having no one at all. After a considerable pause, Aemon recalled the matter at hand. "You were arranged by my mother. What did she say?" "Surely, her maternal affection cannot be so unprovoked." Sir Ryan promptly responded, "Once we reach shore, the situation at King S Landing is quite complex. As a prince, you ought to have personal guards. His skills are commendable. He will serve as your protector." At this, Aemon's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. As the capital of the 7 kingdoms, King's Landing is a labyrinth of intricate power struggles, akin to a drafty old rat's nest. It is indeed essential to arrange for a few personal guards. Upon reaching this conclusion, attention shifted to the other 2 individuals. The Seagull Knight, well acquainted with the subtleties of social interaction, was quite perceptive. "But what about you two?" William's face flushed crimson as he scratched his head vigorously. He had no desire to serve as a guard. It was merely the command of Lady Leia. Glancing at Gonsal, who was guzzling rum straight from the bottle and then burped loudly, William discreetly explained that there were watchmen in Stonehaven. Since Gonsal had come out for a breath of fresh air, Aemon observed this with keen interest, stroking his chin thoughtfully. To his knowledge, Gonsal was not faring particularly well in Stonehaven. Firstly, the kingdom was in a state of peace, leaving no outlet for his formidable strength. Secondly, Gonsal's stubborn disposition and penchant for coarse language rendered him unpopular among the nobility. Could it be that even his mother looked down upon him, casting him aside merely to embellish her own presence? Aemon's eyes darted around, sensing an opportunity. Noticing Gonsal's glum demeanor, he decided to strike up a conversation. "Aemon, come here." A sharp voice suddenly pierced the air from behind, belonging to his mother. Aemon quickly turned around, swallowing his words back down. Chapter 9, I thought you would meet an untimely end. Waving dismissively at the guard squad, I trotted away. Madame Rhea cast a glance over her shoulder, silently ushering her son into the ship's cabin. Coincidentally, the sky began to darken. Aemon, filled with anticipation, assumed his mother had some special instructions for him. To his dismay, she merely advised him to rest well and not to appear before the royal family with dark circles under his eyes. "Oh." Aemon stood in stunned silence for a moment, unable to conceal his disappointment as he returned to his room. Before leaving, he leaned against the doorframe to glance at the room, ensuring all was in order. Madame Rhea pretended not to notice, making the bed in preparation for sleep. "Good night." Aemon waved a small hand, snugly closing the door. Turning away, he felt utterly speechless. He had known his mother was somewhat unreliable, lacking in maternal affection. Nevertheless, he decided not to hold grudges against adults. With his hands clasped behind his back, Aemon quickly consoled himself. After all, what was it to sleep alone and have nightmares? He was now a child fortified by the protective charm of the panel. Later that evening, Aemon returned to his quarters. "Come and see. I filled a pillow with extra grass leaves for you." Old Martha sighed in relief, rising to stretch her weary back. "Good," Aemon exclaimed loudly. Rushing to the bedside, he discovered that the bundle of Ula grass had vanished, replaced by a mat of grass and a small pillow. The mat measured 1 meter in width and 1.2 meters in length, while the pillow was plump and filled with grass leaves. Aemon kicked off his little boots, rolled on the blue mat, and clutched the pillow to his chest, inhaling deeply. A refreshing scent of grass wafted through the air, accompanied by a sweet minty aroma. "Martha, your craftsmanship is truly remarkable." Aemon beamed with joy, rolling back and forth like a mouse that had pilfered oil, utterly content. Old Martha, feeling dizzy from fatigue, decided to leave, saying, "As long as you're satisfied, you should get some sleep. Goodbye." Aemon sweetly bid farewell, not urging her to stay. With a clang, the cabin door closed, plunging the room into darkness. I shall strive for a good dream tonight." Aemon laid down contentedly, resting his head on the Ula grass pillow, his limbs flailing across the mat. Gradually, drowsiness enveloped him. Unbeknownst to him, he closed his eyes, breathing steadily as he drifted into a gentle slumber. Time passed, and 2 days later, the Prince Aemon sailed through the waves, navigating the strait towards the throat of the Blackwater Bay. The sea roared and crashed, the salty wind whipping through the air. Aemon, bundled up tightly, leaned against the ship's railing, gazing out at the ocean. Compared to 2 days prior, the little fellow appeared increasingly spirited, his cheeks flushed with vigor. Occasionally, he would shout out to the sea, laughing joyfully. "Martha mentioned that you haven't woken from any dreams these past 2 nights?" The sound of footsteps approached from behind, and Madame Rhea, clad in leather armor, came forth, her rare display of affection for her son evident. Aemon turned his head and obediently replied, "Indeed, I have slept quite soundly," patting the bundle on his back. Upon seeing this, Rhea was taken aback, but chose not to inquire further. This child had developed a peculiar habit of carrying a bundle almost his height wherever he went. She had instructed the old nun to check its contents, which were merely a rolled-up grass mat and pillow, neither too heavy nor too light. Noticing his mother's gaze, Aemon looked up at the sky, whistling softly as he turned away. The matter at hand was his ability to sleep well, for the contents of his backpack constituted all his possessions. Having cured his dark circles, he intended to cherish this newfound peace. Lady Rhea leaned against the railing, her eyes fixed on the distant Blackwater Bay, inquiring, "Are you nervous as we approach King's Landing?" "Not at all," Aemon replied succinctly. King's Landing was his first home. He was born there and had grown up safely for 3 years. What was there to be anxious about when returning home? Lady Rhea lowered her gaze, scrutinizing her son, and stated earnestly, "In your heart, you should see yourself as a Targaryen." Aemon was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at his attire, black clothing and small boots, with a collar adorned with the Targaryen sigil of 3-headed red dragons. Coupled with his silver-gold short hair and violet eyes, he was unmistakably a Targaryen. Lady Rhea's expression was enigmatic, as if words were caught in her throat, yearning to be expressed. Aemon bowed his head, realizing the crux of the issue. From the moment Queen Alicent had betrothed her grandson Daemon to Lady Rhea, an undercurrent of succession disputes had loomed. Daemon was to marry, not to be a consort. Thus, any children born would naturally bear the Targaryen name. However, as a woman, Lady Rhea's offspring would take their father's surname, raising concerns about the future of Dragonstone. How would the Royce family navigate such a dilemma? Aemon pondered intensely, momentarily at a loss for solutions, and quietly asked, "So, your arrangement for my guard is to keep me in King's Landing, isn't it?" As long as he distanced himself from Dragonstone, he could select a suitable cousin from the Royce family as his heir. The unexpected guards serve as a protective charm for their departure. Lady Rhea nearly laughed in exasperation, her disdain evident as she replied, "Do not presume that I share the Targaryen's lack of propriety, though I may not wish to admit it. You are indeed my son." "Really?" Aemon's eyes brightened as he leapt onto his mother's sturdy thigh, seeking confirmation. "You wouldn't send me away?" "I never said such a thing." Lady Rhea shook her head. "Who spread such rumors that frightened you so?" Setting aside her maternal sentiments, Aemon felt elated. "Then how do you plan to handle the succession rights? Considering you usually disregard me?" His mother had no intention of relinquishing her claim to inheritance, allowing her to remain at Dragonstone. King's Landing was splendid, but ultimately, It belonged to others. It was the presence of his mother in Dragonstone that provided him with a sense of belonging and security. Absolutely not. Lady Rhea crossed her arms and stated firmly, "When you were born, you were fragile. I feared you would not survive. And it would be a waste of affection to accompany you." What? Aemon was taken aback, nearly losing his composure. Was his mother distant because she had reached her conclusions too early? It was trivial and better left unmentioned. Lady Rhea cleared her throat. Shifting the subject, what I wish to convey is that during this visit to King's Landing, the king will undoubtedly urge you to remain. The choice will be yours. Aemon fell into contemplation, his thoughts aligning. Presently, the royal family was sparse, with only 2 adult male heirs, his uncle Viserys and his father Daemon. At 8 years of age, he was unlikely to succumb to misfortune. It would be quite reasonable for the royal family to summon him back. As a thought crossed his mind, prompted by the preceding conversation, Aemon inquired, "Should I stay or leave?" "It's up to you," Lady Rhea replied, her expression unchanged, yet her gaze fixated upon a certain individual's fair visage. Aemon, being astute, quickly declared, "I shall not stay, not even under duress." It is said that one must nurture ambitions quietly, like the elusive golden-horned beast. He was not one to be trifled with. Junlin was a vast abyss, one that his slight frame could not hope to fill. "Umph." Lady Rhea furrowed her brow and adopted a stern demeanor. "There is no place for you here." Much like that scoundrel who was cast out. Yet her upward curving lips betrayed her true sentiments. "This time, we're merely hunting, while also catching up with friends and kin." Aemon nodded eagerly, resembling a chick pecking at grain. It was unnecessary to guess. The scoundrel referred to by his mother was none other than Daemon. As the brother of the king, he had been ousted during the contest for succession, entangled in a web of complexities. Presently, he was likely busy crabbing on Stone Step Island. Lady Rhea cast a glance at her son, a mixture of surprise at his cleverness and a tinge of pride swelling within her. He, born of her womb, possessed a sharper mind than that scoundrel. While her son could return to Junlin, his presence would only serve as an eyesore. If one were to adhere to the hierarchy, as the brave grandson of Burlon and the great-grandson of the venerable King Jaehaerys I held a claim to succession that precedes that of Princess Rhaenyra, despite her female lineage. Following the death of Queen Aemma, Daemon had been expelled due to the day of the prince incident, while King Viserys had promptly appointed his daughter as the heir to the Iron Throne. Moreover, during the funeral of Queen Aemma, the royal family failed to notify the mother and son, who were residing in Stone, of their loss. Presently, with the king's daughter firmly established in her position as heir, and Queen Alicent having given birth to young Prince Aegon and Princess Helena, thoughts of summoning the nephew, long forgotten, began to surface. Such actions lacked the integrity and transparency one would expect. Chapter 10. Unexpectedly, I still belonged to the Green Party before entering King's Landing. Aemon had made a solemn promise. However, upon disembarking, his steadfast resolve was put to the test. Under the midday sun, the sea was tranquil. The Prince Aemon sailed across Blackwater Bay, standing at the bow. He beheld the majestic mud gate in the distance. The crowd was immense. Aemon leaned against the railing, straining to glimpse the bustling port below, where tiny figures scurried about like ants. The Vale Knights stood in formation, awaiting the ship's arrival. The voyage was remarkably smooth. Suddenly, a golden blur soared over the towering city walls, shattering the serene sky adorned with drifting white clouds. In the next instant, the thin veil of mist dissipated completely. Without warning, before the vessels in Blackwater Bay could react, the golden apparition plummeted swiftly, its expansive wings brushing the surface of the water. The winds surged, engulfing the surrounding sea. "Dragon, protect the prince!" The Seagull Knights cried out in alarm, diving to shield the young Aemon. In a heartbeat, darkness enveloped him as the ship rocked violently beneath him. The sea erupted in a flurry of spray, and several vessels of the Prince Aemon were caught in the tempestuous winds. The Vale Knights shouted in dismay, struggling to maintain their footing. Everything transpired swiftly as it had begun. The golden shadow ascended into the sky, vanishing beyond the horizon of Blackwater Bay. What had just occurred? Was it indeed a dragon? Aemon, unfamiliar with fear, craned his neck to inquire. Sir Lane remained vigilant, scanning the skies until the dragon's silhouette had completely vanished before rising. Indeed, it appears to be the princess's dragon, that golden beast he had caught a fleeting glimpse of in Seagull town. The proximity of the encounter left him drenched in cold sweat. "Sir, please rise," Aemon gasped, struggling to free himself from the weight pressing down upon him. Sir Lane, not daring to delay, hurriedly stood to check. "Prince, are you injured?" "Thank you, sir," Aemon replied, brushing off his clothes to indicate he was unharmed, though his thoughts lingered on how much the creature had grown. Just a dragon. It was not as if he had never seen one before. With the brief episode behind them, the ship swiftly docked. Surrounded by 3 guards, Aemon leaped from the deck, successfully reaching King's Landing. Looking up, he was met with confusion. There was no welcoming procession, nor royal guards to clear the way for his carriage. Mudgate, serving as the port, was bustling with merchants and fishermen. Among the common folk and traders, nobles mingled as well. The Vale Knights unfurled the banner of House Royce, while several other flags were raised nearby. The roaring lion of House Lannister, the crowned stag of House Baratheon. In comparison to the 2 ducal houses, the Royce family of the Vale appeared rather inconspicuous. "Let us proceed," Aemon frowned, his demeanor slightly perturbed. Gonsal, obeying orders, bulldozed through the obstructing merchants with his formidable frame. Resembling an unyielding bulldozer, Aemon followed closely, making his way toward the gate beneath the towering walls. This journey included a greater number of Vale Knights, and Lady Rhea had to arrange accommodations, thus could not accompany her son. Of course, it was also possible that she wished to avoid an encounter with the king. Make way! Make way! Aemon was filled with myriad thoughts as he stepped into the city, where the sound of rolling wheels greeted him. Accompanied by the neighing of several robust white horses, an opulent carriage with gleaming white wheels stood majestically in the street. The resonant clang of 2 bronze gongs echoed, signaling the approach of a royal escort brandishing 3 banners adorned with red dragons. A white knight clad in silver armor dismounted from the carriage, bowing respectfully. "My sincerest apologies. Your Highness, we encountered a minor issue on the way." Observing this display, Aemon's eyes flickered with curiosity, pondering the authenticity of the situation. Could it be that they had forgotten me and dispatched someone at the last moment? Is His Majesty preoccupied? Aemon tilted his head, sensing something amiss. The White Knight, lowering his gaze even further, replied promptly, "The king is currently engaged in a council meeting. You will be received by the queen in due course." "Is that so?" Aemon placed his small hands behind his back and nodded graciously. "Very well. I appreciate your efforts. It is my duty." The White Knight, with a solemn demeanor, gently lifted the young prince into the carriage, arranging him comfortably before taking the reins and setting off. The royal escort provided several swift horses as a substitute for the prince's own mobility. Under the banners of the 3 red dragons, the luxurious carriage proceeded at a measured pace toward the Red Keep, while the townsfolk paused to gaze in curiosity at the unfamiliar prince. Their interest piqued far more than that of the other local nobles. Upon reaching the Red Keep, specifically the Maegao Tower, Aemon, guided by the White Knight, traversed through the bustling courtyard of the castle, arriving at the inner palace, a realm forbidden to outsiders. "Thank you," Aemon murmured softly as the White Knight led the escort away to settle them. Within the corridor, adorned with pale pink brick walls, only the small boy remained. A knock resounded at a door, alerting those within the chambers. Alicent Hightower stood by the window, cradling a swaddled infant in her arms and patiently humming a lullaby. At the sound of the knock, she turned her head in curiosity. First, a tiny boot emerged from behind the door, followed by a head with silvery hair and violet eyes, revealing a cherubic face. The young boy grinned mischievously and waved a small hand. "Hello, Alicent." Upon seeing him, Alicent's initial weariness transformed into surprise, quickly blossoming into a radiant smile. "Aemon, is it truly you?" Taking a step forward, she recalled to whom she had entrusted the swaddled infant, and, with renewed vigor, stepped lightly again. Noticing her delight, Aemon proudly lifted his chin. "I have returned from Stone City." No sooner had he spoken than he was pulled by the hand into the room. Stepping onto the soft black and white carpet, Alicent cupped Aemon's chubby face in her hands examining him closely. "How was your time in Stone City? I heard Lady Rhea is quite proud." The tactile sensation of his soft, plump cheeks spoke of a life of comfort and abundance. Aemon, cheeks puffed out, mumbled indistinctly, "It was fine after all. She is my biological mother." "That is reassuring. I was concerned you might not adapt well to the valley's climate." Alicent's spirits soared with long-lost excitement, her smile illuminating her beautiful face. Undoubtedly, a woman chosen to be queen possesses exceptional beauty. Her features were gentle, her demeanor warm and enchanting, with softly curled hair cascading over her ample bosom, adding a maternal grace to her youthful form. When she smiled, her beauty was truly captivating. Aemon gently rubbed his nose, inhaling the familiar subtle fragrance of flowers as he recounted the mundane aspects of his life over the years. Alicent mirrored his actions, cradling the little one she regarded as a younger brother upon her lap. Particularly heartwarming was the sight of the embroidered satchel slung at Aemon's waist, his smile radiating warmth akin to a soothing cup of tea on a winter's day. They were steadfast friends, a bond that had been forged from the very beginning. This story traces back to Aemon's birth, when Alicent accompanied her father to the royal court to attend to the venerable King Jaehaerys, who was gracefully enjoying his twilight years. Aemon's parents, who were perpetually at odds, were indifferently neglectful of their child. The elderly king, having suffered the loss of his son, showered affection upon his newly born great-grandson, taking the infant into his care following the conclusion of the Grand Council. The primary caregiver during this time was none other than the youthful Alicent herself. It became common knowledge within the court that the aged King Jaehaerys was accompanied by a pair of young companions, their camaraderie evident to all. However, when Aemon reached the age of 3, the beloved great-grandfather who had tenderly cared for him passed away in his sleep, leading to Aemon's return to the Valley of the Stone Seal to be raised by his mother, Lady Rhea. "Alicent, you now have your own child," Aemon remarked with a mischievous grin, covering his mouth as he pointed at the swaddled infant in the maid's arms, who was wailing inconsolably. Chapter 11. A peculiar atmosphere. The previously wailing child might just be oneself. Aemon leaned in closer, eager to discern the essence of the swaddled infant. "Hand me Helena. Her brother ought to see her," he urged. Alicent, with an air of resignation, took the swaddled bundle from the maid and presented it. Aemon, unprepared, found the bundle nestled in his arms before he could gather his thoughts. "How do I hold her?" he questioned, his body tense with apprehension of dropping the delicate being. Alicent, with a boldness, released her hold and chuckled. "Just support her bottom. Fret not." "Oh," Aemon replied, his mind processing the instructions with singular focus as he adjusted his grip with utmost caution. To his surprise, the tiny creature felt remarkably soft. As little Helena shifted in his embrace, her silken strands of silver-gold hair swayed as she turned her head, accidentally smacking it against Aemon's shoulder. Bound within her swaddling, she squirmed restlessly, seemingly intent on expressing her discontent. "She seems to be nibbling on me," Aemon remarked, puzzled, tilting his head to one side. A cool sensation grazed his neck as if dampened by saliva. Alicent stifled a laugh, cradling her daughter's plump waist, and teased. "Helena has taken quite a liking to her brother. Look, she's not even crying." Aemon's countenance darkened. "That's merely her gnawing at me." Displeased, little Helena wriggled her tiny hands free from the loose swaddling, reaching for Aemon's face, intent on further chewing. Aemon's lips twitched, feeling helpless to retaliate, opting instead to evade her grasp. Despite her diminutive size, her grip was surprisingly strong, causing him discomfort. It would be a shame not to tug at the grass, Aemon muttered inwardly. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoed through the room, interrupting the harmonious interaction of one adult and 2 children. At the door stood a rotund, elderly man clad in a linen scholar's robe, his bald head gleaming as he spoke in a measured tone. "Your Majesty, Prince Aegon is in a fit of distress. Might you attend to him for a spell?" Alicent frowned upon hearing this, hesitating before replying. "Chancellor, where are the maids assigned to tend to him?" "They have tried, but to no avail," Chancellor Melrose responded with an innocent expression. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Alicent rose to adjust her gown, casting an apologetic glance at Aemon, accompanied by a wistful smile. "Stay with Helena. I shall return shortly." "Fear not," Children cry like this sometimes. Aemon reassured her, waving a hand as Helena made a sudden movement, nearly striking him with her head. Bring some pastries and tea, and ensure they are well cared for. Alicent instructed the maid before departing to soothe the other child. Chancellor Melrose lingered momentarily, casting a deep, scrutinizing glance at Aemon. Their eyes met, both observing one another intently. The king is exceedingly busy, Aemon ventured, presenting a harmless smile. Chancellor Melrose nodded amiably. Indeed, His Majesty is occupied with a multitude of affairs. After stating this, he turned to leave, denying the young prince further opportunity for dialogue. Aemon furrowed his brow in contemplation. Was it not said that the king was engaged in a council, where the chancellor ought to be present? Something seemed amiss. Aemon muttered under his breath, resisting the urge to dwell on the matter. Though he abstained from political entanglements, he was aware that the chancellor recommended by Shuechong naturally aligned with the old town of Hightower. Alicent held a transcendent standing within the Hightower family, which should pose no issues. There exists a certain problem, and it appears that someone has taken notice of him. Let us make this clear from the outset. Do not bite me. Aemon firmly grasped the excessively lively Helena, relishing the afternoon tea served by the maid. Oh dear! Helena's delicate face flushed a bright red, revealing her small pearly teeth as she whimpered softly. Aemon swiftly smacked her little bottom, his expression shifting instantly. Behave yourself. Your mother Alicent here, and yet you dare to show your teeth at me? With a mock-serious countenance on his round face, he indeed exuded a semblance of elder brotherly authority. Helena, feeling aggrieved, pouted her lips, seemingly aware that her counterpart would not be gentle, and thus remained silent, her little brows furrowed, exhibiting remarkable emotional intelligence for one so small. She stood at a height comparable to that of a 1- or 2-story building. Aemon nodded in satisfaction. Now that is more like it. How delightful it is to have her in his arms. Not a single tear shed. One wonders how Alicent manages to soothe children. Perhaps it is due to her own upbringing that she has instilled the same illusion in her offspring. No wonder she has ended up with a string of children. As moments passed and dusk approached, Aemon settled on the carpet, his small head drooping as slumber beckoned, cradling the smaller sleeping baby in his arms. Beside him lay an exquisite tea tray, now reduced to remnants and empty cups. Suddenly, Aemon shivered, waking groggily. Has she not returned yet? His little head brimmed with questions. Where could Alicent have gone? Did Yang cry himself to exhaustion on the way? No, I must stretch my limbs. Aemon concluded that remaining idle was not an option, and gently placed the peacefully slumbering Helena back in her cradle. The small child, quite perceptive, possessed a notable temper. After enduring distress while awake, her tiny brow furrowed in sleep, with traces of pitiful tears lingering at the corners of her eyes. I am leaving, Aemon informed the maid, rubbing his eyes as he stepped outside. The corridor was eerily empty, with the servants lighting the candelabra for illumination. Aemon tightened his collar, murmuring, the spring in King's Landing is still quite chilly, the breeze cutting through the air. Glancing outside, he noticed that the sun had already set. There was no time to waste. It had to be now. A spark of intelligence flickered in Aemon's eyes as he eagerly rubbed his small hands together. The treasures of Stonehenge were ultimately lacking. He could not find more magical items. Therefore, let his path to ascendancy commence from King's Landing. Clarifying his thoughts, Aemon resolutely confirmed his direction and set off without delay. His first destination was the King's chambers. The silver-haired little figure darted swiftly, weaving through the gazes of maids and attendants. Bang! At the entrance of the King's chambers, Aemon delivered a flying kick to the door. Prince Yu, a passing attendant, witnessing the scene, was petrified with fear. Aemon turned back, signaling for silence with a gesture, calmly stating, "Do not panic. Feel free to report it. This mere King's chamber, I have resided in longer than my uncle Viserys by 3 years." With a nonchalant push, he entered, familiar with the surroundings. The attendant broke into a cold sweat, unable to bear the sight. Aemon remained entirely unfazed, leaving the door wide open. Uncle Viserys was a relatively lenient king, often wearing a gentle smile that even hinted at a degree of obsequiousness. He is reluctant to punish even his own younger brother, Daemon, for his misdeeds. How could he possibly bring himself to chastise his brother's child? He simply decided to act. Aemon secretly commended himself for being a child as he explored the furniture within the room, encountering nothing extraordinary. As anticipated, his gaze sharpened and fixated on a black-sheathed, long sword hanging above the fireplace on the wall. The blade was straight and sharp, its edge intersecting the crossguard in a manner reminiscent of a cross, with the pommel intricately carved into a seven-pointed star symbolizing the seven gods. This was the family sword, Blackfire, the weapon of his grandfather in his youth. Aemon procured a chair to elevate himself and retrieve the ancestral Valyrian steel sword passed down through generations of House Targaryen. Upon contact, a notification chimed in his ears. Magical weapon discovered. Acquire 10 essence of magic. Indeed, it exists just as I suspected. A soft smile graced Aemon's lips as he nostalgically caressed the family sword, recalling how his grandfather had often used it to entertain him during his lifetime. As he touched the pommel, he pouted in complaint, saying, "Uncle truly is something." In order to appease Old Town and the faith of the Seven, he replaced the rubies with the seven-pointed star. It hardly aligns with Targaryen aesthetics. Chapter 12. The Great Plunder. After the thorough search for the family sword imbued with black fire, Aemon obediently returned it. The conditions for an object to possess magical power are generally ancient origins, inherent qualities, or various forms of mutation. Valyrian steel is one of the few remaining treasures of ancient Valyria, and the absence of magic would indeed be peculiar. The Royce family also possesses a Valyrian steel family sword, lamenting its fate. However, Lady Rhea, Aemon's mother, has always cherished it, displaying it in her room and denying Aemon any chance to touch it. Let me see what else there is. Aemon continued rummaging through the drawers, his target being a Valyrian steel crown. This crown was worn by the conqueror Aegon during his coronation, adorned with numerous brilliant rubies. However, the current crown was a golden one worn by his great-grandfather, the original crown being preserved as a collectible. Nothing, still nothing. As the sun began to set, beads of sweat formed on Aemon's forehead, prompting him to abandon the search for the Valyrian steel crown. It must have been relocated. Taking a deep breath and wiping his sweat, he resolved to change his approach and continue his efforts. Just as he was about to leave, his gaze fell upon the stone sculptures adorning the round table in the chamber. He paused, feeling that such a hasty exit would raise suspicions. Turning around seemed too conspicuous. So Aemon shifted his gaze to the large round table filled with stone sculptures and picked up a dragon-shaped figure. His uncle, Viserys, had a fondness for collecting sculptures, depicting the glorious past of the ancient Valyrian Empire in stone form. If this were his previous life, he would undoubtedly be a devoted collector. "I don't need many, just one to serve as a token." Apologizing silently to his uncle in his heart, Aemon tucked the dragon sculpture into his waist pouch. After all, if someone had seen him enter, they would inevitably discover his presence. Taking a cherished collectible could serve as a guise for his search for magic. Having completed his task, Aemon hurriedly changed locations. The Red Keep was vast, and there was no time to waste. In the Red Keep's underground crypt. Yes, Aemon was indeed a grave robber at heart. With a click, he lit the white tallow candle on the wall, illuminating the dimly lit crypt. Aemon surveyed the area, unable to conceal his smile. Although referred to as a crypt, it resembled a royal treasury inaccessible to outsiders. The most unique item, there was the pitch-black dragon skeleton used for rituals. At the center of the crypt stood a circular altar, half a person's height. Upon it rested a dragon skull, as large as a house, completely black as ink, its fierce appearance radiating an aura of majesty. Surrounding the skull were circles of half-burned white candles, the hazy candlelight casting a solemn glow upon the skull. Aemon stared in awe, his chest heaving with excitement, softly murmuring, "The remains of the Black Death, Balerion." Only a creature of such terrifying power as Balerion, the dread dragon that dominated an era, could be enshrined in a royal crypt for commemoration. A true adult dragon, capable of swallowing a mammoth whole. It was said that at its peak, the dragon's flames could effortlessly melt armor and stone, turning sand into glass. To this day, no dragon of the Targaryen family has matched its might. Balerion, grant me your blessing, and do not let me down. Aemon clasped his hands together, fervently murmuring his prayers. Subsequently, the small figure laboriously ascended the altar, extending his hand to touch the still warm skull of the colossal dragon. He discovered the remains of a creature imbued with extraordinary magical power, acquiring a portion of searing fire magic. Aemon shivered, suddenly feeling a surge of heat in his hands. A faint, firefly-like crimson aura materialized, swirling the air before diving into his chest. Gasp! Aemon's eyes widened as he felt a warm current wash over him. His senses intensified, magnified several times, as if 1,000 tiny hands were massaging his body, leaving him tingling all over. In just 2 breaths, he was drenched in sweat. Then, the effect subsided. Aemon felt somewhat dazed, scratching his head. Was that it? He glanced at his palm, noticing a bit of dirt lodged between his fingers. Turning back to the fearsome dragon skull, dark and gleaming with a metallic sheen, it appeared unchanged from before. No, there was a marked reaction. Aemon clenched his fists, sensing a slight increase in his strength. He called forth the magic essence panel, unveiling his personal attributes. Aemon Targaryen, talent, dreamer, gold, bloodline. Ancient Valyrian Dragon King, 13, skills, Valyrian language, mastered, history, familiar. Magic cards, none status. Enhanced constitution, less susceptible to cold. More resistant to high temperatures. The emergence of the bloodline section was likely due to the activation of that fire magic. Aemon mused clearly. It had not existed before. It was newly revealed. The panel's notification had indicated that Balerion's skull contained special magic, presumably the dragon's exclusive searing flames. Truly, dragons are remarkable, even in death. They bestow blessings upon their descendants. Aemon couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph. Bloodlines are of utmost importance. They pertain to taming dragons and innate abilities to withstand heat and cold. However, the opening of the bloodline section seemed to lack any obvious manifestation. Aemon stroked his chin, feeling a sense of anticipation. After all, with the bloodline section, he could clearly see the intensity of his lineage, which would serve as a reference for safely interacting with dragons. If he could find a way to enhance its purity, it might yield unexpected benefits. After pondering, he concluded that it was unwise to linger here. It was best to leave promptly. With daring resolve, Aemon immediately made his exit. Thank you for your hospitality, Balerion. He did not forget to express his gratitude before departing. It is no wonder that the legendary dragon grants such bountiful rewards. A pivotal bloodline section, along with a slight boost in constitution. Most importantly, the golden funnel at the bottom of the radiant panel sparkled, displaying the numbers. Essence quantity, 141. A single portion of fire magic provided a full 100 points of essence, truly a windfall. The journey to collect magic was long and arduous. At dusk, the horizon was ablaze with fiery hues. Aemon emerged from the tomb, glancing at the discordant twilight, intending to return home for rest. As he passed through the castle's front yard, the area remained bustling with activity. Suddenly, thud. Aemon, preoccupied with calculating the uses of his essence, collided with a solid figure. Who are you? Are you all right? A silver-armored knight, clad in white, came to a halt, his handsome visage betraying a moment of astonishment as he bent down to inquire about the silver-haired boy. Aemon, clutching his bruised forehead, had no time for further conversation. I'm fine. I'll be on my way now. I shall never again be a member of the Head-Down tribe. Criston Cole, his gaze filled with curiosity, obstructed the departing silver-haired boy, reiterating his questions. What is your name? Where are your parents? The boy's silver hair and violet eyes were not characteristics of an ordinary noble. Despite his attire being dusty from running about, the boy exuded an air of nobility. To Criston's knowledge, there was no prince of such a young age in the royal family. Perhaps he was a lost child from either the Valyrian descendants of House Valerion or House Targaryen. Furthermore, Cole's expression turned vigilant as he scrutinized the boy. Where have you just come from? Do you require assistance? Upon hearing the question for the third time, Aemon felt his composure fraying. He glanced up, only to meet the gaze of another striking young knight with dark hair and eyes. He had not encountered him during his time in King's Landing, likely a newly elected member since his departure. There could only be one person. Aemon felt no affinity for him. Crossing his arms defiantly, he retorted, "Knight, your duty is to protect the royal family, not to complicate matters for them." His tone was exceedingly haughty, offering no semblance of respect. Chapter 13. The attention of Viserys caught off guard by a child's reprimand delivered in an adult's tone. Cole stood speechless, his mouth opening as he sought to justify his actions. Suddenly, a large hand landed heavily upon his chest, and a towering figure eclipsed him from above. Gonsal had appeared, his expression dark, declaring, "White Cloak, you are obstructing our prince's path." With that, he arrogantly stepped forward, forcefully pushing the young knight back. Cole was taken aback, the prickly stubble of Gonsal's face almost brushing against him. The courtyard was bustling with onlookers, and this spectacle naturally drew the attention of foreign lords and guests. The crowd, sensing the excitement, quickly gathered to watch and speculate. Aemon looked up in surprise, exclaiming, "Gonsal, is it you?" "Indeed," Gonsal replied nonchalantly, his gaze fixated on the defiant white knight. It appeared that the trio of guards had been left in the outer courtyard, with the other two attending to their quarters while the burly figure wandered alone, indulging in the delights of the Red Keep. He had fortuitously stumbled upon the scene of his prince being confronted by Cole. With a disdainful gesture, Gonsal spat on the ground before the white knight, venting his frustration on an easy target. Faced with such blatant humiliation, Cole's face darkened, and he instinctively grasped the hilt of his sword. "Care to test your mettle?" Gonsal grinned. He had nothing to lose and was ready for a confrontation. Cole's eyes darted around, his body trembling with rage. Were it not for the gathered spectators, he would have relished the opportunity to slay this brute on the spot. Aemon stood between the two, his expression filled with astonishment as he observed Gonsal's cynical demeanor. Despite the visible resentment etched on his face, he had chosen to uphold his duties. Gonsal towered over Cole, his impressive stature resembling that of a fortress. Was this the sense of security that the bronze giant provided? Aemon nearly applauded in admiration. "What are you two doing?" A thunderous voice suddenly interjected, halting the escalating conflict. Aemon turned to assess the newcomer. A tall man in his 50s, clad in silver armor and a white cloak symbolizing honor, strode confidently through the gates of the Red Keep. It was Sir Harold Westerling, the commander of the Kingsguard. Upon seeing his superior, Cole's expression shifted subtly as he bowed his head in greeting. "Commander, I demand to know what is happening here." "Cole," Harold's voice was commanding, devoid of any leniency. Cole lowered his head further, instinctively retreating a step. At this point, he understood he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Aemon observed the scene as though it were an insignificant matter, curious to see how the Kingsguard commander would respond. "Prince, I hope that I have not wasted your valuable time." Harold turned, his demeanor softening as he addressed Aemon. Cole, a newly appointed member of the Kingsguard, had donned his white cloak after the passing of Queen Aemma, and it was understandable that he had not witnessed any discord involving Prince Aemon before. However, it was crucial to rectify the situation. "It is merely a trivial matter." Aemon gently nodded in greeting. "Long time no see." Sir Harold removed his helmet, secretly relieved. It was good enough to let bygones be bygones. At that moment, a graceful figure emerged from the gates of the Red Keep, curiously observing the scene. Aemon noticed her and momentarily froze. She was a youthful, silver-haired maiden, clad in a black dragon-riding outfit, her long legs gracefully striding as she removed her gloves. Her beauty was striking, with a delicate and enchanting visage, her skin as smooth as porcelain. She perfectly inherited the otherworldly beauty of House Targaryen, with scarcely a flaw. Rhaenyra Targaryen tilted her head, also examining the little one before her. The shared silver hair and violet eyes drew their bloodlines together. After a brief pause, Aemon was the first to recognize her, calling out, "Rhaenyra." Upon hearing her name, Rhaenyra's eyes sparkled with surprise and delight. "Aemon, is that truly you?" Her long legs quickened their pace. Her previously gloomy mood lifted entirely. It had been ages since she last saw this little one. Aemon greeted her with a smile. "Indeed, you were quite the sight riding your dragon this morning." Rhaenyra's expression shifted slightly, a hint of hesitation creeping in. "I wouldn't have." Would I have crossed paths with your ship? Aemon rolled his eyes. You know quite well. I apologize. I was in a foul mood then and did not expect you to be there. Rhaenyra quickly offered her apologies, reaching out to ruffle his hair, which was soft and inviting to the touch. I forgive you, but do make it up to me later, Aemon declared generously, embodying a spirit of magnanimity. As the two engaged in lively conversation, onlookers gradually dispersed. Harold maintained a stoic demeanor, discreetly exchanging a glance with Cole, who silently departed. With the princess present, matters were nearing resolution. Aemon astutely observed, feeling no inclination to delve further. It was of little consequence. Cole was the one who faced the brunt of it, and no heads would roll over this. Rhaenyra, have you just returned from the dragon's lair? Aemon, with pressing matters at hand, took her soft hand, his face alight with admiration. I just returned. Could you take me to the dragon's lair for a visit? A skull of a black death god Balerion could yield 100 points of essence. Even living dragons, though not comparable, could still absorb considerable magic. This was a golden opportunity for profit. Rhaenyra naturally grasped his small hand, leading him toward Maegor's holdfast. Of course, but it is quite late today. Then let us plan for another day. You shall take me along. Aemon was never one to be picky, possessing ample patience and resourcefulness. Within the king's chambers, the flickering candlelight danced. Viserys Targaryen, having toiled throughout the day, reclined comfortably in his chair, engaging in conversation. Do you think what I propose is feasible? He was the fifth king of the Iron Throne, Viserys I of House Targaryen. His silver-gold hair fell tousled over his shoulders, a light stubble graced his chin, and though his features were unremarkable, they exuded warmth. At first glance, one might mistake him for a wealthy gentleman. Aemon's affairs? Alicent, seated beside him, appeared lost in thought, responding with a question. Indeed, he's a commendable candidate. Viserys beamed with joy, his bandaged ring finger elevated, clearly in high spirits. The council meeting yielded a variety of opinions, yet it managed to commence on a promising note. Recently, he had been troubled with sleepless nights over his daughter's impending marriage. But last, there seemed to be a glimmer of hope. Rhaenyra was 12 this year, and in 2 years, she would come of age. Nobles from across the realm had already begun sending proposals. The stack of letters towered higher than the table itself. Alicent furrowed her brow slightly, cautiously inquiring, "Does my father also approve?" Of course, Viserys replied promptly, his smile broadening. Firstly, Otto Hightower's support was unexpected. Alicent lowered her gaze, concealing the doubts that lingered in her eyes, and suggested, Aemon is quite young. Perhaps there are better suitors. The relationship between stepmother and stepdaughter has historically been fraught with tension. Aemon was an innocent child, and she did not wish to entangle the young prince, entrusted to her care by the venerable king, in such matters. Viserys straightened, feigning calm despite his perplexity, and remarked, the council had previously discussed Ser Laenor Velaryon from House Velaryon as a potential candidate. While he spoke, the deep furrow in his brow revealed that this choice was not entirely to his liking. Aemon had the backing of Dragonstone, which also signified support from his brother Daemon. Choosing him would not only strengthen the royal lineage but also mend brotherly ties. In contrast, Laenor was the son of Corlys Velaryon, the sea snake, and the weight of House Velaryon from Driftmark loomed heavily upon his heart. Chapter 14 Aemon. No, I believe Ser Laenor would make an excellent consort. Alicent, oblivious to her husband's probing, enthusiastically recommended him. He hails from a noble lineage, is a dragon rider, and possesses impeccable character. The council had not reached a consensus, and she expressed her opinions without reservation. Viserys listened quietly, then pointedly inquired, is this your own thought, or does it stem from Otto? It has nothing to do with my father, Alicent replied, shaking her head in denial. Viserys nodded, regaining his smile. Laenor is indeed commendable, but suitability is paramount. His earlier inquiry was intended to clarify the Prime Minister Otto's stance. Although Otto had publicly supported the idea in the council, the dissenting votes from the other lords were more numerous. The reason was simple. Daemon was a troublemaker, and no one wished to see him return to a position of power. Otto was his most significant ally, and Alicent's attitude represented her father to some extent. In Viserys' mind, Otto and Daemon had always been adversaries. You are correct, Alicent said, biting her nails in a display of tension. Rhaenyra favors handsome and valiant knights. She would not consider a mere child. Her resolve remained unwavering. Viserys' expression turned to one of astonishment. It was the first time he noticed this earnest side of his wife. He then chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Let's not dwell on this. The children will return soon, and we must prepare for the welcoming feast. Alicent softly acknowledged him, her head bowed low. It was merely idle chatter. Viserys took his wife's hand and, smiling, rose to leave. As they passed by the favored stone-carved round table, his eyes narrowed slightly. That night, the Red Keep was aglow with candlelight as a banquet unfolded in the second-floor hall. Aemon, having changed into a clean attire, arrived early, accompanied by Gonsal. Rhaenyra was a tad slower, having swapped her dragon-riding gear for a beige gown, her beauty enhanced by the flickering candlelight. Upon seeing her, Aemon felt a swell of admiration. Westerners matured rapidly, and he mused, will I also grow tall? Resting his chin on his hand, filled with hope. Soon, the king and queen arrived hand in hand. With a creak, Commander Herald of the King's Guard pushed open the door, positioning 2 guards at the entrance. Your Majesty, Aemon instinctively stood, bowing in greeting. Mischievous though he was, he understood the necessity of decorum. Ha ha, no need for excessive formality, Viserys said, his face beaming with joy as he strode into the hall, his gaze fixed on his nephew from afar. Aemon, come let your uncle have a good look at you. Ignoring Alicent, who appeared hesitant, he approached the dining table to foster a closer connection. Aemon found himself somewhat bewildered by such warmth. After being questioned extensively, he was finally released by a thoroughly satisfied Viserys. Aemon exhaled in relief and returned to his seat. Just as he thought the moment had settled, a man entered the doorway, clad in dark green attire, his hair meticulously styled, exuding a somber demeanor. The middle-aged man wore a smile, his humble exterior slightly marred by a raised chin, adorned with the sigil of the burning tower. Otto, you have arrived, Viserys greeted him over his shoulder. Receiving the invitation was an immense honor. Otto nodded slightly, his demeanor perfectly poised. As the father-in-law of the king, he was entitled to partake in the royal family feast. At that moment, Viserys glanced at the seating arrangement and feigned curiosity. Aemon, is your mother not joining us? No, I am on leave. She is feeling a bit unwell after the long journey. Aemon had already prepared an excuse to spare his mother from facing the king. Viserys, unconcerned, chuckled. That is for the best. Your mother is hardly a demure character, more akin to a warrior maiden, though it appeared to be a compliment. The mirth did not reach his eyes. Ever since his ascension to the throne, Lady Rhea had sought to dissolve her marriage to her brother Daemon, a request that had been met with repeated refusals. Consequently, Lady Rhea harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the entire royal family. Viserys, who favored his brother, found his obstinate sister-in-law quite vexing. After a brief conversation, Alicent instructed the servants to serve the dishes. Given the intimate nature of the gathering, only a handful of individuals were present. Viserys appeared delighted, frequently raising his cup to drink with Otto and engaging in familial banter with his nephew Aemon. This, however, left Aemon feeling somewhat bewildered, a foolish grin plastered across his young face. His mother had warned him that he had no rightful place in King's Landing. The warmth with which his uncle Viserys treated him must surely indicate a hidden agenda. Considering his youth and vulnerability, there might also be something to gain. What could a king possibly want from him? Aemon's thoughts darted around until they settled on the petite figure of Rhaenyra, who was eating quietly beside him. From the moment Uncle Viserys entered, Rhaenyra had appeared disinterested, even responding to her father's attempts at conversation with a forced smile. Their relationship seemed to be in a troubling state. At this juncture, Aemon wondered if the matter at hand pertained to Rhaenyra's marriage. A shiver ran down his spine at the thought. Although he and Rhaenyra shared the same grandfather, they were not of the same lineage. This was an unthinkable notion. Aemon, what are you pondering? Viserys inquired, taking a sip of his wine and noticing his nephew's pallor. Aemon quickly waved his hands. Nothing at all. My father is crabbing at the stepstones, but I am rather afraid of river crabs. Viserys regarded him with a peculiar glance, but chose not to press further, dismissing it as a child's fanciful musings. As the revelry continued, Viserys surveyed the hall, his gaze landing on Ser Harwin, stationed in a corner as a sentinel. Impossible to overlook. Suddenly, recalling Sir Harold's mention of a minor conflict earlier that day, an idea struck him. Meanwhile, Aemon trembled slightly, focusing intently on his meal. Then, his beloved uncle spoke. "Aemon, you are already 8 years old. Have you ever practiced swordsmanship?" "Huh?" Aemon blinked in surprise, looking up to reply, "No, I have not yet learned." Traditionally, in the realm of Westeros, noble offspring were introduced to swordplay around the ages of 6 to 8, instructed by dedicated tutors in the ways of knighthood. This was not the case for him, as his mother, Lady Rhea, showed little interest in his upbringing, opting only to provide a scholar within the castle to teach him academic subjects. "Having gained my mother's approval, I have indeed contemplated the prospect of returning to the city to seek the guidance of a competent tutor. After all, he is a youth with considerable potential. I surmise that the burly figure behind you does not appear to possess the patience requisite for teaching." With a jovial demeanor, confidently proclaimed, "I shall engage a commendable instructor for you, ensuring that you become a formidable warrior, rivaling both your father and grandfather." "Really?" inquired, his expression one of skepticism. The king would not utter falsehoods. Observing from the sidelines, interjected with a light-hearted compliment towards the king, turned his gaze, catching a glimpse of a profound look. "It seems that Prime Minister harbors his own motives, though it remains uncertain whether they are directed at him. After all, his father holds animosity towards the man. What is your opinion on selecting an instructor from the royal guard?" Unaware of his nephew's unease, proceeded directly to the commander of the guards standing nearby. Appeared momentarily taken aback, as the king had not provided prior notice. Nevertheless, demonstrating remarkable composure, he respectfully responded, "Among the 7 brothers of the royal guard. Aside from the fixed number assigned to protect your majesty, it would not pose a problem to designate one as the prince's tutor." Chapter 15. The number of guardians the king's will was not to be disregarded, and Viserys was exceedingly pleased, laughing heartily. "Excellent. My esteemed commander of the king's guard. Do you have any recommendations?" Harold found himself momentarily at a loss for words, quickly sifting through thoughts. In the realm of the king's guard, strength was paramount, and with age weighing upon him, he typically remained close to the king and the princess. Among the other guards, Cole's prowess was indisputable. He had triumphed over the Cargill brothers, fellow members of the king's guard, during the tournament, marking the zenith of his martial capabilities. However, Cole was favored by the princess and was recognized as her personal knight. Harold furrowed his brow, caught in a quandary over whom to select. Aside from himself and Cole, Sir Laurent and the Cargill brothers were equally formidable, each capable of taking on 10 opponents single-handedly. Their involvement was essential for the protection of the king. As for the remaining 2, at last, Harold settled on a candidate and leaned in to whisper into the king's ear, "It is him." Upon hearing this, Viserys' eyes lit up, and he called out to one of the white knights standing guard at the door, "Sir Stephen, your king requires your service." Aemon had no say in the matter and turned his gaze towards the entrance. The 2 white knights, one on either side, turned to acknowledge the sound. Aemon recognized the knight on the right as the one who had welcomed him during the day. "Your Majesty, how may I serve you?" Sir Stephen Darklyn approached with earnestness. Viserys adjusted his attire and assumed a serious demeanor. "From today onward, I wish for you to serve as the knightly mentor to Aemon Targaryen, guiding him to become a true knight." "Teach Prince Aemon?" Sir Stephen was taken aback, having not been informed of this development. Once the task was conveyed, Viserys added, "If you have any reservations, do not hesitate to express them." Harold interjected with a solemn expression. Stephen quickly regained his composure and replied gravely, "It would be my honor, your majesty." The king was known for his tolerance and consideration of those around him. However, donning the white cloak meant that personal interests must not interfere. "Very well," Viserys said, patting Stephen's arm, then turning to his nephew. "What do you think about being instructed by this white knight?" The weight of a king's guard was not to be underestimated. "It is also my honor." Aemon stood up, his cherubic face set with determination. This was a matter that could not be refused, nor was there any justification for refusal. In this era, the prestige of the king's guard remained high, unlike the chaotic assortment of inept individuals in later times. At his young age, he required such loyal and courageous protectors. At worst, he might refrain from speaking ill of his uncle in private or engage in minor mischief behind his back. Ah, splendid. Viserys beamed, increasingly fond of his nephew, a joy swelling within him that was difficult to articulate. After all, he was a blood relative. In the past, to secure his position on the Iron Throne, he had been somewhat distant toward his young nephew, failing to fulfill his duties as an uncle. Now, with his lineage expanding, it was time to tend to his young kin. Just look at that cherubic, fair face. How could one not find it endearing? He was far more sensible than his outrageous, troublesome brother. Aemon continued to enjoy his meal. Truly a good child, thought Viserys, who was still quite young. The following day marked the celebration of young Aegon's second birthday, a prelude to the upcoming royal hunt. Guests from various factions gathered, filling the Red Keep to capacity. A large group of nobility encircled the day's guest of honor, playfully teasing little Aegon, who was cradled in the arms of a plump maid, while Alicent looked on, smiling and showcasing him for others to admire. Some remarked on his hair resembling his father's, while others commented on his eyes. His nose looks like mine, doesn't he it? Viserys said, lifting his goblet in one hand while pinching his eldest son's cheek, eliciting delightful squeals from the child. Aemon mingled near a table laden with exquisite delicacies, indulging heartily while remaining inconspicuous. He relished the festivities, savoring the sumptuous food. Your Highness, you are still growing. You ought to eat less and more frequently. Sir Steve, clad in silver armor and a white cloak, stood nearby, feeling it necessary to remind him. Aemon looked up, his mouth smeared with sticky jam, and replied with a simple, affable smile, "Very well, my lord. I'm quite full now." Sir Steve nodded lightly, his earlier concern dissipating. He had heard of the conflict between Prince Aemon and Cole the previous day and had expected a petulant little demon. Yet, it seemed Aemon was quite amiable. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, Aemon wondered what Sir Steve was truly thinking. Otherwise, he would certainly have informed him, "You are premature in your joy." It must be said, Sir Steve was indeed quite trustworthy. Aemon caught a glimpse of the man's face, which bore the weight of age beyond his years. Though he didn't possess the intimidating presence of Gonsal or the striking handsomeness of the Seagull knight, he was of modest stature and had an ordinary appearance, perpetually wearing a serious expression that suggested reliability. Now, he was at Aemon's service, which delighted him. After satisfying his hunger, Aemon began searching the hall for a familiar figure. Rhaenyra had promised to take him to the dragon's lair yesterday, and he had not forgotten. But where could she be? Aemon scanned the room, but Rhaenyra was nowhere in sight. Just then, a figure hurried through the guests, making a beeline for the king. Viserys was entertaining his son, basking in the flattery of his courtiers. "Your Majesty, there's urgent military news from the Stepstones," Tywin Lannister leaned in, whispering. Viserys turned to see his maritime minister, tall and regal in dark attire, his golden hair slicked back, his handsome features marked with gravity. "Your Majesty," Tywin began again, intending to discuss the situation in the Stepstones. Viserys, however, waved him off, cutting him short. "Tywin, not today." But Tywin was taken aback. "Let the sea snake and demon worry about it for now," Viserys said nonchalantly, turning to select some delicacies, unwilling to add to his troubles. Meanwhile, Aemon observed everything from the table. Viserys noticed him as well, offering a kind smile to his nephew. Aemon returned the smile and departed from the table. The matter concerned their father, Daemon, yet he felt little apprehension. The crab feeder, though formidable, was destined to meet his demise. Not long after, Viserys was confronted by a raucous Tyrant, who, under the pretense of searching for his daughter, raised quite a commotion. "I shall go and see," he declared. Alicent, upon hearing the noise, likely surmised where Rhaenyra might be. The two had been childhood friends, sharing a secret haven. However, after Rhaenyra's marriage to Viserys and the birth of her children, her position as heir had been compromised, causing a gradual rift in their relationship. With Rhaenyra absent, it was presumed she was in hiding. Aemon's eyes brightened at the thought of joining Alicent in the search, only to be informed that he was needed to help care for the children. "No, I cannot," he protested bitterly. After all, he was but a child himself. Suddenly, little Joffrey was thrust into his arms, the squirming infant protesting with a displeased expression. "Do not fuss. I am equally reluctant." Aemon frowned, clearly disinclined. Young Joffrey, undeterred, struggled vigorously, exclaiming, "Speak plainly." Aemon's expression darkened. At merely 2 years old, such fussing was unwarranted. He wasn't a newborn like Helena. Joffrey shook his head defiantly, showing no respect. "Well done. Do maintain your dignity." Aemon, not one to be outdone, thought he could best the child, and as he squeezed through the crowd holding little Joffrey, he casually snatched a plate of blueberries, a wicked smile gradually spreading across his face. Chapter 16. The Melancholic Maiden. Rhaenyra, approximately a quarter of an hour later, in the corner of the banquet hall, 2 silver-haired boys, one large and one small, sat facing each other. A mischievous grin adorned Aemon's face as he pinched a blueberry, half of which he stuffed into little Aegon's mouth, while the other half, dripping with saliva, he rubbed against the boy's cheek. After finishing a small plate of blueberries, little Aegon's belly was round, his face and mouth smeared with a vivid blue hue. The prince and queen would surely be angry upon seeing this. The plump maid standing nearby appeared on the verge of tears. "No witties. I'll bear the brunt of any blame from Alicent," Aemon said, unfazed. "This is merely the beginning." Little Aegon shook his head vigorously, stuttering in protest. "Brother, no. I won't eat it." "Have you learned to speak?" Aemon exclaimed in astonishment, realizing the boy was articulating in High Valyrian. Perhaps due to Aemon's constant chatter, the little one was compelled to mature. "Uh-huh." Little Aegon nodded vigorously, no longer exhibiting his previous bravado. Aemon set down the few remaining blueberries, a satisfied smile breaking across his face. It must be my influence. The fact that the tiny boy, at such a tender age, had grasped his mother tongue directly was quite a feat. This reminiscence transported Aemon back to the days of his great-grandfather, when he and Alicent had endeavored to teach him Balerion. The phonetics of Balerion were concise, sharing a kindred spirit with the Chinese language. He had self-taught himself in this primary language, mastering it far beyond the common tongue of the continent. "Out to strike a pose," Aemon chuckled. "What comes around goes around. Alicent should be thanking me." The future diminutive king of the Green faction had him in a firm grasp. "What are you doing here, Aemon?" Suddenly, Alicent's voice rang out, followed by a gasp. "Aegon, what has happened to him?" Aemon froze, ceasing his playful demeanor. Alicent hurried over, bending down to scoop up her son. Upon seeing his blueberry-stained face, she was torn between anger and amusement. "Aemon, why are you tormenting him?" She retrieved a handkerchief, attempting to wipe away the stains, only to find the blue pigment smearing further. Little Aegon tumbled into her embrace, looking as pitiful as a chubby 2-year-old. "Mother, you can talk now?" Alicent was taken aback by the unexpected revelation. "It appears Aegon must spend more time with children," she mused thoughtfully, adding with a teasing tone. "Thank you, Aemon." Aemon retracted his hands from his hips, offering an awkward smile. "No need for thanks." His expression mirrored that of a cat caught in mischief, exuding both innocence and a hint of ingratiation. Alicent sighed in resignation, wiping away the tears from little Aegon's eyes before carrying him away to wash his face. As she departed, she cast a complex glance over her shoulder, quickening her pace. Aemon waved goodbye, watching as Alicent and her son receded into the distance. The gentle sound of footsteps approached from behind. Turning around, he found Rhaenyra, her expression tinged with melancholy, had silently arrived. Before he could greet her, she managed a faint smile. "Is it amusing to tease Aegon?" She had been brought back from the Godswood by Alicent. "Are you unhappy?" Aemon inquired, tilting his head, his large eyes brimming with sincerity. Rhaenyra paused, momentarily taken aback, and vehemently denied. "No." "Uh-huh." Aemon tilted his head, adopting a look that conveyed his disbelief. "I am quite displeased, and it is nearly inscribed upon my visage." Rhaenyra felt utterly uncomfortable under the scrutinizing gaze, turning away to concoct an excuse. "Indeed, there is no cake at the feast that I adore." "So it is." Aemon nodded, choosing not to expose her pretense. Clearly, it was not merely due to that. She was stubbornly maintaining her pride. Today marked Aegon's naming day celebration, a grand occasion where half of the noble lords and ladies of the realm lavished their flattery, neglecting Rhaenyra, the rightful heir to the Iron Throne, who would not feel disheartened in her position. Do you recall the promise you made to me yesterday? Aemon, ever considerate, deftly shifted the topic, smiling. Since the feast lacks your favorite cake, let us venture to the dragon pit together. Let us not dwell on the animosity between Alicent and Rhaenyra. He was ever intent on reaping the essence of the moment. Rhaenyra surveyed her surroundings, confirming that no one sought her company, and with a resigned shrug, replied, "Very well, let us treat this as a respite." "Oh, splendid. Let us depart," Aemon exclaimed with exuberance, and they promptly set off. Unnoticed by the revelers, they made their way to the forecourt with ease. The gates creaked open, revealing the streets beyond the Red Keep. Rhaenyra lamented, "I did not summon Cole. How shall we proceed?" Given the day's merriment, even the drivers were nowhere to be found. "Fear not, for I am well prepared," Aemon declared confidently, patting his chest. No sooner had he spoken than Sir Steve arrived with a gleaming white carriage, expertly halting at the entrance. "See?" Aemon chuckled. Rhaenyra was slightly taken aback, not expecting the young lad to be so adept at commanding others, and could not help but smile in amusement. Sir Steve, a man of practicality, scooped up the little prince with open arms, gently placing him in the carriage's compartment. Of course, he was not the only escort. 3 guards mingling among the revelers followed on horseback. En route, the carriage swayed slightly. Aemon and Rhaenyra sat on opposite sides, silently gazing down. William, of a similar age to Rhaenyra, was also within, tending to Aemon's essential treasure basket. A click signaled Aemon rummaging through the incubator, lifting the lid to inspect the dragon egg, as per routine. A puff of white smoke emerged, revealing the black dragon egg unscathed. Discovering an item infused with magic, he noted a gain of magical essence. Aemon felt a tinge of disappointment as he completed the tri-daily collection of chives and sealed the lid once more. The dragon egg had yet to hatch. Even should it eventually emerge, during the tumultuous period of the blood dragon's frenzy, a mere unseasoned hatchling would prove ineffective. It seemed he must explore an alternative path. Aemon pondered silently, and his already melancholic companion, Rhaenyra, remained reticent. As time trickled by, the atmosphere grew increasingly somber. Ahem. William cleared his throat softly, casting a furtive glance at the esteemed and beautiful princess opposite him, and quietly remarked, "Prince, I shall endeavor to acquire some driving skills." Without allowing others a chance to respond, he nimbly slipped out the door. Aemon felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, thinking how a wild boar cannot savor fine grain and lamenting the lack of ambition in such folly. Rhaenyra, drawn back to the present by the sound, offered an apologetic smile. "I am sorry I was lost in thought again." "Not at all. I too was organizing my belongings," Aemon replied. Aemon mustered his strength to secure the heavy incubation vessel. The extraction of essence is no trivial endeavor, and the discovery of magical artifact presents its own challenges, while finding items that yield a stable production of essence is an even greater trial. Thus far, only 2 items have proven sufficiently reliable: Valyrian steel and dragon eggs. The former is represented by a family sword, Black Fire, housed within the Red Keep, though the frequency of essence collection remains to be validated. In Stonehenge, there lies another family sword, Weeping, which Aemon can wield since his departure from King's Landing. Its notable characteristic is its substantial yield. In contrast, dragon eggs produce a lesser quantity, yet fortunately, they are more abundant. If all goes as anticipated, this expedition to the dragon's lair promises considerable rewards. Aemon's thoughts whirled, and he sighed inwardly. If only I possessed a spell for locating magical items, I could avoid the blind groping and save ample time for more fruitful endeavors. I have yet to examine the cards today. A sudden inspiration struck him, and he summoned the dazzling panel. Creak! The alabaster wheelhouse came to a halt, and outside, the voice of Sir Steve rang out. "Your Highness, Princess, we have arrived at the dragon's lair." "Very well," Rhaenyra said, brushing aside a silver strand of hair, striving to invigorate her spirit. Chapter 17. The dragon's lair. The White Wheel Palace came to a halt atop a lofty hill. Before them loomed a magnificent dome-shaped structure. Bang! Aemon, caught off guard, leaped from the palace without exchanging his cards, pausing to gaze at the dragon's lair, exclaiming in awe, "Wow, it's enormous. Much larger than I remembered. It surpasses the usual castles of the nobility, resembling a low mountain peak." "Quickly, follow me inside," Rhaenyra said, her demeanor noticeably brighter as she composed herself. "Let us go." Aemon obediently trailed behind her. In a vast expanse of King's Landing, the dragon's lair stood as the most iconic edifice aside from the Red Keep. Aemon observed as he walked, attempting to estimate its size. It stretched endlessly, covering at least 9 hectares. Such vastness is necessary to accommodate dragons, he mused silently. Nevertheless, he felt little fondness for the structure, considering it an unnecessary embellishment. Dragons, as rulers of both sky and earth, would be better suited to reside on Dragonstone, rather than being confined and restrained. With a rumble, they ascended the steps, and the great bronze doors of the dragon's lair creaked open. A dozen dragon keepers clad in gray linen and wielding bamboo staffs emerged. "Your Highness, Prince," greeted an elderly keeper, his thinning hair framing a respectful bow, speaking in the purest High Valyrian. The dragon keepers, known as the Dragon Guards, were dedicated to the care and management of the dragons within the lair. Typically, they were raised from childhood by those of Valyrian descent, forming an organization entirely devoted to the royal family. "Elder, I've brought him to familiarize himself with the dragon's lair," Rhaenyra replied with a slight nod. Also in High Valyrian, the elder keeper scrutinized the young prince for a moment before consenting. Indeed, royal sons ought to be acquainted with dragons from a young age. Rhaenyra forced a smile, her focus shifting as she entered the lair. Aemon, noticing her sudden change in mood, expressed his gratitude to the elder keeper. "Thank you for your efforts." He spoke with equal fluency in High Valyrian, his words flowing effortlessly. He then hurried to catch up with Rhaenyra. Upon entering the interior of the dragon's lair, the dimly lit dome-like structure relied solely on torches affixed to the walls for illumination. Rhaenyra led the way, continuing in High Valyrian, "Would you prefer to see Syrax first, or Dreamfire?" Aemon, struggling to keep pace with her long strides, replied, "I'd like to see the dragon eggs first." "Very well. I shall instruct the dragon keepers to fetch them," Rhaenyra said, her tone flat as she navigated the oval hall, which felt as familiar to her as a bedroom. Remarkably, she embodied the essence of a princess, even without the grandeur of a ceremonial gown. Instead, she wore a black ensemble befitting a Targaryen's grace. The fitted trousers accentuated her long legs, while a simple inner garment paired with a cinched dress delicately showcased her well-defined figure. Aemon glanced up, noting the inner garment's neckline adorned with golden embroidery of dragon motifs, and a delicate necklace embedded with tiny rubies graced her alabaster neck. The overall aesthetic conveyed a sense of understated elegance, exuding luxury with depth. Wealth indeed graces her. She is a true matron of affluence. It is difficult for Aemon not to feel envious. Just look at the exquisite adornments that embellish her hands and neck. In stark contrast, his own delicate fingers are bare, save for a few remnants of lotus root from his indulgent meals. Suddenly, a cacophony of sound fills the air as the dragon keepers bring forth an array of incubators, meticulously arranging them within the grand hall. An elderly dragon keeper approaches, his voice resonating with gravitas. "Your Highness, the inventory from the dragon lair is all here." "Thank you," Aemon replies, his eyes alight with eagerness as he eagerly begins his work. 16 incubators are arrayed in a perfect square, 4x4. Observing his lack of composure, Rhaenyra furrows her brows and inquires, "Do you not possess a dragon egg?" "My own has yet to hatch. I wish to see if the others differ," Aemon beams, lifting the lid of a black steel furnace. With a sharp click, dense white smoke billows forth, and the crackling of the glowing coals fills the air, revealing a solitary green dragon egg resting quietly. Before the astonished gazes of all present, he boldly reaches out to touch it, discovering a magical artifact that grants him a potency of 3. Rhaenyra, alarmed, quickly pulls him back, exclaiming, "Aemon, you may burn yourself," turning over his small hand. She is astonished to find no trace of redness or burns, save for a slight dusting of coal ash. "By the gods, The elderly dragon keeper exclaims, his eyes wide with disbelief. The Targaryens are known for their heat resilience, typically limited to candle flames and scalding water. But direct contact with a dragon egg heated to the temperature of glowing coals is a rarity. I am unharmed, Rhaenyra, Aemon replies innocently, shaking his hand free from her grasp. Rhaenyra is taken aback, stating, "You are quite extraordinary, Aemon. Is it possible that this little one fears fire? Or perhaps not." Aemon's gaze flickers. From a young age, he realized he possessed a dual heritage of dreamwalker and heat resistance. However, his dreams often veered into the bizarre, rarely yielding prophetic insights. Aside from disrupting his sleep, they provided little reward. His heat resistance, on the other hand, was vividly apparent. After activating the bloodline column yesterday, he felt a heightened sensitivity to temperature. He was unfazed by heat, yet uncomfortable with the cold. He mused that Demon might be astonished by this revelation. Rhaenyra took some time to reconcile with this reality, her expression tinged with a sense of longing. "It's all right. He won't mind," Aemon reassured her, offering comfort to the sensitive young woman. They continued to speak ill of his father, and Aemon turned his focus back to the task at hand. He discovered another magical artifact, accumulating potency 333. The notification chimed 16 times, indicating that all dragon eggs had been harvested. Reluctant to cease, he summoned a vibrant panel, including his own black dragon egg. The figure beside the golden funnel reached an exhilarating total. Essence quantity, 198. Such bountiful gains. The realm of King S. Landing is indeed beneficial, with magical essence surging abundantly. Aemon beamed with delight, suddenly reluctant to let these plump dragon eggs slip away. If only he could take a few, it would surely accumulate into a greater fortune. Upon reflecting on this, Aemon cast a glance around, promptly dismissing his thoughts. Setting aside the melancholic Rhaenyra, the dragon keepers were fixated on the dragon eggs, leaving him no opportunity to claim more than his fair share. Aemon momentarily shelved his schemes and took Rhaenyra's delicate hand, suggesting, "Let us go and observe the dragons." After all, the dragon eggs were but trifles. The dragons themselves were of far greater significance. Was it Syrax or Dreamfire? Rhaenyra reiterated her previous statement. Aemon pondered for a brief moment before affirmatively declaring, "Dreamfire." Rhaenyra nodded, unsurprised, and led the way. "We shall journey together." The elder dragon keeper's countenance was grave as he summoned several younger keepers. Dreamfire, the mother dragon, was the oldest and largest of the adult dragons residing in the lair. Her first master was none other than the founder of the Dragon Keepers, the late Queen Dina Targaryen, sister to the revered King Jaehaerys. Following the demise of Queen Dina, Dreamfire had remained a dragon without a master, confined within the lair for decades. Over the years, her temperament had grown exceedingly volatile. Aemon pranced along, in stark contrast to the anxiety of the Dragon Keepers, even discreetly accessing his panel to examine his cards. 1. Physique 1. A safe and harmless enhancement of physical strength. 2. Sleight of hand. A chance to turn another's possessions into one's own. 3. Golden-nosed rat. A small rodent with acute olfactory and auditory senses. The cards, 1 white, 1 green, and 1 blue, shimmered brilliantly in the light. Chapter 18. Dreamfire of the Mother Dragon. The prices are as follows: 10, 60, and 120 essence points. Exorbitant, yet practical. Aemon inhaled deeply, feeling an overwhelming attraction to the 3 cards displayed before him, particularly the last card, Golden-Nosed Mouse, which, according to its description, seemed to be the quintessential pet. It might assist him in locating magical artifacts. With determination, Aemon decisively exchanged the first and third cards. Upon activation, the Physicality 1 card shattered instantly, transforming into a brilliant white halo that surged into his heart. The Golden-Nosed Mouse, however, manifested as a faint blue light, unobtrusively drifting into the embroidered backpack at his waist, invisible to outsiders. Aemon maintained a composed expression, only sensing a warm surge within his body, accompanied by a newfound strength. Observing the numbers beside the golden hourglass, he noted a significant reduction. Essence quantity, 68. It would be disingenuous to say he felt no pangs of regret. Yet every sacrifice proved worthwhile. The daily cards provided by the panel were random, filled with an assortment of peculiar and useless items. It had been 7 or 8 days since Physicality 1 last appeared. If he did not redeem it now, the next opportunity remained uncertain. As for the second card, Empty Hands, he decided to conserve his essence for now. He considered himself a wealthy heir, and there was no need to squander what belonged to others. Curiosity piqued. He sought to glimpse the little mouse. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, Aemon furtively glanced around and reached into his backpack. Squeak. Upon touching it, he felt the soft, round form emitting delicate sounds. Princess, let us proceed to assess the situation, suddenly spoke the elderly dragon keeper, startling Aemon. Unbeknownst to him, the group had descended deeper into the dragon pit through the underground entrance of the Grand Hall, surrounded by shadowy stone walls leading to a vast cavern with numerous twists and turns. We shall wait here, Rhaenyra declared, pulling Aemon aside. Aemon had no objections, secretly fondling the furry creature. He was well aware of his purpose for being here, primarily to ascertain whether the dragon could provide magical essence, and secondarily to engage with and tame the dragon. Indeed, if possible, he wished to attempt taming the long-imprisoned, tempestuous mother dragon, Dreamfire. Its impressive size, fierce temperament, and splendid appearance made it a worthy target. Rather than allowing the still infant Helena to squander time, he would take the initiative to master it. Even if he could not contend with Vagarol, one of the 3 elder dragons of the founding era, he believed he would not fall short compared to the 3rd generation of giants. Do you wish to tame Dreamfire? Rhaenyra inquired. Aemon did not conceal his intentions, admitting, I won't give it a try. Dreamfire is quite remarkable. I wish you success, Rhaenyra replied earnestly. From the moment Aemon proposed the request regarding the dragon's lair, she had anticipated his desire. The two shared a bloodline, with dragon tamers in their lineage stretching back to their great-grandparents, except for their mothers, who hailed from the Valley and had no prior experience with dragons. Even Viserys and Daemon were dragon tamers. Riding dragons was a passion ingrained in their very essence, compelling them to invest themselves wholeheartedly. As he gazed upon the supportive Rhaenyra, Aemon felt a surge of emotion, thumping his small chest with determination. If I could tame a dragon, I would surely defend you against anyone who dares to bully you. Dragons are indeed a rare treasure. Since the fall of the freehold of Valyria, only the Targaryens remain as the last noble family of dragonlords. Over the years, the Targaryens have scarcely mustered more than a handful of dragons. Rhaenyra, with her generosity, was a rare find. She chuckled at his earnestness and explained, You are Daemon's son. My brother, how could our family's dragons be stingy with you? Nevertheless, witnessing Aemon's earnest and somewhat comical display of bravado warmed her heart. This was not a brother vying for her claim to the Iron Throne. Their bond was free of malice. In her youth, her uncle Daemon had spoiled her. Now, treating Aemon kindly served as another emotional anchor. Just as the two were caught in this tender moment, a displeased squeak interrupted them. Aemon quickly looked down to see a round, cream-colored mouse poking its head out from his backpack, having been inadvertently squeezed in a moment of excitement. What is this? Rhaenyra exclaimed, recoiling in surprise, her warmth dissipating, replaced by caution. Fear not, it is my pet mouse that I caught in the Red Keep. Aemon replied with a sheepish smile, extracting the golden-nosed creature by the scruff of its neck. The creature resembled a plump little hamster, its body covered in soft, cream-colored fur, with pink paw pads. Its only distinctive feature was its golden nose, as if it had been stealing cheese. Aemon held it up for inspection, muttering, It's actually quite adorable. Is it reliable? Rhaenyra questioned, her skepticism evident, for it seemed unlikely that such a mouse could be merely a casual catch. It was well known that the Red Keep was riddled with secret passages, akin to a vast mouse nest. Concealing his inner delight, Aemon placed the golden-nosed mouse back into his backpack, quickly assuring her, I'll put it away. You needn't worry. Just moments ago, he had become aware of the mouse's abilities. Its keen sense of smell and hearing endowed it with remarkable treasure-finding skills, capable of detecting even faint magical auras. This was no trivial matter. The golden-nosed mouse was a wondrous creature provided by his cards, possessing pouches on either side of its mouth that could hold up to a cubic meter of space. transforming it into a walking, multi-functional storage device. Heaven has favored me, Aemon thought, suppressing his excitement and bolstering his spirits. The mouse poked its head out again, squeaking defiantly as if to assert, "I am here to assist you." Aemon gently patted its head and firmly tucked it back into his bag. The little creature, summoned by the cards, was bound to obey, though it certainly had a bit of personality. Once he was certain that the plump little mouse would not escape again, Rhaenyra rolled her eyes and remarked, "Aemon, your taste is truly unique." Hee. Aemon scratched his head, grinning in a somewhat goofy manner. Since arriving at King's Landing, feigning ignorance has become a practiced art. At that moment, a series of sounds echoed through the dim cave. Flames flickered and wings soared. Two heads stood side by side, singing a trinity of verses. A solitary voice, born of fierce fire, resonated. It was the gruff timbre of the aged dragon keeper, joined by others in a haunting ballad sung in ancient Balerion. Aemon's gaze sharpened as he followed the sound. This was the fire song, the incantation to awaken the dragon. One must be prepared. Rhaenyra's expression turned grave, her experience serving as a warning. Indeed, Aemon dared not let his guard down. Before long, the dragon keepers who had entered the cave began to retreat slowly. They formed two cautious lines, each gripping bamboo staffs meant to soothe the mighty beast, moving back with deliberate care. Suddenly, the clanking of iron chains resonated through the cave, sharply piercing the silence of the tunnel. Aemon focused intently, his cherubic face marked by solemnity. His heartbeat quickened, and perspiration beaded upon his palms. Even the golden-nosed rat nestled within his backpack curled into a tight ball, transmitting waves of sheer terror. Boom! In the next instant, what was inevitable had come to pass. A colossal creature burst forth from a cave, the violent thrashing of chains causing the entire tunnel to tremble as a shower of rubble cascaded down. Creak. Chapter 19. The audacious Aemon, a gaping maw, vast and bloodthirsty, opened wide as fiery orange flames erupted, illuminating the dim surroundings. In an instant, the temperature surged perilously high. Before the dragon keepers could ready themselves, the flames surged forth in a sweeping arc. Cries of alarm echoed as they scrambled for safety amid the orange inferno and billowing smoke. "Aemon, hurry!" Rhaenyra, quick-witted, seized his small hand and turned to flee. Yet despite her efforts, she could not budge him. Aemon stood rooted in place, his gaze fixed ahead. With a sudden crackle, the firelight flickered away, revealing the true form of the pale blue dragon, its thunderous roar resonating with an unmistakable warning. Like a guardian of its territory, it sought to drive away any intruders. Aemon's breath caught in his throat as he resolutely declared, "Wait, Rhaenyra." He noted with clarity that the creature had not pursued them. "What?" Rhaenyra exclaimed in astonishment. Prince, for your safety, you must maintain a distance," an elderly dragon keeper urged, hurrying back, his thinning white hair singed in patches. The remaining keepers, equally startled, scrambled to their feet, struggling to maintain their formation. Aemon's expression tightened, his thoughts wholly consumed by the spectacle before him. The chains rattled incessantly, producing a cacophony that accompanied the dragon's rhythmic breaths. By the faint light, he discerned everything. In a shadowy cavern, he beheld a slender, pale blue dragon adorned with silver markings, crowned with an imposing set of ivory horns. Its delicate wings and silvery scales shimmered like the sky itself. This was the second-generation dragon of the family, Dreamfire. Aemon's cheeks flushed with excitement, his heart racing wildly. With a thunderous step forward, Dreamfire's amber, vertical pupils glimmered with vigilance. This swarm of tiny creatures had dared to trespass upon its dominion. So magnificent, Aemon felt an overwhelming urge to leap upon its back and soar through the skies. The splendid exterior of the pale blue dragon required it to bend low within the cavern, its size undoubtedly exceeding 50 meters. While it might not stand out among second-generation dragons, the potential for destruction it possessed was unfathomable. "Aemon, do you still wish to attempt this?" Rhaenyra tugged at him, fearful that if she released her grip, he might charge forward recklessly. Of course, he had previously thought that a dragon imprisoned for decades might not be suitable for him. Yet, gazing upon its mesmerizing form, all hesitation dissipated. Let me try. Taking a deep breath, Aemon turned to the elderly dragon keeper, seeking permission. Dreamfire has not attacked further. Can we stabilize it? The elder keeper's countenance darkened as he nodded gravely. We shall do our utmost. He instructed the still trembling keepers to retrieve their bamboo staffs and cautiously approach the dragon. Dreamfire was known for its volatility, prone to bursts of fury. Yet, the keepers routinely fed livestock to maintain contact with it. This sudden outburst might be attributed to the overwhelming presence of onlookers. To avert any casualties, all keepers proceeded with utmost caution. Stand back for a moment. Aemon's tone was unexpectedly serious as he urged Rhaenyra to retreat to the wall. The dragon was undeniably perilous, as evidenced by recent events. Rhaenyra opened her mouth to speak, but was firmly guided to safety by the small, yet forceful Aemon. Her initial resistance transforming into astonishment at his strength. Meanwhile, a soothing ancient Valyrian melody hummed through the air, gradually calming the agitated dragon. With a resounding crash, Dreamfire lifted its massive head, its colossal body settling down. The elderly dragon keeper approached cautiously, ensuring the dragon would not strike unexpectedly before softly calling out, "Your Highness, you may come closer." Aemon, upon hearing this, gathered his courage. "Do not fear, it will not devour you." He gently patted the trembling little mouse in his backpack and took small, determined steps forward. The process was remarkably smooth. Dreamfire lay motionless atop the pile of rubble, seemingly drained of energy. "What should I do?" Aemon inquired rationally as he drew near. The reality of taming a dragon was far more complex than the simplistic portrayals found in literature or film. He was merely a child, lacking the extensive experience of a seasoned dragon keeper. The elderly keeper spoke from a distance, lowering his voice. "You must stand before the dragon and raise your hand." He relayed the instructions as swiftly as possible to avoid provoking the beast. "If you're not attacked, then attempt to climb onto its back. If it does not resist, you will have an 80% chance of success. The rest is merely riding the dragon." "I understand." Aemon gritted his teeth, puffed out his chest, and slowly raised his palm. His small hand was pale and plump, reminiscent of a freshly harvested lotus root. Yet it was raised high in courage, directed at the dragon's indifferent gaze. "Roar." Dreamfire cast a fleeting glance, emitting a series of low growls from its throat, turning its head away from him. It regarded him as a tiresome human child, unworthy of its attention. Aemon, taken aback, hurriedly called out, "Look at me, Dreamfire. We agreed that if you do not resist, I would climb onto your back. Refusal would result in flames. What does it mean that you, such a grand dragon, ignore me?" Dreamfire's vertical pupils remained cold, akin to a distant, aloof beauty as it turned its head to the other side. "Not my type, not interested." "You." Aemon's eyes widened in determination. Today he would not back down. When Dreamfire's head moved to the left, he raised his hand and dashed to the left. When it shifted to the right, he followed suit. It moved. He chased, tethered by chains that hindered its flight. After several exhausting laps, Aemon gasped for breath, his raised hand trembling. "Dreamfire, what must I do for you to agree?" This was far from the grand spectacle of dragon taming he had envisioned. Nothing like it at all. At last, through his relentless efforts, Dreamfire was provoked into a furious response. Crack! Dreamfire suddenly sprang up, its light blue wings propelling against the rubble as it lowered its head menacingly to roar. "Damn human child! Had I not caught the scent of my previous master in you, I would have roasted you long ago." The force was tremendous. Aemon braced himself against the scorching, foul wind, squeezing his eyes shut as his skin prickled with pain. Yet he would not retreat. As long as he was not attacked, there remained a chance. "Roar!" Dreamfire, thoroughly exasperated, extended its head and bumped its snout against Aemon's stomach, forcefully pushing him away. That hurt. The tender abdomen of Aemon ached, prompting him to execute a backward roll upon the ground, spreading his legs before settling down again. When he opened his eyes once more, Dreamfire had already turned it apart. In a moment of panic, Aemon chased after, exclaiming, "Do not leave. I shall take you out to bask in the azure sky and fluffy clouds." Dreamfire paused momentarily, then departed without a trace of regret. The selection of a master is mutual. The dragon also chooses its keeper. Its first owner was a young and beautiful maiden, or at least that was the impression when they first encountered each other. Please don't go. Aemon could not comprehend the disparity. His short legs hastily catching up as he wrapped his arms around the sturdy dragon claw, adorned with pale blue scales. This audacious act left the onlookers utterly astounded. "Come on!" Rhaenyra gasped in shock, her courage inexplicably surging as she rushed forward to grasp the collar of his garment. After all, he was the one she had brought along. How could he be so reckless? Exhausted, Aemon was dragged away by his collar. The dragon handlers dared not delay, hastily stepping forward to shield the two princes. Cautiously maneuvering backward. Chapter 20. The freedom of flight. Upon arriving at the entrance of the dragon pit, Rhaenyra wasted no time and delivered a sharp slap to Aemon's backside. Aemon yelped in pain, yet remained fixated on the rear. What was the matter? Hadn't the dragon disregarded him? Observing his disgruntled expression, Rhaenyra's face flushed with anger as she exclaimed, "Aemon, you were nearly courting death just now. The dragon has clearly rejected you. To persist in your pursuit is to invite disaster." "It did not attack me," Aemon replied earnestly, his gaze unwavering. "It had no intention of harming me." Initially apprehensive, he now stood before Dreamfire, sensing an underlying sentiment emanating from the colossal creature, a profound indifference. Not only did it dismiss his plea for a bond, but it also seemed entirely unconcerned with his presence, devoid of any desire to strike. Rhaenyra's chest heaved with agitation as she coldly admonished, "You must not act recklessly again. This is utterly foolish." Even if Daemon faced challenges in dragon taming, he never exhibited such audacity. "Should anything happen, how would I explain it to your parents or my own father?" Faced with Rhaenyra's fury, Aemon instinctively lowered his gaze, feeling remorseful. "I am sorry. I will not do it again." It was not merely the act of touching Dreamfire that troubled him, but the concern he had caused. Reflecting on his earlier actions, he recognized their perilous nature. He should not have acted so impulsively, following his instincts without restraint. "Well, as long as you understand," Rhaenyra replied, clutching her chest, yearning for silence. She needed time to collect her thoughts. Aemon, biting his lip, traced circles on the ground with his toes. It was indeed fraught with danger, yet it bore an undisclosed bounty. Just moments ago, a notification had sounded. Discovery of a powerful creature imbued with unique magic. Acquired a portion of intense fire magic. Stealing a glance at Rhaenyra, who had turned her back to him, Aemon summoned the magic essence panel. Aemon Targaryen talent. Dreamer, gold, bloodline. Ancient Valyrian Dragon King, 18 skills. High Valyrian, mastered. Arithmetic, proficient, magic cards. None pet. Golden-nosed mouse, blue status. A well-developed human child. Poised to become a formidable warrior. His bloodline purity had inexplicably increased by 5, and a new pet section had appeared. Aemon pondered the implications, suspecting that Dreamfire's contribution was at play. The vibrant panel shifted, revealing the card interface. 3 cards remained, one being Master of Deception, his gaze sweeping past it. At the bottom, beside the golden hourglass, it read, Essence quantity, 168. The additional 100 points of magic essence were clearly a boon from Dreamfire. Aemon felt a flicker of pride, realizing he was no longer entirely ineffectual. Indeed, bloodline and essence had blossomed together, a true windfall. "Your Highness, I implore you to leave at once," the elderly dragon keeper, pale with fright, beseeched. The implications of a Targaryen encountering misfortune in his managed dragon lair were too grave to comprehend. The last time such terror gripped him was due to the audacious Balerion. Aemon, closing the panel, found himself torn, reluctant to depart, caught in a web of indecision. Although Dreamfire did not acknowledge him, he graciously accepted the gifts from Dreamfire, unwilling to part ways just yet. The elderly dragon keeper, assuming he still wished to attempt the impossible, wore a troubled expression. "My prince, you were merely 4 years old when your father first mounted a dragon's back. Aside from the hatchlings that emerge from cradles, no Targaryen has tamed a dragon younger than 10 years of age, the majority doing so only in adulthood. In other words, an 8-year-old child cannot even sit steadily in the saddle of a dragon." Aemon shook his head, clarifying that it was not about taming the dragon. He had another notion in mind. Dreamfire has an eccentric temperament. Might I request that you unshackle it, allowing it a brief moment of freedom? That is perilous. The elderly keeper replied with righteous conviction. After a moment of contemplation, Aemon spoke again. It is merely reclusive. It once symbolized auspiciousness during the hatching in King's Landing. A short flight would cause no harm. Upon hearing this, the elderly dragon keeper fell silent. Dreamfire was the second oldest dragon in existence, surpassed in age only by Vagor, possessing wisdom accrued over the years that rivaled that of humankind, having traversed the continents. Its hostility towards humans was notably mild. Aemon further persuaded. Even if Dreamfire were to fly far, its only destination would be Dragonstone. Indeed, the elderly dragon keeper conceded with a nod. Dragons are highly intelligent beings, each possessing a tendency to remain within their own territories. Just as the two wild dragons on Dragonstone only nest in Dragonmount, returning it to Dragonstone would not be a detriment. Suddenly, Rhaenyra spoke up. Let it return to Dragonstone. Aemon was taken aback, not expecting her to advocate for him. Rhaenyra scoffed. She was not defending the impudent boy, but rather objecting to the notion of a magnificent dragon being confined to a cave indefinitely. This was enough to bring joy to Aemon. With both royals speaking in favor, the elderly dragon keeper reluctantly acquiesced. Please, you two step outside. We shall handle this matter. Very well. Aemon readily agreed. Regardless of Rhaenyra's indifference, he took her soft hand and playfully shook it, boldly entwining their fingers. After all, girls are not so easily dissuaded. In their youth, Alicent would also require soothing to quell her temper, wiping away tears to continue caring for him. Rhaenyra, left with no choice, followed him out of the dragon's lair. With a thunderous roar, the bronze doors swung open, a ray of sunlight illuminating their faces, while a gentle breeze caressed their ears. Aemon squinted against the brightness, feeling a surge of vitality. Next time, do not act so recklessly, Rhaenyra admonished, turning her head away slightly in a show of disapproval. Aemon's lips curled into an adorable smile as he cheerfully replied, All right, I shall heed your words. As they conversed, a squad of guards approached. The dragon lair was a place of utmost importance. Even Sir Steve was stationed outside. My prince, one failure is inconsequential. You are still quite young. Sir Lane offered with a warm smile, his words filled with concern. It was then that Sir Steve and Sir William realized the prince had not emerged riding a dragon. Gonsal scoffed nonchalantly, munching on an orange and carelessly discarding the seeds. Just then, a loud thud echoed from within the dragon's lair, the sound of heavy footsteps. Protect the prince and princess. Sir Steve, the stalwart guardian, promptly shielded the two princes behind him. Silence, Dreamfire! The cry of the aged dragon keeper resonated, soothing the agitated dragon in High Balerion. Soon after, a shadow eclipsed the sunlight. An elegant pale blue dragon gracefully emerged from the bronze gates, its head held high, squinting against the sun's brilliance. Having been reclusive for years, it was adjusting to the light. Dragon, William exclaimed, nearly losing his footing on the steps. Sir Steve and Sir Ryan were equally astonished. It was their first encounter with a dragon at such proximity, their hands firmly gripping the hilts of their swords. By the seven hells, Gonsal was most astounded, gazing up at the magnificent creature, an orange segment falling from his mouth mid-bite. From a distance, the dragon seemed unremarkable. But now, merely a few meters away, a single claw could easily crush him. A profound sense of awe washed over him. Aemon observed everything, guiding Rhaenyra back with determination, stating, Everyone, keep your distance and give it ample space. Indeed, the escort squad was obedient to his command. Before long, only the long-absent dragon remained at the bronze gates. Dreamfire shook its head, shedding the chains from its elongated neck, unfurling a pair of delicate azure wings. The radiant sunlight illuminated its wings, casting a dreamlike tapestry of colors that enveloped Aemon beneath. Aemon raised his hand to shield his eyes, smiling as he praised, It is truly beautiful. With a roar that echoed, Dreamfire lifted its head, its slit pupils gleaming with vitality, and, like an arrow, soared into the cerulean sky. Chapter 21. Potential enemies in the Grand Hall of the Red Keep. The banquet continues amidst a palpable tension. Lord Laenor is reprimanded by the king, his demeanor deflated as he departs. "My Lord Laenor, it has been an age since we last conversed," remarks Viserys, forcing a smile as he beckons the composed Minister of Justice. Across a table laden with delicacies, Laenor Strawn is engaged in conversation, turning with a look of curiosity at the sound of the king's voice. "Your Majesty," Laenor acknowledges, his demeanor respectful as he approaches. A learned sage, he had once visited the ancient academy of Old Town in his youth, earning 6 chains of office. Now, in his advancing years, he bears the signs of prosperity, his robust frame softened with age and his round face exuding a gentle warmth. Viserys eyes the esteemed minister, hesitating before stating, "Rhaenyra has gone missing. I hear from Ser Criston that she has accompanied Aemon to the dragon's lair. The noble Prince Aemon, of illustrious lineage, is indeed a favorable companion for the princess." Laenor observes with a grave nod. Yet, the king's troubled expression suggests a weightier matter lurks beneath the surface. As anticipated, Viserys shakes his head with a sigh, confessing, "I hold a fondness for Aemon, yet Rhaenyra harbors a deep-seated resentment towards me, unwilling to heed my counsel." This revelation pains him. "What assistance may I offer you, Your Majesty?" Laenor inquires, raising an eyebrow slightly. The rift between the king and the princess is well known throughout the court, and, as a loyal subject, there is little he can do to intervene in the king's domestic affairs. After all, not everyone possesses the cunning of Prime Minister Otto, who maneuvered to wed his daughter into the royal family. "I am merely contemplating and desire a trustworthy perspective," Viserys confides, scanning the room for eavesdroppers before solemnly continuing. "Rhaenyra will soon come of age. Whom do you believe could serve as her advisor?" Laenor is momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by the weight of such a question. It conveys a multitude of implications, first mentioning Prince Aemon and then expressing concerns regarding the princess's future. The term advisor is particularly astute, indicating that the king has no intention of replacing Rhaenyra as the heir to the Iron Throne. Consequently, the whispers surrounding young Aegon's claim to succession appear baseless. In that fleeting moment, Laenor's mind races with thoughts. Beyond the aforementioned considerations, a crucial point arises. As the maternal grandfather of young Aegon, Otto has evidently been removed from the king's circle of trust. The king is testing my loyalty. Laenor's heart sinks as he perceives the king's growing impatience, prompting him to speak quickly. "Your Majesty, based on the discussions of the council, Ser Harwin is undoubtedly the most suitable choice." His response, though conventional, leaves room for further dialogue. Viserys furrows his brow, expressing dissatisfaction. Perhaps there exists a better candidate. In a bid for prudence, Laenor responds, "Ser Laenor Balerion, heir to the wealthiest family in the realm, is, without question, of ancient Balerion lineage and possesses Targaryen blood. What more could one desire?" Nevertheless, this remark seems to provoke the king. Viserys took a hearty gulp of wine, his gaze sharpening with seriousness as he spoke. "Since the Grand Council of 101, when the learned ones proclaimed my name as heir, and subsequently when I declined to wed Lena Balerion, I have always felt the covetous eyes cast upon me from Blackwater Bay. From the moment of his father's passing, the sea snake Corlys Balerion had become his most formidable rival." Leonor, anticipating the tension, remained silent and said, "Your Majesty, if you truly wish to hear my sincere counsel." "Of course," Viserys interjected abruptly. "If one does not seek the unvarnished truth, there is no need to consult the well-bred Lord Chancellor. The Strongs, having been granted Harrenhal, occupy a strategic position to guard the Riverlands and the Vale, and can provide immediate support should turmoil arise in King's Landing. This clearly illustrates the unwavering loyalty of House Strong." Leonor sighed heavily, asserting, "The reason the council recommended Ser Harwin is precisely because you refused Lady Lena, which led to your Lord Corlys resigning from his post. It is far more advantageous to have him as an ally than an adversary." His words were candid, and he trusted that the king understood the underlying implications. The royal family and House Balerion were at an impasse. A union through marriage would be a far better resolution than allowing matters to deteriorate further. Viserys, reluctant, retorted, "What if I were to reject this proposal?" Corlys Valerion would not voluntarily relent. Leonor pragmatically replied, "Without the Iron Throne's endorsement, he would hardly be inclined to acquiesce. When the realm is in need, who would dare refuse?" Viserys' emotions surged, indignantly exclaiming, "Is this a threat? You are the king. Of course, none would dare act so brazenly." Leonor sought to soothe him. Viserys, enraged yet sardonic, countered, "I will not marry off my daughter, nor will I sacrifice the dignity of a king." If the sea snake would not yield, should he be the one to capitulate? Absolutely not. Leonor, recognizing the gravity of the situation, lamented, "Prince Aemon is of noble birth. Yet the urgency of the conflict at the Stepstones is pressing, and the sea snake controls half of the kingdom's fleet. Alas, his hand is strong." Viserys tightened his grip on the wine goblet, slightly calming. "It matters not. The sea snake has suffered considerable losses in battle, and his threat has diminished. His brother demon was also on the battlefield, and the brutality of war needed no elaboration. They had even sent a plea for aid." At that moment, Leonor perceived the king's contemplative demeanor and opened his mouth to offer advice. Suddenly, a shrill scream echoed from outside the hall. "What has transpired?" Viserys stood, perplexed by the sudden chaos. With a piercing roar that resonated like thunder throughout the Red Keep, a dragon's cry filled the air. Viserys was startled, hastily exiting the hall. Upon glancing upward, he beheld the azure sky adorned with drifting white clouds. A pale blue dragon soared aloft, its wings unfurling as it glided through the clouds like a delicate butterfly in flight. "Seven hells!" Leonor exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Viserys, equally taken aback, stepped forward to gaze towards the dragon's back, repeatedly confirming that no figures were visible. His daughter and nephew had ventured to the dragon's lair. The Dreamfire was not tamed. It soared into the skies. Regrettably, no one could provide an answer at that moment. Hiss! Before the astonished eyes of the crowd, the pale blue dragon circled around the city of King's Landing 3 times, evoking countless gasps and shrieks. Afterward, it seemed to tire, its massive form gliding over the silk street with its red bricks and white walls, folding its wings and descending back into the domed dragon lair. The dragon lair. Aemon gazed upwards, his fair face beaming with delight at the return of Dreamfire to the heavens. Dragons were meant to soar above. They should not be confined endlessly. Prolonged captivity would lead to the deterioration of a dragon's vital functions, even causing them to cease laying eggs and nurturing their young. Only the Targaryens would suffer from this. Hiss! Suddenly, a strange roar erupted beside him. Aemon exclaimed in surprise and turned to look. He saw Rhaenyra, who had mysteriously vanished, gracefully emerging from the dragon lair. Hiss! A magnificent and imposing golden dragon, adorned with a pair of curved horns upon its grand head, leisurely accompanied its master. Aemon's eyes lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "Rhaenyra, may I touch it?" Without waiting for a reply, he hurriedly scampered over with his little legs. Chapter 22. The parting gift. With a fierce growl that echoed with defiance, Syrax demonstrated his temperament, a display of his formidable nature. "My apologies," Aemon exclaimed, abruptly halting, his smile frozen in place. Not all dragons exude the cool aloofness of Dreamfire. Some possess a rather fiery disposition. Rhaenyra's lips curled into a subtle smile as she gently caressed the long, robust neck of the great beast beside her, commanding in the ancient Valyrian tongue, "Silence, Syrax." The dragon blinked its vertical pupils in understanding and lowered itself obediently. Aemon watched in awe, nearly drooling with envy. To command such a colossal dragon was nothing short of spectacular. "Be gentle. Syrax has a bit of a temper," Rhaenyra advised with a slight grin, her delicate hand gesturing invitingly. Given her failure to tame Dreamfire, she felt compelled to indulge this little creature. Eagerly, Aemon approached the yellow dragon, his small claws itching to reach out. "Roar!" Syrax cast a sidelong glance at him, shifting its massive form as if to scratch an itch. "What should I do now?" Aemon's eyes sparkled with anticipation, his hand hovering mere inches from the yellow-hued scales. Noticing his hesitation, Rhaenyra took his small hand and placed it against the dragon's side, softly encouraging, just like this. A thrill coursed through Aemon as he felt the scales beneath his fingertips. This was no fleeting whim of embracing Dreamfire. This was a genuine interaction. At that moment, a notification chimed in his ear, announcing, a powerful creature imbued with special magic has been detected. You have acquired a portion of searing fire magic. A faint, invisible crimson aura emanated from Caraxes, swirling and entering Aemon's small chest. Instantly, a familiar warmth surged through his body. Beaming with joy, he glanced at the numbers beside the golden hourglass. Essence count, 268. Not only had he earned enough essence to exchange for 2 cards, but he had nearly doubled his amount. This is fantastic. I'm rich. I Aemon the Magnate, he exclaimed, unable to contain his glee. However, the most significant revelation lay ahead. Aemon Targaryen talent, Dreamer, Gold, Bloodline, Ancient Valyrian Dragon King, 23, Skills, Advanced Valyrian, Mastery. Arithmetic, Proficient, Magic cards, None pets, Golden-Nosed Mouse, Blue, Status, a well-developed human juvenile, with the potential to become a formidable warrior. The Bloodline section shifted, indicating an increase in purity by an additional 5. Aemon realized a pattern and whispered to himself, each dragon I touch grants a 5 increase in bloodline purity. If I manage to come into contact with all the dragons in my family, the purity could soar. With a sudden motion, Caraxes shook his head, sending the young human tumbling away from his neck scales. Aemon stumbled back a few steps, offering an awkward smile. The sheer opulence of Caraxes' golden-hued scales was simply overwhelming. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar that reverberated through the air. Aemon looked up to see a massive blue chest blocking his view. With a thunderous clap of its wings, Dreamfire descended, its colossal form landing gracefully. Back so soon? Aemon was somewhat taken aback, shifting his feet slightly. Dreamfire, with its vertical pupils, remained indifferent, seemingly unfazed by the approach of the human child. Noticing that it did not drive him away, Aemon directly squatted beside the dragon's head. The prince. The guard squad was exceedingly tense, beads of sweat drenching their brows. Aemon waved his hand dismissively, assuring them that all was well. Sir Steve and Sir Ryan exchanged glances, their expressions betraying disbelief in the notion that everything was fine. It was Gonsal, emboldened, who chose to trust the prince, positioning himself to shield the others. If the prince had no fear, what was there for them to dread? Thus, an odd scene unfolded at the entrance of the dragon's lair. A pale blue giant dragon stood majestically before the bronze door, while a stout silver-haired boy squatted in front of it. The proximity between the boy and the dragon was striking, both remaining undisturbed in their respective positions. Rhaenyra and Caraxes stood on the opposite side, maintaining a profound silence. In comparison to the lengthy Dreamfire, which stretched over 50 meters, Caraxes measured only about 14 or 15 meters, a discrepancy of nearly a third in size. Aemon hugged his knees, tilting his head. It still wouldn't do. Beside him, Dreamfire held its head high, resisting any attempt at being tamed despite its chest heaving slightly. This dragon was unwilling to be subdued. Aemon pouted, feeling a mix of regret, yet acceptance. His choice of Dreamfire stemmed from a desire to seize the moment, a trial of sorts. There were other dragons on Dragonstone, offering potentially better options. Suddenly, Dreamfire lowered its head, rudely nudging the human child with its snout, flaring its nostrils as if catching a whiff of a familiar scent. Aemon, bewildered, nearly stumbled. Dreamfire quickly lifted its head, turning away and striding into the dragoness den, its tail, a delicate silver-hued appendage, swaying gently. The elder dragon keeper had long awaited their return, gathering to ensure the giant dragon's safe homecoming. How heartless! Aemon, with a small pout, began to pace in circles. Fortunately, he was not entirely empty-handed. Just moments ago, it seemed that his bloodline purity had heightened, allowing him to faintly perceive the dragon's emotions. Dreamfire showed no interest in him, yet neither did it reject his presence. Aemon felt confident that if he were to embrace the dragon's leg, he would not face any retaliation. Rhaenyra approached, recalling the potential consequences. If Dreamfire were to fly out of the lair, it would surely incite panic. I will return, Caraxes, and then we shall head back to Red Keep. I'll accompany Dreamfire." Aemon dusted off his clothes, swaggering along in pursuit. Knowing there would be scolding upon their return, he preferred to linger a while longer. Rhaenyra rolled her eyes in playful exasperation, regarding her brother with newfound admiration. Truly, he was a child of demon. He possessed remarkable courage. Aemon trailed behind the dragon keepers, following Dreamfire back to the dragon pit, traversing the dimly lit tunnel. Subsequently, they entered the underground cavern where Dreamfire resided. "Your Highness, do not wander off," cautioned the elderly dragon keeper. Worry etched on his face as he summoned the others to form a semicircle, laboriously fitting the giant dragon with shackles. With little else to occupy his time, Aemon curiously surveyed his surroundings. The cavern was vast, hewn from the earth in the Rhaenys Hills, with rock fissures allowing the wind to rush in. Thanks to these crevices, the air circulated freely, and the light within was brighter than that of the tunnel. Aemon turned around, furrowing his delicate brows. The ground was rugged and uneven, littered with viscous dragon droppings, charred black skeletons, and the stench of foul sewage. A growl escaped Dreamfire, who seemed somewhat reluctant, its vertical pupils glancing towards the human cub standing not far away before settling on a mound of dark dragon dung. Aemon noticed this and blinked in surprise. Suddenly, his backpack rustled, and a fluffy golden-nosed mouse emerged, its paws eagerly sniffing at the dark dragon dung. Realizing the significance of this, Aemon's eyes widened in understanding. With an unexpected misstep, he accidentally trod upon the mound of dung, revealing 3 dragon eggs of varying hues, blue, green, and purple, accompanied by a plume of swirling white smoke. Aemon was momentarily stunned, his breath caught in his throat. This was no mere dragon excrement. It was evidently the incubation substrate left behind by a mighty dragon. The hard, smooth shell of the dung diminished its presence, while the black viscous liquid maintained a stable temperature, ensuring the dragon eggs were preserved safely. No one had noticed. This treasure would be his. Aemon's cherubic face flushed with excitement as he swiftly summoned a dazzling interface and confirmed his exchange. Clever hands successfully redeemed. Taking advantage of the dragon handler's attention being diverted by Dreamfire, he sidestepped to shield the dung and retrieve the adorable mouse from his backpack. The golden-nosed mouse squeaked in alarm. With deft movements, Aemon beckoned a dragon egg, pried open its mouth, and urged the mouse to open wide. In a miraculous turn of events, the dragon egg levitated into his grasp and mysteriously found its way into the mouse's mouth. In an instant, the 3 egg-sized treasures vanished without a trace. The golden-nosed mouse, looking pitiful, curled up in the safety of the backpack. Just then, the dragon handlers finished fastening the chains onto the great dragon and retreated without a moment's delay. With a guilty glance, Aemon turned away, whistling as he followed behind. These were not stolen dragon eggs. They were gifts bestowed upon him by Dreamfire, a reserve of dragon eggs from the lair, all securely placed. Chapter 23. Glimmers of black and green as dusk fell. The White Wheel Palace glided slowly into the gates of the Red Keep. With a thud, Rhaenyra gracefully leaped down, turning to open her arms with a radiant smile. "Come, I shall catch you." After a day filled with merriment, her mood shifted from overcast to sunny. "Are you certain?" Aemon stood at the edge of the carriage. Skepticism etched across his face. Rhaenyra casually replied, "Just come here. Surely, I can manage to hold you, a mere little lump." Aemon glanced at the distance to the ground, contemplating seriously. "All right, I'll come." With that, he closed his eyes and leaned forward, toppling over. Rhaenyra, brimming with confidence, extended her arms to catch his chubby waist. However, the weight was more than she anticipated. With a splash, they stumbled, narrowly avoiding a fall into the mud thanks to the timely intervention of Sir Steve, who steadied them. "That was close," Aemon muttered, patting his chest to soothe himself. "Rhaenyra is just clumsy. She claimed she would catch me, yet nearly sent me flying." Rhaenyra's lips twitched. Her hand clasped behind her slender waist. She gazed at the little figure, realizing how solid he truly was. Both siblings, shaken, exchanged a knowing glance. Rhaenyra sighed and extended her hand. "Let us go." "Heh, time to face the music," Aemon grinned, expertly taking her soft hand. Today had been fruitful. A dual victory in both career and friendship. The pair walked hand in hand, one tall and beautiful, the other fair and adorable. Noble lords and ministers passing by were captivated by the delightful scene, offering bows and greetings. Aemon, with a light step, stole glances at Rhaenyra's satisfied demeanor, his wide eyes sparkling with mischief. "What are you looking at?" Rhaenyra, still basking in joy, had cast her worries aside. "Just pondering how to charm you," Aemon chuckled, announcing cheerfully, "Rhaenyra, we are the best duo in the world." Her heart stirred at his words, a ripple of emotion dancing in her beautiful eyes. "All right, we must hurry or we shall miss dinner," Aemon teased before darting away. Alicent was his dear friend, and he would surely have his place within the future Green Party. Rhaenyra, outwardly strong, yet internally yearning for affection, had long endured her father's skepticism and courtly scrutiny. Seizing this fleeting moment, she forged an enduring bond. In the forthcoming decade, amidst the emergence of the Black and Green factions, he could sway with the winds, quietly developing his strengths to astonish all. Unbeknownst to them, their every move upon returning to the Red Keep was under watchful eyes. In the Maegor's holdfast, the king's quarters, Alicent stood at the balcony's edge, peering through the stained glass at the playful figures of Aemon and Rhaenyra. She had waited all day. A shadow crossed her eyes as she bit her lip, her hands resting on her flat abdomen, subconsciously digging into her skin. Unbeknownst to her, witnessing Aemon's playful camaraderie with Rhaenyra stirred the jealousy buried deep within her heart. With a creak, the door swung open, and Viserys entered, his spirits high. "Rhaenyra and Aemon have returned. We must make our way to the banquet." With a gentle call, his young wife, clad in a green dress, did not respond immediately. Viserys, taken aback, was about to inquire further. "I understand," Alicent said, turning swiftly, as quick as a gust of wind. This action left Viserys in a state of bewilderment. As night fell, after dinner, everyone returned to their chambers to rest. Aemon patted his round belly and hurried back to his room, eager to admire the treasures he had acquired. The dinner conversation was unremarkable, inevitably touching upon the dragon lairs and Dreamfire. Upon learning that his nephew wished to tame the mother dragon, Dreamfire, Viserys shifted from initial approval to regret over the failure, ultimately concluding with a cheerful suggestion: "You are still young. There are many more dragons on Dragonstone. When you are older, you may attempt it." It must be said that Viserys was an exceedingly contradictory man. He harbored a fear of the dragon's immense power while simultaneously relying on them. Particularly from a worldly perspective, he maintained a remarkably detached state of mind. He was reluctant to see his daughter Rhaenyra become obsessed with dragon riding, yet he desired that the male heirs of the family all become dragon riders. This mirrored his stance on ensuring Rhaenyra's position as the rightful heir while refraining from granting her substantial power. Perhaps it was for this reason that he was eager to find his daughter a strong and reliable partner to compensate for the shortcomings in tangible strength. As darkness deepened, Aemon retired, followed by the others. Exhausted from a day's events, Rhaenyra yearned for a soothing hot bath, but was unexpectedly called by her father. "Father, is there something you need?" she asked, her silver gold hair cascading as her legs moved gracefully beneath her flowing gown. Viserys hesitated, smiling slightly. "There is something important I wish to discuss with you. Please wait." Rhaenyra, puzzled, followed him. For her, the day had been splendid, though no one paid her heed during Aegon's naming day celebration. As all the lords and ladies fawned over her younger brother, Aemon had undoubtedly been a clever delight, bringing her much joy. Especially the release of Dreamfire had filled her once quiet heart with a sense of accomplishment. Her father, unusually amiable, did not express anger over their private escapade with Dreamfire. This must be a good sign, Rhaenyra silently hoped. Led by Viserys, the father and daughter navigated the winding corridors until they reached the crypts beneath the Red Keep. A grand altar was aglow with a circle of white candles, illuminating the dark skull of Vhagar. Rhaenyra surveyed the surroundings, puzzled. The last time they had been here together, it was when her father had apologized for the death of her mother, Aemma, and had entrusted her with the claim to the Iron Throne. Viserys gazed at Vhagar's skull, reflecting, "Rhaenyra, you seem very happy today, and, as your father, I share your joy." Rhaenyra nodded slightly, sensing the gravity of the moment. "You are approaching the age for betrothal. Have you set your sights on any promising young men?" Viserys asked earnestly. Rhaenyra's expression shifted slightly as she immediately denied. No, that is good, Viserys replied, secretly relieved. He feared the possibility of his daughter harboring clandestine intentions, especially concerning a certain golden-haired suitor. Rumors within the court suggest that the daughter holds a particular fondness for the Kingsguard Cole. Father, you may speak your mind freely, Rhaenyra replied, her tone laced with irritation. Feeling somewhat offended, Viserys smiled, a hint of servility in his expression, as he inquired, You and Aemon seem to share a bond akin to that of siblings. Shall I decree that he remain in King's Landing? Father, Rhaenyra was no fool, her emotions flaring. Please do not rush, Viserys interjected, raising his hand. Aemon is a good boy, and the son of Daemon. He could prove to be a valuable ally for you. And so, Rhaenyra regarded him coldly. If you are willing to lower your guard and treat him kindly, Viserys carefully articulated, endeavoring to be diplomatic, then he shall reciprocate. Instantly, Rhaenyra fell silent, comprehending his implication as she struggled to suppress her urge to retort. She viewed Aemon as a neighborly brother, a dear friend, but held no romantic fantasies about him. After all, he was still a chubby child, his face resembling a peeled boiled egg when he smiled. Her father, in his quest to secure power, truly spared no effort. Observing his daughter's silence, Viserys sighed, For now, let it be. The Kingsguard hunt will proceed as scheduled tomorrow. Remember to rest early. With that, he turned and departed. Rhaenyra stood alone, her delicate eyelashes casting shadows upon her downcast eyes. She desired neither to overpower nor to be overpowered. Yet, it felt as if the world around her urged her to make a hasty choice, transforming her into a famished hound vying for a universally coveted prize. Suddenly, Rhaenyra sensed the presence of an observer. Who goes there? She exclaimed, raising her gaze sharply towards the corner behind the altar. Ahem! The Grand Maester, Melos, stood there. Upon being discovered, he cleared his throat twice and nonchalantly withdrew. Rhaenyra furrowed her brow, her beautiful eyes flickering with disbelief, her delicate fists clenching tightly. Chapter 24. The Royal Hunt on the following day. The early spring morning was slightly cool. A pristine white carriage traveled along the well-trodden dirt road, with the royal guards mounted on white steeds clearing the way ahead, while the royal escort followed closely behind. Dust swirled along the elongated path. I feel so drowsy, murmured Aemon, resting his head on a pair of soft, elongated legs as he rubbed his large, dark-circled eyes with small hands. Alicent, lowering her gaze, playfully pinched his chubby cheeks and chuckled, With your precious cushions, how could you still be sleepless? Within the spacious carriage, Aemon reclined against the legs of the queen. Surrounding him were numerous others. Viserys sat in the inner seat, displaying a joyful countenance at the sight of his family outing. Alicent and Aemon occupied the long bench on the left, alongside a plump, maid-cradling little Aegon. Opposite them sat Rhaenyra, the silver-haired maiden, who remained notably silent, her head bowed throughout the journey. The two accompanying wet nurses, skilled in reading the atmosphere, maintained a discreet silence. In a particularly jovial mood, Viserys interjected with a jest. Aemon must be exhausted from his escapade in the dragon's lair yesterday. He chuckled heartily. Alicent smiled softly, continuing to fondly knead Aemon's fair cheeks. Aemon, indifferent, lazily lay on his side, his small head pressing against the silk fabric of the gown as he sought a comfortable position. It was hard to believe that he had indeed dreamt the night before. He had fallen asleep clutching for dragon eggs, resting his head on a pillow of Balerion and surrounded by dreams of grandeur. He envisioned an endless forest where beneath a grand tree, he wielded a pickaxe to unearth a trove of gold. Ultimately, the gold was so abundant he could scarcely carry it all, leaving only a crown for himself. Could it be that I might become a king? Aemon pondered, inhaling the faint, delicate fragrance beside him. Yet, such aspirations did not truly captivate him. The Iron Throne, though a symbol of authority, had seldom brought favorable fates to those who occupied it. He was the scion of House Targaryen, rooted in the Valley of Dragonstone. Would it not be far more delightful to dissolve the chaos of Dragonfire, reclining peacefully as a carefree prince in Dragonstone? A prince could live free from the burdens of statecraft, unencumbered by the relentless grind of governance, which was far more taxing than managing the affairs of a kingdom. Perplexed, Aemon chose to caress Alicent's long legs. Aemon, Alicent chuckled, playfully pinching his cheek once more. Aemon responded with a shy smile. For reasons unknown, Alicent seemed particularly indulgent, holding him close without letting go. As the carriage rattled over uneven ground, Aemon found sleep elusive and noticed the melancholic demeanor of Rhaenyra. He initiated a conversation. Rhaenyra, why did you not ride your dragon here? At his query, Rhaenyra lifted her gaze, her expression cool and distant. Someone does not wish to see me on a dragon. Her words were veiled, yet Aemon grasped their meaning. Rising from Alicent's lap, he noticed his uncle Viserys' smile had turned somewhat strained. Aemon averted his gaze, opting for feigned ignorance. Rhaenyra, bold and unyielding, cast a defiant glare toward her father. Was the prohibition against her riding a dragon truly for her safety, or was it a means of maintaining control over her? Who could say? As noon approached, the procession entered the camp. Creak! The pristine white carriage came to a halt, and the crowd disembarked in an orderly manner. The camp was already bustling with nobles from various regions, who greeted the royal family with fervent cheers and applause. Particularly enthusiastic were the nobles from Old Town, who chanted in unison, "Long live Aegon." Such blatant displays of allegiance? Aemon was taken aback, glancing back toward the carriage. Rhaenyra remained with her head down, seemingly avoiding the moment and not rising to join the gathering. "Aemon, don't lag behind," came Alicent's voice from ahead, as she was already surrounded by the nobles. "All right," Aemon replied, clumsily scrambling back into the carriage and forcibly pulling Rhaenyra down. "Aemon, what are you doing? You can't force someone to drink when they don't want to," Rhaenyra exclaimed in surprise. Aemon furrowed his brow, resolutely stating, "What is there to fear? Let them chant. We cannot appear cowardly." In truth, it wouldn't matter much. This royal hunt was, after all, held in honor of Aegon's name day, and the focus was on the birthday boy. If his maternal family wished to cheer for him, it was entirely reasonable. "I feel a bit uncomfortable," Rhaenyra lamented. "No way," Aemon insisted with determination, his small face serious. "We may lose our dignity, but there are many nobles out there who support you." Ever since Aegon's birth, the court had subtly divided into factions, now referred to as the Princess Party and the Queen Party Old Town faction. The royal hunt was strengthening the influence of the Old Town supporters. If Rhaenyra, the spiritual pillar of the Princess Party, faltered, who would stand by her side in the future? Aemon. Rhaenyra glanced around the circle of nobles, her mind in turmoil. Ignoring her hesitation, Aemon urged, "Let us go. Hold your head high and don't lose face." Though he had a good relationship with Alicent, he could only silently apologize. For one day, he was a Targaryen, and for a lifetime, he would remain one. Looking back at the tumultuous history of the blood-soaked Dance of Dragons, the Old Town faction had never been benevolent. Had Aegon been of similar age, even if he were a lazy slacker, due to Alicent, Aemon would have lent a hand. Alas, Aegon was too young. Supporting Alicent meant aiding the Old Town faction in their power struggles, usurping the Targaryen lineage. In contrast, Rhaenyra had been portrayed as both foolish and malevolent, ultimately leading to her downfall. Yet now, she was merely a confused young girl, grappling with overwhelming pressure. With a bit of encouragement and psychological support, she could surely thrive. After much coaxing and persuasion, Rhaenyra resigned herself to the situation. The two strode confidently through the grand camp filled with nobles. Along the way, they attracted considerable attention. A pair of striking Targaryen siblings, with silver hair and violet eyes, were the most captivating presence wherever they went, drawing gazes like moths to a flame. Rhaenyra, as a princess, was accustomed to this attention. However, it was Aemon, who had just urged her to maintain her composure, who found himself blushing profusely under the flirtatious glances of numerous noble ladies. How embarrassing! Aemon secretly felt overwhelmed but outwardly maintained his composure. Before long, they arrived at the largest and most opulent royal tent. 2 crimson dragon banners fluttered in the wind, prompting numerous nobles to bow their heads in reverence as small groups ventured forth. Forward, Aemon patted his flushed cheeks, regaining his confidence. The grand tent was resplendent. with gossamer drapes billowing like a celestial veil and solid wooden tables and chairs arranged throughout. Aemon, over here. Alicent beckoned from a circle of gathered noblewomen, patting the spacious seat beside her. Aemon, with a serious demeanor, reiterated, "Remember to channel the aura of a dragon rider." "All right, you have mentioned it numerous times." Rhaenyra sighed, feeling a weight lift from her heart. Aemon nodded in satisfaction, releasing her hand as he approached the small circle. "You have arrived late." Alicent smiled with nonchalance, wrapping her arm around Aemon as he took his place beside her. Their legs brushed closely together, the ample chair still offering plenty of space. "Aemon." Alicent disregarded Rhaenyra, introducing and praising the noble women surrounding them to Aemon. She had noticed the two holding hands as they entered the tent, a pang of jealousy stirring within her. Chapter 25. The introduction of Laenor Balerion. Following the introduction, the atmosphere softened slightly. The noble women engaged in lively discussions, exchanging a flurry of gossip. However, Rhaenyra found herself forgotten, awkwardly standing aside, unable to join the conversation. Aemon scanned the family crests adorning the gowns of the ladies, all of which hailed from Old Town or the Reach. An elderly woman from House Redwine spoke most volubly, initiating a topic. "I heard that when Lord Strong's ship passed the Stepstones, Lady Joanna was kidnapped." Alicent gasped, inquiring, "What will become of Lady Joanna?" "She is a noblewoman. Even if rescued, her honor would be irrevocably tarnished." The elderly woman, cradling a pug, replied nonchalantly, "She will be sold to a brothel in the free cities, if you believe such rumors." A momentary silence enveloped the group of noble women, for they understood the grim truth of her words. Aemon, utterly disinterested, found the conversation tedious. Just then, an intriguing figure approached, limping slightly. Larys, leaning on a cane, humbly addressed the ladies. "Ladies, I fear the gods did not bless me with a robust physique for hunting. May I join you?" "Of course, do sit with us," Alicent graciously invited, introducing him. "This is Larry Strong, the younger son of Lord Lionel." During this period, she retained her gentle demeanor, even referring to his status as the younger son with a term of endearment. Larys nodded in gratitude, taking a humble seat. Though his appearance was inherently unfortunate, his formal attire rendered him unobtrusive. Aemon scrutinized him for a moment, satisfying his curiosity. This man is a cunning individual with a heart as cold as ice. Perhaps an opportunity to quietly dispose of Larys could arise. A chill ran down Larys' spine, causing his already frail form to shrink as he furtively scanned the room. Aemon, of course, remained unnoticed. "My husband says that no one can tame the Stepstones for long." A corpulent noblewoman began to speak again, but her words were drowned out by a sudden commotion. Everyone turned to see a figure with flowing silver-gold hair at the entrance of the tent. Aemon straightened up. Among a throng of young nobles, a second maiden with silver hair and violet eyes entered the grand tent. Laenor. Rhaenyra's face lit up as if she had found a kindred spirit, rushing to greet her. Aemon found himself momentarily dazed, captivated by the strikingly beautiful young woman. Her silver-gold waves cascaded down to her waist, her skin smooth and alabaster, her tall frame accentuating enticing curves. At first glance, she appeared only a few years older than Rhaenyra, exuding an air of elegance and grace, already hinting at the poise of a mature woman. Aemon exclaimed in astonishment. The Valerions should be at Driftmark, should they not? Laenor Valerion, the eldest daughter of Ser Harwin Strong and the late Queen Rhaenys, was a dragon rider of Targaryen blood, having tamed the ancient and colossal dragon Vagr before the age of 12. 5 years had passed since their last meeting, and she had blossomed into a formidable young rider. "Rhaenyra, it has been too long," Laenor said warmly, reaching for her old friend's hand as they approached together. "How did you come here? To hunt, perhaps?" Rhaenyra found herself perplexed. The appearance of the two figures immediately attracted countless glances, not least from King Viserys on the dais, who gazed at Laenor with uncertainty, disregarding the words of the nearby courtiers. However, being a sovereign, he swiftly regained his composure. Meanwhile, Rhaenyra finally took her seat. Upon seeing Laenor's arrival, a noble woman graciously vacated her place for the two daughters of Valyrian blood. Do not mind me. I arrived by ship and was delayed, Laenor said, his gaze gentle and his voice imbued with a magnetic quality, signaling to everyone that they should continue their discussions. The noble women exchanged glances, gradually warming the atmosphere. Laenor's identity was indeed remarkable. The kingdom was embroiled in war with the Stepstones, with the aggressive faction led by the Sea Snake, Corlys, and Demon. Her presence at the royal hunt bore significance regarding the royal family's stance toward the Valerions. As she spoke, the conversation inevitably veered towards the Stepstones. Aemon leaned forward, scrutinizing Laenor seated across from him. Hearing her mention her journey by ship, he realized she had not arrived on Dragonback. "Hello, Aemon," Laenor greeted with a radiant smile, waving at him like a friendly neighbor. Aemon returned a sheepish smile, quickly retreating his head. This was someone of genuine prowess, not to be trifled with. Fortunately, his name had been bestowed by his great-grandfather, Jaehaerys, in memory of the unfortunate heir, Aemon. He recalled that the people of Driftmark had been relatively cordial towards him. As pleasantries were exchanged, the conversation took a rather absurd turn. An elderly woman near Alicent shifted her tone and began to provoke. "What insights does your highness have regarding the Stepstones?" Rhaenyra paused, embracing the goodwill of the moment. "Oh, I am not well informed. I have never been to the Stepstones." She naively believed this to be an ordinary chat. The old woman, clutching her wine glass, became sharp-toned. "Your dear uncle is the mastermind behind this war, is he not?" Aemon's expression shifted, fixating on Alicent, realizing that trouble was being sought for Rhaenyra, now involving his father. Rhaenyra sensed the brewing tension and attempted to deflect. "I do not know. I have not spoken to Demon in years. Demon was away at war, neglecting even his own son. Yet the old woman was relentless, pressing on. Ever since you usurped his position as heir, correct? No longer concealing her intent. She seized the opportunity to challenge Rhaenyra's claim to succession. Alicent, sensing the situation spiraling out of control, attempted to mediate with a smile. "It is Demon's fault." Before she could finish, a glass flew past her. Crash! The glass shattered at the old woman's feet, instantly reducing to mere shards. Startled, the old woman screamed and sprang from her chair. "Old hag, mind your tongue!" Aemon yelled, seizing a filled goblet of wine and hurling it. "Aemon!" Alicent gasped in shock, realizing that the boy had already dashed forward. With a thud, the goblet narrowly missed, crashing against the chair's back, splattering red wine and glass shards all over the elderly woman. Aemon's small face darkened, showing no mercy. "Old hag, how fond you are of gossiping behind people's backs. How many soldiers do you have at your disposal?" The old woman, drenched and with a face etched in wrinkles, cried out in terror. "What are you doing? This is the king's tent. Who dares to cause a ruckus here?" Aemon dared. He seized a wine bottle and smashed it, charging forth like a miniature cannon. "Have you any right to slander my father? You may suppress Rhaenyra, and you may insult his irresponsible nature. But to set a trap for Rhaenyra under the pretext of my father's battles in front of me is intolerable. If I cannot endure it any longer, then striking is justified." "Aemon, stop!" Alicent exclaimed in utter disbelief, reaching out in an attempt to intervene. Unfortunately, her efforts were futile. Aemon was immensely strong, and the jagged shards of the broken bottle sent wine and glass flying in all directions. In his fierce, dinosaur-like stance, no one dared to stand in his way. In mere seconds, chaos erupted, accompanied by piercing screams. Aemon squinted his eyes and hurled a half-broken bottle at the old woman's forehead, cursing, "Your mind is deranged. Seek treatment." With a resounding crash, it struck true. In an instant, blood gushed forth, and the screams grew louder. Chapter 26. Two Mascots. A disturbance had arisen, prompting the Imperial Guards to rush to the scene. With a glint in his eye, Aemon raised his voice, declaring, "My father is waging war against the Stairs Islands to rescue the innocent souls who have been kidnapped. If anyone dares to contest this, let them come to Rune City and confront me." While he engaged in combat with words, he ensured no incriminating evidence remained against him. He pointed at several terrified elderly women, chastising them with well-founded arguments. Does the Redwyne family of Qingting Island not engage in maritime trade? Do they lack a fleet to oppose the Stairs Islands? You who do not strive to serve your country have no right to speak ill of others. His reasoning, though sound, was somewhat undermined by his youthful visage and voice, lacking the gravitas to fully deliver his message. Nevertheless, occupying the moral high ground sufficed. He pointed and scolded, rendering them utterly insignificant. The events of today would surely circulate as a new jest across the continent. Alicent stood frozen in a state of panic, at a loss for action. I shall take my leave first. Aemon tossed his head and swiftly exited the grand tent, knowing that one must flee after gaining an advantage, for staying would only lead to undesirable consequences. Someone else would handle the aftermath. He may have slipped away, but those who witnessed the spectacle could not overlook it. Viserys wore an expression of fascination, observing the disheveled, tantrum-throwing elderly women, his mind momentarily blank. They were so effortlessly humiliated. "Your Majesty," Leonor reacted swiftly, leaning in to recount the events as they transpired. Upon hearing this, Viserys forced a strained smile and exchanged a knowing glance with Sir Harold, the commander of the Imperial Guards. Sir Harold immediately understood and stepped forward to represent the king in resolving the matter. Soon, the injured women were escorted away by scholars for treatment, and silence enveloped the grand tent. Viserys felt a mix of amusement and concern, shaking his head in quiet mirth. Truly, he was his father's son, fearlessly defiant. Yet, he held no anger. Who could blame a dutiful child for striving to protect his family and safeguard his daughter? Meanwhile, Aemon darted out of the grand tent, fortuitously encountering Sir Steve on patrol. What splendid timing! Aemon beamed, greeting him. "Sir, come quickly to assist. The Imperial hunt today lacks sufficient guards. One white knight will suffice." Sir Steve approached at the call, respectfully inquiring, "Your Highness, how may I be of service?" "My mother is hunting in the Imperial woods. Take me for a tour," Aemon replied earnestly. Ignoring Sir Steve's hesitance, he insisted on moving forward. After causing a ruckus, it was time to make a swift exit. Of course, it wasn't he out of fear of punishment. From the moment he struck, he knew someone would shield him. Now, he would play the slippery little eel, facilitating his Uncle Viserys' private interests. An 8-year-old's mischief, after all. "Your Highness, please hold on tight," Sir Steve acquiesced, unable to refuse, as he led forth a magnificent white steed, whisking the prince away in a gallop. Before long, they entered the Imperial woods, where the trees flourished, birds chirped merrily, and the paths were sparsely populated. Sir Steve, adhering to the rigorous standards of the Imperial Guards, probed gently for the true reason behind the prince's hasty departure. A good-natured, honest soul, he nearly lost his balance on horseback. Aemon, holding the reins, reassured, "Do not panic. All is well." Sir Steve, with a look of resignation, interjected, "Your Highness, your actions may cause discomfort to both the princess and the queen." As the swordsmanship instructor, he felt a sense of responsibility towards his student. Aemon nodded. "I shall be mindful." Though he spoke thus, his thoughts wandered in a different direction. His sudden aggression stemmed partly from his father's influence, Demon, and partly from a desire to provoke Rhaenyra. The group of elderly women was clearly intent on making her life difficult. Rhaenyra could not falter. The royal family must not show weakness to the Old Town faction. He had intended to set a strong precedent to further ignite Rhaenyra's fighting spirit. "We are justified. What have we to fear?" However, reality diverged from his expectations. Aemon lowered his gaze, reflecting, "It is evident to any discerning observer that those elderly women are allies summoned by Alicent, easily manipulated. Otherwise, they would not engage in such foolishness as cursing their own kin." Judging by Alicent's demeanor, it seemed she had not anticipated this. It appeared that power still resided with the hand of the king, Otto. Aemon pondered, deducing that Alicent's position was akin to Rhaenyra's, both being vassals to their respective fathers. Thus, to extinguish the looming threat of the blood WYRM, one must first comprehend the power dynamics of King's Landing. By the third day in the capital, he had garnered some understanding. For instance, the small council could be divided into 3 factions. First, the royalist faction loyal to the king. Second, the Old Town faction led by Otto. And third, the neutral party. The Old Town faction wielded the greatest influence, with Otto as the central figure, while Grand Maester Melas acted as a sycophant. Their primary objective was to elevate young Aegon to supplant Rhaenyra, thus further consolidating their power. With Alicent as queen, their support was considerable. The royalist faction was the weakest. During his journey to the royal hunt, Aemon noticed the Minister of Justice, Leonor, riding alongside his eldest son within the entourage. Considering Harrenhal's unique position and the character's background in the original work, it could be inferred that he was a loyal servant to the crown, having been elevated by his uncle, Viserys, to combat the increasingly troublesome Otto. The remaining figures, such as the Minister of Finance, Lyman Beesbury, and the Minister of Navy, Tyrion Lannister, appear to be neutral parties, distancing themselves from the power struggle. The former, hailing from the Beesbury family of Honey Holt, had fealty to the king, yet could not earn his trust, resulting in a stalemate. Tyrion, a scion of the Lannister family from the Westerlands, was an unfortunate younger sibling, born mere minutes after his twin brother, Duke Jason, and thus unable to inherit the family fortune. He was a quintessential fence-sitter, aspiring to emulate Otto's favor with the king while seeking personal gain through cunning, often resulting in dissatisfaction from both sides. Aemon reflected deeply, resolving, "I am but a minor player. Feigning ignorance shall suffice." Beyond the intrigues of the small council lay the courtly conflict between Rhaenyra and Alicent. Rhaenyra's so-called princess party was, in essence, another royalist faction, or more accurately, a reflection of her uncle Viserys' ambitions. To preserve her status as an heir is to safeguard the royal authority from diminishment. The Old Town faction dares not offend the king and resorts to vehemently slandering her. The so-called Queen's Party led by Alicent is nothing but a farce. In truth, there exists no such party, only the Old Town faction under Prime Minister Otto. Alicent is merely a tool in her father's relentless pursuit for power, a symbolic figure adorned with the title of queen. Young Aemon wore a look of melancholy, sighing deeply. He had once envisioned clinging to the legs of Rhaenyra and Alicent, hoping to live a life of abundance. Now, it seems he rejoiced far too soon. Both women are disappointments, proving utterly unreliable. Perhaps it is better to rely on oneself than on others. Aemon rubbed his cheeks, his thoughts leaping to another point. According to the original timeline, Prime Minister Otto will soon be dismissed, to be succeeded by Lord Laenor. This will signify a victory for the royal authority represented by Uncle Viserys in this power struggle. Consequently, Rhaenyra will retain her status as heir, while Alicent gradually takes control of the Old Town faction. On the surface, it appears that Viserys single-handedly consolidates power in the hands of his wife and daughter, a remarkable triumph. Yet, this also sows the seeds of future calamity. Aemon is acutely aware of the chaos that will ensue when an unrestrained Rhaenyra and a vengeful Alicent are left to their own devices. This will mark the beginning of turmoil within the court, ultimately leading to the true formation of the Black and Green factions. It is akin to a child wielding a gun, where even the stray dogs on the street will bear the brunt of the chaos. It is not a matter of who is stronger, but rather who is more wretched. Chapter 27. The Arrogant Otto. Shall we embark on a hunting expedition, my prince? Sir Steve inquired, surveying the surroundings. Aemon, with a twinkle in his eye, smiled and replied, "Of course. Why ponder so much?" He found himself devoid of immediate solutions to the predicament at hand, merely hoping his uncle Viserys would lend support and prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. Once he matured a bit more and tamed an adult dragon, he could assert his independence from both the Black and Green factions, entering the fray as a third party. At that point, life would become considerably easier. As for his reluctance to align himself with a side, he believed in the stability that a triangle provides. "Onward," Sir Steve declared, taking the reins as he galloped after the hunting trail on his white steed. Aemon, invigorated and filled with energy, exclaimed, "Sir, I have heard tales of a white deer in the royal forest. Let's seek it out." He recalled the strange dream from the previous night, where gold was unearthed beneath a great tree, perhaps an omen of sorts. Perhaps it signified the discovery of some magical flora or the appearance of a noble white deer, a harbinger of good fortune. "Not a problem, my prince," Sir Steve assured him, dismounting to retrieve a bow from his horse. "Before one practices swordplay, one must first hone their strength. Can I draw it?" Aemon asked, his curiosity piqued. Earlier, while hurling a bottle, he had unexpectedly discovered his knack for accuracy. "This is a standard wooden bow, Perfectly suited for you, Sir Steve replied with an affable grin, instructing him on the nuances of drawing the bowstring. Aemon listened intently and soon adeptly pulled back the bowstring, which creaked as it stretched into a perfect arc. Indeed, he possessed considerable strength. Meanwhile, on the other side of the royal forest, numerous nobles traversed in groups. According to Prime Minister Otto, there existed a white deer in the woods, its pelt as smooth as silk, and they all aspired to capture it as a gift for the king. A cacophony of voices filled the air. Inside the king's tent, Viserys' expression was somber as he declared, "My decision to name Rhaenyra as my heir is not a whim. All lords of the realm would do well to remember this." He issued an order for departure, his voice cold. "Thank you for your gift, Duke Jason." Duke Jason, a blonde Adonis who bore an uncanny resemblance to his identical twin brother, left the tent in a state of disarray, likely regretting his earlier indiscretion. Viserys took a deep gulp of golden wine, suppressing his simmering anger. He had just met with the unexpectedly arrived Lena, a young woman who had nearly become his bride. She stood tall, having inherited her mother's beauty and her father's astute intellect. Her intentions were clear. She conveyed that her uncle Vaemond's plea for aid was a unilateral decision. Should the need arise, she would join her mother, Rhaenys, in harnessing dragons to turn the tide of battle. While her words were pragmatic, they sounded to Viserys like a veiled threat. Thanks to her cousin Rhaenys' prior status as a contender for the Iron Throne, her children had inherited the ability to tame dragons. The current Balerion family commanded not only half of the realm's fleet, but also 3 dragons. In contrast, the royal lineage, after banishing Daemon, was left with Rhaenyra as the sole dragon rider. Yet a mere girl could hardly be expected to wield the same power as a fully grown dragon. Thus, the Valerian family has become a thorn in the side. Viserys forced a smile, having finally dismissed Laenor, only to be confronted by the foolish Duke Jason. With unmitigated audacity, he proclaimed his ability to support the royal family, provided that he could wed Rhaenyra. He even dared to suggest that Rhaenyra would inevitably be replaced, and marrying him would serve as a form of compensation for her. Bang! The more Viserys pondered, the angrier he became, slamming down on the armrest of his chair, gritting his teeth and muttering, "An arrogant fool! How dare he aspire to marry my daughter?" Yet, unbeknownst to him, prior to his audience, Jason had already approached Rhaenyra. Following a greasy confession that had been rebuffed, he made his way to Viserys. News from the hunters arrived, reporting that hounds had been dispatched, and the white stag would soon be cornered. Otto descended the steps, reporting, "Your prey is within reach." Viserys rolled his eyes inwardly at this remark. He could not believe in the existence of a white stag, a symbol of kingship that was merely a fabrication by Otto to bolster his grandson Aegon's standing. Otto offered no further explanation, quietly taking a seat at the king's side. Viserys gestured for a servant to pour wine, his mind racing through recent troubles. First came the plea for help from the Stepstones, clearly an attempt to embroil the royal family. Laenor's arrival had rendered any detached observation impossible. Then there was his Chancellor Otto, who seemed eager to support his grandson's rise, beginning to disregard Viserys' authority. In contrast, the matter of Rhaenyra's marriage felt less urgent. However, it was a problem that could not be overlooked. Viserys cast a glance at Otto, a plan forming in his mind, and asked, "What do you think of Duke Jason's proposal? He is not merely arrogant." Otto straightened his back, a faint disdain evident in his tone. "He is indeed an unsuitable match. To speak frankly, Duke Jason shares the same ambitions as he, making him a potential ally. If he were to marry Rhaenyra, it would create space for his grandson Aegon. Unfortunately, he is a dim-witted fool." Viserys chuckled softly and continued, "Then who do you consider a better candidate? Your Majesty, you are the sovereign of the realm." Otto's demeanor shifted as he leaned in, advising, "Princess Rhaenyra is your daughter and should adhere to your wishes." Viserys was momentarily at a loss for words, countering, "I do not wish to command her. I merely desire her happiness. Not everyone is like this father-in-law and old friend, who can force their daughter into marriage." His decision to name Rhaenyra as his heir was not solely to prevent his brother Daemon from gaining an advantage. It stemmed from a genuine affection for his daughter. After a brief pause, Otto lowered his voice. "Beyond Harrenhal, We have another option that might be more palatable for you. Oh, who is it? Viserys' expression grew inscrutable, his tone shifting. He was eager to see what individual would be suggested. The identity of the proposed candidate could very well determine whether Otto would retain his position. Otto, aware of his own position, built suspense closer to home. Viserys rubbed his fingers against the wine goblet, anticipation building. Who could it be? If Otto were to mention Aemon, it would indicate that they were still aligned, thus sparing him further concern. It was all so tantalizingly near. Regrettably, Otto failed to seize the opportunity and turned his gaze toward a particular area behind the high seat. Viserys was momentarily taken aback by Otto's words and followed his gaze. There he beheld the 2-year-old Aegon seated on the ground, babbling excitedly in the arms of a maid. For a fleeting moment, Viserys found himself smiling, exclaiming, "Otto! He is merely 2 years old." It appears that in moments of speechlessness, one can indeed smile. Otto, undeterred, persisted in his counsel. Arranging a betrothal for them could put an end to the incessant suitors vying for Rhaenyra's hand. Viserys, grinding his teeth in private, felt his anger towards Otto reach a boiling point. The sensation of being treated like a fool left him with a profound sense of humiliation. You desire your grandson as the heir, seeking to usurp the royal power. Now, you do not even attempt to conceal your intentions, wanting to sacrifice Rhaenyra in the process. Ultimately, he realized that all his offspring were born for the benefit of House Hightower. Oblivious to the king's true sentiments, Otto continued to speak. Surely it is preferable to Prince Aemon, who is the son of Daemon. As those words hung in the air, a chill enveloped the room. Viserys' demeanor instantly turned icy, and in a fit of rage, he retorted with a bitter smile, "I have come to hunt, not to be ensnared by this damned politics." As he spoke, he gestured with his hand as if to grasp his throat. Yet, deep within, he longed to extend his hand towards Otto and snap his neck. Chapter 28. The bent-foot Lares on this day, a heavy pall hung over many hearts. Alicent, filled with trepidation, hoped that Aemon was not truly angry. Among all her acquaintances, he remained her sole friend. Rhaenyra was consumed by rage, feeling nauseated by Duke Jason's pompous declarations. She despised her gender, wishing she were a boy, believing that perhaps her father and others would have faith in her, rather than perceiving her as a burden, a coveted prize for all. Viserys was undoubtedly the most incensed. He spent the entire afternoon drinking deeply, feeling as though everyone around him was mocking and humiliating him. During this royal hunting event, the members of the court were each engulfed in their own sorrows, with one notable exception. In a clearing of the forest, a voice rang out, "Don't run, big rabbit. Halt!" Aemon's small face flushed with excitement as he drew back his bow, chasing after a frantically fleeing hare. The hare, startled, darted away with astonishing speed. Whoosh! Aemon released his arrow, which narrowly missed the hare's tail. The creature, frightened, zigzagged in its escape. "Halt, do not flee." Aemon, resembling a little hunter, loosed a second arrow. Whoosh! The arrow soared over the hare's head, embedding itself a step ahead. The hare's eyes widened in terror as it redoubled its efforts to escape. Thud! The third arrow followed closely after the second, striking true and piercing through the hare's fur and belly. Aemon remained poised with his bow, exhilarated as he exclaimed, "Splendid! I have hit it." He expertly retrieved the hefty hare, his short legs scurrying with delight. "Your Highness, have you truly caught one?" Sir Steve rushed over from a distance. Utterly astonished, Aemon placed his hands on his hips, laughing heartily with pride. "Indeed, am I not remarkable?" His demeanor radiated an uncontainable sense of accomplishment. 3 consecutive arrows. He was a prodigy. Sir Steve took the lifeless hare from Aemon and, in admiration, offered him a handful of red berries, remarking, "Undoubtedly, Your Highness possesses extraordinary talent, seemingly inheriting Lady Rhea's prowess." "Just average." Aemon waved his hand dismissively, feigning humility, though his chin nearly grazed the sky, his fair neck craning back in elation. He had not anticipated his own remarkable skill. Sir Steve, recognizing the prince's talent, refrained from ridiculing him. "Shall we continue our exploration, my lord?" After basking in his triumph, Aemon, munching on berries, scanned his surroundings with keen eyes, resembling a little hamster hoarding its provisions, savoring what was in hand while eyeing what lay ahead. Sir Steve, unopposed, intended to lead the prince to rejoin the main party. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the nearby thicket. Aemon's expression brightened as he followed the sound. A fluffy, golden-nosed mouse peeked out, wiggling its rear as it burrowed through the grass. "What treasures have you brought me?" Aemon crouched down, extending his small hand. The golden-nosed mouse, with its lively little eyes, climbed up Aemon's palm and onto his shoulder. Aemon petted it gently, discovering a strand of soft white fur in his hand. "What is this?" he wondered, examining it closely, suspecting it to be the fur of some creature. The golden-nosed mouse displayed remarkable wit, with one paw tugging at its master's silver-gold locks and the other paw vigorously pointing in a direction. Aemon, in a state of partial comprehension, ventured to guess. "Are you suggesting it is over there?" The mouse responded with a series of chirps, nodding its little head repeatedly, demonstrating a cleverness akin to that of a human child. Sir Steve, witnessing this spectacle, remarked with admiration, "Your little mouse, Prince, is truly extraordinary. It is quite obedient and even capable of finding things to sustain me." Aemon chuckled and decisively proclaimed, "Let's go and take a look." Sir Steve had no objections, guiding his white horse across the clearing. Before long, they arrived at the banks of a small stream. The golden-nosed mouse scampered down from Aemon's clothing, eagerly sniffing at a pile of fresh droppings. Sir Steve approached to examine the droppings, discovering similar soft, white fur nearby, and exclaimed in astonishment, "This does not appear to belong to a horse, but rather resembles that of a deer." As a member of the royal guard, such skills were well within his capabilities. A spark of inspiration ignited in Aemon's mind, and he quietly inquired, "Can we track it down?" He was aware that there were indeed white deer in the royal forest, creatures that symbolized kingship and surely possessed some magical essence. Sir Steve surveyed the surroundings, shaking his head. Alas, though the droppings are fresh, the master has left no trace. Aemon absorbed this analysis attentively. Sir Steve, no fool, lifted the prince back onto the horse's back, cautioning, "Prince, it is quite late, and it is unsafe to remain outside." Aemon did not protest. He merely tied the wild rabbit to his waist with a strand of grass, harboring no ulterior motive other than to show it off upon their return. As dusk settled, Aemon returned to the camp, bearing a wooden bow and the wild rabbit, exuding an air of pride as a successful hunter. The incident from the morning had been suppressed, and few were aware of it. Upon seeing a charming boy with silver gold hair carrying a wild rabbit, the others laughed and inquired which adult had made the catch. At such moments, Aemon would tilt his head back proudly and declare, "I caught it myself." Sir Steve returned to tie up the horse, allowing the young prince to bask in his triumph alone. Aemon circled around the camp before finally heading back to the king's grand tent. Just as he reached the entrance, he was intercepted. "One moment. May I invite your highness to engage in a brief conversation?" Larys leaned on his cane, smiling as he bent slightly. It appeared he had been waiting specifically for this moment. Aemon immediately grew wary, crossing his arms defiantly and responding haughtily, "What is it?" This individual did not seem benign. Throughout the entire blood dragon frenzy, while he may not have matched the intellect of Serpentis Colas or Otto, he was undoubtedly the most ruthless of all. He had even killed his own father before your very eyes. Larys cleared his throat, feigning mystery. "The king has left the camp to hunt. During your absence, some intriguing events transpired." As he spoke, he awkwardly shifted his crooked leg, habitually presenting himself as weak. Aemon was not deceived by such tactics. He boldly stated, "Speak plainly." When dealing with such nefarious characters, evasion was futile. There was no need for circumspection. A direct and decisive approach was the only way forward. A certain lady from the future, known for her penchant for overturning tables, once uttered a timeless adage, "Wisdom is not power. Power is." Larry scrutinized the individual before him, sensing a hint of pressure emanating from the 8-year-old child. He remarked, "As far as I am aware, it pertains to the princess's betrothal." With these words, his demeanor grew increasingly humble, resembling that of a genuinely benevolent soul. Aemon rolled his eyes and bluntly inquired, "Has Rhaenyra quarreled with our uncle?" The complexities surrounding Rhaenyra's marriage were evident, with an abundance of lowly suitors vying for her hand. It was no surprise that discord had arisen. "No, Miss Lena has invited the princess for a spring outing," Larry countered, shaking his head. And so, Aemon expressed his disinterest in trivialities. Larry inclined his body further, whispering, "In my view, Lord Otto and Duke Jason have provoked the king, a rather unwise maneuver. Will our uncle take action?" Aemon probed directly. Larry responded ambiguously. "The king is gracious and courteous. Who can say for certain?" He had indeed not misjudged. The young prince before him was a promising prospect, swift, decisive, and possessing a robust lineage, along with a sharp intellect. He was a dark horse in the current scenario. The prime minister, eager for swift results, repeatedly transgressed the king's boundaries. The queen and princess, lacking political acumen, were destined to fall prey to manipulation. This young prince from the Vale would serve as a stepping stone on his path to advancement. Aemon regarded him carefully, discerning the shrewdness concealed beneath his humble and amiable facade. "My prince, I possess a wealth of intriguing tales." Larry resolved to extend an invitation. "Might you grant me the favor of your company and allow us to converse in a different setting?" Aemon, his gaze mischievous, replied, "Lead the way." Chapter 29, A New Direction. After a brief interval, Aemon returned, breathless from his sprint. In his right hand, he clutched a cane. Casting a glance over his shoulder, he smirked. "No wonder that Larys is a cripple. His mind's quite sharp. Alas, his legs are not." As a bonfire began to rise in the camp, he casually tossed the cane into the flames as kindling. "Well done," Aemon thought, puffing his little hands in satisfaction. Just moments ago, he had accomplished a significant feat. He had stolen the cane from the lame man and had kicked the other good leg. That mere Larry still thought he could manipulate him into sowing discord between Alicent and Rhaenyra, attempting to align himself with one faction for personal gain. He had pointedly indicated that Alicent, soon to be without power, was in dire need of support, making her the perfect target. Aemon chuckled bitterly. It was clear Larys wanted him to side with the Greens, conspiring with others to undermine Alicent. How preposterous! Alicent was his beloved sister, a cherished friend. How could he allow her to be deceived? The second son was indeed a second son, inherently petty. Aemon muttered to himself, feeling fortunate to be the sole heir. He imagined Larys was currently struggling to extricate himself from his own mire. Consider this a small lesson for him, a token of gratitude for illuminating Aemon's path. Indeed, under Larys' cunning tongue, Aemon had gained insight. The factions of Black and Green had yet to solidify. What use was worrying about the outcome? Aemon chuckled softly. Before the factions took form, it was essential to rectify errors. Rhaenyra and Alicent were mere vassals, yet to ascend to the roles of Black and Green leaders. The current political landscape was a clash of royal authority against the power of the lords, reshaping the council. Once the Prime Minister Otto was dismissed and ordered back to Old Town, a power vacuum would emerge within the court, allowing Rhaenyra and Alicent to rise opportunistically. Until that moment, they had not envisioned the path ahead. Hence, the scope for maneuvering was vast. Aemon grinned as he approached the Queen's tent, where Alicent was lodging. Not far from his destination, he arrived at the designated spot. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Two white knights stood guard at the entrance, identical twins in appearance. "I seek Alicent," Aemon replied. No sooner had he spoken than Alicent's melodious voice floated from within. "Is it Aemon? Let him in, my lords." Accompanying her words was the sound of hurried packing, indicating some urgency. The twin knights exchanged glances, and the one on the left said, "Please enter." Aemon flashed a sweet smile. "Thank you, Sir Elric." Elric paused, surprised that the young prince could distinguish between him and his brother. "I possess keen eyesight and excel at archery," Aemon jested, lifting the curtain to step inside the tent. The Cargill brothers, members of the Kingsguard, could be loosely considered supporters of the Queen, dedicated solely to ensuring her safety. Upon entering, the dim light enveloped him. Alicent knelt on the carpet. Her expression won a surprise. "Aemon, what brings you here?" she inquired, instinctively touching her slightly reddened eyes, not wishing to reveal that she had been crying. Aemon's smile faltered as he asked, "Have you been crying?" Was it due to his earlier actions that had caused her embarrassment? No, she quickly replied. Alicent vehemently denied it, forcing a smile. She insisted there was nothing amiss. Aemon, however, wore a skeptical expression, his mood soured by a hint of disappointment. He approached her side and quietly settled down next to her. During this period, Alicent was still too fragile, burdened by overwhelming feelings of guilt and shame. A self-inflicted torment with no outlet. "I am truly sorry, Aemon," Alicent said, her spirits low as she took the initiative to apologize. "I shouldn't have made things difficult for Rhaenyra, nor should I have dragged Daemon into it." She was unaware of what had clouded her judgment. She merely wished to see Rhaenyra humiliated, to release the pent-up grievances that loomed like a mountain of refuse. She nearly lost her only friend. There is no need for apologies. After hearing her, Aemon leaned his head against Alicent's shoulder and gently remarked, "I know you never intended to hurt me. And I also recognize that you are not truly happy." "How could I be?" Alicent's expression was strained. "You might deceive others, for they are indifferent to your well-being. But you cannot deceive me, nor can you deceive your own heart. Can you?" Alicent opened her mouth to respond, but confronted by those piercing violet eyes, she found it impossible to deceive herself. Indeed, she was not happy. Once friends with Rhaenyra, she had now become her stepmother. How could she not feel shame? Her husband, though a king with unparalleled power, was merely a middle-aged man, significantly older than her, who had lost both wife and children. There was no love between them. To this day, her father Otto sought to promote his son Aegon as the heir to the Iron Throne, dragging her onto this treacherous path, defying her husband's will and slandering her former friend. Each of these burdens weighed heavily on Alicent, steeped in the teachings of the Seven, leaving her in a state of profound internal conflict. With a soft crack, Alicent could no longer maintain her composure. Tears cascaded from her reddened eyes as she bit her lip in silence. The emotions that had been bottled up inside her were bitter and indescribable. In the vast Red Keep, no one genuinely cared for or loved her. She was merely referred to as Her Grace, forgotten as Miss Alicent. Even her father viewed her merely as a puppet to manipulate hearts. In this seemingly hopeless existence, she felt akin to a living corpse, drained of vitality. It was Aemon's presence that illuminated a glimmer of hope in her life. They were the closest of companions, akin to a sister caring for her brother, coexisting under the protective shadow of His Grace, the King. I feel so lonely," Alicent choked, overwhelmed with emotion. She was uncertain of how to navigate her life, trapped in a manipulated existence that felt like an endless fog. Sometimes, she could not help but wonder what life would be like if the king were still alive. "Alicent, do you remember your dreams?" Aemon pressed his lips together, reaching out to wipe away her tears. He still recalled his purpose for being there, to help Alicent break free from her shackles and choose a path of her own. Dreams? Alicent faltered momentarily, the word feeling foreign to her, as if it had been forgotten long ago. "Yes." Aemon cradled her pale face, speaking earnestly. "You once shared with me what you wanted to do as a child." Alicent stared blankly, lost in the innocence of her own past. She seemed to have once expressed a desire to find a tranquil place, undisturbed by the outside world, to live with those who were significant to her. Carefree, without constraints or worries. "Do you remember?" Aemon inquired again. Alicent appeared lost in thought, taking a considerable time to respond. "Of course." "Alicent, do you trust me?" Aemon's small face was serious as their foreheads touched. Alicent's gaze was clear as she nodded gently. "Then let us heed my words. We must not allow ourselves to be bullied." Aemon stated resolutely, "Your father is a politician, yet he is not a good father. You must grow strong on your own." "But he is my father. We both have a father who is irresponsible." Aemon reminded her, "It is your father who needs you, not the other way around." The identity of a queen provides the Old Town faction with confidence. Otto is on the verge of defeat. Alicent must step forward to transform the Old Town faction into the Queen-S party, to protect herself and stabilize the situation. Without Otto's instigation, her ambitions are not so grand. Even if the struggle for the throne is inevitable, it can minimize the harm to the royal family. By altering the course of events, she hopes to suffocate the chaotic outcome in its cradle. With trepidation in her heart, Alicent summoned her courage to ask, "What should I do? Perhaps it is time for change." Aemon shook his head. "There is nothing to be done. Simply wait in silence." Initially perplexed, Alicent then realized, I understand now. Aemon paused, taken aback. What do you comprehend? Alicent refrained from answering, wiping her tears to restore her smile. Her greatest adversary was her father, yet sometimes opponents can fall from grace on their own. Viserys had long harbored discontent. This isn't tea completely dry. Let me help you. Aemon patiently tended to her. Thank you, Aemon. Alicent cupped Aemon's small face in her hands, seeking solace as she nuzzled against him. She had come to a conclusion. Her father was significant to her, while she was significant to Aemon. In comparison to the pain brought by the former, she preferred to safeguard the precious innocence she had left. In a blind spot unseen by Aemon, Alicent's eyes hardened. Father, I am sorry. Chapter 30. The Dual Agent. Aemon, as the sun set, the queen's tent was lifted, revealing a small figure emerging from within. Ah, serving others is truly not an easy task. Aemon sighed softly, stretching languidly, wiping away a smudge of sorrow from his face, which he could not escape. What did you say? Alicent followed closely behind, bending slightly as she stepped out. Aemon quickly corrected himself. I meant, serving the queen is really not difficult at all. Is that so? Alicent's eyes sparkled with mischief as she suppressed a laugh. Such a little one, yet so clever with sweet words. Aemon grinned sheepishly, realizing he had best not provoke her further. Indeed, women are a curious species, particularly those of striking beauty. One moment, they may be in tears, and the next, they appear as if nothing has transpired. Your Highness, the king has returned from the hunt. Though he seems rather displeased, Sir Alaric reported respectfully, bowing as he conveyed the news of the king's return to camp. Thank you, sir, Alicent replied graciously. Aemon glanced over, hastily saying, You go ahead, I shall take a stroll. Having reassured this one, there were still others to attend to. Very well, I shall take my leave. Alicent nodded lightly. However, she did not move immediately. Instead, she tilted her head and stared at Aemon for a moment, as if attempting to see through him. Aemon felt a chill run down his spine under her gaze, fearing that his grand designs had been unraveled. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Alicent suddenly spoke, her tone grave. Do not place your trust in Rhaenyra. She is a selfish and foolish individual. Growing too close to her will only bring you misfortune and a dire fate. Aemon was taken aback by her stark warning. Such a blatant scare tactic, yet mixed with an undeniable truth. What could it possibly mean? Do you understand? Alicent inquired. I do, Aemon replied. Good. A hint of amusement crept into Alicent's eyes, though her expression remained serious. His Majesty has entrusted you to me. I hope you find more joy than I have. Indeed, we are the best of friends. Aemon nodded vigorously, resembling a chick pecking at grains, exuding utmost trust. Only then was Alicent satisfied to take her leave, watching her graceful figure retreat into the distance. Aemon let out a sigh of relief. At last, he had navigated through that encounter. He was a man who thrived in the shadows, not one to hang himself on a single tree. Life is but a play, and it all relies on skillful performance. Farewell, my lords, Aemon waved amicably, heading towards the bonfire banquet in search of Rhaenyra. The two knights bowed respectfully, filled with admiration for the young prince who had a knack for charming young ladies. Alas, the brothers had sworn never to marry or bear children. Otherwise, they would surely seek his counsel. As dusk deepened, the bonfire blazed brightly. Surrounding nobles gathered for a celebratory feast. Aemon wandered alone, stopping by the stable to wash his face at the trough, with tear stains still visible. He feared others might suspect him. Aemon, over here. Rhaenyra beckoned from atop a dry tree stump, her face alight with smiles. Spotting his target, Aemon sprang into action. As he approached, he realized there was more than one person on the stump. The poised and graceful Lannel, clad in a blue gown, was smiling at him. The essence of a charming elder sister is unmistakably embodied in her. A slightly reserved Aemon politely greeted, Good evening, Miss Rhaenyra. Rising gracefully, Rhaenyra returned the courtesy. Good evening. Your Highness, Aemon. This left Aemon momentarily taken aback, as he waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formality. It feels excessive. After all, they were still cousins, sharing a common great-grandfather. Aemon was the third son of that ancestor, while Prince Balon of the Spring Dawn was of the next generation. Aemon had married Lady Jocelyn of House Valerion, and they had a single daughter, Princess Rhaenys, the uncrowned queen. Prince Balon, in turn, was their grandfather, fathering two sons, Vaemond and Daemon. In the current generation of Aemon and Rhaenyra, their bloodline connection is neither too distant nor too close. However, the Targaryen lineage is sparse, making Rhaenys' bloodline equally precious. Upon hearing his words, Rhaenyra smiled gently. "All right, shall I call you cousin then?" "No need for that. Simply call me by my name," Aemon replied, preferring a more familiar approach. His name alone signified that Aunt Rhaenys held a favorable view of him, and there was no necessity to uphold a faade, especially when it came to the Iron Throne. It is better to have many friends and few enemies. "Very well, I shall not hold back then," Rhaenyra nodded, gracefully returning to her seat. Aemon furrowed his brow slightly. It was not the right moment to sway Rhaenyra's resolve. "Aemon, I have come to a realization," Rhaenyra suddenly declared, catching him off guard. Aemon was astonished. "What have you come to realize?" Rhaenyra, her eyes filled with emotion, grasped his hand. "Thank you for helping me today. So many wished to see me falter." In her eyes, Aemon's small figure loomed large during her moment of need. "No need for thanks." Aemon was genuinely surprised. Rhaenyra, however, was even more touched, tightening her grip on his hand as she earnestly declared, "You are right. There are many who have pledged their loyalty to me. I cannot remain passive. If those vultures covet what is mine, I shall fight to the bitter end." She aimed to prove to everyone that she was not merely a cupbearer to kings, but the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. One day, she would demonstrate through her own efforts that her father's choices were not in vain. She could become a worthy queen. Aemon found himself at a loss for words. These sentiments were supposed to be his. How had Rhaenyra ignited such passion within herself? "What do you think, Aemon?" Rhaenyra's gaze was fervent, seeking affirmation. Aemon's mouth opened slightly in understanding. "Indeed, that is precisely it. It is admirable to possess such spirit." With her determination, there was no need for him to labor over imparting wisdom. Rhaenyra simply lacked a sense of entitlement. The abrupt passing of Queen Aemma and the subsequent exile of the first-in-line demon had unexpectedly thrust her into the role of heir. She had once worried that the arrival of a younger brother would lead her parents to disregard her. Now, however, she could face her identity head-on and embrace her position as the rightful heir. It is certainly preferable to avoid the reckless and self-destructive path of the original world trajectory, where one might indulge in debauchery overnight, only to later embrace a feminine identity and employ feminine wiles to govern a kingdom. This notably refers to the acceptance of a politically advantageous marriage and the acknowledgement of 3 illegitimate offspring. Such a convoluted affair transforms into a tangled web of debts. Numerous progeny may indeed wield significant power, fostering dragon tamers to amplify strength. Yet, due to an illegitimate lineage, the throne remains forever out of reach. However, what accounts for her sudden display of intelligence? Aemon's mind was awash with questions, prompting him to glance at the onlooker, Rhaenys. Could it be her influence? Sensing his gaze, Rhaenys smiled coyly, her eyes sparkling with allure. Aemon was momentarily taken aback and hastily excused himself. "I shall retire for the night. This woman does not appear to be benevolent. The third master of Vagor possesses a mind and cunning that are decidedly extraordinary. I cannot provoke her. It is best to retreat." Yet, Rhaenyra would not release her grip, forbidding his escape. Aemon, striving to maintain his facade of honesty and reliability, inquired with concern, "Is there something else?" "Indeed," Rhaenyra replied with a serious demeanor, cautioning him, "You must keep your distance from Alicent. She is devoid of shame and moral compass. Even her closest friends are not spared betrayal. If you remain in her company, you will inevitably find yourself sold out, counting her ill-gotten gains." Aemon felt a chill run down his spine. Her words resonated disturbingly familiar. "Did you hear that?" Rhaenyra pressed earnestly. Yes," Aemon nodded vigorously, thumping his chest in assurance. "Rest assured, our bond is unbreakable." Chapter 31. The agony of Viserys in the depths of night. By the flickering campfire, Viserys found himself in solitude, his countenance rendered obscure by the dancing flames. With a sudden motion, he splashed half a cup of wine, the crackling of the fire echoing his inner turmoil. He was engulfed in sorrow, Or perhaps it was an oppressive fury that weighed heavily upon his heart. Provoked earlier by Duke Jason and Prime Minister Otto, he sought solace in a stroll, yet was compelled to search for the elusive white stag. At this moment he was utterly exhausted, both in body and spirit. "Is everything all right, Your Majesty?" Alicent approached, her expression one of surprise. Viserys, without turning, bared his soul. "I named Rhaenyra as my heir to prevent Daemon from bringing ruin." Alicent stood in shock, unprepared to hear such revelations from her husband. "She was my only child at the time, hailed as the light of the realm." Viserys seemed to be inebriated, his voice tinged with wistfulness. "I appointed her out of love, for I no longer believe." His words faltered, caught in the web of his regret. He suddenly lamented, feeling that every decision he had made was fraught with error. He cherished Daemon, his brother, with whom he had shared his childhood. Before the Great Council of 101, he himself lacked confidence in being the heir designated by their grandfather, overshadowed by his cousin Rhaenys. That woman inherited the valor and brilliance of their uncle Aemon, and her husband, Corlys Balerion, possessed wealth to rival kingdoms, alongside children equally eligible for succession. Yet, Daemon had placed unwavering trust in him, tirelessly courting the lords and spending vast sums to recruit mercenaries. He even boasted that if his elder brother Viserys failed in his bid for the throne, he would undoubtedly wage war without regard for the consequences. It was this very concern that led their grandfather, Jaehaerys, to convene the Great Council of 101, wishing to avert any familial strife. But how had it come to this? Viserys, with reddened eyes, cast his gaze downward, reluctant to reveal his weakness before his wife. Deep within, he questioned when he had begun to harbor apprehensions towards his brother Daemon. Daemon was impulsive and reckless, always viewing himself as the rightful heir, biding his time to seize the throne. The death of his late wife, Aemma, and the incidents surrounding the Princess Day had ignited this trepidation into a flame of wrath. With the assistance of Prime Minister Otto, he had personally driven Daemon from King's Landing, and thus the perceived threat seemed to dissipate. Yet, it lingered, as if lurking in the shadows, ever present. Viserys, consumed by his inner turmoil, shook his head with a bitter smile. After Daemon, Corlys Balerion was yet another looming threat. While Daemon was present at the small council, Corlys, serving as the master of ships, dared not overstep, maintaining a modicum of respect for him as king. However, with Daemon's departure from King's Landing, and after Viserys had rejected a union on the grounds of Lena's youth, Corlys could no longer contain his ambitions. He astutely recognized this opportunity and once more collaborated with Prime Minister Otto to resolve the predicament. His solution was to wed Alicent, thus securing the allegiance of the Old Town nobles and forcibly removing Corlys from the small council. The immediate threat had vanished, yet it merely retreated to the other side of Blackwater Bay. Fortunately, the rampant piracy of the Three-Daughter Kingdom drew Corlys to deploy forces to the Stepstones, allowing him a few years of undisturbed slumber. But this was insufficient. New threats continued to emerge. What was it that he no longer believed? Alicent remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling in her husband's mind, her attention solely focused on matters concerning Rhaenyra. Viserys, swaying slightly, dismissively replied, "Nothing, merely a dream." He had indeed dreamt of a son, adorned with the crown of the conqueror. The dream felt so vivid, akin to the flickering flames before him. It was this very dream that he had relentlessly pursued, ultimately leading to the demise of his late wife, Aemma. Following Aemma's tragic fate, he forced himself to forget the dream. There was no son, it was all an illusion. Reluctantly, he designated his only daughter, Rhaenyra, as his heir. He believed that compensating Rhaenyra would alleviate the burdens of his past mistakes, providing him with some semblance of solace. Yet, he had been overly optimistic. Naming Rhaenyra as his successor would only invite further troubles and tribulations. He could not help but question whether he had been perpetually drifting further into error. Alicent observed silently, then suddenly interjected, "Rhaenyra is exceptional. She has been striving to become a worthy heir." "What did you say?" Viserys exclaimed, startled, thinking he had misheard. "Rhaenyra has always held you in great esteem." Alicent met his gaze, feigning sincerity. "She refrains from speaking with you, not out of disdain, but from a lack of confidence." fearing your disappointment and rejection. In truth, she cares for you deeply. Indeed, this was a blatant untruth. It was evident to any discerning eye that the man before her held greater affection for his daughter Rhaenyra and was reluctant to replace his son Aegon as the heir. Perhaps, in his heart, to replace Rhaenyra would be to acknowledge his own failings. If this were the case, then let him be coddled with such words. Let him be told what he wished to believe, what he was unwaveringly certain of, and let him be reassured that he could dismiss his father Otto from his position. Viserys grasped his wife's hand, inquiring, "Does Rhaenyra truly feel this way?" "Of course," she replied, her expression resolute as she discreetly withdrew her hand. Viserys, with trembling hands filled with excitement, overlooked the small detail and smiled. "Alicent, you are indeed a thoughtful wife." "It is my duty," Alicent replied, forcing a smile as she assisted him back. By echoing his sentiments, she was often rewarded with such praise. Unbeknownst to him, a sense of fulfillment enveloped his heart. His joy stemmed not only from Rhaenyra's affection, but also from his wife's demeanor. Alicent did not oppose Rhaenyra as the crown prince, indicating that the fault lay with others, particularly with the encroaching Otto. With Alicent's support, he could unburden himself of Otto's presence. With Alicent stabilizing the Old Town faction, peace would be restored. As he walked, Viserys chuckled softly. Meanwhile, Alicent lowered her gaze, her earlier warmth dissipating. "Men," she muttered under her breath. In the tent, Aemon protested loudly, "Mother, I am also a man." Lady Rhea bent down to make the bed and casually tossed a blanket his way. "Sleep if you wish, or go outside if you don't." Aemon caught the blanket, his face contorted in dismay as he looked at the two beds, one large and one small. Given the royal hunting expedition, accommodations were not particularly lavish. Only Lady Rhea from the Royce family had come, and there was but a single tent. If he doesn't sleep, he will have to squeeze in with William and the others. Who is he performing for? "Haven't you always wanted to sleep with me?" Lady Rhea cast a sharp glance back, admonishing him. "Don't think I am unaware of your close ties with the Queen and the Princess. There will come a day when you will regret it." Cold sweat beaded on Aemon's forehead as he chose to speak from his heart. "Mom, I will sleep on the small bed." After saying that, he obediently lay down. He had outgrown the phase of seeking maternal affection and only wished to cradle the 4 dragon eggs in solitude. If the commotion continued, who knows what secrets his mother might reveal. With a puff, Lady Rhea extinguished the candle and lay on the bed fully clothed, succumbing to slumber. Time trickled away slowly. Aemon tossed and turned, unable to sleep, his mind swirling with thoughts. Following his persuasion, Alicent planned to break free from her constraints and assert her independence, while Rhaenyra ignited her fighting spirit. Together, they aimed to ensure that Otto would be dismissed by the end of this royal guard shift. At that point, the fate of King's Landing would rest in their hands. The two were at odds, unable to see eye to eye, remaining in King's Landing. Aemon's position as a fence-sitter would inevitably be exposed, leading to his downfall. The mere thought of this sent shivers down his spine. Meanwhile, Lady Rhea rested with her eyes closed, a stark contrast to her daytime hunting demeanor. Suddenly, she heard her foolish son's voice. "Mom, are you asleep?" "Why?" Lady Rhea replied succinctly. "Can I borrow a squad of knights from the Vale tomorrow?" "Why?" Lady Rhea inquired again. "Rhaenyra invited me to hunt, and I'm worried about safety." This was a lie. He had 2 mischievous schemes in mind. One was to capture a white stag, a symbol of royal power, which would surely yield precious spoils. The other was to stir up trouble and create a smooth exit from King's Landing. His uncle, Vaemond, had honestly suggested he become a child husband, but he dared not remain. It was better to return to the Vale, where the mountains were high and the king far away. There, he could develop securely and cultivate his own faction. In the grand scheme of the blood-soaked dragon dance, having a foundation made all the difference. His father Daemon and the future one-eyed Aemon Targaryen were formidable, undoubtedly prominent figures in the black and green factions. Yet, they remained mere vassals of their respective camps, parting regretfully when their leader was either untrustworthy or missing. He could not follow the same path. He aspired to be the leader. Once he returned to the Vale to establish his domain, he would seek an opportunity to tame a dragon, ensuring that others would have to reckon with him. Lady Rhea did not lift her eyelids, sensing that her son harbored ill intentions. she calmly stated. Tomorrow, rise early. Gonsal will seek you. Aemon felt warmth in his heart and said good night. Love you, Mom. After a moment, Lady Rhea stirred. Chapter 32. As solid as a rock the following day, at dawn, the camp was bustling with energy. Aemon reluctantly powered on, groggily rising to wash up. A momentous occasion awaited him today, and he could not afford to indulge in slumber. Just before stepping out, he accessed the Magic Essence panel. Aemon Targaryen, talent, dreamer, gold, bloodline. Ancient Valyrian Dragon King, 23, skills. High Valyrian, proficient, archery, skilled. Magic cards, none pet. Golden-nosed rat, blue, evaluation, a healthy. Developing human juvenile, slightly overweight. Aemon cast a quick glance, momentarily dazed, before his expression shifted dramatically. What did it mean to be slightly overweight? Either one was or one was not. There was no middle ground. As if it were something he could deny. Wait until I grow a bit more, and you shall be utterly captivated. Muttering under his breath, Aemon perused the card panel. 1. Beast Feed Pill. Nourishes pets and mounts. Enhances wisdom. Strengthens physique. Increases intimacy. The card was a vibrant green, adorned with an image of a small pill. 2. Steel Longsword. A weapon of acceptable quality. The card shimmered in green, depicting a longsword radiating a cold gleam. 3. As solid as a rock. Skin hardening, akin to stone. The card was blue, illustrating a grayish-white figure striking a robust pose. A number 1. One hovering above its head. Each card was marked with a price. Green background displayed. 60 essence green background displayed. 55 essence blue background displayed. 150 essence this card has appeared again. Aemon immediately fixated on as solid as a rock, and without a second thought, he tapped it with the extravagance of a wealthy patron. Pop! The blue card shattered instantly, transforming into a pale, grayish-white stream of light that wobbled and penetrated his chest. Aemon felt a jolt, his fair skin tightening suddenly, and an inexplicable surge of strength coursed through his fists. A notification chimed in his ears. As solid as a rock one. Minor enhancement of physique, strength, and endurance. Basic body defense. The panel indicated that basic defense rendered one impervious to blades and swords, offering a certain degree of resilience against blows and falls. Further exchanges could elevate the defense level. Aemon patted his chest, exclaiming in delight, "It truly doesn't hurt." He then picked up a small knife from the fruit platter and drew it across his smooth arm, leaving only a faint mark. He had indeed become a foul, yet unyielding stone. On the battlefield, fearlessly marching without armor. Wouldn't that be a massacre? Aemon instantly envisioned his formidable and awe-inspiring figure. This was merely basic defense. What would happen with advanced defense? Surely, he would possess an indestructible physique. After reveling in joy for a while, his smile gradually faded. Beside the golden hourglass, essence count, 67. Within the dragon's lair, with the aid of several dragon eggs and dream fire, the essence count had reached 268 points. The exchange for the skill, empty hands, consumed 60 points, while the 3 dragon eggs gifted by dream fire provided an additional 9 points. The recent acquisition of as solid as a rock had cost him another 150 points. The remaining essence was barely sufficient for a single green card. He could not afford to pause. It was time to scour the imperial forest once more. Aemon, invigorated and full of spirit, set off with great confidence. Into the royal forest. He hurriedly arrived, riding a white horse alongside Sir Steve, with a retinue of 3 guards, including Ganser, at his side. Following them was a squad of 10 knights from the valley. Rhaenyra, already waiting at the appointed location, was taken aback by the spectacle. "Aemon, why have you brought so many people?" Aemon dismounted the white horse and waved his hand dismissively. "It's a trivial matter. Capturing the white stag is of utmost importance." "Then you ought to seek out my father. His entourage is well suited for hunting the white stag," Rhaenyra replied, exasperated. Aemon merely smiled in silence, observing the individuals trailing behind her. In addition to the unwavering white knight Cole, there were several young talents from various places. Well, they could be considered talents, I suppose. The most conspicuous among them was none other than Duke Jason, adorned in lavish attire with his golden locks. His flamboyant hairstyle resembled that of a peacock more than a lion. Aemon furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "Isn't he supposed to be with my uncle?" "Who knows?" Rhaenyra shrugged. It wouldn't do to reveal that she had intended to form a hunting party in the royal forest. These individuals were all too eager to compete for a place, although she sought to select a few helpers from among them. "Let's go. It's a fine day. We shall explore the royal forest." Rhaenyra, taking on the role of an elder sister, took Aemon's hand. Then, in surprise, she exclaimed, "Aemon, your skin is so smooth, and it has become so much fairer." "I had a good night's sleep," Aemon provided an excuse, successfully deceiving the suspicious Rhaenyra as they strolled along the path into the royal forest. Aemon squinted his eyes, scrutinizing the young talents surrounding them. There were indeed a few promising individuals, yet he saw no necessity to forge friendships. A group of lustful, ambitious young men were already vying for Rhaenyra's beauty and status, with their heads turned in her direction. Being younger, he would have to seek companionship at the children's table. "Duke Jason, perhaps you could send someone ahead to scout the situation?" Rhaenyra, feeling overwhelmed, desired a moment of peace. Duke Jason smiled slightly, bowing graciously, "Of course, your highness." He likely considered himself an old gentleman by now. Aemon waved his hand, signaling the 10 Valley Knights to disperse and search the royal forest for the white stag. He then released the golden-nosed rat from his backpack, rewarding it with a cluster of grapes as payment. The rat chirped, consuming one grape but reluctant to eat the rest. Scurrying into the bushes, Aemon plucked a grape and popped it into his mouth. As the group gathered, ready to set off, Aemon turned his head and caught sight of a handsome man with brown hair and brown eyes, sporting a lion-like nose. The man, tall and robust, was currently polishing a long sword while his gaze remained fixated on Rhaenyra, eyes gleaming. Rhaenyra followed Aemon's line of sight. The man's expression brightened, and feigning seriousness, he lowered his head, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In the eyes of the siblings, he resembled a lovesick fool, grinning foolishly. Aemon's eyelids fluttered as he recognized the man's identity, feeling a surge of disgust. Coincidentally, he was searching for a fool to confront. In an impulsive moment, Aemon pointed at him, his mouth outpacing his mind, exclaiming, "What do you think you're doing?" The sound was crisp, imbued with a pure greeting. "Harwin Strong." Rhaenyra was taken aback, hurriedly covering his mouth and whispering sharply, "Aemon, what are you doing?" What was the matter with the little fellow? His small mouth opened, exuding a sweet melody. Aemon whimpered, yet was forcibly dragged away. Harwin's smile vanished, leaving him awkward and mortified. This was quite a predicament. If it had been an adult or a young man capable of wielding a sword, he could have relied on his martial prowess to regain his dignity. But confronting an 8-year-old child was utterly disempowering. At that moment, Aemon had already been whisked away. Rhaenyra mounted her white steed, tossing Aemon upon the horse's back, and with a flick of the reins, galloped forth. Her equestrian skills were exceptional, swift beyond measure. "Let me go, I'm going to fall." Aemon struggled, secretly lamenting his misfortune. Harwin, the bone crusher, had a decent temperament and some measure of tolerance. He accepted the reprimand in silence, contemplating that if Aemon dared to retort, he would instruct Gonsal to put him in his place. Having stirred up trouble, he did not even seek the white stag, but instead fled with a bucket in hand. He returned to the Vale of Arryn under the cover of night. Chapter 33. The regal aura of the purple-card Rhaenyra rode swiftly, crossing streams and making her way towards the mountains. Upon reaching the precipice, she reined in her horse and dismounted to gaze at the breathtaking scenery below. A light-hearted smile graced her face as she affectionately ruffled the hair of the boy nestled in her arms. Aemon, his silver-gold hair tousled by the wind, seemed to shrink further into her embrace. The chill of March was enough to drive anyone to folly. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and declared, "If I catch a cold, you shall not escape the duty of attending to me." Rhaenyra, in high spirits, looked out over the dense forest below the cliff. It had been a long time since she felt such exhilaration. Even soaring over Blackwater Bay on Syrax had not brought her the same joy as this ride. She no longer felt lost. She had found her path and quelled the rebellious thoughts about her responsibilities. "Go, go, Cole!" His expression filled with concern. Soon caught up with her. Aemon glanced back, noting the small entourage of guards and pack animals following closely behind. "My lady, your riding is as swift as that of a dragon," Duke Jane gasped, perspiration streaming down his forehead. It was no small feat for a man of his stature to keep pace on this arduous journey. "You have my gratitude, my lords," Rhaenyra replied coolly, pausing momentarily before attempting to assert her command. "The scenery here is splendid. We shall make camp." "Leave it to me," Duke Jane exclaimed, patting his chest with such fervor that he nearly made himself ill. Aemon, unable to bear the sight, slipped off his horse and began to wander about. The more he observed, the more uneasy he became, his gaze growing peculiar. Approaching a towering tree, he reached out to touch its rough bark. "It resembles the tree from my dreams," he mused, circling it as if searching for hidden treasures beneath its roots. Suddenly, a golden-nosed mouse darted out, tugging at his pant leg. Rustling sounds echoed from a corner of the forest as a snow-white deer, as silky as satin, emerged. Aemon's eyes widened. He had to tilt his head to take in its grandeur. The deer's eyes sparkled with vitality, its broad and flat antlers giving it a majestic presence. Upon closer inspection, it stood over 2 meters tall and nearly 5 meters long. When considering the towering antlers, it was taller than a small house. Could this be an albino stag? Aemon's breath quickened. For the first time, he realized there existed a creature that rivaled a dragon, at least a young one. The appearance of the white stag caused a commotion among the animals. They drew their swords, ready for confrontation. "My lady, come behind me," Cole exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment, dutifully intent on protecting the princess. "Wait," Rhaenyra said, initially surprised, then attempted to intervene. Aemon wished to speak as well, but hesitated and fell silent. The white stag was far larger than they had anticipated, beyond what the guards could handle alone. The pack animals would need to lend their strength. Indeed, is a white stag a divine sign from the gods? Duke Jane's eyes gleamed with excitement as he quickly organized the men to encircle it. Before dragons arrived on the shores of Westeros, the white stag had long been a symbol of royalty. His sighting of it foretold destiny's favor, perhaps even the prospect of marrying a princess. Among the crowd, his status was the highest, and a throng of eager young nobles surged forward, keen to prove themselves. The majestic white deer lifted its neck with an air of pride, gracefully approaching on its 4 hooves. Before it stood 2 figures obstructed by the white knight. Aemon furrowed his brow and whispered, "Is it coming for you?" Rhaenyra, lost in thought, could not ascertain. "Then it must be coming for me," Aemon declared with newfound seriousness, as visions of a crown danced in his dreams. Rhaenyra, unable to grasp the situation, surrendered it to him. "Surround it," commanded Duke Jason, and several ropes were cast forth. Startled, the white deer averted its gaze, only to find its antlers ensnared. "Surely it cannot be so easy," Aemon mused silently. As expected, the white deer let out a furious cry, shaking its head violently, causing several noble youths to topple over in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the deer leapt 8 meters, crashing into the terrified Duke Jason. Thud! When Duke Jason landed, it was directly before Cole, who gasped in shock, shouting, "Protect the princess!" Sir Steve's expression shifted as well, brandishing his sword at the advancing white deer. "Stay still, do not provoke it," Aemon urged urgently. "The white deer does not appear without reason. There must be an explanation." Squeak! The golden-nosed mouse scurried onto the backpack, its tiny paws covering its mouth. Aemon speculated, "What have you taken from it? Hand it over." Squeak! The mouse feigned innocence, hoping to escape suspicion. Aemon, however, was unyielding, grasping its round body, nearly squeezing it into a flattened state. Squeak! The golden-nosed mouse finally surrendered. Its little paws resting by its mouth, it fumbled and produced a small flower. The white deer, fixated, stepped closer, trampling over the unconscious Duke Jason. "Prince!" Cole's eyes widened, his clenched hand slightly damp with sweat. "Do not lose your composure. Give it to it." Aemon snatched the wilted flower and tossed it before the deer. Seemingly lacking in intelligence, the deer lowered its head and sniffed, devouring it as if it were a delicacy. Witnessing this, the onlookers were thrown into disarray. Suddenly, Duke Jason groaned, regaining consciousness, and screamed, "Catch it! Do not let it escape. Thud! The white deer kicked back with its hind legs, sending him flying 2 meters away. In a brief moment, the ropes ensnaring its antlers were pulled taut. Ganser's expression darkened as he wrapped the rope around his arm. "Help me, sir," Aemon called out. Sir Steve, bewildered, saw the prince extend his arms and hurriedly lifted him. Before the white deer could struggle, Aemon mounted its back. With audacity and caution, he rummaged through his backpack and produced a handful of ula grass. The deer glanced at it, captivated by its fragrance. With 2 eager bites, the thought of fleeing dissipated. However, the white deer violently shook its head, freeing itself from the ropes ensnaring its antlers, and leaped several paces away. Aemon, Prince, Rhaenyra, and the guard team gasped, too late to intervene. A noble youth standing at the forest's edge attempted to intervene, only to be toppled by the swift gust brought forth by the white deer. Rhaenyra was taken aback, her limbs growing cold. Suddenly, from deep within the woods, Aemon's terrified cries echoed. "Take care of Duke Jane. Tell him I saved him." Even trapped in his predicament, he sought to claim credit. "Quickly pursue," roared Gonsal, vaulting onto his horse and galloping away. The prince had merely spoken of hunting deer, not riding them. By now, the white stag had vanished without a trace. At the entrance of the camp, Viserys appeared weary, staggering as he entered. Behind him, a cart dragged the lifeless form of a brown-hued stag. "Your Majesty, this stag is quite commendable, perhaps the finest catch of the day," Tyrion offered, ever the sycophant. Viserys waved his hand dismissively, seemingly indifferent. Having failed to capture the elusive white stag, he was left with mixed emotions, uncertain whether to feel joy or disappointment. If the white stag truly existed, Otto would undoubtedly exploit it. Yet, without sight of the creature, it did not suit the king's stature. Suddenly, a commotion arose from behind. "Protect his Majesty." The guards quickly unsheathed their swords, encircling the king. "What has transpired?" Viserys inquired, taken aback as he turned to assess the situation. Amidst the clamor, a flash of white burst forth from the forest. Bang! A majestic white stag leaped into view, its grand form illuminated by the sun, landing gracefully upon the verdant grass. Slow down, Viserys exclaimed, momentarily dazzled by the brightness, catching sight of a small figure atop the white stag. "It's the prince." Sir Harold, struck by astonishment, shouted to quell the chaos. The white stag lowered its head, nibbling on fragrant herbs. Aemon, drenched in cold sweat, wiped his brow. It has finally stopped. At that moment, a radiant panel materialized, revealing the presence of a magical creature, bestowing a generous influx of power. Beside the golden hourglass, essence count 57, on the card panel, the item priced at 60 essences, beast feed, vanished, leaving behind a multitude of magical essence. Aemon exhaled, a purple card materializing in his hand. Regal aura gained the recognition of the white stag, possessing a more revered, compelling, and worship-worthy kingly presence. The card gleamed in radiant purple, resulting from an extraordinary stroke of fortune. With a pop, the purple card shattered, transforming into a milky white glow that seeped into his chest. Aemon felt little, casting a casual glance toward the camp's entrance. Just that single glance imbued him with an air of authority. Viserys stood agape, astonished at the sight of his young nephew bathed in sunlight. The sunlight, the white stag, and the boy painted a stunning tableau. At that moment, Gonsal arrived, leading a contingent of Vale knights. The glinting iron helmets encircled the silver-haired boy astride the white stag, a sight to behold. Chapter 34. The Royal Council as the king returned triumphantly. The royal hunt was abruptly concluded. The reason was well known. The princess had been frightened, and the Duke of the West had nearly been trampled by a deer. The king's command to end the hunt was absolute, and none dared to utter a word against it. The following day, at the gates of King's Landing, the royal carriage, painted in a pristine white, gracefully entered the city, greeted by throngs of citizens. As the heir apparent, His Majesty Aegon I basked in the prosperity of the wealthiest dynasty in history. There were no wars, no famine. The populace thrived in peace, deeply cherishing their youthful king and wholeheartedly supporting the Targaryen name. Be careful not to eat anything. Aemon followed closely behind the royal carriage, clutching a silken white mane. The majestic white stag, spirited by nature, resisted its cravings and withdrew its head, forsaking the tempting red apples from a nearby stall. Its imposing antlers, spanning over 3 meters, added an air of intimidation. The white stag, a symbol of royal authority, captivated the attention of all as it entered the city, igniting fervent cheers from the crowd. The sight of its grand antlers, its powerful and graceful form, and its intelligent, clear gaze left no doubt. It was a genuine white stag. The king had indeed captured one and brought it back to King's Landing. With grace, the white stag advanced, exuding a noble presence that drew countless admiring glances. Aemon sat atop the stag, holding the reins with both hands. His fair and handsome visage was complemented by shoulder-length silver blonde hair and radiant purple eyes, all adorned in a lavish black ensemble. Behind him, Sir Steve rode a white horse, bearing a 3-headed red dragon banner, while Gonsal rode a sleek black steed, proudly displaying a flag featuring a pile of pebbles set against an orange background adorned with 2 rows of runes, symbols unmistakably representing the dual heritage of the Targaryens and the Royce family. In the rear, dozens of knights donned iron helmets, forming an imposing escort on either side. The citizens, awestruck, fell into a hushed silence. The spectacle was undeniably grand indeed. Aemon surveyed his surroundings, nodding subtly, his posture straightening with purpose. This was the effect he had desired. Riding the white stag, he could not afford to be discreet. Rather, he chose to embrace the grandeur fully, intending to overshadow his uncle, Aegon, who had just captured a wild deer in the hunt. His triumph in subduing the white stag would unmistakably showcase his royal bearing, outshining even his Uncle Daemon's previous efforts to restore order in King's Landing. As the king grappled with concerns regarding the succession, Aemon mused to himself, "Is this an attempt to drive me away?" Inside the royal carriage, Aegon felt a weight in his heart as he discreetly lifted the curtain, catching sight of his nephew's spirited demeanor. Aemon was undeniably impressive, possessing a flair that rivaled even his brother Daemon's. This scene was reminiscent of a vision he had once dreamt of, a son just like him. Aegon's gaze dimmed, his expression growing complex, as he quickly withdrew his eyes from the sight. Cursed Daemon, truly a fortunate fellow. The Red Keep, the conference hall. In the midst of the day, a royal meeting quietly unfolds. Bang! The heavy doors slam shut, and the ministers gather. "Gentlemen, what should we bestow upon young Aemon?" King Viserys, seated at the head of the table, surveys his ministers with a beaming smile. The conference table is rectangular. At the leftmost position, the Prime Minister Otto sits upright. At the rightmost position, the Minister of Justice, Leonor, hurriedly takes his seat, dropping the stone orb that symbolizes his royal status into the slot. 2 more chairs on the right are occupied by Grand Maester Melrose and the Minister of Finance, Linman. On the narrow side of the table, opposite the king, is the seat once held by the former Master of Ships, Ser Harwin Strong, now occupied by the least experienced, Tyland. Upon hearing the king's inquiry, the ministers display a range of expressions. Linman, the eldest, with his forehead creased in a mass of wrinkles, hesitates. "Your Majesty." "He is your nephew, and ought to." His words trail off. "Your Majesty, I have insights." Otto interjects, understanding the king's thoughts. Linman pauses, frustrated, and closes his mouth. Viserys glances over, dismissing him, and inquires, "Do share, for Aemon has indeed saved Rhaenyra and Duke Jason. His contributions are significant and should not be overlooked." With a profound gaze, Otto remarks, "Prince Aemon, though young, possesses remarkable fortitude and bravery. Perhaps we might consider a reward from his fief." "Prince Aemon has no fief." Tyland interjects with an odd expression. Otto hesitates, casting a blank look at the young man, and coolly replies, "He will have one." Tyland offers an awkward smile. Viserys contemplates and gestures for Otto to continue. Otto straightens his attire and solemnly states, "Prince Aemon will eventually return to the Vale, and he will require wealth in the form of gold, silver, and jewels to assist him." In just a few words, he effectively banishes the rising young prince from the capital. "Gold, silver, jewels," Viserys mutters, shaking his head. "It could also be, Your Majesty." Prince Aemon has only recently returned to King's Landing. Leonor suddenly interrupts Otto in a similar manner. Otto's brow furrows, revealing a subtle expression of contemplation. Realizing the truth, Viserys affirms, Aemon has just returned to the embrace of his family, and I hold great affection for him. Indeed, Leonor replies earnestly, we can inquire about his wishes. Children are seldom greedy. Viserys nods in agreement. Yet Otto solemnly counters, one cannot generalize based on age. He is Daemon's son and has already displayed the same reckless disposition as his father. Riding a white stag through the streets, he eclipses the royal family. Rumors must surely be rampant in the lower quarters of Silk Street. At this, Viserys first frowns, then furrows his brow even deeper. He wishes to keep his nephew Aemon, the sole bloodline of his brother. However, Aemon is too unique. Neither Rhaenyra nor young Joffrey can overshadow his brilliance. He is still young and can be guided. Leonor disagrees with the notion of letting Aemon go. Having control in one's grasp is the most stable position. Otto steadfastly opposed, asserting, who can guarantee he will not become a second demon, threatening the princess's claim to the throne. To this day, Aemon, as the long-cherished grandson of the venerable king, remains a formidable contender for succession, only subordinate to Daemon and young Aegon. The others remained silent in response. The meeting devolved into a fierce dispute between the Prime Minister and the Minister of Justice, two individuals who had previously shared an amicable rapport now at odds. Enough. Viserys banged on the table, his agitation palpable. This matter ends here. I shall personally seek counsel. Witnessing the king's fury, the two disputants fell silent. Soon, the meeting was adjourned. In the queen's chamber, a knock echoed at the door, prompting Alicent to rise and open it. Aemon, like a small cannonball, dashed forward to embrace her soft, serpentine waist, exclaiming, Alicent, you must assist me. He intended to leave King's Landing and return to the Vale, ensuring he secured sufficient advantages and did not depart in disgrace. After nurturing one's strength for 1,000 days, it is time to utilize it. This was indeed a critical moment for seeking support. Chapter 35. The throne hall as the afternoon sun blazed. Aemon stepped out of the queen's chambers, only to be summoned by the White Knight to the throne hall. With a creaking sound, two white knights swung open the grand doors, revealing a hall of solemn grandeur. The black stone floor bore the weight of history, while intricately carved dragon columns soared high above. At the center stood the Iron Throne, a dark and imposing presence reminiscent of a forest of swords. Aemon surveyed the room, a blend of the unfamiliar and the nostalgic. The last time he had visited, it was cradled in the arms of his great-grandfather. Aemon, come here, beckoned Viserys from beneath the throne, a smile gracing his lips. Though the suggestions from his two trusted advisors were commendable, they did not wholly resonate with his intent. It was better to inquire directly. Dismissing his playful demeanor, Aemon approached and said, you ought to sit upon it. Oh, is that so? Viserys replied with a faint smile, reflecting, everyone yearns for it. Yet few comprehend the difficulty of enduring its weight. Aemon nodded. Wearing the crown signifies both power and responsibility. You possess keen insight, Viserys remarked, taken aback. Not by the question, but by his nephew's profound understanding. This simple notion eluded both Daemon and Rhaenyra. Aemon wished to conceal his cleverness. Meeting his uncle's hopeful gaze, he took his left hand gently, saying, you have suffered greatly for it. Viserys trembled slightly, quickly retracting his gloved hand. Since ascending the Iron Throne, he had often been cut by its jagged edges. His back bore several festering wounds, and even his left pinky and ring fingers had been severed. No amount of drinking could dull the pain, yet physical suffering could not erase the shock within his heart. Aemon had returned to King's Landing just 3 days prior and had already observed the profound sacrifices his uncle had made for power. Did you call me for an announcement? Aemon inquired innocently, diverting the topic. It was enough to reveal he was not foolish. The time had come to curry favor. Viserys remained lost in thought for a moment before chuckling. Indeed, you are a clever little fellow. That wretched demon must have stumbled upon some fortune to father such a fine son. Do you understand that? Aemon, upon hearing this, instantly adopted a sycophantic expression. Uncle, I did save Rhaenyra and the Duke of the Westerlands, you know. His demeanor reflected an eagerness for reward. Viserys shook his head in amusement, looking down at him. Having accomplished such a deed, what reward do you desire? None is needed. Saving Rhaenyra was simply my duty, Aemon declared resolutely, thumping his chest. Although the white stag posed no danger, it had indeed thrown a Lannister family member aside. Hence, he felt compelled to employ some embellishments. Do you truly believe so? Viserys asked, chuckling. Absolutely, Aemon affirmed with conviction. Viserys nodded lightly, deliberately prolonging the moment, until he erupted into laughter under the fervent gaze of the young boy. Speak up. Your king is not a miser. He will not shortchange his loyal subjects. What does it mean to save Rhaenyra without seeking reward? Who will come to the rescue next? How should we account for Duke Jason, who managed to reclaim his life? Ah, I shall speak candidly, said Aemon boldly. Viserys offered an encouraging glance. There is no need to fear a reward. A compliant child suffices. Aemon, with a flicker of his eyes, feigned a pitiful demeanor. My mother is the Lady of Stone, yet the family name is Royce, and I do not possess a single parcel of land to call my own. Trust me, you shall inherit your mother's lands. Viserys stated with solemnity. Lady Rhea has but one son, and his nephew is destined to become the future Lord of Stone. This is immutable. Aemon continued. Yet, I'm not acknowledged by them. My father neglects me, leaving me a feeble, pitiable, and helpless little prince. As he spoke, his large eyes sparkled, glistening with unshed tears. Viserys found himself at a loss for words, feeling uncomfortable under his nephew's gaze. Daemon is indeed remiss. It is said he has not returned to the Vale for several years. Lady Rhea possesses a cold temperament, preoccupied solely with riding and hunting. It is undeniably challenging for my nephew to inherit Stone alone. Viserys was torn, hesitating, yet you are still too young, and the Vale lacks unclaimed fertile lands suitable for bestowal. In his view, inheriting Stone remains the most prudent choice. Grandmother Alicent arranged this marriage to further Daemon's ambitions. I will be content without land. Seizing the moment, Aemon declared, yet one must possess an identity that commands respect. Stone is undeniably his stone. However, with an overbearing mother above him, he has no autonomy whatsoever. He urgently requires a title that holds more symbolic than practical significance. Viserys' eyes glimmered, beginning to comprehend his nephew's desires. Such nominal pursuits can be perilous at times. Is there anything else? Viserys inquired once more. He needed to deliberate carefully on the first reward. Can I propose another? Aemon asked, surprised. Viserys chuckled. Speak your mind. I shall grant that which is not too difficult. Very well. Aemon pondered momentarily, then earnestly stated, I wish to tame a dragon, and hope to do so whenever I desire. That is your rightful privilege, Viserys replied, shaking his head. That will suffice. Aemon smiled shyly. Taming a dragon is no easy feat. What if, on that fateful day, I were to make a small mistake and find myself in peril? Viserys felt a touch of exasperation, yet inwardly sighed with relief at Aemon's restraint. He conceded, taming a dragon is acceptable, but you must grow a bit more. You are not yet capable of mounting a dragon's back. As night fell, within the king's chamber, Viserys donned a crimson robe and settled by the fireplace, sipping wine leisurely. Alicent sat across from him. They had just begun discussing Rhaenyra's marriage prospects. Viserys, with heightened emotion, remarked, Aemon is a fine boy. It is astonishing that Daemon could father such a son. The gods are truly unjust. Damn Daemon, that scoundrel of a brother. Alicent remarked humorously that Rhaenyra, however, had no intention regarding the young talents at the hunt, including the injured Duke Jason, who lay in bed. She was well aware that the Lannister family was also among the suitors. Alas, the expedition ended in tragedy before it could even begin. Her willingness in this matter was hardly the crux of the issue. Viserys, upon hearing her name, was filled with exasperation, insisting that Rhaenyra had reached an age where she required a great lord as her consort, one who would honor and love her. Alicent maintained her smile, standing with a carefree demeanor. I believe Rhaenyra will marry, but it must be a choice she believes to be her own. She can marry anyone she pleases, as long as it does not bring harm to Aemon. Everything else is of little importance. Viserys rolled his eyes, casting aside his empty cup, and sighed as he rubbed his head. What could be more troublesome than a disobedient daughter? A gentle breeze stirred, causing a piece of parchment on the table to flutter. Alicent glanced over and was astonished to discover it pertained to the war. She inquired, "What is this?" "A plea for aid from the Stepstones," Viserys replied, showing no interest in the matter whatsoever. Lena was still in King's Landing, urging him to send troops for assistance. Yet, it seemed this was not a threat, but rather the sentiment of his cousin, Rhaenys. After receiving his consent, Alicent picked up the letter and read it through, her brows knitting together. Why not send reinforcements? Aemon's father is also present, and he has just achieved a victory. The letter indicated that the situation was dire, with soldiers losing faith after enduring a prolonged conflict. The mercenaries under Daemon had all fled. Chapter 36. Prince Aemon of the Dragon Clan, what difference does it make? Shall we attribute Aemon's merits to Daemon? Viserys spoke in frustration. Alicent furrowed her brow deeper and replied solemnly, Aemon is Aemon, and Daemon is Daemon. They cannot be conflated. No one should usurp the accomplishments of the young one. Observing his wife's earnest expression, Viserys elaborated, the war was instigated by two arrogant fools, discontent with my decisions. If I were to send reinforcements to Daemon and the Sea Snake, how would the realm perceive me as a king? Disobeying his commands and openly defying his reign? When on the verge of defeat, seeking his assistance. Alicent set down the letter and gently urged. Perhaps people would say the king is magnanimous and cares for his brother. Nonsense. They would only ridicule my weakness. Viserys retorted with a sarcastic smirk. Alicent inquired, then what do you believe? Viserys was taken aback by the question, his head throbbing with frustration. He exclaimed, I feel like a hapless fool who can never please anyone. He maintained a friendly demeanor, always wearing a smile, yet no one respected his decisions, harboring ulterior motives instead. Alicent observed quietly, waiting for her husband to regain his composure before stating, to rephrase, what would be more conducive to the stability of the kingdom? Is it to allow the crab feeder to grow in power, or to eradicate him entirely? She recalled the noble woman who had been abducted. Avoidance was not an option. Only through struggle could they prevail. At her words, Viserys fell into a contemplative silence. He had his own considerations. Daemon and the Sea Snake were preoccupied with the Stepstones, thus sparing the Iron Throne from immediate threat. He had contemplated this since the Sea Snake first suggested an expedition against the Stepstones. The Balerion family prospered through maritime trade, but the piracy of the Triarchy had severely impacted Driftmark. Otherwise, why would the Sea Snake choose to wage war independently? The arrival of Corlys had a tacit endorsement from his cousin Rhaenys. From the information disclosed in the letter, it became apparent that the one truly in peril was not Corlys, but his brother Daemon. Driftmark was substantial enough that even with losses, its foundations remained unshaken. In contrast, Daemon, devoid of a fief, was akin to a rootless reed. His forces consisted solely of hired mercenaries. Now, as the mercenaries sensed trouble and began to withdraw, Daemon found himself utterly isolated, stripped of his parity with Corlys. The plea for assistance from Vaemond was likely orchestrated by Corlys, aimed at isolating Daemon and dragging the royal family into the fray. Once victorious, the crown would gain renown, and the Balerion family would reap the rewards, while Daemon would gain nothing. That scoundrel! The situation is dire, Viserys thought, his brow furrowed as resolution settled within him. He acknowledged that he did not possess the magnanimity of his cousin Rhaenys. Yet this did not mean he was narrow-minded enough to stand idly by while his own brother suffered. Daemon required his assistance. Alicent ceased her entreaties and suddenly inquired, what reward do you intend to bestow upon Aemon? This was indeed the crux of the matter. What do you think? Viserys, regaining his composure, sought his wife's counsel. Alicent replied coolly, as king, any reward you bestow carries significant weight, provided it does not attract the label of stinginess from others. He chuckled, you are quite the diplomat. Viserys pointed at her, laughing heartily. It was no secret that his wife maintained a close relationship with their nephew. Before his passing, grandfather Jaehaerys had specifically urged him to care for them both. His marriage to Alicent was influenced by this consideration. Surely, his grandfather's judgment surpassed his own. Alicent smiled silently, neither confirming nor denying his thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, Viserys spoke in a deliberative tone. the lad desires a title. Yet he possesses neither lands nor the age to warrant one. Indeed, it seemed there was no precedent for such a case within the royal family. Alicent remained unhurried. Viserys cast a sidelong glance at her, pondering whether she and Aemon were in cahoots. Resolutely, he declared, "Let us grant him a princely title," allowing him to select a piece of unclaimed land as his domain, or perhaps inherit Stonehelm in the future with a prefix. After all, it was more prudent to bestow a singular, substantial reward than to offer piecemeal gifts. While a princely title was undoubtedly prestigious, it was not without precedent. For instance, the Prince of Dragonstone, heir to the Iron Throne, held his title with a territorial prefix. Aemon would inherit Stonehelm, establishing roots in the Vale and expanding thereafter. Such a title would be fitting for his status. "Really?" Alicent exclaimed, surprised by her usually indecisive husband's swift resolution. Of course, Viserys laughed heartily, adding mischievously, "Once our son is titled prince, it will serve to temper Daemon's arrogance upon his victorious return." His brother Daemon, known as the Prince of the Capital, lacked a formal princely title. It would be amusing to tease him, considering he now had such an astute and agreeable son. Alicent beamed with satisfaction, relieved of a significant burden in her heart. The following day, the throne room was teeming with people. Sir Harold, commander of the King's Guard, stood before the Iron Throne and proclaimed loudly, "In the name of Viserys I Targaryen, King of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm, we hereby formally establish Aemon Targaryen as Prince of the Dragonlords and heir to Stonehelm." Upon the Iron Throne, Viserys wore his crown and held the ancestral sword Blackfire, gazing down at his young nephew. Aemon, clad in elegant black attire adorned with a badge depicting 3 red dragons, turned around with a beaming smile. The hall was filled with noble lords from various regions, all gathered for the royal hunt, unaware they would witness the investiture of a prince. As the announcement concluded, thunderous applause erupted. Aemon, with a charming smile, bowed to the assembly in gratitude. The badge on his chest swayed, as if the 3-headed dragon were poised to take flight. The title of Prince of the Dragonlords, without a territorial domain, marked a historic first since the establishment of the kingdom. Aemon silently reveled in his good fortune. The initial step was often the most challenging. As long as he had a legitimate claim, he had successfully embarked on his journey. Though his contributions in saving the realm from the jaws of a stag were hardly worthy of such a title, he felt a surge of satisfaction, who called upon the assistance of Alicent from behind. Moreover, the guilt residing in Uncle Viserys compelled him to provide ample compensation without hesitation. At this moment, Lady Rhaena emerged from the crowd, her demeanor respectful as she expressed her intention to return to Dragonstone with her son, familiarizing themselves with the territory. Aemon stood nearby, nodding in agreement. In matters of reciprocity, since his uncle had proclaimed himself a prince, he too must voluntarily depart from King's Landing, ensuring no rift remained between them. Indeed, Viserys feigned reluctance, yet ultimately consented to his nephew's imminent return. Thus, the ceremony concluded. In the Red Keep, amidst the sacred woods, a white stag lay beneath the fish-leaping tree, its belly resting on a carpet of vibrant red leaves. Aemon donned a new dragon-riding outfit, his left foot perched in the stirrup as he struggled to mount the stag. The creature stood at a height of 2 meters, even when lying down, towering over the 8-year-old boy. Once Aemon finally ascended, he found himself amused by the effort it took to climb onto the stag. If mounting a dragon were akin to scaling a mountain, how challenging it would be, not to mention the dream fire residing within the dragon's lair. Just envisioning Vhagar's immense form, akin to a mountain, made him realize that even with a saddle and reins, the climb would take several minutes. Should an enemy approach swiftly, there would be no time to command the dragon for a counterattack. "Aemon, are you here?" Just as he pondered the fearsome old dragon, its rider arrived. Aemon turned to see Rhaenyra approaching, carrying a cage shrouded in black cloth, walking alongside Lena. Chapter 37. The company of Lannill Aemon, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What lies within the cage? Surely it cannot be a parting gift." A sharp caw erupted from the cage as it rattled. Rhaenyra shrugged and chuckled lightly. "You depart tomorrow. I procured a raven from Maelor, the Grand Maester, to facilitate communication between King's Landing and Stone City. With that, she handed the cage over to Aemon. Rhaenyra, you are truly thoughtful. Aemon complimented, intrigued by the raven. In Westeros, ravens serve as the primary messengers among noble lords, renowned for their swiftness and endurance, far surpassing that of pigeons. Each noble castle employs a scholar to rear these birds, capable of remembering their flight routes. Stone City possesses a flock of ravens, yet they are too common for personal correspondence. Rhaenyra clasped her hands behind her back, a hint of reluctance flickering in her eyes as she urged, "Remember to write to me when you have the chance. I shall do the same if I find myself troubled. Rest assured, it shall be done." Aemon vowed, thumping his chest confidently. Stealing a glance at the smiling Lannel, he pondered her intentions. Is Lannel departing as well? Rhaenyra, realizing the implication, clarified, "The Balerion ships are en route with you. It is wise to travel together for safety." Aemon understood this was merely a means of ensuring his protection. "Thank you," he expressed gratefully. "It is no trouble. I, too, wish to become better acquainted with you," Lannel replied, her demeanor gentle and charming. Aemon felt a shiver run down his spine. Beautiful women often harbored ulterior motives. Rarely did one encounter a woman like Rhaenyra, possessing unparalleled beauty yet lacking in intellect. With a soft smile and eyes brimming with tenderness, Lannel assured him, "Do not worry. I shall take good care of you." Aemon, feeling a surge of discomfort, promptly decided to retreat. The following day, at the Mudgate, Blackwater Bay, two grand ships docked, proudly displaying the banners of House Targaryen and House Balerion. Aemon stood at the shore, bidding farewell to each individual. He resolved to diligently study the art of governance upon his return, aspiring to bring prosperity to the citizens of Stone City. Viserys personally escorted him out of the city, a look of guilt and reluctance etched upon his face. Had it not been for the rampant rumors in King's Landing portraying Aemon, mounted upon a white stag, as a reincarnation of a conqueror, he would have been loath to send his nephew back to the Vale. "I shall," Aemon nodded earnestly. His small hand tugged at Sir Steve's white cloak, silently gazing at his uncle Viserys. Sir Steve, feeling the awkwardness, averted his gaze. Viserys, feeling a surge of frustration, hesitated for a moment before declaring, "Sir Steve, accompany him back to the Vale and diligently instruct him in the art of combat." "Yes, your grace," Sir Steve replied, relieved. The king's consent to release Aemon alleviated his discomfort of being caught in the middle. Aemon's spirits lifted, and he sought out Rhaenyra for a final farewell. Rhaenyra, appearing despondent, embraced him affectionately for a considerable time, reiterating her plea, "Do remember to write to me." "Indeed," Aemon murmured, burying his head against her flat abdomen, nodding quietly. After spending several days in each other's company, he realized that Rhaenyra was indeed a remarkable person. She was merely confused and uncertain in her choices in life. Yet she was an intelligent and warm-hearted sister at heart. Much like a blood dragon in a frenzied dance, her initial intent was to eliminate her usurping brother Aegon, rather than to take down all those associated with the Green faction. Whenever he found himself in need, she would extend her unwavering support. After a moment, Aemon released his grip and playfully remarked, "Next time I come, remember to take me for a ride on a dragon." Rhaenyra chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling his hair. In the end, Aemon and Alicent bid a reluctant farewell, the latter's eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Goodbye, I will return." The sailboat departed from the harbor, and the little ones stood at the stern, continuously waving at the shore. Before long, they were growing increasingly distant. "Your Highness, how shall we handle these chests?" Sir Lane, the Seagull knight, approached discreetly, wary of startling him. Aemon turned his head, furrowing his brow. "Sir, I am now a prince." "Very well, your Highness," Sir Lane replied with an apologetic smile, promptly correcting himself. He had momentarily forgotten that the young lad was indeed a genuine prince of the dragon lineage. Such a young prince indicated the king's deep affection and favor towards his nephew. There was none other like him throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Aemon composed himself and glanced at the stacks of chests on the deck, cheerfully declaring, "Put them away and store them in my little treasury." The chests bore the carved emblem of a roaring lion. These were the rewards he had claimed from Duke Jason before his departure. A flat rate of 10,000 golden dragons, Had he not brought such an amount, the treasury would advance the funds, and his uncle Viserys would sign a note, eagerly awaiting the delivery from Casterly Rock. Duke Jason, caught between indignation and frustration, ultimately chose to swallow his displeasure. After all, he had relinquished the funds. However, the one who suffered the most was his younger brother, Tyland. Tyland was quite pleased that his brother had been injured, lamenting only that the white stag had not killed him, which would have allowed him to take his place as the Duke of Casterly Rock. Now it seemed, not only was the man unscathed, but money was also needed. Nonetheless, the Lannister family possessed an inexhaustible mine, and they could consider this a small price to pay for avoiding calamity. Yes, your highness, Sir Lane acknowledged, instructing his men to secure the large chests of golden dragons. Thank you for your efforts, sir. Aemon waved his hand, feeling a profound sense of happiness. It felt as though his waist had expanded twofold. Perhaps this was the sensation of being immensely wealthy. Speaking of which, his mother had indeed provided an excellent escort team. Unlike the taciturn, full-time bodyguard Gonsal, Sir Lane was adept at strategic thinking and management, efficiently handling matters both great and small. As for William, thankfully, with the addition of the White Knight Steve, the escort team had grown by one. In King's Landing, at the gates of the Red Keep, the sky suddenly darkened, and a gentle rain began to fall. This was the first spring rain of the year, nourishing the tender grass and enriching the soil. A carriage emerged from the gates, resolutely plunging into the curtain of rain. Alicent hurriedly approached, lifting her skirts as she stood beneath the battlements, watching the carriage gradually fade into the distance. Otto had departed. After Aemon's departure, King Viserys dismissed him and forcibly sent him back to Old Town. It became evident that royal power overshadowed the authority of the council. The era of Prime Minister Otto had come to an end, and the court was on the verge of ushering in a new generation. A hint of sorrow lingered in Alicent's eyes as she lingered for a long moment. Were it not for dire necessity, she would not wish for her only kin to leave. Yet, she yearned to escape the life dictated by others. The White Knight, Ser Harwin, held a red umbrella above the queen's head. Parting twice in a single day evokes sadness in anyone. Let us return. Alicent breathed deeply, turning to face a new beginning. Gradually, the gentle drizzle intensified. Alec approached halfway, receiving a covered cage from a servant, and hurriedly said, "Your Grace, this is a farewell gift entrusted to me by the prince to deliver to you." "What is it?" Alicent wiped the corner of her eye, regaining her composure. Alec lifted the cloth, responding, "Is a raven. The prince instructed that you may send messages whenever you miss him." Alicent paused, a graceful smile curving her lips. Then she quickened her pace, eager to return and compose a letter. Chapter 38. Fishing for dragons at Blackwater Bay, the sailboat glided swiftly, revealing the distant outline of Dragonstone Island. Aemon, seated on a small stool at the stern, cast his line with fervor. The fishing hook splashed into the water, accompanied by a sizable bait that stirred the surface. "You won't catch any fish that way," Lannel remarked quietly, leaning against the ship's rail, her alabaster wrist resting elegantly as she leaned forward, showcasing her curvaceous figure. Aemon shot her a disdainful glance and retorted, "Only the willing will bite. Do you understand? It's not just fish I seek, it's a state of mind." Lannel tilted her head thoughtfully, pointing out, "The boat is moving too quickly. The fish can smell the bait, but can't catch up to the hook." Aemon lifted his chin defiantly, boasting, "My catch is no place for the inept." "That makes some sense," Lannel mused, acquiring her own fishing rod and casting a line while remaining stationary. She was even more of a capitalist than Aemon, neglecting to use bait altogether. Observing this, Aemon scoffed, "You don't even deserve the title of master of baiting." His bait was so compelling that it sent the fish into a frenzy. "On what grounds do you say that?" Squeak. A fluffy, golden-nosed mouse emerged from his collar, pointing its tiny paw at the silver-haired beauty, exuding a comical air of mock authority. Lannel rolled her eyes, uninterested in the antics of both man and mouse. Time slipped away. The allure of Aemon's bait began to attract an abundance of fish. He continuously reeled in his line, busily casting again. Lannel, initially astonished, soon found herself numbly gazing at the approaching Dragonstone Island. "Are you planning to stay overnight?" Aemon inquired suddenly. Lionel blinked in surprise. What? Aemon, reeling in his line yet again, replied matter-of-factly, Dragonstone Island. I can treat you to roasted fish. With the arrival at the island just a day's journey away, it could serve as a convenient stopover. However, Tidehead Island lay adjacent to Dragonstone Island, making Lionel's journey home even easier. Absolutely, Lionel agreed decisively, despondently reeling in her fishing rod, adding with a smile, if you treat me to roasted fish, I'll take you on a tour of Dragon Mountain. Aemon frowned slightly, thinking to himself how remarkably optimistic she was, even in such dire circumstances. Lionel pointed towards Dragonstone Island, explaining Dragon Mountain has hatched 2 young dragons. One gleams in brilliant gold, while the other resembles a deep cobalt blue. You're bound to adore them. The Targaryens are known for their fascination with exquisite dragons, and I can only imagine how your cousin would react. Aemon's eyes sparkled with excitement, having been ensnared by her words. He longed for a dragon, or, at the very least, to gather some magical essence from one. As their conversation continued, the sailboat veered off course. Dragonstone Island drew ever closer. Suddenly a sharp, piercing cry rang out. Aemon startled, quickly turning to locate the source of the sound. On the eastern coastline of Dragonstone Island, near the rocky area not far from the beach, a small, pale gray dragon silhouette emerged unexpectedly. Aemon focused intently on the sight before him. A pale gray-white dragon plunged into the sea, seizing a silvery-scaled fish before soaring into the thin mist above. Here it paused, its mesmerizing scales blending seamlessly with the fog. A master of concealment by nature. Do you recognize this dragon? Aemon asked, lost in thought. Lionel's expression turned serious as he grasped Aemon's arm, gently urging him toward the bow of the ship, whispering a warning. That is a wild dragon. It is best not to provoke it. Wild dragons are notoriously temperamental. If you can avoid them, do so. It is unclear when a wild dragon appeared around Dragonstone Island, but it seems to be in its juvenile stage. Aemon, forcibly led away, snapped back to reality, exclaiming anxiously, My fish. You can't take my fish. I will find someone to collect them later, Lionel insisted, disregarding Aemon's protests and allowing the fish in the basket to flop onto the deck. It was not a petty act of revenge for his inability to catch fish. Noon arrived, and the sailboat resumed its course, drifting further away from Dragonstone Island. Aemon leaned against the ship's railing, his fair face etched with despair. My dragon. I haven't even set foot on the island. He had been prepared for this moment. Why was he denied the chance to embark on a grand adventure in dragon taming? Lionel, clad in a flowing blue dress, leaned against the railing, reveling in the spectacle. Aemon extended a hand, yearning to reclaim his lost opportunity. Originally, they were meant to land and rest. However, his mother, Lady Rhea, had unexpectedly commanded their departure from Blackwater Bay. Mother, why? Aemon lamented, his expression one of utter defeat. Lady Rhea's face was as cold as ice as she replied, Your father has returned, and he considers his niece's domain as his own. The implication was clear. Their meeting was deemed unworthy. Aemon was taken aback, incredulous as he asked, Isn't he at war? He has won, Lady Rhea replied with indifference. Miss Lionel received word. Your father, in a desperate act, ventured alone into the Stairs Islands to lure the enemy, engaging in a one-on-one duel against the crab-feeder. Aemon blinked in surprise, glancing at Lionel, who nodded in affirmation. 7 layers of hell, Aemon exclaimed, smacking his forehead, torn between joy and sorrow. His father, Demon, returning victorious, should have been a cause for celebration. Yet, the intricacies of their familial ties complicated matters. Moreover, his uncle had just dispatched reinforcements. Aemon felt utterly helpless. Alicent had informed him that his uncle, Viserys, had experienced a change of heart and sent troops to support his isolated brother. He had hoped to become a hero, mending their fraternal bond. Yet, everyone seemed to overlook one crucial fact. Daemon was known as the Robe Prince, synonymous with cunning and valor. Such an epic figure, capable of being immortalized in tales, could not be judged by ordinary standards. With her arms crossed, Lady Rhea demanded, Will you accompany me or remain at Dragonstone Island? Aemon shook his head. I will stay with you. Very well, then be quiet, she retorted, her temper flaring at the mere mention of Demon. Aemon found himself at a loss. Staying on Dragonstone Island might allow him to encounter his victorious father, yet their relationship was strained, rendering such a meeting unnecessary. Suddenly, the horn of the watchtower sounded an alarming note. Lannel, sensing a shift in the air, bid her farewell. Ahead lies Tidal Isle. I must disembark. I shall miss you. Aemon responded with a feigned indifference. Lannel, both amused and exasperated, bent down to align herself with him, playfully pinching his chubby cheek. I promised Rhaenyra I would look after you. Shortly, I shall ride Vagor to escort you on your final journey. Aemon, with a unique perspective, gazed at the imposing figure of the great bear, momentarily stunned. In comparison, Rhaenyra seemed utterly lacking. Farewell. I shall invite you to Tidal Isle next time. Lannel appeared to relish the playful gesture, her slender fingers kneading his cheek before reluctantly letting go, lingering until he turned to depart. Aemon gradually returned to reality, feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation. What an audacious individual. How dare you pinch this king's face? With your bear-like demeanor, you have the audacity. With his companions having departed and not having ventured to Dragonstone, Aemon felt disheartened and returned to the stern of the ship to continue fishing. A Targaryen man, steadfast in resisting the allure of beauty, found solace in the pursuit of truth, fishing. However, upon reaching the fish basket at the stern, he was met with dismay. The basket lay overturned, devoid of any catch. Where are my fish? I had a whole basket full. Aemon lamented in despair, realizing someone had stolen the catch of a child. Upon careful inspection for clues, he discovered the basket had been knocked over. The damp deck marred with scorch marks from a fire, remnants of a fishbone still clinging to the scene. Aemon crouched down, picking up the pitiful half of a fishbone, then tilted his head towards the cloudy horizon. A thief of fish. Chapter 39. The dragon Vagharl. Ultimately, Aemon chose to bide his time. He carefully positioned his fishing basket, settled onto a small stool, and resumed the rhythmic motion of casting his line. Do not let me catch you, otherwise you shall face dire consequences, Aemon thought, his teeth clenching in frustration. The prince gradually adapted to his new identity. The afternoon was serene, with a gentle breeze and bright sunshine. The sailboat glided swiftly through the strait into the fjord. Aemon, drowsy from waiting, found his basket overflowing with fish. Just then, a sudden blast of a horn pierced the air. The sailors, startled, abandoned their tasks and rushed to the bow of the ship, filling the vessel with a palpable tension. Aemon awoke, uncertainty clouding his mind. What has happened? He set down his fishing rod and sought out his mother in the cabin. In the fjord, a sleek sailboat passed through the strait, its sail adorned with the image of a goddess in the throes of passion. The deck was crowded with brightly colored, foreign mercenaries. The old sailors recognized it immediately. It was a slave ship from one of the 9 free city-states, the city of Lys, and the colorful-haired crew were mercenaries from another free city, Talos. These 2 free city-states had allied with Mill, forming the infamous Tri-City Alliance, notorious for plundering the Stone Stair Isles. Mother, what is the situation? Aemon hurried over, protected by the Knights of the Valley. Lady Rhea's expression was grave as she replied, the slave ship from the Tri-City Alliance may attack passing vessels. No sooner had she spoken than the threat became apparent. The slave ship had clearly spotted the Prince Aemon's vessel, which bore the banner of 3 red dragons, and it surged towards them like a rat catching the scent of cheese. The lookout on the enemy ship sounded the horn, signaling an assault. All hands prepare. Remain vigilant. Lady Rhea commanded, calmly instructing the Valley Knights to ready their bows. Though the knights were skilled horsemen, riding was impossible on the ship. Fortunately, they still possessed ranged weaponry. Aemon quelled his anxiety and retrieved his small wooden bow from the cabin, ever ready for action. Soon, the slave ship drew nearer. The pirates from the Tri-City Alliance laughed boisterously, their grotesque features visible even from a distance. Draw your bows, Lady Rhea shouted, knocking an arrow first. Though a woman, she was not inferior to any man. Aemon's face tightened, a wave of unease washing over him. If only a dragon were here. Suddenly, as if summoned by his thoughts, a powerful gust of wind roared overhead, the expansive sailcloth flapping ominously. In an instant, the sky darkened as if night had fallen. An oppressive feeling enveloped them, and a faint scent of sulfur filled the air. Aemon gazed upwards, struck dumb by the sight. A deep green, a color that devoured all others. A colossal creature, covered in thick emerald scales, spread its enormous cream-colored wings, resembling a monstrous mountain as it soared over Blackwater Bay. Its formidable chest, weathered by time, was awe-inspiring. After a few breaths, the immense body vaulted over the strait, its long, thick tail swaying behind. "Your Highness, that is—" Sir Steve, standing beside him, was momentarily speechless, swallowing hard. Aemon, eyes filled with wonder, murmured Vagharl, one of the founding dragons of the Targaryen dynasty. This ancient behemoth has endured over a century of change, now standing as the oldest and largest dragon in existence. At this moment, the colossal creature ascends through the clouds, soaring at an altitude of 1,000 meters. "Everyone stand back," Lady Riella commanded, her mind at ease as she ordered the crew to steer clear of the slaver ship. In the next instant, Lannel's voice rang out abruptly. "Dragonfire Vagr." Boom! Vagr, with its indifferent vertical pupils, plummeted downwards. With a screech, the dark green dragon descended, unleashing a torrent of orange-yellow flames billowing with thick black smoke, striking the slaver ship like a pillar of fire. In an instant, the ship's mast splintered, and the entire deck fractured. The vessel was engulfed in flames, slowly consumed by the inferno. Vagr spread its massive wings, tattered yet powerful, as its crowned head rose high, tracing an arc in the air before ascending. Crash! The thick tail of the dragon lashed out again, crashing down upon the slaver ship. Instantly, the ship's planks shattered in all directions. "So formidable!" Aemon exclaimed, pushing through the crowd to gaze over the ship's railing at the scene. Dragons typically live around 200 years, and Vagr, 160, undoubtedly qualifies as a venerable elder. The folds of its skin beneath the thick scales, the gaping holes in its wing membranes, and the weariness reflected in its amber vertical pupils all tell a tale of age. Such a dragon, akin to a war machine, possesses unparalleled battlefield experience. "Dragonfire Vagr." The command echoed once more, and smoke-laden flames cascaded from the sky. Thunderous roars erupted as the slaver ship was split in two, its stern rising high before it gradually sank beneath the waves. Aemon felt a surge of exhilaration as he scanned the back of the dragon, catching a glimpse of the silver-haired figure atop it. It was hard to see clearly. Lannel appeared to have donned a new black and red dragon riding attire, her wavy hair elegantly pinned back, exuding a fierce aura that starkly contrasted with her previously gentle demeanor. The third wave of dragon fire descended, enveloping the remaining pirate crew from the free cities, boiling the seawater and releasing clouds of steam. The fearsome old dragon altered its course, heading back towards Tide's Head Island. Aemon stood on tiptoes, as if he could see Lannel leaning down to wave at him. Everything came swiftly, but departed even faster. Vagr flapped its wings, stirring up a tempest that swept away the clouds. Not just Aemon, but everyone present was profoundly shaken. Compared to the golden dragon they had encountered earlier, this dark green elder dragon exuded an oppressive aura that felt akin to the apocalypse. This illustrated the stark difference between dragons. Aemon murmured to himself, clenching his fists in determination. Indeed, taming the dragons left behind by the former kings was the rightful path. Stop dawdling. Deal with the remnants of the Free City's pirates in the sea. Lady Riella seized the opportunity, fixing her gaze on the struggling pirates in the water. Aemon slapped his cheeks, regaining focus as he moved closer. The knight from the valley readied his bow, prepared for action. "Mother!" Aemon put away his small wooden bow, sensing victory was assured. Lady Riella glanced down at him, tugging at his collar to bring him forward, and said calmly, "Upon our return, you shall formally become the heir to the Stone of Symbols. First, you must learn how to command the army." "Me?" Aemon was taken aback. "Yes." Madame Leia pointed towards the pirates of the Three Daughters' Kingdom and sternly commanded, "You must order their annihilation. My son cannot be a coward. It is time to shed blood." Sir Steve, with a look of concern, hesitated, saying, "Madam, the prince is still young." Madame Leia's gaze was indifferent, her tone chilling as she replied, "The men of the Royce family should wield a blade by the age of 8. She then turned her attention to her son, who remained silent. Aemon hung his head, his heart feeling as though it were gripped by a giant hand. While issuing orders was simple, personally commanding a killing was bound to induce a sense of turmoil. Madame Leia remained silent, awaiting her son's response. Moments later, Aemon lifted his head, his expression more serious than ever, and raised his hand, exclaiming, "Knights of the Valley!" Thud, thud, thud. The Knights of the Valley stomped in unison, their faces grave. Aemon's small hand fell, and he coldly declared, "Fire! Leave none alive." As his command echoed, dozens of arrows were launched, raining down like torrential droplets. The pirates of the Three Daughters' Kingdom fell, pierced by arrows, their cries echoing as they sank beneath the waves, staining the sea with blood. "Not bad," Madame Leia observed, her icy demeanor softening slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. However, it was not over yet. Aemon suddenly removed his small wooden bow, drew an arrow from her quiver, and strode towards the edge of the ship. His previously cheerful face now masked with seriousness. He knocked the arrow and aimed at the living targets in the sea. Whoosh! The first shot trembled slightly, the arrow barely grazing a pirate before landing in the water. Aemon retrieved a second arrow, drawing the bowstring to a perfect crescent. Thud! With a scream, the arrow struck a pirate squarely in the eye, sending him plummeting to the depths below. Aemon's expression remained calm. With each step he took, he loosed another arrow. By the time he reached the ship's edge, he had shot 4 arrows, each striking the vital points of the pirates, eyes, necks, and other critical areas, with remarkable accuracy. Having taken 5 steps, he had felled 4 pirates of the Three Daughters' Kingdom. Aemon halted, realizing he had run out of arrows. "Your Highness," Sir Steve hurriedly followed, anxious to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Aemon tossed aside the small wooden bow, clapped his hands, and exhaled, "This bow lacks power. It no longer suits me." Yet, this scene captivated the Knights of the Valley. 50 strong men held their breath, drawn in by the prince's composed demeanor, even his fair and handsome face exuding an air of regal aloofness. Chapter 40. The Black Swan and the Dragonbone Bow. A faint smile graced Aemon's lips as he gradually made his way back to the crowd. The same message resonated in his mind. In critical moments, maintain your composure and uphold your dignity. The courageous relish in their triumphs. For bravery need not be spoken of excessively. "Mother, it is highly probable that there are slaves aboard the ship," Aemon cautioned. Lady Rhea remained engulfed in astonishment, staring at her son as if she were meeting him for the first time. "Your Highness, you are truly the reincarnation of a warrior," Sir Steve exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement, struggling to find suitable words to commend such a formidable act. One could only remark on the undeniable lineage of demon. Or perhaps, as the tales suggest, with the birth of every Targaryen, the gods cast a coin to determine whether they would be mad or great. "Sure." Aemon placed a finger to his lips, responding with calm assurance, "Praise the dragons, sir." He was no longer a child. The prince required a dragon and a fief, followed by the construction of a sturdy town, transforming it into a prosperous realm. Flattering words had become obsolete. Practical benefits held far greater value. Sir Steve suppressed his excitement and nodded vigorously, remaining steadfast by the prince's side. At that moment, Lady Rhea regained her senses. The sea was strewn with corpses, and she instructed the sailors to salvage the sunken vessel. Half an hour elapsed. A group of young men clad in rough linen garments were rescued aboard, their tattooed faces and necks displaying a demeanor of trepidation as they huddled at the bow of the ship. Approximately 100 of them, all former artisans, were present. The various types of craftsmen could be discerned from the tattoos upon their skin. Among them was a young maiden, her tattered dress indicating she hailed from noble lineage. Aemon scrutinized the scene, calculating the rarity of skilled artisans. As for the strikingly beautiful maiden with long, flowing black hair, he felt compelled to apologize. Targaryen men held an exclusive interest in silver-haired women who rode dragons. "Your Highness, you must see this," Sir Steve exclaimed, prying open a chest that contained a pitch-black dragonbone bow. This bow was not an ordinary longbow. It was a masterfully crafted recurve bow. Its ebony form boasted sharp tips at both ends, and the bowstring was formed from the sinew of a formidable creature. Dragonbone bow. Aemon recognized it instantly, accepting the imposing weapon. It felt substantial in his grasp, warm rather than cold, a comforting weight. A notification resonated at that moment, indicating the discovery of an item imbued with faint magical properties, acquired one essence of magic. Aemon paused in surprise, noting the unexpected boon. Upon reflection, it was hardly surprising that remnants of magic lingered within Dragonbone, particularly when fashioned into weaponry, making it all the more precious. It rivaled the quality of bronze armor. This batch of slaves was meant for sale in Pentos, and this Dragonbone bow is truly a treasure, Sir Steve declared with delight. Thank you, sir, Aemon replied with a smile, securing the heavy Dragonbone bow in his arms. True to its name, the bow was forged from Dragonbone. On the opposite shore of the narrow sea, in the continent of Essos, Dragonbone and Dragonhorn were regarded as invaluable commodities, often fetching exorbitant prices at auction. King's Landing possessed some, yet lacked the craftsmanship required to refine Dragonbone into usable tools. The Dragonbone bow in Aemon's possession was exceptionally sturdy, with meticulous detailing that suggested it was the work of a premier craftsman from Coer. In comparison, a mere wooden bow would be rendered utterly insignificant. Aemon, come here. Lady Rhea furrowed her brows, pointing at the slave craftsmen. Inform them that they shall be released in Seagull town to fend for themselves. These individuals hail from foreign lands and speak Valerian. Aemon obediently complied, acting as their translator. After a moment of contemplation, he ventured, Mother, let them stay. The Stone of Sorrow does not require so many artisans. Lady Rhea surveyed the surroundings, reluctant to sustain so many individuals without purpose. Aemon raised his chin, earnestly asserting, Leave it to me, they will prove useful. Over 100 craftsmen cannot be easily gathered in King S Landing. The Vale, comparatively underdeveloped, is in dire need of manpower. Lady Rhea gazed into her son's eyes, pondered briefly, and acquiesced. They are yours. Their sustenance shall be your responsibility. No problem. Aemon smiled. Lady Rhea gestured for the sailors to escort the craftsmen below deck. Subsequently, she summoned 50 knights from the Vale. Aemon's eyes sparkled with clarity, though he could not discern the reason. Lady Rhea affectionately ruffled his hair, a rare expression of satisfaction gracing her features as she declared, In light of your commendable conduct, these 50 knights shall be at your command, wholly devoted to you. Truly? Aemon could scarcely believe it. 50 knights from the Vale constituted a formidable force. Lady Rhea asserted, In our family, a promise is a binding commitment. What is given to bolster my son's standing. The bloodline of Stone of Sorrow is extensive and fraught with dissent against the Targaryens' claim to succession. It is imperative to lay a solid foundation in advance. Aemon's heart swelled with joy, reflecting that today was indeed fortuitous. The return of his father Daemon was of little consequence. The Dragonbone bow, the craftsman, and the Vale Knights directly fulfilled the need for establishing a nascent domain. You may depart now. Lady Rhea exchanged a glance with Gonsal, indicating that he should familiarize her son with the army. The Knights of the Vale observed with a focused demeanor, harboring no objections to pledging allegiance to a youthful prince. Rather, they felt a palpable excitement. The image of the prince slaying the pirate queen lingered vividly. An 8-year-old child, akin to a warrior reborn. The sailing vessel continued on its course. Lady Rhea summoned the only noble-looking maiden aboard, inquiring about her origins. What is your name? The destitute girl, relieved to have survived her ordeal, replied candidly, I am Johanna Swan. The Swan Count of Stonehelm is my uncle. Why did your uncle not rescue you, given his title? Lady Rhea's expression turned peculiar. Johanna lowered her gaze, biting her lip. My uncle refused to pay the ransom. The remainder was too painful to articulate. Her uncle's reluctance to part with his wealth meant she would be sold to brothels in various free trade city-states. The Count Swan is indeed unyielding. Lady Rhea smirked derisively and asked, I have heard of you. Would you like me to send someone to escort you home? Johanna's head sank lower, clearly displeased with her callous uncle, unwilling to return to face his scorn. Then stay here in Stone of Sorrow and be my companion. Lady Rhea, understanding her plight, kindly offered her shelter, ensuring she would not be left homeless. Thank you, my lady. Johanna knelt on the ground, shedding tears of overwhelming emotion. Aemon observed her with curiosity before returning to the stern of the boat. Johanna, the Black Swan, was renowned in Riss as a socialite and a half-hidden power broker. Her life had been fraught with challenges, yet was undeniably inspirational. Having heard of the Imperial hunt, she never anticipated being unexpectedly rescued by her own people. This meant she would not suffer the fate of being sold into a brothel. She could be nurtured well, and her worth might yet be realized in the future. As the sun gradually descended, the ocean was bathed in a gentle crimson glow, reflecting the warmth of the setting sun. Suddenly, a sharp scream erupted from Aemon at the stern of the boat. Once again, the fish basket had been overturned, and the once abundant catch had vanished. All that remained were charred remnants and a single dead fish, coated in a viscous drool. It seemed a gluttonous thief had overindulged and regurgitated their meal. How audacious! I shall catch you. Aemon's eyes blazed with determination as he plopped down on a small stool, fervently casting his line. You fancy fish, do you? Then let us fish. Follow me as I cast my line, and you shall steal along the way. I shall make you regret your thievery. Aemon thought bitterly. Chapter 41. The shock of Fushur City. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. In the valley within Fushur City, the dawn broke as the sun gently illuminated the curtains. In the prince's chamber, Aemon, still drowsy, opened his eyes and yawned profoundly. Good morning, everyone, he greeted, his voice thick with sleep. The so-called chamber was, in reality, a modest little room. Having gone to bed late the previous night, his mind was still preoccupied with the elusive fish thief. For 3 consecutive days at sea, all the splendid fish he had caught had vanished, turning into a veritable buffet for the thief. It was only upon landing at Seagull town that the matter reached a temporary halt. Frustrated by his inability to catch the culprit, the prince felt a surge of anger. However, local fishermen in Seagull town whispered of a sighting, a pale gray dragon silhouette amidst the morning mist over the sea. Typically, these dragons were mere fishers, timidly retreating in the presence of humans, as though shy. It was crucial to avoid lingering in the valley. Returning to the Dragonstone Island was far safer. Aemon murmured softly, feeling somewhat reassured about the small wild dragon that had taken refuge. He then scanned the room, acknowledging his companions, the 4 dragon eggs resting upon the bed, the dragon bone bow hanging at the headboard, and 6 pieces of rusted bronze armor adorning the wall. The bronze armors, each featuring a breastplate engraved with runes, exuded a sense of antiquity. Little White, come out and get to work, Aemon called to the golden-nosed mouse hiding beneath his bed. With a lively chirp, the golden-nosed mouse sprang onto the bed, deftly stashing the 3 dragon eggs into its spatial pouch. Such a good little one, Aemon praised, nodding with satisfaction. The spatial pouch was indeed a marvel, capable of holding numerous items. As for names, they were merely code names, as long as the mouse understood. It bore no grudge against him. Upon rising, he habitually summoned the magic essence panel, Aemon Targaryen, talent, Dreamer, gold, bloodline, ancient Valerion Dragon King, 23, skills, horsemanship, proficient, archery, expert, sleight of hand, proficient, magic cards, rock solid 1 blue, regal presence, purple, pet, golden-nosed mouse, blue, white deer, mythical beast, evaluation, a healthy developing human offspring, weight gradually returning to normal. After a brief review, he turned the card panel away. The 3 cards, 1 white and 2 green, held little value and were dismissed. His gaze fell upon the golden hourglass. Essence quantity, 149. How delightful. Having money in his pocket brought immense comfort. Aemon felt exceedingly pleased. Over the past half-month, the quantity of essence had steadily increased. He had discerned a pattern regarding the items that produced magical essence. The 4 dragon eggs were the primary contributors, yielding 12 points of essence every 3 days, amassing a total of 60 points during his time in King's Landing. The white deer followed closely, producing 10 points of essence every 7 days. While modest in yield, it was consistent. In contrast, the other items, such as the dragonbone bow and bronze armor, typically produced only a meager 13 points of essence every 2 weeks. Among the 6 pieces of bronze armor hanging in Aemon's room, for had been excavated from tombs, while 2 were antiques from the homes of William and Gonsal. In total, accounting for the newly discovered 3 clumps of ula grass, there are 149 essence points. Aemon, feeling impoverished, dared not spend a single point. The golden-nosed rat, with its simple nature, did not comprehend why its master was joyful. It merely followed suit, nuzzling its head against Aemon's palm. "Come, let us depart." Aemon gently lifted the golden-nosed rat and placed it upon his shoulder before promptly pushing the door open. Inside the hall, Johanna, clad in a maid's attire, bowed her head respectfully beside the dining table. Aemon, with a hearty appetite, finished his breakfast entirely. "Your Highness, you should engage in some exercise," Johanna quietly reminded him. Aemon paused, chewing thoughtfully. "What do you mean? Has Mother sent you to supervise my meals?" Johanna remained silent, her astonishment at the prince's insatiable appetite giving way to numbness. She had never encountered a child capable of consuming so much. "I've already lost weight, truly," Aemon said, wiping his mouth and pinching his slightly rounded belly. Ever since returning from King's Landing, he had undergone rigorous training with Sir Steve. Equestrian skills, archery, swordsmanship, his fair and charming visage showed no signs of emaciation. Yet his arms and legs brimmed with strength, capable of drawing a third of the dragonbone bow. "It is not without purpose," Johanna remarked while tidying the table. "Madam instructed that you take a stroll after your meals, every day." She placed particular emphasis on the last 2 words. Aemon, momentarily taken aback, quickly understood. Half a month prior, he had disembarked at the port of Seagull town, riding a white deer back to Runestone City. His ostentatious mode of travel, coupled with his princely title and the designation of heir apparent, had transformed him into a legendary figure within the valley. The name of Prince Aemon had been firmly established. Yet, among the myriad of opinions, sentiments varied. For instance, among the Royce family in Runestone City, some were willing to pledge their loyalty, while others remained indifferent and obstinate. However, such matters were inconsequential. Time would prove all truths. He was the heir of Runestone City, a fact immutable by any. His mother's insistence on his daily strolls aimed to foster familiarity and acceptance among the Royces, as he had seldom ventured out prior. "Very well, I shall take my leave," Aemon said, expressing his gratitude, and rose to exit. Johanna, despite her maid's attire, held the status of a companion to his mother, equivalent to that of a lord attendant, serving wine, an esteemed role reserved for noble ladies. Rhaenyra had many companions, gilded by their status as princesses' attendants, deserving of respect. As soon as Aemon stepped outside, Yo-Yo, a large stag, darted past him, its body gliding smoothly along the satin-like white fur, landing gracefully upon the deer's back. Aemon mounted the accompanying saddle and caressed the silky white fur, chuckling, "So hasty, you startled me." Yo-Yo, the white deer, inherently gentle, rose majestically, carrying the prince forth. Reward, the golden-nosed rat, its little whiskers twitching, extracted a handful of ula grass from its mouth and climbed atop the deer's head to feed it. The duo, large and small, had long since become familiar with each other. The white deer opened its mouth, welcoming the offering without reservation. Aemon swayed unsteadily. His spirits lifted as he admired the splendor of Runestone City with an appreciation previously absent. Gazing across the valley, it was undeniable that Runestone City stood as one of the foremost fortresses. Its vast expanse was complemented by towering, formidable walls. The castle's residential towers resembled majestic chimneys, rising high with an impressive grandeur. The areas within were meticulously delineated, with each individual performing their designated duties. In the early morning, the castle's courtyard was alive with activity as numerous artisans and servants diligently engaged in their tasks, the clamor infused with a sense of warmth. The path to inheriting this legacy seemed indeed a daunting endeavor. Aemon sighed, shaking his head. Moreover, with his mother still alive, he found himself unable to claim inheritance. Ding ding. The white deer moved gracefully, approaching a modest blacksmith shop. "Your Highness, you have arrived," greeted Sir Steve, who was present in the shop, his demeanor cordial. "Has my sword been forged?" Aemon inquired. The white deer, displaying remarkable intelligence, lowered itself, allowing its master to slide off its back. This scene captured the attention of many, whether they were members of the Royce family or their vassals and knights, all gazing enviously. The combination of the mythical white deer and the title of prince was nothing short of striking. Sir Steve waved his hand, smiling. "Very well, take a look." An elderly blacksmith, his hair and beard white with age, emerged from the forge, accompanied by 5 young apprentices. "Great Dragon King, I present to you your sword." The old blacksmith knelt solemnly before the young prince, reverently holding a 2-foot-long sword with both hands. His words were spoken in Valerian. "Rise, do not kneel." Aemon furrowed his brow, admonishing in elevated Valerian, "Under Targaryen rule, there are no slaves." The old blacksmith trembled, quickly scrambling to his feet. Valerian was nuanced, with distinctions among social classes. The Targaryens, as the Dragon King family, were schooled in the refined accents of the aristocracy, while the common tongue was a hodgepodge, instinctively evoking feelings of reverence and awe. Chapter 42. An independent heart observing his anxious demeanor, Aemon let out a gentle sigh, utterly devoid of frustration. Most of the artisan slaves brought back displayed similar traits, having endured extensive torment and degradation from their masters. They regarded themselves as inferior, making it difficult to integrate into the city of runes. Fortunately, they were easy to sustain. With a total of over 120 individuals, they were organized into groups of 5, forming households. According to the standard that 1 gold dragon could support a family for a month, it would require only 60 gold dragons to provide for them monthly. Thus, the annual expenditure would total 720 gold dragons. Our esteemed prince possesses a substantial sum of 10,000 gold dragons, sufficient to last for over a decade. Please go and live well. Should you need anything, seek me out, Aemon said with a wave of his hand, exuding a sense of responsibility. "Thank you, Lord Dragon King," the old blacksmith replied, retreating with trepidation. Aemon maintained his composure as he familiarized himself with his new sword. With a swift motion, he drew the 2-foot-long blade. It held a deep orange hue and its spine robust. Undoubtedly, this was a bronze sword. Aemon inspected it thoroughly. The grip was firm, ensuring it would not injure his hands while remaining sweat-resistant. The guard was forged into a circular design adorned with square patterns, each surface engraved with runes. Not particularly useful, Aemon pondered, frowning as he traced the sequential runes engraved on either side of the sword spine. The bronze faith and rune culture intertwined, symbolizing the Royce family. Those bronze armors bore runes, purportedly to protect the wearer. While this assertion was dubious, it was true that the bronze armor contained trace amounts of magic, most likely due to the rune's influence. Sir Stephen, observing the scene, interjected, "Your Highness, many magical phenomena are elusive, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. We cannot replicate them." "You are correct, sir." Aemon sheathed the sword, acknowledging, "There are limits to human capability, I understand." The fragmented runes could not trace back to a complete belief in their power. His mind was evidently not up to the task. He still hoped that the essence panels might offer cards with relevant knowledge. "Let us proceed." Aemon secured the bronze short sword at his waist and boldly mounted his white deer. He had a status to uphold and thus required a fitting sword. Though bronze was soft, the blacksmith craftsmanship was exceptional. At the age of 8, he wielded it with ease. Seeing the cheerful prince, Sir Stephen smiled knowingly, his mood lifting in tandem. The city of Junlin resembled a labyrinth, and the White Knight tread cautiously. The attitudes within the city of runes were polarized. At least the protected individuals were open-minded. It felt like an extended holiday. The white deer ambled along, stopping intermittently, completing a circuit before 8 o'clock. A smile adorned Aemon's face as he greeted several familiar faces along the way. However, many responded with indifference, particularly the distant knights of the Royce family, who showed little interest in the young prince. This sentiment extended to numerous hired knights, with their attendants choosing not to intervene. After meandering about, they returned to the castle. The lecture loft. Creak. Aemon pushed open the door, finding the old scholar awaiting his arrival. "Your Highness is still quite young. You must attend the early class every day." "Good morning, scholar," he replied. Aemon greeted the gathering and strode directly to the podium. William sat among the audience, clutching a book in anticipation of a lesson. Gonsal, with his ample frame, lounged on the windowsill, voraciously devouring an orange. Sir Steve cast a glance in his direction while stationed at the entrance, serving as a sentinel. The room was filled with individuals, excluding the elderly and frail Bachelor Hughes, constituting the inner circle of His Highness. The Seagull Knight, Leon Shett, was absent, having returned home after disembarking at Seagull Town. Thus, the guard contingent was reduced by one. The elder scholar retrieved a letter from his sleeve and stated in a deliberate manner, "This is the princess's reply to you." "Oh, let me see." Aemon responded as he opened the envelope. The individual had returned to Stoneheart City, and two hearts remained concerned about him in King's Landing. Alicent frequently corresponded, informing him of Otto's resignation and her newfound ease at the Red Keep. She also inquired about his well-being, reminding him to eat properly and to avoid kicking off his blankets at night, reminiscent of a nagging elder sister or mother. Aemon always endeavored to reply promptly, occasionally entrusting the merchant vessels from Seagull Town with some local delicacies from Vale. Rhaenyra wrote to him occasionally, indicating that Lord Laenor had been appointed the new prime minister, and the Privy Council was in the process of selecting a new minister of justice to fill the vacancy. Additionally, she lamented that her uncle, Viserys, was unwilling to relinquish power and had invited numerous noble youths to display their talents. She sought to prove herself but lacked innovative ideas. In response, Aemon offered his counsel. King's Landing, as the capital of the Seven Kingdoms, boasted a population of over 500,000 year-round, resulting in relatively chaotic public order and deplorable sanitation. The responsibility for law and order lay with the Gold Cloaks, while the sanitation issue was more manageable. During his few days in King's Landing, Aemon observed the streets and neighborhoods to be in disarray, with many areas littered with excrement. The stench was detectable from several kilometers away. Beneath the veneer of prosperity, the reality was quite grim. His suggestion to Rhaenyra was to seek diligent orphans from welfare institutions, providing them with tools and carts to clean the streets. There was no necessity for perfection. The aim was merely to remove the refuse. They could be scheduled to clear the streets regularly, transporting the waste outside the city to a nearby farmland for composting. While composting was not common in this era, the concept of fertilizing with waste was still understood. Once the composting was completed, Aemon proposed to allocate some barren land to the homeless orphans, allowing them to cultivate it with appropriate assistance. This cyclical approach would enhance the sanitary conditions in King's Landing within a few years and increase the royal revenue from land taxes. Rhaenyra's facilitation of this endeavor would undoubtedly win her the favor of the populace, achieving multiple benefits in one stroke. What's this all about? Aemon wondered, quickly scanning the letter with astonishment. Rhaenyra mentioned in her correspondence that she had already set the wheels in motion and had made some progress. Initially, she had recruited only a little over 100 orphans. With such a small number, not much could be accomplished, so they were assigned to a street near the Red Keep, tasked with cleaning the waste each morning and transporting it out of the city at dusk. The composting process was straightforward, given the royal estate's numerous fields. However, she encountered two challenges: resident opposition and the difficulty of cleaning. The populace, in their ignorance, harbored significant resistance to the notion of someone collecting their waste. After all, even unwanted refuse, when taken away by others, constitutes a psychological loss. It is indeed a daunting task to clean up. The act of discarding waste in the streets is exceedingly laborious and time-consuming. Fortunately, during the reign of my great-grandfather Jerry's, the drainage system of King's Landing was reformed, preventing the city from being inundated with filth after rainfall. While Rhaenyra faced moronic life choices, she demonstrated remarkable acumen in governance. She directly sought out the Gold Cloaks, swiftly dealing with the troublemakers, and notified residents door-to-door to concentrate their waste at designated collection points. Noncompliance resulted in fines. Following this initiative, the citizens of that street became compliant, and the orphans tasked with waste removal no longer had to scurry about. In just a few days, the cleanliness of the streets was revitalized. Even if some accused her of oppressing the common folk, the praise emanating from the lower classes was undeniable, unless absolutely necessary. Who would not desire a more pleasant environment, free from the stench of refuse? Aemon observed with keen interest, mumbling to himself about the temporary pilot project involving city management and sanitation workers, centralized waste disposal. It was rather impressive. Indeed, the people of the medieval era were not foolish. They merely lacked broader perspectives. Alas, when shall I acquire a piece of land? Aemon propped his chin on one hand, his youthful visage etched with melancholy. His mother was in good health, likely to live for several more decades without issue. Though he could not inherit Stone of Symbols, he must find a place to grow and thrive. Only by taking control of his own destiny could he truly realize his ambitions. Chapter 43, Personal Banner. Shall we respond to the princess? Inquired the old scholar, producing pen and paper, as was his custom. Of course, replied Aemon succinctly, adding, please write on my behalf, and flatter her a bit. He hesitated to take up the pen himself, aware that it would inevitably lead to transcribing history. The old scholar chuckled, shaking his head as he began to write. Aemon, with a cheerful demeanor, leaned over the desk and suddenly asked, Scholar, how might I earn the recognition of the Royce family? This posed a profound question. The old scholar paused, contemplating, and replied, Your great-grandfather, His Majesty the Wise King, set a commendable example by choosing to integrate. Aemon furrowed his brow, pondering the deeper implications. The Targaryen dynasty was founded by the conqueror Aegon, who passed the throne to the feeble Aenys I, subsequently overthrown by the ruthless Maegor. These three monarchs were distinct in character, and their governing strategies yielded vastly different outcomes. The conqueror was the founding king, and publicly, no one dared oppose him. However, during the War of Dorne, he lost his beloved sister and queen. Until his death, the Seven Kingdoms remained ununified. Aenys I warrants little discussion, as he was merely a flower nurtured in his father's cradle, inheriting a realm fraught with the conqueror's legacies. His health could not withstand the strain, leading to his untimely demise. Maegor I was excessively brutal, usurping the crown from his nephew Aegon, committing the unforgivable sin of fratricide. Nevertheless, one cannot deny that his cruelty and iron-fisted methods laid the foundation for the Targaryen dynasty's century-long reign, clearing numerous obstacles for his successor. The fourth king was Aemon's great-grandfather, Aegon IV. Ascending to the throne at a young age, he was initially overshadowed by his mother, the queen regent, and his stepfather, the Duke of Baratheon. As he matured, he gradually reclaimed his power. He was a born ruler. During his reign, he forged a peace treaty with the Faith of the Seven, toured the realm to court the nobility, and constructed the King's Road to connect the disparate regions. His military decisiveness was evident as he repelled numerous Dornish incursions. Had he not lost two exceptional heirs in his later years, his life would have been deemed impeccable. Aemon's brow furrowed deeper as he retrieved a seven-pointed star emblem from the drawer, his expression grave. The Targaryens revere the Seven, integrating into the traditions of Westeros. Only thus could they be accepted. The old scholar nodded, noting, I have heard that the king is a devout follower of the Seven, with even the queen and princess frequently visiting the Great September of Baelor. Aemon glanced up to find the old scholar winking at him. This was indeed true. Alicent was a staunch adherent to the faith, though the other two might not be as steadfast. This subtly indicated that integration could serve as a solution. However, Aemon resolutely countered, I refuse. The old scholar was not surprised and, from a detached perspective, remarked, integration signifies a transformation of self, a painful process. The wise king's decision took decades of toil to achieve, let alone for an 8-year-old child. I do not fear hardship, but I refuse to yield, Aemon replied, shaking his head, his own convictions emerging as he declared in High Valyrian, I am who I am. This path is unviable. It appears that you harbor different thoughts. The old scholar is quite accommodating and does not press the matter further. Instead, he takes solace in the youthful resolve and thoughtful nature of his companion. Aemon forces a smile, burdened with unspoken troubles. His great-grandfather, in his twilight years, was filled with a sense of regret. The notion of integration has stripped away his very essence. The discourse between the old and the young leaves the others in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend the conversation. The old scholar, lacking in vigor, diligently focuses on penning a response, contemplating how to reply without causing offense. Aemon, with his head drooping, fumbles in the drawer, seeking a compromise. At the very least, he wishes to dispel misunderstandings, addressing the symptoms rather than the root cause. A quarter of an hour passes. The old scholar finishes the letter, leisurely sealing it with wax. Suddenly, Aemon slams the table, his face flushed with excitement, and inquires, "Scholar, with this, can it succeed?" Revealed beneath his palm is a crest of the Royce family. The old scholar's eyes widen in surprise, contemplating the challenge of altering one's banner, and shakes his head, stating, "It is possible, yet the king's approval remains unattainable. This would obscure your noble Valerian lineage. The Targaryens are few in number. The prince's establishment in the Valley is already a branch of the royal family. How could one unilaterally change the banner?" Upon hearing this, Aemon produces a three-headed red dragon emblem and asks again, "With this, can it succeed?" The old scholar again shakes his head, solemnly replying, "It is feasible. But even if your mother is Lady Riella, to alter the Royce family banner requires the endorsement of several generations. The union between Demon and Lady Riella was established during the lifetime of Queen Alicent, intended to tether the unruly grandson and provide fertile ground for branching out. Alas, this marriage was not harmonious, leaving a rift in the previous generation. For Prince Aemon to mend this rift is already a significant challenge." Aemon's expression turns serious as he overlays the two crests, stating with precision, "Then this, combined with that, can it succeed?" This time is not a question, but a declaration. He aims to forego the Targaryen and Royce family crests, merging them into a singular personal emblem. The action is simple, yet the implications are profound. The old scholar regards him with newfound respect, exclaiming in astonishment, "It can succeed, but you must achieve something noteworthy, otherwise it will fail to garner respect." The amalgamation of crests seeks to unite the strengths of both families. Should this not foster cohesion, it would become a source of ridicule. Aemon understands this implicitly, yet finds no better or more secure shortcut. He summons the upright William, entrusting him with the two crests and instructing, "Take these to the prince's camp. The craftsman will know how to create the banner." The prince's camp serves as a temporary area for housing slaves and the 50 knights of the valley under his command, managed outside of Stonehenge. "Yes, my prince." William responds with vigor, setting off immediately. Aemon runs a hand through his hair, distressed, and confides, "Scholar, I have many ideas but lack wise allies to support me." He does not consider himself exceptionally intelligent, merely diligent. However, he finds comfort in the notion that studying history imparts wisdom. Many founding kings were not sagacious strategists. If he cannot be the swift steed, he will be the one who recognizes the swift steed. Knowing how to discern and utilize talent can also lead to monumental achievements. The old scholar hesitated for a moment and softly remarked, "I am already 60 years of age. 60 is not the time for striving." "That is not my intention," Aemon, feeling a sense of helplessness, replied. "Do you have any acquaintances in the Academy City? I need your assistance in finding 2 reliable individuals." "There are indeed some, but are you certain you require them?" The old scholar inquired cautiously. "Yes, it is absolutely necessary," Aemon affirmed with utmost certainty. The Academy City stands as the sole institution of learning on the continent of Westeros, deploying scholars to reside in the castles of noble lords, thereby instilling the prestige of the Academy within the hearts of the people. Undoubtedly, the extinction of dragons in later times can be attributed to the Academy's subtle machinations against magic. Yet, a wise saying holds true: power is often in the hands of select few. One cannot eradicate them all in one fell swoop. Seeing that His Highness the Prince was not jesting, the old scholar pondered for a moment before stating, "I have a distant nephew who is diligently studying at the Academy. He has already earned 6 chain rings, which places him above me. Can we summon him?" Aemon's eyes brightened. The Academy produces talented individuals. "It is worth a try." The old scholar chuckled and replied, "However, the distance between the Academy and the City of Runes is quite considerable. It will take a long time for messages to travel back and forth, so you must exercise a bit of patience." "Not a problem. I shall discuss this matter with my mother right away," Aemon declared, filled with determination. Chapter 44. Why not kneel before the prince? At noon, with the sun shining brightly, Aemon descended from the attic in search of his mother to report on his endeavors. In the spacious hall, a singular figure was consumed by righteous indignation. Jello Royce, a middle-aged man with graying whiskers, donned leather-lined bronze armor. His appearance alone suggested he was a stubborn relic of the past. Lady Rhea, do you genuinely intend for that child to inherit Stonehold? Jello exclaimed, disbelief etched across his features, as though the sky itself had collapsed upon him. Lady Rhea, seated gracefully, meticulously polished an ancient-looking longsword, casually replied, Cousin, he is my son. He is also that man's son. Jello's expression grew animated, his voice filled with outrage. Your husband returned from the stairs of the Isles, retreating to Dragonstone without a thought for you or the Royce family. Lady Rhea's demeanor turned icy. I have no need for an incompetent husband, but Aemon shall always remain my son and heir. The thought of hearing news of that man's sudden demise delighted her, whether it be through misfortune or an untimely death in the company of a harlot. Yet, she would never permit slander against her son to circulate. Jello, taken aback, retorted with reluctance, You have better options. Who? Lady Rhea sneered, her voice dripping with sarcasm. You, dear cousin, or my unmarried cousin? Jello faltered, rendered speechless. When Uncle Jobert selected an heir, there were several direct relatives in contention. He was the eldest, a male, yet Uncle Jobert had bypassed him and others, choosing instead the astute Lady Rhea. It had been proven that she was indeed the equal of any man. Seeing his silence, Lady Rhea lost interest in their conversation, expressing her disappointment. Return home, cousin. But Jello was eager to interject. Lady Rhea raised her hand, decisively stating, Inform others to extinguish any unwarranted ambitions. I shall not yield an inch. Her words were sharp, shattering all hidden calculations. Upon hearing this, Jello felt a chill envelop him. He had the support of many who opposed the Targaryen inheriting Stonehold, yet his cousin's resolute stance left him in a precarious position. At that moment, Mother Aemon entered through the grand door, a smile gracing his face. Both individuals in the hall turned to regard him. A spark of hope ignited within Jello. Lady Rhea cast a sidelong glance at her cousin, her brows knitting in silent disapproval. The one who stands out is often the first to face adversity. What terms had that group offered him to make him willing to take such a risk? Are you engaged in conversation? Aemon feigned ignorance, deliberately scrutinizing his cousin. Jello managed to maintain a semblance of decorum, offering a perfunctory nod as if he had paid his respects. Aemon's lips curled into a subtle smile, thinking to himself how blind some individuals could be. Such an attitude required careful navigation. What brings you here, if not for lessons in the attic? Lady Rhea paused her actions, her gaze shifting to the two imposing men behind her son. Sir Steve nodded in acknowledgement, while Ganser remained steadfast in his demeanor. Aemon was about to respond when Lady Rhea, disinterested in his words, turned her attention to the bothersome man, expressing her displeasure. Cousin, it is time for you to leave. Matters she could resolve need not concern her son. Jello, clearly unwilling to relent, exclaimed, Do you truly wish for a Targaryen to inherit Stonehaven? What then becomes of the Royce name? I am the Earl of Stonehaven. It is not for you to meddle. Lady Rhea retorted without reservation. Jello countered, I am also a part of Stonehaven and have the right to worry for the family. As he spoke, he abruptly pointed at Aemon. You are this child's mother. Who knows if you might act out of emotion regarding the heir, jeopardizing the family's legacy. Lady Rhea's expression turned frosty, as if about to freeze the air around her. Jello, blinded by self-interest, spoke thoughtlessly. It was evident to all that Queen Alicent had orchestrated the union between her grandson Daemon and Lady Rhea to strengthen ties with House Royce. Yet Uncle Jobert, seemingly bewitched, had subsequently entrusted Stonehaven to Lady Rhea. Thus, she became the Countess, and her offspring would be the next heir to Stonehaven. In effect, House Targaryen could effortlessly usurp the inheritance, akin to cutting off the family line entirely. I object. Jello grew increasingly fervent, unable to bear it any longer. Aemon interjected, Sir Jello, may I inquire on what grounds you make these assertions? He could not feign ignorance while others questioned his mother. He must advocate for his own rights. Jello paused momentarily before responding brusquely, by virtue of my name Royce. Aemon fixed his gaze upon him and further queried, Before I entered, I overheard you mention my father. May I ask, has my father wronged you in any way or committed acts detrimental to House Royce? Jello hesitated, his words caught in his throat. Upon reflection, given Demon's proud nature, he scarcely acknowledged him and seldom stayed in Stonehaven. The gravest offense might have been the insult directed at cousin Lady Ray, branding her a base-born harlot. Aemon continued, May I also inquire, as the son of my mother, does half of the blood that courses through my veins belong to House Royce? Jello could not deny this, of course. Then it follows that my father has neither wronged you nor committed acts against House Royce, and I, too, am a member of House Royce. Aemon spoke rapidly, his gaze icy and unyielding. In an instant, he drew forth a bronze dagger from his waist, pressing it against Jello's side. My claim to inheritance derives from my mother, and the king has recognized it. On what grounds do you dare to slander me? Jello, taken aback, stepped back in alarm, voicing his innermost thoughts. You are a Targaryen. If you were to inherit Stonehaven, it would be akin to a bird displacing another from its nest. Just then, the grand doors of the hall swung open, and a figure rushed in. William, beads of sweat on his brow, announced, Your Highness, the craftsmen are working urgently. Please take a look. Aemon, not lifting his gaze, remained fixated on Jello's perspiring face, inwardly acknowledging the timely arrival. Let it be done. William sensed the delicate situation and, with a slight tremor, unfurled the rolled banner. With a rustling sound, a shield-shaped inverted triangular flag was revealed. The banner split down the middle, presenting two distinctly contrasting halves. The left side featured a deep orange background adorned with two horizontal white stripes, upon which were inscribed black runes. Between these rune-embellished stripes lay a neat arrangement of black pebbles. This design was a subtle modification of the Royce family emblem, exuding both order and grandeur. In contrast, the right side was more simplistic, displaying a pure black background with a vividly rendered three-headed red dragon at its center. The runic pebbles and the three-headed dragon were positioned oppositely, creating a harmonious balance. The orange backdrop complemented the dragon splendidly, while the black and white runes echoed the black field, resulting in a display that was neither ostentatious nor discordant. The flag radiated an air of formidable authority. At the sight of the banner, both Lady Leia and Jello's pupils constricted in unison. The bifurcated flag symbolized the union of two families. Hand it to me. Even Gonsal, typically oblivious, discerned the profound significance and snatched the divided flag, placing it before Lady Leia. Taking a deep breath, she turned to the pallid Jello. Cousin, do you have anything to say? Jello stood frozen, speechless. You may be at a loss for words, but I am not. Aemon interjected, seizing the opportunity. Do you comprehend the gravity of your previous reckless utterances? Jello snapped to attention, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Your Highness, You still remember, I am a prince? Aemon tilted his head slightly. Jello's lips moved, yet no words emerged. Observing this, Aemon suddenly broke into a smile. In light of this banner, I am willing to grant you clemency. A sense of foreboding weighed heavily upon Jello's heart as he envisioned the shadow of the roguish prince who would seize love by force. However, Aemon's tone shifted abruptly as he stepped forward, sword in hand. Now that you see the prince, why do you not kneel? Chapter 45. The Ranger Prince Daemon No. Jello gasped in horror, hastily retreating to avoid the impending danger. In the next moment, Sir Steve and Gonsal drew their swords, unceremoniously pressing them against his throat. Aemon thrust forcefully, the tip of the blade piercing through the leather armor, resting against the soft flesh of his abdomen. Jello, overwhelmed with fear, could hardly believe that a mere child would dare to strike so ruthlessly. Desperately, he turned to Lady Ray for assistance, but she averted her gaze, choosing to ignore him entirely. Instantly, Jello's face drained of color. Sir, did you not hear my words? Aemon advanced, his tone neither too harsh nor too soft. Are you still unaware of what constitutes decorum, requiring further instruction? The bronze sword in his grasp slowly rotated, creating a tear in the leather armor. Jello attempted to intervene, but the chilling blades of the two swords at his shoulders shimmered ominously, their coldness pressing against his skin. With no escape in sight, Jello trembled uncontrollably, the pressure overwhelming his mental defenses, and with a thud, he sank to one knee. "Your Highness, I apologize." Jello tightly shut his eyes, bowing his head in submission. Aemon regarded him with a cold stare, the bronze sword resting against the nape of Jello's neck, his fingers tightening ever so slightly around the hilt. "Enough," Lady Ray interjected, effectively quelling her son's next move. If this continued, it might replicate the reckless demeanor of his father. Aemon paused for 2 seconds, suppressing the anger that boiled within him. He had entertained the thought of ending Jello's life with a single strike. Lady Ray stepped forward, her hand gripping the ancient longsword she had just polished, stating formally, "Cousin, my son has made his choice. You must do the same." Jello opened his eyes, a look of confusion crossing his face. Lady Ray pushed aside the other 2 swords, placing the ancient longsword upon Jello's shoulder, enunciating each word with clarity. "Aemon is my heir, and I require you to pledge your loyalty to him." With that, she extended the hilt toward her son. Aemon was momentarily taken aback, grasping the noticeably heavier ancient sword. An alert chimed in his ears. "You have discovered a magical artifact. Acquire 10 essence of magic." Aemon scrutinized the ancient longsword, recognizing it as the Valyrian steel family sword of House Royce, named Lament. The blade of Lament was elongated, its surface rippling with water-like patterns. The hilt exceeded a foot in length, and the crossguard was inscribed with runes, exuding a sense of weight and simplicity. Lady Ray cast a glance at him and remarked, "One day, it will rightfully belong to you." Jello remained silent, fully aware that he had no authority to refuse. Steeling himself, he bowed his head in resignation, prepared to swear the oath. "I, Jello Royce, vow my loyalty to Lady Ray and her heir. I swear to protect them with unwavering fidelity, to defend them against all foes, with a heart loyal and devoid of deceit." He paused, his expression earnest. "Let my oath be a testament before the old and new gods." Lady Ray nodded in satisfaction, turning her gaze to her sword-wielding son. After a moment of hesitation, Aemon responded with inspiration, "I, Prince Aemon of House Targaryen, accept your fealty." He then proceeded to recite the protective vow, affirming that he would neither insult, neglect, nor tarnish their honor, bestowing trust, generosity, and dignity. Finally, he guaranteed, "By my hearth, a place shall always be reserved for you." "Thank you, Your Highness." Jello bowed his head low, revealing his fragile neck. Aemon, wielding the ancestral sword, lamented as he gently tapped it atop Jello's head and shoulders, fulfilling the oath. Indeed, Lady Rhea offered her appraisal, casting a pointed glance at Ganser. Ganser feigned ignorance, sheathing his massive sword. Aemon noticed, but did not press the matter further. Ganser, though outwardly coarse, harbored his own pride. Being still young, he had yet to earn the complete recognition of his counterpart. Jello gradually rose and instinctively stepped aside. From this moment onward, he would be the sworn knight of Aemon Targaryen. Unwavering loyalty was paramount. Any betrayal or negligence would lead to a forfeiture of honor and status, relegating him to the life of a mercenary knight should he abandon the Royce family. Lady Rhea withdrew the ancestral sword, her interest in further conversation waning. "Mother, we shall take our leave," Aemon declared with a sense of duty, the others following suit. William, brimming with excitement, reclaimed the newly commissioned banner, bustling around the prince. One banner could secure the allegiance of a sworn knight, truly remarkable. Aemon pushed him away in mild disdain and turned to offer Jello a few comforting words, attempting to soothe his spirit. He felt awkward, reluctant to accept the gesture. Yet, the bond of kinship made refusal difficult, impossible to sever. Reflecting on the words of a certain Lord Huang, he realized he could either accept or eliminate. He chose the former, reaping greater rewards. The escort team had gained a member. After exiting the hall, Jello stepped forward in silence, kneeling once more. "Your Highness, I have 500 archers under my command, all of whom will recognize you." His gaze fell upon the rolled banner, the implication clear. This was contingent upon the display of the flag. "I understand, my lord," Aemon replied, assisting him to his feet. Jello held a significant position in Stone Rune City. The vast territory was fertile, with taxes sufficient to sustain 3,000 soldiers. Among them, 800 cavalry had always been at the lord's disposal. There were 1,000 archers, overseen by 2 captains and 1,200 infantry, trained bi-weekly by the city's instructor. Lady Rhea supported him, and Ganzer was also the instructor for the infantry. With Jello's loyalty secured, a substantial portion of Stone Rune City's military strength was now aligned, ensuring stability. In the blink of an eye, mid-May arrived. The valley boasted a pleasant climate, with verdant grass and singing larks. In the courtyard of Stone Rune City, Aemon appeared earnest, gripping a wooden sword in his right hand. "Your Highness, focus on your breathing rhythm," Sir Steve advised as he attacked from an elevated position with his own wooden sword, his movements quickening. Aemon rooted himself, parrying each strike with precision. Occasionally, he would be hit, yet he swiftly regained his composure. 2 months had passed, and much had changed. Aemon had grown taller, his height surging from just over 1 meter to an impressive 1.2. His rapid growth was accompanied by a leaner physique. His once cherubic face had thinned slightly, yet remained fair and taut, adding an element of youthful charm. The excess around his midsection had vanished entirely. He stood tall and slender, his silver-gold hair tied back, exuding a distinctly youthful aura. Clang! Sir Steve deftly evaded, sending his opponent's wooden sword flying. Taking a breath, Aemon concluded the duel. "Your swordsmanship has improved remarkably, Your Highness," he noted. Sir Steve bent to retrieve the wooden sword, advising, "You might want to consider wielding a sword with both hands. It would prevent disarmament next time." Aemon sighed. "I would rather use my left hand. For some reason, I can wield a sword with either hand separately, but not with both on a single sword. Whenever I attempt to grip it with both hands, it feels as though someone is vying for the hilt, causing me to lose balance and fall." He pondered whether he should practice one-handed swordplay, especially with the thought of eventually inheriting his father demon's dark sister. As the thought crossed his mind, an inexplicable sensation seemed to stir within him. Suddenly, a piercing roar echoed from afar. Aemon glanced up and his expression shifted dramatically. A colossal crimson beast appeared in the sky, sweeping in with a fierce wind towards the airspace above Stone Rune City. Its sharp horns, serpentine neck, and broad, powerful red wings. It was Caraxes. Aemon froze, recognizing the dragon. Its arrival captivated more than just him. A shadow loomed over the entire city, paralyzing everyone in the courtyard as the wind tousled their hair, making it impossible to open their eyes. "It's a dragon," many knights exclaimed, scrambling for cover, igniting further chaos. Aemon remained transfixed, disregarding the pandemonium. "Do not panic. That dragon is Caraxes, Prince Demon's dragon." Sir Steve donned his helmet, shielding the prince with one hand, and shouted to those around. Unfortunately, his voice was drowned out by the dragon's more thunderous roar. Caraxes' slit pupils glimmered ominously as it released a fierce roar, fire flickering from its sharp maw. To the astonishment of the onlookers, it circled 3 times above Stone Rune City before the figure atop the dragon issued a command, descending slowly onto the fortress's imposing walls. With a thunderous crash, Caraxes landed, extending its serpentine neck while its wings supported the ground several feet below. This movement revealed its robust back. Aemon gazed from afar, catching sight of the dragon rider, the unmistakable silver hair and violet eyes of the Targaryen family. Upon closer inspection, the rider's countenance was stern, with a prominent nose and an unruly brow, mirroring the fierce disposition of the seated bloodworm, Caraxes. Aemon immediately recognized him, his biological father, Aemon Targaryen. Knighted at the age of 16, he had been awarded the ancestral sword, Dark Sister, by his great-grandfather, Jaehaerys, as a mark of distinction, revered by many as the Rogue Prince. Now, he may very well have proclaimed himself the king of the Narrow Sea. Chapter 46. The Peculiar Versus. The honeyed tongue, the arrival of the dragon instantly stirred the entire castle. Servants scurried to hide, while soldiers rushed forth in a tumultuous frenzy. "Halt! That is Prince Daemon," Sir Steve bellowed repeatedly, sensing the impending chaos. Faced with the formidable dragon, the soldiers were struck with terror, retreating to a safe distance. What a magnificent creature, truly worthy of the name Caraxes. In Aemon's eyes, there was only the bloodthirsty behemoth, his breath quickening. At the mere mention of its name, it seemed to resonate with him perfectly. With a deafening roar, Caraxes, known for its fiery temperament, unleashed a second wave of scorching wind directed at the surrounding soldiers. In an instant, silence enveloped the scene. Quiet, Caraxes commanded the figure atop the dragon, who cast a downward gaze and gently patted its back. When Aemon looked again, the sunlight was blinding, obscuring his view. Meanwhile, the figure descended from the dragon's back. Soldiers unsheathed their swords, fearing the dragon might go wild. Aemon, undeterred, had already spotted a glimmer of silver-gold hair and approached with unwavering intent. "Your Highness." Sir Steve's instincts flared, positioning himself protectively before the prince. Despite their familial bond, duty necessitated caution. It was rumored that Prince Daemon had little affection for the offspring of his legitimate wife, referring to him as an underdeveloped dragon hatchling. Shortly after Lady Rhea's childbirth, she had derisively labeled her son as a mere mishmash of seeds. This gossip eventually reached the ears of the aging King Jaehaerys, who had taken a newborn prince back to Red Keep for care and nurturing. 8 years had swiftly passed, leaving one to ponder whether the father and son could coexist harmoniously. Daemon continued forward, casting a dispassionate glance at the White Knight until he reached the point of no further advance. He lowered his gaze, scrutinizing the sole, silver-haired boy present. "My lord, it is nothing to worry about," Aemon spoke calmly, stepping forward from behind the crowd. With barely 2 feet between them, the two Targaryens scrutinized one another. Daemon's countenance was stern. He was tall and lean, clad in a hardened leather armor that exuded an air of competence. Most strikingly, he wore a crown of withered wood upon his head, his once flowing silver hair now cropped short, framing his face. This led Aemon to question the true purpose of Daemon's visit. A pang of conscience, perhaps, or merely a desire to flaunt his achievements in Stonehill. At that moment, Daemon, too, was assessing the boy before him. Aemon's stature was commendable, his features inheriting the Targaryen allure, with beads of sweat adorning his forehead from a recent training session. What pleased Aemon most was the boy's commendable composure throughout the encounter. After a few moments of hesitation, Aemon initiated the greeting. "Father, greetings," his voice dry and devoid of emotion, yet laced with politeness. Daemon offered a faint smile, glancing at the distinctive banner among the surrounding soldiers, and spoke in High Valyrian. "It appears you have found a way to coexist." He had assumed the rumors from King's Landing were exaggerated, tales of a white stag, a prince's title, and adoration. Was this truly his son? Perhaps it was merely a manifestation of early maturity. Aemon raised an eyebrow and spoke in High Valyrian. "You wear a crown. You are already a prince. I cannot remain stagnant." Daemon's eyes twinkled with amusement, and he felt a certain satisfaction with his son. The boy was proficient in Valyrian, facilitating communication and deepening their bond. Aemon opened his mouth, struggling to find the words. Should he mention that he had been appointed by his uncle himself? "And you, dear uncle, wearing a crown, does your good brother know this?" Daemon, oblivious to his son's underlying intentions, surveyed the soldiers around him and calmly replied, "You are the master here. Will you not invite me as a guest?" It was a rather abrupt change of subject. Aemon chose not to speak further and turned to lead the way. While his expression remained composed, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Facing his father, Daemon, it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no anxiety. The two had known each other for 8 years, yet their encounters could be counted on one hand. Prior to this meeting, he had imagined various scenarios. Perhaps his father would take an immediate dislike to him and utter hurtful words, or they might find themselves embroiled in familial disputes. Fortunately, Daemon displayed a semblance of paternal concern, treating him kindly. There would be no need for fatherly reprimands or mockery. In the spacious hall, Lady Rhea, seated at the head, inquired with a hint of curiosity, "My lord, what brings you to the valley? Have you finally remembered your family and returned for a reunion?" Daemon stood within the hall, his demeanor cold. Lady Rhea proudly lifted her swan-like neck and retorted, "Though I would rather not, perhaps the valley's goats will suffice. After all, our sheep are far more appealing. Feel free to choose a cozy little flock." These were insults she had previously uttered, much like the family motto of House Royce, which they would not forget. Daemon absorbed her words, his gaze drifting elsewhere, a faint smirk playing upon his lips. Were it not for the desire to see his son, he would have preferred to curl up with a goat instead. Aemon, standing nearby, was taken aback, His mother's aggression was strikingly contrary to her usual reticence. Indeed, Lady Rhea continued her verbal onslaught. She cast her eyes over the crown atop her husband's head, hostility intensifying as she mocked. I hear you triumphed in battle. Yet instead of seeking refuge in your brother's warm embrace, you chose to play house on the stepstones? A desolate place where even birds do not nest. Do you truly believe that occupying such a remote location grants you parity with your brother the king? What grand jest! Daemon remained silent, merely casting a glance at his son, his expression inscrutable. What brings you to Stone City, truly? Lady Rhea inquired, her vigilance sharpening. Is it to flaunt your ridiculous crown? Or do you intend to take away your own blood? She knew her husband too well. He would not set foot in the valley without reason. One must admit, a woman's intuition is often quite accurate. Daemon raised his head, his gaze settling fully upon his son, and spoke softly. You have been raised well. You exhibit some semblance of a Targaryen. Huh. To hear praise from your lips is akin to a dog renouncing its appetite for refuse, Lady Rhea scoffed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Daemon cast a dismissive glance and turned to leave, stating, Your son is better suited for the valley. With that, he beckoned to Aemon. Take me for a stroll. This castle reeks of sheepdung. Daemon, he is my son. He will never leave with you, Lady Rhea exclaimed, her voice trembling with emotion. Daemon paid her no heed and strode out the grand doors. Noticing his mother did not attempt to stop him, Aemon paused for a moment before following in his father's footsteps. The couple was ill-matched. It was best to maintain a distance. Upon exiting, Daemon inhaled deeply and cursed. Wretched woman, Aemon could only respond. Truly, you are remarkable, my father. Such sweet words. Daemon was visibly constrained, refraining from a full-blown quarrel in front of his son. Outside the city of Valyrian stone, a large and small silver-haired figure walked together across the verdant meadow. The father and son silent in each other's company, their mutual unfamiliarity rendering them mute. The atmosphere grew heavier with each step. Not far away, a colossal creature named Caraxes lay in wait, its elongated neck raised high as it observed with keen interest. Aemon glanced over, and a flicker of envy crossed his eyes. Among all the dragons he had encountered, Caraxes undoubtedly stood as a giant. Its size far surpassed that of Syrax, and even when compared to the elder Dreamfire, it held its own. With its serpentine form, it exceeded an astonishing length of over 60 meters, complemented by a pair of vast crimson wings, rendering it a nightmare for foes on the ground. Do you like it? Daemon inquired suddenly. Aemon, taken aback, responded, It is immense and fearsome. The Targaryen men should indeed become acquainted with dragons at an early age. Daemon nodded slightly, changing his course. Aemon felt a surge of joy and hurried to keep up. Caraxes let out a low growl, its massive body swaying slightly. Daemon approached the fearsome dragon's head and extended his hand, saying, Come, give me your paw. Aemon complied, and Daemon firmly grasped his son's small hand, marked with calluses from sword practice, pressing it against the crimson scales of the dragon's head. Chapter 47. Valyrian steel daggers. Upon discovering a formidable creature imbued with unique magic, a surge of searing fire energy was obtained. The system panel emitted a sound. Aemon felt a warmth in the palm of his hand as a wisp of crimson radiance floated from the red scales, swaying gently before penetrating his chest. A wave of warmth surged within him, endowing him with a slight increase in strength. Instinctively, he summoned the panel. Aemon Targaryen, talent, dreamer, gold, bloodline, ancient Valyrian dragon king, 28, skills, horsemanship, expert, archery, mastered, sleight of hand, proficient, magic cards, rock solid 1 blue, kingly aura, purple, pet, golden-nosed rat, blue, white deer, mythical beast, evaluation, a healthy, developing human offspring, with a physique far superior to peers. Aemon cast a glance, noting a 5 refinement in his bloodline. He turned the card panel, revealing 3 cards, gray, white, and green, all trivial trinkets. Beside the golden hourglass, essence quantity, 462. After 2 months, he had amassed a significant amount of magical essence. During this time, he exchanged 1 physique 1 card, deducting 10 essence points, and 1 archery specialization card. deducting 80 magical essence points. The remaining essence was displayed on the panel. The benefits were considerable. 3 instances of Physique 1 bestowed him with robust health, while archery specialization imparted the experience of a master archer, significantly accelerating his archery training. Caraxes tilted his dragon head, his slit pupils glancing at the human offspring, feeling an inexplicable fondness. Aemon chuckled softly. It seems he does not reject me. Because you are my son, Demon replied confidently. Aemon blinked, believing that his name held a special connection with Caraxes. Demon, perceiving his son's subtle thoughts, reminisced. His previous master was also named Aemon. Aemon nodded silently, unable to suppress the thought that, considering the creature's kindness towards him, he would not covet the inheritance of its dragon. After a moment, Demon glanced at the sky, pondering, "My boy, it is time for me to bestow upon you a parting gift." Aemon, taken aback, asked, "Are you leaving?" "What else would I do?" Demon scoffed, retorting, "Do you think I would stay in the stone fortress tonight, sleeping in the sheepfold or the stable? Damn that bronze wench!" Aemon fell into silence, reminiscent of the tranquility of the night. In his previous life, he was not merely an orphan but akin to one, having endured a rigorous education at a boarding school with minimal family interaction. This life was not much different. Suddenly confronted with familial discord, he found himself in uncharted territory. "I fought on the stairs of Stone Island, decimating the foolish crab feeders, and discovered a trove of gold and jewels within a cave," Demon recounted, indicating the wealth he had acquired. Subsequently, he drew a small dagger adorned with rippling water patterns from his boot and another from his lower back. "What is this?" Aemon's eyes lit up. Demon looked down at his son and explained, 2 Valyrian steel daggers, treasures from the collection of a wealthy merchant in Volantis. It's obvious they were procured from the plunder of the pirate treasure of the 3 daughters. Demon twirled the daggers in his hands, clicking his tongue. "They are too short for my taste. I intended to sell them in pantos for some coin, but I might as well leave them for you to play with." Upon finishing his words, he presented 2 daggers. Aemon, with a solemn expression, accepted them with both hands. He discovered that these items were imbued with magic, receiving 5 points of magical essence. The notification panel chimed twice, granting a total of 10 points of magical essence. Aemon paid little heed to this, his gaze fixated on the 2 daggers. Each was short, measuring 23 centimeters in length. Crafted entirely from Valyrian steel, even the hilt and the guard bore the same material, with specially woven linen wrapping around the hilt for a secure grip. The daggers were adorned with rippling water patterns, shimmering under the sunlight as if they were gently flowing. Each possessed a unique design. One was straight as a needle, feeling like a sharp dragon's fang when held, while the other had a curved tip, reminiscent of a dragon's agile claw. "How do you find them? Do you like them?" Demon inquired, observing his son's demeanor closely, and repeated in High Valyrian, "Now, both you and I share a part of our ancestors." Aemon caught a glimpse of his father's hand resting on the sword at his waist, its hilt elongated and the guard resembling a pair of dragon wings, the ancestral sword of House Targaryen, the Dark Sister. He returned his gaze to the daggers, gripping one in each hand, one reversed, responding in the same tongue. Indeed, they feel quite fitting. He was not naive enough to believe the daggers were too short to be of value. His father, Demon, was a proud man, holding a deep sense of identity in the ancient Valyrian blood that coursed through his veins. In simple terms, he regarded all those outside the Targaryen lineage with equal disdain. This was evident from his choice to communicate with Aemon in High Valyrian. Seeing his son wielding the daggers with such proficiency, Demon nodded in satisfaction. "They are yours now." Aemon smiled and proposed, "I would like to name them." Unbeknownst to them, their father-son bond had grown considerably closer. Perhaps it was the power of money at play. Demon shrugged nonchalantly, "As you wish." Aemon, upon hearing this, examined the 2 small daggers with increasing delight. He was not yet of an age to wield a sword, particularly as he struggled to learn how to grip one properly. Conversely, these daggers were manageable and convenient to carry. With one in each hand, they felt like an extension of his own being. He decided to name them Dragon Tooth and Dragon Claw. Aemon's imagination led him to these straightforward yet powerful names, joyfully stating, "One is as sharp as a fang, the other curves like a toe." Demon chuckled lightly and turned to mount the dragon's back. Aemon took 2 steps back, feeling a tinge of reluctance. "We shall meet again soon," Demon said meaningfully. With a sharp hiss, Coralac extended its long neck, emitting a piercing cry that echoed as its serpent-like body ascended into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. The wind battered against Aemon's face, making it difficult to keep his eyes open as he pondered his father's words. Where would they meet? His father seemed content to remain in the valley, unlikely to return. That left only King's Landing or Dragonstone. He dismissed his worries. Overthinking was futile. Aemon carefully stowed away the 2 small daggers, feeling a warm glow within. There was a certain understanding between the 2 of them. He refrained from inquiring about his father's self-proclaimed title as the King of the Narrow Sea, and his father did not criticize his current situation. In fact, he sensed a silent approval of his desire for independence. It was rather peculiar. Aemon muttered as he returned to the stone of Symbol City. That night, he dreamt after a long absence. The sky was overcast, the air heavy with the acrid scent of sulfur, and hot gusts of wind swept through intermittently. Before him stood a towering active volcano, its slopes adorned with withered green foliage, while thick plumes of smoke billowed from its crater. As he gazed around, he realized the desolate landscape extended for miles without a soul in sight. For a fleeting moment, Aemon's mind faltered and panic surged within him. After a while, he recognized the familiar surroundings. Could it be Dragon Mountain? Aemon pondered in disbelief. But Dragon Mountain is on Dragonstone Island. Suddenly, a deafening tremor shook the ground as the volcano began to emit dense black smoke. It appeared ready to erupt. Alarmed, Aemon turned to flee, but alas, it was too late. The mountain loomed high into the clouds, and the crater erupted with a fierce red glow. With a thunderous roar, a cascade of not lava, but brilliant golden copper surged forth like a torrent, crashing down in waves. Aemon's limbs grew icy, and a singular thought consumed his mind. It's over. Chapter 48. Shattering my dream of dragon mastery. Several days later, at the front courtyard of Stonehenge City, Sir Steve wielded a wooden sword, launching an attack towards His Highness the Prince. Aemon darted left and right, his movements as nimble as a cunning rabbit. Clang! With his left hand, he parried with a dragon-toothed dagger, while his right hand slashed with a dragon-claw dagger. Sir Steve's expression shifted slightly as he withdrew his wooden sword to deflect the blade that was descending towards him. His swordsmanship was skillful, yet he had transitioned from offense to defense. Taking advantage of his height, Aemon focused his attacks on low strikes. Before long, he had forced the White Knight into a sweat. "All right, that will be enough for today," Sir Steve called to a halt, having never encountered such a devious style of combat. "Your swordsmanship is exceptional, sir," Aemon said with a grin, relishing his advantage. "Your hands are quite agile. Perhaps you should consider wielding 2 swords in the future," Sir Steve replied, shaking his head in resignation. The tactics were underhanded, yet Aemon possessed extraordinary talent. Wiping his brow, Aemon found himself lost in thought. Noticing this, Sir Steve quietly remarked, "Your Highness, are you still haunted by nightmares?" Aemon paused in surprise, rubbing his faint dark circles under his eyes. Is it that obvious? Ever since his father, Demon, had departed, he had been plagued by a series of nightmares. Each time, he dreamt of Dragonstone, where molten copper surged forth. Strangely, he found himself drawing ever closer to Dragonstone, significantly shortening the time before he would be engulfed by the molten flood. Could it be the dragon's dream? Aemon pondered inwardly. It was a unique talent of his family. When fully manifested, it could even overpower the most mundane of pillows and mats. It seemed that he would need to seriously consider taming a dragon on his next visit to King's Landing. A dragon would bestow power upon House Targaryen. Lost in thought, the old scholar ambled over, holding 2 letters. "Your Highness, there is correspondence from King's Landing." "Who are they from?" Aemon inquired, curiosity piqued. Was it possible that both Alicent and Rhaenyra had written to him simultaneously? One is from the king, and the other from the princess. The old scholar first handed him the opened letter, taking a moment to compose himself. "This is an invitation from the king, asking you to visit King's Landing." Aemon's expression grew peculiar. His father, Demon, had declared himself the king of the Narrow Sea, and now his uncle was sending him a letter. Something felt amiss indeed. It felt profoundly wrong. And the second letter? Aemon thought warily as he opened Rhaenyra's letter. After a cursory glance, his countenance gradually grew grave. The letter contained Rhaenyra's report. His uncle's letter was not directed at him, but rather concerning the sea snake, Corlys Balerion. A few days prior, Corlys Balerion had visited King's Landing. Ever since his uncle had declined to marry Lena, the two families had been in a state of cold war. A gesture of goodwill without cause is either treachery or deceit. Aemon furrowed his brow. Sure enough, while claiming to pay a visit, Corlys had brought with him half of the Balerion fleet and his son, Laenor Balerion, who was accompanied by a dragon. Such a grand entrance into King's Landing was nothing short of a show of force. At the banquet, he had been exceedingly dismissive of his uncle, King Viserys, creating a tense atmosphere that was palpable to all. It was evident to anyone watching. With the conclusion of the Stepstones War, the Balerion family was revealing its fangs. After the banquet concluded, Lord Corlys Balerion, known as the Sea Snake, departed directly. Before his exit, he extended an invitation to the king. It was for the name day of his wife, Rhaenys, urging the royal family to attend and simultaneously discuss the matrimonial prospects of their offspring. Notably, these arrangements were cloaked under the banner of Lena. Following the rejection of Lena's marriage proposal by her uncle, King Viserys, she soon became betrothed to the son of the Sea Lord of Braavos. Due to the ongoing conflict at the Stepstones, the marriage had yet to be consummated. Recently, the Sea Lord of Braavos met an untimely death under mysterious circumstances. Lord Corlys extended an invitation to his prospective son-in-law, intending to introduce him during the name day festivities for his wife, thereby masking his ulterior motives by inviting the royal family. Rhaenyra, having received a letter from herself, prepared mentally for the occasion. She had to prepare for departure once more. Aemon clicked his tongue. If all went according to plan, he could make a detour to Dragonstone. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept down from the heavens, carrying with it a flurry of grass blades. The resounding roar of a dragon soon followed. Aemon looked up in astonishment to see a magnificent golden dragon soaring through the sky. Rhaenyra? What was she doing here? With a loud thud, Syrax dove from the heights, spiraling around the castle before gracefully landing in the open courtyard. Unlike the previous visit from Caraxes, her smaller dragon did not incite much panic. The servants took cover, while the knights maintained a steadier composure. Though their legs trembled, they did not flee. Rhaenyra leaped off her dragon's back, biting down on her leather gloves, and gasped for breath, remarking how treacherous the valley roads were. Aemon interjected, "You flew here on a dragon." Indeed, it was so. Aemon discreetly scrutinized Syrax, noticing the dragon's rapid growth. Rhaenyra approached, offering a warm embrace, her smile radiant. "I came to fetch you. Surprised, are you not?" Aemon had grown taller since their last encounter. Previously, his face had been buried against her flat stomach, but now he found himself in a rather unfortunate position. "You reek of dragon," he remarked, tilting his head back to avoid contact with her softness. Rhaenyra's teasing smile released the bashful boy from her grip. "Come with me. Syrax will take us back to King's Landing." Aemon replied, "You arrived rather swiftly, rendering my letter unnecessary. But who wouldn't ride a dragon? One would have to be quite daft to refuse." After securing his mother, Lady Rhaenyra's consent, he hastily gathered his belongings. There was little to take. His escort could not accompany him, and his white stag was not fit for travel. He could only strap on his backpack and summon his golden-nosed mouse from his spatial pouch, packing a Ola grass pillow. "Very well, let us depart." Aemon felt adequately prepared. During the journey, Syrax consumed a goat, fulfilling the obligations of a gracious host. Once mounted, Syrax, having feasted, became somewhat uncooperative with outsiders. After much reassurance from Rhaenyra, Aemon finally climbed onto the dragon's back in wonder. Once settled, the saddle was secured with chains. Rhaenyra knelt, encircling Aemon with her arms, her hands gripping the reins. With a mighty roar, Syrax lunged forward, its powerful legs propelling them into the sky as it unfurled its majestic wings. In the blink of an eye, they departed from the city of Showstone. 2 days later, in the Red Keep conference hall, King Viserys wore a solemn expression as he deliberated with his counselors regarding the journey to Driftmark. Some voiced their suspicions about the sea snake, Corlys Valerion, advocating for a cautious approach, while others suggested seizing the opportunity to mend relations through strategic marriage. Each held their own perspective, resulting in a heated debate. Suddenly, the heavy doors swung open with a resounding bang. Viserys lifted his gaze to see two figures, one large and one small, and a look of surprise crossed his face. "Uncle, I'm back," exclaimed Aemon, his hands behind his back, sporting a cheerful grin. Rhaenyra, far more composed, entered the hall in a beige gown, deftly pouring wine as she approached. "What brings you here?" Viserys began, only to realize the inappropriateness of his question. He swiftly amended, "Aemon, I just sent you a message." "Did Rhaenyra bring you along?" He had been so preoccupied these past few days that he had neglected to consider his daughter's affairs. Aemon surveyed the room, noticing the lack of comments, and lamented with a pitiful expression. Rhaenyra insisted, "And my back is killing me." Viserys paused, acknowledging his overthinking. Aemon, clutching his waist, confessed, "After flying for 2 days straight, I'm nearly rendered a fool by exhaustion. Caraxes is merely a subadult dragon. His speed and endurance are limited. The journey took 2 days, and we mostly had to sleep in the streets. That wretched Rhaenyra has shattered my dreams of dragon riding." Chapter 49. A stealthy departure as night descended upon the Red Keep. Within the royal chamber, the door creaked open. Aemon emerged, clutching a dragon-shaped stone sculpture. Just moments ago, his uncle Viserys had sought him out, and they engaged in a brief exchange. Aemon gazed at the sculpture, his expression laden with complexity. What a predicament. After an exchange of pleasantries, the conversation turned to the crux of the matter. Their father, Daemon, had proclaimed himself the king of the Narrow Sea, casting a shadow over the royal reputation. He was, unfortunately, a man devoid of restraint. Having flown back to King S Landing with his dragon, he was now reveling in Silk Street, neglecting to visit the Red Keep or see his elder brother. How was Aemon to mend these fraying relations? With a soft sigh, Aemon felt the weight of immense pressure upon him. In the face of the sea snake's provocation, Uncle Viserys instinctively sought allies, and Daemon was the most fitting choice. Previously, when Daemon found himself in peril on the stepstones, Aemon had resolved to send aid, hoping to mend their brotherly bond. To his dismay, Daemon perceived this gesture as an affront. He violently assaulted the messenger and single-handedly vanquished the crab feeder, rejecting this fraternal connection. The two brothers were increasingly unreliable. Aemon shook his head and retreated to his chamber. While counsel was necessary, he could not allow himself to be manipulated. The sea snake's recent maneuvers likely had Daemon's tacit approval. After all, it was only in times of royal distress that one remembered his merits. Upon returning to his room, Aemon refreshed himself briefly and reclined upon a soft couch adorned with a pillow of wool. As thoughts of various troubles swirled in his mind, he gradually succumbed to slumber. His consciousness drifted into another realm. The sky loomed dark and foreboding as a fierce wind howled. Aemon stood upon a mountain, surrounded by withered greenery, the oppressive heat constricting his chest. Suddenly, a gentle rain began to fall. Bewildered, Aemon glanced around, the raindrops cooling against his skin. A flash of lightning illuminated the dim, rain-soaked landscape, momentarily immobilizing him. In that fleeting moment, the drizzle transformed into a torrential downpour, churning the earth into a mist. Aemon shivered, his body gripped by a chill, and he knew he must find shelter. Instinctively, he sought refuge in a smoking cave halfway up the mountainside. The ground was littered with gravel, and faint sounds echoed from the depths of the cavern, like the chisel striking stone or the hammer pounding upon an anvil. What place was this? Aemon's gaze was vacant as he ventured deeper. 10 paces, then 20 until he reached the innermost sanctum, where a deep crimson glow illuminated the stone walls. It was a natural forge embedded deep within the mountain, adorned with bronze-scaled patterns, and within it, molten copper gleamed. Suddenly, the stone walls shattered, and a torrent of copper surged forth. Aemon stood in stunned silence, then turned and fled. Yet, his feet felt as if they were encased in lead, and he could not escape swiftly. Glancing back, he watched in horror as the surging copper water rose like waves, akin to a small boat in a tempest, capsizing him in an instant. In those final moments, Aemon's will to survive surged. Defiantly, he extended a hand, yearning to grasp at a lifeline. The copper water formed a swirling vortex, its inexhaustible pull completely engulfing him. Outside, the heavy rain continued to pour. Inside the room, Aemon remained sound asleep, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he anxiously tossed his head back and forth. The realm of dreams exerted its influence upon reality. Suddenly, a loud knocking echoed at the door. "Who is it?" Startled by the noise, Aemon jolted awake, rolling over to sit up. The nightmare had been terrifying, offering no chance for resistance. "It's me, Rhaenella." The door gently creaked open, revealing a silver-haired head peeking in, speaking softly. "Rhaenella?" Aemon gasped for breath, gradually shaking off the suffocating grip of his dream. "Did you have a nightmare?" Noticing his drenched state, Rhaenella looked surprised and stepped into the room with concern. After 2 nights of sleeping rough on the streets, he had not experienced such a situation. As Aemon regained his composure and wiped the sweat from his brow, he realized he was soaked through. At 8 years old, he was still a child, and night sweats were a common occurrence, leaving him often sticky and uncomfortable. He patted his pale cheeks and questioned, "Why are you in my room at this hour? Planning a midnight raid?" He was only 8. Surely that was enough to warrant leniency. Rhaenella seemed taken aback by the question, hesitating before responding. "I came to find you, to take care of something." It was certainly not a good sign. She wore a beige home dress, her slender hands clasped behind her back, fidgeting nervously. Aemon, ever observant, noted every detail and instinctively tightened his blanket around himself. "It's not what you think," Rhaenella hurriedly corrected, asserting, "I need to find Daemon. You're his son, and we should go together." "Not what I think." Aemon recognized the gap in her explanation. "Aemon." Rhaenella's frustration bubbled to the surface. "All right, let us go find Daemon." Aemon quickly got out of bed, curiosity piqued, but why find him at this late hour? "Father misses Daemon dearly. I hope they can reconcile." Rhaenella revealed the truth. Of course, she had her own hidden motives. Uncle Daemon had always treated her well since childhood, bringing her exotic gifts from every place he visited. After years without contact, she longed for the past. Seagull, Aemon thought, his expression skeptical. He doubted her intentions, suspecting it was merely youthful folly. Rhaenella, undeterred, retrieved 2 bundles from behind the door, handing one to him. "I've inquired. Daemon is at Silk Street. We'll change our clothes and sneak out." With a slam, she closed the door, untying her dress to change. "Wait." Aemon's face flushed crimson, and he swiftly turned away. The casualness of her undressing was far too bold for his liking. Fortunately, he turned quickly enough to avoid glimpsing any revealing curves. A few minutes later, they both exchanged their garments and stepped outside. Princess Cole, dressed as a farmer, greeted them with a respectful nod. Aemon gave him a cursory glance, curling his lip in disdain. There was nothing to say. They all looked somewhat similar, sharing the burden of their plight. Cole discreetly cast a glance at His Highness, relieved to find that he was not in trouble, his handsome features relaxing. He mused to himself that royal members were indeed troublesome and capricious. "Let us depart," Rhaenyra exclaimed eagerly, darting down the stairs with zeal. It was futile. They could not evade the guards. Cole would have to reveal his identity as the White Knight, pretending to escort 2 stable boys as they boldly slipped out of the Red Keep. A perplexed Aemon wondered if this would expose them. His opinion was inconsequential. As the trio boarded a modest cart, distancing themselves from the Red Keep, in the dead of night, they arrived at Silk Street. The 3 parked their cart and discreetly mingled with the crowd. It must be said, Silk Street truly deserved its reputation as the most vibrant thoroughfare in King's Landing. Especially at night, the liveliness surpassed all expectations. The streets were teeming with vendors of all sizes, street performers, circus acts, and fireworks displays, with men and women of all social strata intermingling. "Look, there's a magic show," Rhaenyra exclaimed, brimming with excitement as she shook Aemon vigorously. This was her first clandestine outing, and everything felt fresh and invigorating. "Shoo, keep your voice down," Aemon replied, trying to steady his patched hat. Both wore hats to conceal their conspicuous silver-gold hair, for otherwise they would attract unwanted attention. "Hey, I see that brothel." Rhaenyra suddenly brightened, charging ahead like a wild stallion. Aemon paused, momentarily stunned, thinking he had misheard her. Just as he caught up, Absurd sounds reached his ears. Turning his head, he found a couple engaged in intimate activities, unabashedly sweating in a narrow alley. Right on the street, Aemon grimaced. The customs of King's Landing were indeed quite liberal. Chapter 50. The Foolish Beauty in a Stone Tower Brothel. Aemon and Rhaenyra stood hand in hand at the entrance, hesitating. Are we really going in? Aemon asked, seeking confirmation. Rhaenyra, with unwavering resolve, nodded. We've come this far. Aemon replied. What a compelling reason. You're quite the handful. Cole, visibly troubled, interjected. Princess, this is not a place for you. Daemon is inside. Rhaenyra dismissed his concerns. Daemon is a man. You are not the same. Cole, in a state of agitation, insisted. But you are a girl. The king will have me hanged if he finds out. His frantic gestures displayed his desperation. Aemon silently observed, sensing a twinge of sympathy for Cole, who appeared on the verge of breaking down. Enough, Cole, Rhaenyra commanded. If you refuse to accompany me, then stay put. With that, she pulled Aemon inside. Aemon felt as if he too was crumbling under the weight of the moment. Inside the brothel, a world unfolded. Passing through the draped entrance, they were greeted by bright lights and an overwhelming scent. Both men and women were engaged in their respective roles, entwined in a chaotic dance of companionship. The crowd was thick, reminiscent of a festival without restraint. Aemon held his breath, overwhelmed by the spectacle that assailed his youthful sensibilities. Having lived 2 lives, he had never encountered such a grand display. Don't look. Rhaenyra's face flushed. She quickly covered his eyes. You close your eyes too. Aemon, quicker than she, covered her entire face with his small hands. What a sight to behold. The two, clad in tattered garments, formed an unusual tableau at the entrance, drawing amused glances and whispers from onlookers. After a moment, Aemon, unable to endure the seductive music any longer, urged, Let go of my eyes. We need to go upstairs. Rhaenyra hesitated. Fool, the person you seek is upstairs. Aemon pried her hands away and tugged her up the staircase. Rhaenyra's cheeks burned, and her forehead felt as if it might burst into flames. Aemon held her hand, feeling the clamminess of her palm as she struggled to maintain her grip, her fingers tightening as if to draw comfort from his presence. On the second floor, in a private chamber, they effortlessly located Daemon. The room boasted intricately carved window patterns, almost semi-open. A gaggle of impoverished prostitutes, unable to afford clothing, lounged at the windows, teasing one another while observing the scene. They arrived just as the previous engagement concluded, and the women scattered, leaving a momentary peace. Knock, knock. Aemon, eager to leave, rapped on the door with determination, mentally apologizing to his father. The absurdity of father and son appearing in a brothel together was not lost on him, especially with the son catching the father in such a compromising situation. Yet he was desperate to escape. Enter. Daemon's voice called from within, sounding somewhat muffled and displeased. Aemon, unfazed, pushed the door open and stepped inside. Who, having just concluded a matter, would not feel perturbed by an unwelcome interruption? Aemon? Upon seeing the slight figure enter through the door, Daemon exclaimed in shock. He was seated on the balcony, enjoying the breeze, draped in a blanket. Quickly adjusting himself, he ensured he was appropriately covered. Apologies, Father, Aemon offered, approaching the bed that exuded an air of decadence. A graceful silhouette lay sprawled upon it, equally exhausted. Aemon retrieved 2 gold dragons from his pocket and tossed them towards her face, turning his head away. Step outside for a moment. Daemon's mind momentarily faltered, bewildered by the situation. His son was paying for a tryst? What a filial act. The woman accepted the payment, disregarding her weariness, and cheerfully exited the room. Soon, only 3 remained. Uncle. Rhaenyra buried her head, acting like a timid quail since her entrance. Daemon cast a glance at his niece, who had deliberately adorned herself for the occasion, and his brow furrowed immediately. One was tolerable, at least a boy, but what was the meaning of this? His brother had perished at the hands of that foolish woman. What brings you two here? Daemon rose, silently moving towards his garments. I have matters to discuss with you. Rhaenyra, looking bewildered, grasped Aemon's hands behind his back. Still uneasy, she wrapped her arms around him, resting her hands on his shoulders. Regret washed over her for coming here. Her uncle was indulging in revelry, showing no inclination to mend their relationship, his demeanor cold, especially after witnessing the departure of that brazen harlot. A sense of disillusionment enveloped her. The once tall, handsome, and considerate uncle now seemed difficult to assess. Unaware of his niece's thoughts, Daemon merely wished for their swift exit, his expression stern. You both better have a valid reason. He was certain his brother had perished. If he could not even manage his 12-year-old daughter, dragging his son into mischief was beyond comprehension. An 8-year-old at a brothel. Was that even permissible? Aemon. Silence was golden. His father had mentioned they would meet soon, and indeed, it was swift, though rather unpleasant. Rhaenyra, now frantic, yearned to depart hastily, articulating her purpose. Uncle, I wish to invite you to Driftmark to represent the royal family alongside us. Absolutely not. Daemon dismissed the notion without a moment's thought. Rhaenyra pressed urgently. Why not? Uncle, do you not care for me, for your father, for the dignity of the crown? He seemed to embody the family's guardian spirit. There is no reason. As he donned his attire, Daemon scoffed. Since your mother passed, and I was cast out of King's Landing, our paths have diverged. Aemon clicked his tongue, sensing the bitterness in Daemon's words. Yet, so many years had passed. Their father bore no ill will, and they all longed for him. Rhaenyra, unable to discern the underlying tensions, continued to advocate for her cause. She had not formally engaged with power, only witnessing the discord between her father and uncle without comprehending its origins. Distrust and caution had woven a web of obstacles, gradually escalating the tensions that culminated in the current predicament. Daemon picked up his sword, losing interest in the conversation, and left without looking back. Say what you will, Viserys is merely a coward. What you see is merely the tip of the iceberg. Before departing, he sternly pointed at Aemon, warning, if I see you in a brothel again, I shall break your legs. Aemon nodded vigorously, compelled by the situation, though the disruption of their father-son reunion was not his intention. Daemon's gaze was unkind as he hurried away. Rhaenyra attempted to intervene, but was roughly shoved aside. What? The young girl clutched her aching shoulder, her eyes uncontrollably reddening, feeling profoundly wronged. Aemon remained silent, nearly succumbing to a fit of exasperation. Daemon and Rhaenyra had no conflicting interests. However, Daemon and his brother Viserys were at odds, each unwilling to concede to the other. This was evident from Daemon's choice to remain in Silk Street, rather than return to the Red Keep. He had no lack of places to go. Rather, he was simply repulsed by his brother Viserys. I am in King's Landing, but I shall not abide by your commands. Your assistance is as useless as a chicken's rib. Today's achievements are solely the result of my own endeavors. Should the royal family encounter troubles, do not expect my aid unless one side concedes first. Aemon sighed and took Rhaenyra's small hand, saying, let us depart. According to the original trajectory of the world, Daemon could not possibly yield or soften at this moment. The stepstones were desolate, still plagued by remnants of piracy. Daemon had no army to instill fear, yet he persisted for several years, maintaining a rigid relationship with the royal family. It was not until Rhaenyra came of age to choose a husband that he relinquished the title of king of an Arrow Sea and returned to King's Landing to seek reconciliation. Rhaenyra, oblivious to the intricate nuances, was engulfed in sorrow. Aemon, feeling exasperated, released her hand and stepped out first. Consolation was futile. Targaryen men never bowed to women. Rhaenyra, with tear-filled eyes, lowered her head and sobbed softly. After a while, she lifted her gaze to find only herself remaining in the room. Aemon. Rhaenyra felt a chill run through her, calling out anxiously. Alas, no one responded. Aemon, we must return. Terrified, Rhaenyra attempted to flee, but the chaos outside was filled with men and women in disarray. This was far from a familiar place. Even the thought of escaping seemed insurmountable. Rhaenyra bit her lip, fighting back tears. Just then, a silver-haired head peeked through the door, swaying slightly. Over here. With that, he whistled and turned coolly away. Could he truly leave her here? The men in the brothel were dangerous. Wait for me, Aemon. Rhaenyra cried out, overwhelmed with joy, and hastily followed him. Chapter 51. Dragonstone Island, Dragon Taming. In the dead of night, 3 figures stealthily returned to the Red Keep. One delivered the horse-drawn carriage, while 2 others hurried back to Maegor's Holdfast. Inside the bedroom, Aemon removed his patched cap and exhaled heavily, relieved to be back at last. The hour was late, and he knew it was time to rest. Aemon loosened his collar, yearning for a brief respite. Unexpectedly, a figure leaped upon him from behind, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Aemon froze, looking up to see his slightly flushed face. Rhaenyra, with genuine emotion, whispered, "Aemon, thank you." "Thank me for what?" Aemon averted his gaze. "It's nothing, just thank you," Rhaenyra replied, resting her chin on his shoulder and gently nuzzling her cheek against him. Aemon exclaimed in surprise, "You should go back to sleep. Do not disturb me. Dawn is approaching." "All right," Rhaenyra said with a playful smile, unbuttoning her worn linen dress and changing into a previous beige gown. She then crawled under the covers. "Come on, time to rest," Rhaenyra said, her head peeking out as she waved cheerfully. Aemon, feeling exasperated, realized she intended to stay, so he changed into his night clothes and climbed into bed. What was there to fear? He was merely 8 years old. "Tonight, I will hold you as we sleep," Rhaenyra declared, wrapping her arms around the little boy with a triumphant smile. Having experienced so much, the scenes were overwhelming, and she desperately needed a soft cushion to soothe her troubled heart. Aemon rolled his eyes, resting his head against her uniquely fragrant and soft shoulder, slowly closing his eyes. He had hoped for a peaceful slumber. However, moments later, a droplet of moisture fell upon his cheek. Aemon opened his eyes to find Rhaenyra biting her lip, stealthily shedding small tears. "Do you have a toothache?" Aemon could find no words, turning to lean against her comforting embrace. "Out of compassion, I will hold you," he said. Rhaenyra sat up abruptly, pulling Aemon into her arms as tears streamed down her cheeks. She still did not comprehend. It seemed that ever since she became the heir to the Iron Throne, everything had spiraled into chaos. Alicent, their father, the lords and ministers. Now, even her once favored Uncle Demon had turned against her. Is it merely because I'm a girl? Rhaenyra questioned herself. Aemon opened his mouth, wishing to say it was due to her foolishness. Yet, witnessing her weep so uncontrollably, he refrained from uttering such hurtful words. "Enough of the tears," he said, turning to embrace her, gently patting her back in a comforting manner. Rhaenyra softened, burying her face in Aemon's neck and quietly sobbing. "It's not your fault. You merely lack understanding," Aemon whispered soothingly. In response, Rhaenyra's sorrow deepened. Aemon pressed his lips together, knowing he should have kept silent. The flickering candlelight cast a tranquil glow in the room, and the midnight air was particularly serene. Aemon, feeling a sense of calm, held the weeping girl close, his gaze fixed on the wooden table. There lay a dragon-shaped stone sculpture, a gift from his uncle Viserys, symbolizing his hope that the bond between brothers could be mended. How could that ever be? Aemon mused silently as he nuzzled against the smooth cheek of the girl in his embrace. A delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils, carrying a sweetness that lingered. The events of the night illuminated many truths for him, relying on others pales in comparison to self-reliance. Yet, this was merely the surface. In the authentic world, each individual harbors their own ambitions, vying for personal goals. It was as though an army of thousands was crossing a river, all in a fervent race. Aemon nudged the other person with his head and spoke. "Rhaenyra, prepare a ship for me by tomorrow morning." "Where do you intend to go?" Rhaenyra stammered, breaking free from his embrace, her words still unsteady. Aemon regarded her swollen eyes and nonchalantly remarked, "To find a dragon to ride." At his words, Rhaenyra fell into a stunned silence, not expecting the little one to suddenly harbor the resolve to tame a dragon. Aemon tilted his head, indicating that there was no alternative. Their father, Daemon, remained resolute, choosing to observe rather than intervene. As his son, he could not disrupt Aemon's decision. The journey to Dragonstone would inevitably impact the royal family. For Aemon, at the tender age of 8, defending the crown was the epitome of political correctness. Should the royal dignity be diminished, his princely status would also plummet. Establishing roots in the Vale would become increasingly arduous. "Dragons are perilous," Rhaenyra warned, swallowing hard. Aemon's eyes flickered mischievously as he teased. "Aren't you a great dragoness yourself?" "Aemon, I am not jesting," Rhaenyra replied, her frustration evident. Aemon softened his tone. "Neither am I." Rhaenyra's throat tightened, leaving her unable to counter his assertion. No matter how one looked at it, The little one seemed more reliable than herself. Just as Aemon was on the verge of impatience, Rhaenyra reluctantly conceded. The royal ship departs the day after tomorrow. If you set off by morning, you might catch up. That is splendid. Now, sleep, Aemon exclaimed, freeing himself from her grasp and reclining backward in a liberated manner. Rhaenyra gazed at him for a moment before lying down beside him, resting her head on his not-so-broad shoulder. Aemon shifted uncomfortably, realizing that she had developed a sense of dependence on him. Rhaenyra clung to him, her delicate legs extending from beneath her gown, the blanket pressing down upon him. Aemon felt overwhelmed, just as he contemplated resisting. The gentle sound of her snores filled his ears. Rhaenyra had fallen asleep, her insecurities momentarily soothed by the assurance that Aemon was the only one truly willing to assist her. Others sought to cling to her status for their own gain, but Aemon regarded her with indifference. All the talk of being the greatest in the realm was mere flattery. She was acutely aware that Aemon had never distanced himself from Alicent. They shared secretive glances behind her back. Yet, there was no alternative. Others circled like vultures, ever eager to witness her downfall, to feast upon her demise. Aemon, however, proposed genuine assistance, garnering the affection of the people. He resembled a prince from a tale spun in a storybook. Aemon, Alicent is the villain, Rhaenyra murmured, her lips moving in a dreamlike state. The following day at dawn, on a secluded beach, a small boat splashed into the sea with a resounding thud. Two figures cloaked in black hurried onto the vessel, wielding their oars with determination. "Thank you for your efforts, sirs," they said. Aemon sat upon the vessel, expressing his gratitude. Alec and Alec exchanged glances, and in unison, the brothers replied, "The journey is long. We hope you do not mind." Aemon smiled and donned another small black cloak. The ship had been arranged by Rhaenyra, while the Cargill brothers had been requisitioned from Alicent. Their expedition to Dragonstone was designed to elude detection, meticulously planned. To make a grand entrance would signify allegiance to the crown, drawing the attention of both the Valerions and their father, Daemon. Conversely, a discreet arrival carried its own implications. Should they succeed in taming a dragon, their visit to Driftmark could serve as a silent deterrent, ensuring the royal family's honor remained intact. On the other hand, publicly proclaiming support for the crown before successfully taming a dragon would only invite widespread opposition. It is, after all, a well-known adage: enter the village quietly. Do not shoot a gun. The waves crashed rhythmically, rocking the small boat gently. Aemon reclined on the deck, closing his eyes to gather his strength. Time slipped away unnoticed. Soon dusk fell. "My prince, wake up," Sir Alec gently called. Aemon stirred from his slumber, rising from the ship and gazing around in bewilderment. In an instant, his eyes landed on a rugged, large island, standing proudly against the sunset and the waves. Aemon's spirits lifted, and he exclaimed, "Dragonstone. He has arrived." Chapter 52. The Moonlit Chase, Dragon Taming Part. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Aemon sprinted across the golden sands of Dragonstone Island, the cool, briny sea breeze brushing against his face. "Jasper, keep up," he called out exuberantly, relishing his second visit to this mystical isle. Racing along the beach with a singular purpose in mind. Towering amidst the mountains stood the magnificent Dragonmount, an active volcano and the lair of dragons. A smile graced Aemon's face, filled with fervor for the unknown. He was determined to tame a dragon. Two white knights closely trailed him, gathering branches to prepare torches. Darkness was encroaching, and even on Dragonstone, one had to remain vigilant. The sun gradually sank, casting the land into twilight. Aemon led the way, navigating several steep slopes until he reached the desolate, rocky terrain. Beyond lay Dragonmount. "Stop! Who goes there?" Suddenly, flickering flames illuminated the distance, accompanied by a commanding shout. Aemon turned to see a group approaching from the direction of the cliffside Dragonstone Castle. A trio of dragon keepers, an elderly man flanked by two youths, clad in coarse linen garments and gripping bamboo staffs, were joined by 5 armored guards draped in crimson cloaks. Among them was a burly man with a severe countenance, who had issued the challenge. "Prince," Sir Alric said, his expression shifting. "What should we do?" "Remain calm," Aemon replied with poise. Dragonstone was the ancestral land of House Targaryen, and it was only fitting that Dragonmount, the dragon's nesting ground, would have its own guard. The patrols soon approached. The elder dragon keeper regarded them with caution, questioning in High Valyrian, "Who are you, and what brings you to Dragonmount at this late hour? Why all the inquiries? Just apprehend them," barked the imposing knight, raising his hand to seize them. "Stop." The two white knights showed no sign of fear, drawing their long swords. Aemon fixed a steady gaze on the towering knight and raised his hand to halt the confrontation. "I am Aemon Targaryen, son of Daemon, the dragon prince bestowed by the king." His voice resonated powerfully, articulated in fluent High Valyrian. As he spoke, he scrutinized the dragon keepers. The elder keeper's expression shifted, evidently confirming Aemon's identity. He solemnly stated, "The prince has arrived. Forgive us for not extending a proper welcome." With that, he and the two younger keepers bowed respectfully. There was no need for further inquiries. Aemon's long silver gold hair and inherent noble demeanor spoke volumes of his lineage. Moreover, his fluency in High Valyrian was unmistakable. Upon hearing the title of prince, the burly knight's demeanor altered, and he quickly adopted a more respectful tone. "Greeting, your highness. I am Sir Alfred of Dragonstone, and I extend to you my sincerest welcome." Aemon furrowed his brow, trying to recall where he had heard that name before. It seemed to belong to a figure during the tumultuous dance of the dragons, someone who had played a treacherous role in the wake of Rhaenyra's demise. "Your highness, what shall we do?" Alec was astute and did not sheath his sword. Aemon had no intention of concealing his purpose, declaring plainly, "I have come here solely to tame a dragon." This statement was articulated in the common tongue, comprehensible to all present. The elderly dragon keeper glanced at the darkening sky and earnestly advised, "It is late. It will be prudent to wait until tomorrow to ascend Dragon Mountain and select a young dragon." "No, prime desire colossal dragon," Aemon replied with conviction. "You should not act so recklessly," the aged dragon keeper exclaimed in surprise. The flickering torchlight illuminated the prince's fair face, which still bore traces of youthful innocence. He was but a child. How could he awaken a slumbering giant? During their discourse, a thought began to brew in the minds of others. Eiflit, a middle-aged knight of the Dragonstone Island, was highly esteemed due to his extensive experience. Yet, remaining on the island had stagnated his status. The prospect of Daemon's son presented an enticing opportunity. Alfred lowered his gaze in contemplation, his eyes glinting with shrewdness. It was well known that the king and his brother Daemon were on poor terms. Upon Daemon's return from the Stepstone Islands, he had not even taken refuge on Dragonstone, avoiding unnecessary complications. Rumors among former colleagues suggested that the rift between the royal brothers was deepening. Daemon's son had not merely come openly to Dragonstone. He had surreptitiously landed at night to tame dragons, which surely hinted at intrigue. Perhaps he harbored rebellious intentions. Alfred's excitement nearly overwhelmed him. The worst-case scenario would be that the king forbade his nephew from taming dragons, prompting him to sneak onto the island. He could intervene, and regardless of the specific motivations, he would bear no blame. Even if he misjudged the situation, he could easily deflect with the excuse of the young prince's naivety. Yes, that was the plan. With this thought in mind, Alfred brushed aside the still protesting elderly dragon keeper and, with a serious demeanor, addressed the prince, "Your highness, it is late. It would be wise to seek refuge at the Stone Drum Tower for the night." The Stone Drum Tower was a castle perched precariously on the cliffside. Aemon frowned slightly and declined, saying, "No, I appreciate your kindness." Desiring to avoid entanglement, he signaled to the two white knights and turned to continue on his way. "Wait." Alfred could not let the opportunity slip away and boldly stepped forward to block the prince's path. Swish, swish. The two white knights immediately raised their swords, obstructing the advancing dragon keepers and guards. "What do you mean by this?" Aemon asked, bewildered by the lack of discretion shown. With a facade of concern, Alfred said, "Your highness, why not heed the dragon keeper's advice and rest at the Stone Drum Tower tonight?" A flash of determination crossed Aemon's eyes as he commanded, "Sirs, stop them." The malicious intentions of the adversaries were as clear as day. "Be cautious, your highness." The two white knights, unyielding, held their ground. Without wasting another moment, Aemon fled. Seeing this, Alfred's urgency mounted. He could no longer feign compliance and shouted, "Stop him! Do not let his highness be in danger at night." The 4 guards and dragon keepers hesitated for a second, but ultimately resolved to pursue him. The former obeyed the order, while the latter believed that the young prince should not recklessly provoke a dragon. "Go assist him. I will hold him off," Alec commanded, drawing his sword to engage. "Stay close to the prince," he urged his brother. The clash of steel rang out as Alfred parried the attack, their blades sparking against the night. A brilliant crescent moon ascended the sky. With a steady rhythm, Aemon sprinted forward, his breaths measured and composed. The silvery moonlight illuminated his path as he drew nearer to Dragon Mountain. A glance over his shoulder revealed several figures in pursuit. "Ha! You shall not hinder my progress." Aemon chuckled, his spirit unburdened by urgency, reveling in the exhilaration of the moonlit chase. Before long, he navigated the rugged terrain, arriving at the mountain's base. A swift look back showed that the figures seemed to have been momentarily thwarted, though it appeared their delay would not last long. Tom was on his side. Aemon ascended the steep slope, his gaze fixed on a spot halfway up the mountain, where verdant foliage thrived and wisps of smoke occasionally escaped from a cave, creating a stark contrast between the tranquil and the tumultuous. If his memory served him correctly, the 2 unclaimed dragons lay dormant within one of those smoking caverns. Chapter 53. The Wrath of Bronze Vermithor, Dragon Taming Section. Soon, Aemon, guided by the visions from his dreams, discovered a vast cavern adorned with hanging vines. There was no particular reason for this sense of familiarity, accompanied by a tinge of inexplicable dread. Squeak! The golden-nosed rat emerged from the satchel, its golden snout sniffing about. Aemon placed on the ground and, removing the satchel, bent down to say, "You may go now. Wait for me outside." The endeavor of taming dragons was fraught with danger. It was unnecessary to bring along this little creature. Squeak! The golden-nosed rat, reluctant, nudged its head insistently against its masteress palm. Rodents are not creatures that cower in fear of death. It was said that dragon fire could roast one alive. Aemon smiled gently, giving a light push. "Hurry along and take my precious satchel with you." Squeak! The golden-nosed rat, filled with reluctance, grasped the satchel's strap in its tiny mouth, glancing back several times as it scampered away. Aemon chuckled softly, bidding farewell to the little creature that had scurried off. He felt no absolute certainty about taming a dragon. Dragons were perilous, with particularly volatile tempers. According to the family's history of dragon taming, most accomplished it in their teenage years, with only a few succeeding in adulthood. For instance, his elder uncle, Viserys, and his father, Daemon, both as brave scions of the Balerion bloodline, had tamed dragons after turning 20. His father, Daemon, had done so even later, managing to tame the bloodworm, Caraxes, in 105 AC at the age of 24. Only the merciless Maegor could rival such late achievements. Steeling himself, Aemon resolved not to lose face. He slapped his cheeks and adopted an unprecedented seriousness. Then, he strode into the cavern. Crack! Lighting a spare torch, Aemon squinted slightly, adjusting to the dim surroundings. As he took a few steps, loose stones rolled beneath his feet. Aemon surveyed his surroundings and noted the stark contrast between the cavern's interior and exterior. The naturally formed limestone cave featured stalactites hanging from the ceiling, their contours illuminated by the flickering flames, casting a hazy glow, truly a hidden paradise. He had entered. He must be stopped. Suddenly, a frantic cry from an elderly dragon keeper echoed from outside the cave. Aemon turned sharply, catching sight of several flickering flames at the entrance. There was no time to delay. A steely glint appeared in Aemon's eyes as he plunged deeper into the cavern. Behind him came the sound of hurried footsteps and the urgent whispers of the elderly dragon keeper. 2 unclaimed colossal dragons slumbered within. One should not recklessly awaken them. Yet, no one would heed the warning. In no time, the small figure had vanished into the darkness. Time elapsed moment by moment. Deep within the cavern, Aemon raced forward, noticing the environment beginning to change. The naturally formed cave walls bore signs of human excavation, and the ground transformed into thick, solid stone slabs. Correspondingly, the temperature surged rapidly. After sprinting for several meters, sweat poured down his forehead, and he gasped for breath. It felt less like a cavern and more akin to the underground fiery veins near Dragonstone. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he navigated around a broad intersection. Suddenly, the space opened up dramatically. The stalactites overhead vanished, replaced by a vast, hollow, and profound cavern. What is this place? Aemon halted, a sense of inexplicable familiarity washing over him. As I glanced around the entrance to the platform, a formidable row of stout stone pillars loomed before me. They bore a striking resemblance to the naturally forged walls of a furnace from my dreams, majestic and solemn, evoking a sense of oppression. My mind whirled with the realization that this place was indeed the destination. It was time to attempt to awaken the dragon. The method for awakening had been learned during the Dreamfire encounter. I cleared my throat, summoning my courage, and slowly approached, humming a Balerion ballad. With flames I breathe, and wings I command. Two heads stand united, singing to the third. By my voice, the fire speaks. My voice, clear and youthful, flowed gently through the dark cavern, the melody resonating in the air. As I hummed and walked, I reached the edge of the platform. This was the dragon's song, a means to communicate with the dragon in High Valyrian, establishing a mental connection. The blood magic had been repaid through sacrifice. Bending down, I placed the conspicuous torch on the ground, my eyes fixed on the encroaching darkness. Thud! The torch hit the ground, producing a sound that contrasted with my innocent humming. In that instant, a warm breeze wafted through the air, a tremendous pressure enveloping my body, imparting a sense of impending doom. I froze, realizing the trial had commenced. In the shadows, an indistinct movement stirred, as if a vague outline was materializing. Through the faint glow of the fire, a coppery sheen reflected back at me. With the words of fire, guided by keen eyes, I mustered my resolve, refusing to avert my gaze. Suddenly, a colossal dragon head erupted from the ground. Its formidable jaws lined with sharp fangs opened wide, unleashing a viscous, copper-hued flame into the sky. It was as if the seething, molten magma below had erupted in a violent explosion. I gasped, my eyes widening in astonishment. That copper flame was the very embodiment of the terror I had envisioned in my dreams. The flames ascended, illuminating the cave as the rocks above glowed a fierce red. Bright as day, at last, I beheld the entirety of the creature. A massive dragon, clad in bronze scales, lay coiled beneath the platform, its head adorned with sharp, crowned horns emerging into view. The great maw, festooned with dense bronze scales, poured forth a relentless stream of fiery breath, as if venting the pent-up fury within. My expression was one of awe, my violet eyes reflecting the dragon-esque grandeur. A singular thought consumed my mind. The natural furnace for my dreams was undeniably the dragon-esque maw before me. The torrents of molten copper that had engulfed me were akin to the dragon-esque fiery breath. With a thunderous roar, the bronze dragon lifted its head skyward, then slowly lowered it, its piercing copper eyes fixating on the silver-haired boy upon the platform. I stood transfixed, instinctively reciting, destined to soar, free and beautiful. I recognized the magnificent beast before me, the dragon known as Vermithor, the Bronze Fury, perhaps the mightiest and most fearsome adult dragon in existence, rivaling even Vagaharl. Vermithor gently inclined its head closer to the dazed, silver-haired boy, exposing a mouth full of sharp fangs. It felt like a warning and yet a glimpse of its true nature. My heart raced, and I could not help but smile. Before me was the most extraordinary dragon I had ever encountered, its mismatched fangs a stark contrast to the orderly teeth of any other dragon I had seen. The dragon's maw, adorned with bronze scales, bore a diagonal scar. Beneath its formidable exterior lay an air of arrogance and dominance that seemed to disdain all. It was perfection incarnate. Upon sighting it, Aemon fell hopelessly in love, momentarily forgetting the very essence of fear in the presence of the fearsome beast. This was the dragon that the Targaryens were destined to ride. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from behind. The dragon keepers and guards rushed in, gathering at the entrance of the platform. No, the elderly dragon keeper was rendered speechless, his legs trembling as he nearly collapsed. The prince had awakened Vermithor. This was the worst possible outcome. Within the smoking caverns of Dragonstone lay two unclaimed dragon companions in slumber. Vermithor, known for its volatile temperament, showed no mercy to those who disturbed its peace. It guarded its gentle companion deep within the cave, ready to unleash its fiery wrath upon any intruders. "Your Highness!" Illic rushed in, his black robe disheveled. Outnumbered, he was unable to halt their advance. A roar erupted as Vermithor's slit pupils narrowed, its fangs bared in a menacing display, and its massive wings unfurled upon the platform. Upon witnessing this, Aemon snapped back to reality and exclaimed, "My lord, take cover." Illic, momentarily stunned by the urgency of the command, quickly obeyed and threw himself to the ground. The others, caught off guard, stood in shock. Aemon refrained from intervening, deftly avoiding the chaos. He understood the gravity of the situation. These individuals had provoked the dragon and would soon face dire consequences. With a thunderous roar, Vermithor unleashed a torrent of blazing copper-hued dragon fire. Down! The seasoned dragon keeper, drawing upon his experience, pinned an assistant to the ground. In the next instant, a deafening explosion echoed as the copper flames engulfed the cave's entrance, rapidly melting the hardened stone into pools of magma interspersed with dragon fire. Several guards, failing to heed the command, stood frozen in shock. The falling magma crushed them to the ground, incinerating both man and armor into ash. A young dragon keeper, overly eager in his pursuit, was caught off guard and struck by a cascade of magma upon his shoulder, letting out a piercing scream. In the throes of agony, his chest was seared hollow. Chapter 54. The true dragon feels no fear of flames. Dragon training. Vermithor's slit eyes glimmered with indifference, as if crushing a few insignificant insects beneath its might. Aemon, with his mouth slightly agape, gained an immediate sense of the dragon's formidable presence. Roar! Vermithor tossed its head, letting out a low growl towards the silver-haired boy before retreating beneath the platform. Yet, it did not seek to return to slumber. Aemon surveyed his surroundings and noticed a second natural opening deep within the cave, leading directly outside Dragon Mountain. This was the passage for the great dragon's comings and goings. Vermithor pivoted its body, its powerful wings stirring up dust as it crawled towards the opening. It sought to venture forth in search of sustenance. "No, I have yet to begin." Aemon, struck with urgency, raced to the edge of the platform. The elder of the dragons, Lair, had once said that satiating the great dragon would greatly aid in taming it. A failure in dragon training often meant that a second chance was a rarity. There could be no relinquishing of this opportunity. With unwavering resolve, Aemon's chest heaved as he prepared himself. This night, he would tame a dragon, this dragon, and none other. Vermithor completely turned around, its robust tail sweeping across the platform, callously choosing to ignore the boy. It had no interest in acknowledging a master. As a dragon without a master, it preferred to await a powerful warrior rather than a feeble, power-hungry hatchling. The weak were unworthy of its touch. It was this very coldness that ignited Aemon's competitive spirit. "Face me, Vermithor." Stepping forward, his voice echoed throughout the cave. Vermithor let out a heavy snort, dismissing him entirely. "You cannot escape." Aemon's eyes shone with determination. His resolve solidified. He glanced down at the height of the platform, which was slightly taller than the broad back of the dragon. "Here I come." Gritting his teeth, Aemon leaped from the edge of the platform. His small frame soared into the air, tracing an imperfect parabolic arc. A sensation of weightlessness enveloped him, and his limbs tingled. Bang! He landed heavily upon the bronze-scaled back, rebounding twice from the impact, nearly sliding off along the dragon's tail. "I have caught you." Aemon stifled a grunt of pain, clutching tightly to the crevices between the scales. The free fall from several meters high would have been disastrous without the enhancement of rock solid. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to a mere pulp. Creak! Vermithor suddenly turned its head, its copper-hued slit eyes fixating on the small figure upon its back, its mouth curling into a cruel grin. Aemon lifted his gaze, witnessing the searing light gathering deep within the dragon's throat. "No, do not unleash your flames." He blurted out in High Balerion, commanding the dragon to withhold its fire. Upon hearing the command, Vermithor's copper eyes flickered with a hint of reminiscence. and it indeed closed its jaws. Its long neck turned back, continuing its crawl deeper into the cave. It detected a familiar scent, akin to that of its former master. A faint connection of bloodline lingering in the air. Had it been another, they would have already been reduced to cinders. With the attack averted, Aemon's heart raced. Yet his mind remained clear. He found himself at the far end of the dragon's back, enduring the pain in his limbs as he staggered toward the center of its spine. Successfully mounting the dragon's back without facing an attack was already a significant achievement. As long as he could master the art of flight, this dragon would belong to him. Outside Dragon Mountain, the moon hangs high, its brilliance casting a silvery frost upon the earth. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberates through the tranquil night, echoing like a clap of thunder. A colossal creature, its body adorned with bronze scales and wings of a rich brown hue, towers atop Dragon Mountain, descending with the force of inertia. In an instant, a fierce wind howls. Aemon clings to the dragon's back, his silver hair and black robe swirling chaotically. The wind lashes at his face, rendering his eyes nearly impossible to open. Without regard for caution, Vermithor plummets to the mountainside, unfurling its expansive brown wings. In that moment, the tempest escalates. Aemon, filled with trepidation, cannot help but cry out. It is no wonder he raises his voice. Just moments ago, the dragon beneath him had soared into the sky, imparting to him the true sensation of weightlessness. Vermithor flaps its mighty wings, lifting its grand form into the air. To fly, Aemon closes his eyes and screams, welcoming the storm with fervor. As fate would have it, Vermithor, despite its massive frame and somewhat cumbersome movement on the ground, reveals its prowess in flight. With a mere flap of its wings, it ascends effortlessly over 100 meters. Its speed rivals that of any dragon. Aemon grits his teeth, yet the harsh conditions challenge his endurance. Vermithor is a wild dragon, having slumbered upon Dragon Mountain for several years. During this time, it has incinerated the dragon's saddle upon its back, lacking any proper riding gear. The situation is further complicated by its thick, smooth bronze scales. Its neck and tail are devoid of ridges, leaving no grip for Aemon to hold on to. Vermithor soars. Aemon's hands ache as he summons all his strength to shout. The dragon ascends ever higher, seemingly intent on reaching the moon. Unable to contain himself any longer, Aemon forces his eyes open, only to see his hands, bloodied and torn. His fingers clutch the bronze scales, their tips shredded by the fierce wind. Without their steadfast grip, they would surely break. Boom! Vermithor beats its wings once more, soaring beyond the towering Dragon Mountain. Aemon finds himself suspended in midair, his body swaying like a blade of grass in the wind. This cannot continue. He would surely perish. In a fleeting moment of panic, his mind races with desperate strategies for survival. Just as the situation seems dire, his right hand loosens, and a dragon claw dagger slips from his sleeve, clutched tightly in his palm. Clang! Aemon thrusts the dagger, its curved tip piercing the gap between the scales, securing his grip. Instantly, the sensation of weightlessness diminishes. Following suit, he draws forth a second dagger from his left sleeve, plunging it into the scales crevice once more. The two daggers serve as a makeshift harness, providing him a point of leverage. Vermithor bellows in fury, the sudden pain in its back igniting its rage, causing it to cease its ascent and glide through the air. Finally, Aemon descends from his precarious position, landing squarely upon the dragon's back. Breathless, he gasps, "I'm still alive." Quickly, he adjusts his position, striving to sit securely. He has truly encountered great peril. Without a saddle, riding the dragon is a near-death experience. Vermithor continues to soar, its fearsome head breaking through the winds as if it were a battering ram, yet is far grander than any siege engine. Aemon steadied himself upon the back of the dragon, taking a moment to survey the magnificent creature. The dragon's head was adorned with fearsome, dark-hued horns, encasing its jaw and extending to the nape of its neck, covered in a layer of thorn-like spines. Its bronze scales were exceptionally thick, boasting a hardness rivaling that of steel, an innate gift born for defense. A pair of expansive brown wings, each twice the size of its body, generated fierce gusts with every powerful flap. Aemon estimated its length to exceed 80 meters from snout to tail, its massive form obscuring the moonlight as it soared through the night sky, truly a titan of the heavens. Without affording Aemon further opportunity to acclimatize, Vermithor slightly angled its wings and shifted direction, soaring gracefully. Gritting his teeth, Aemon clutched his dagger tightly. Suddenly, a flock of seabirds descended, colliding chaotically against him. Startled, Aemon ducked to evade the clumsy avians. With a thunderous roar, Vermithor ascended high, its colossal body gliding over Dragon Mountain, preparing for a steep dive. Aemon's body tensed, the sensation of weightlessness washing over him once more. He was determined to conquer the pain that coursed through him. He understood that only by commanding the dragon would he achieve true mastery over it. With a powerful thrust, Vermithor plunged to its lowest point, its belly grazing the rugged slopes, while its formidable tail shattered great boulders in its wake. Yet, it was not finished. It ascended once more into the sky. As Aemon's mind dulled, a flicker of anger ignited within him, prompting him to shout, "Soar, Vermithor!" The bond between dragon and rider was forged through choice and destiny. There was no retreat for him. He was committed to this path, no matter the darkness it entailed. Vermithor ascended into the heights, its copper eyes flashing with a chilling intensity, while a surge of fiery energy coursed through its chest. As if inspired by the spirit of the tiny being upon its back, it prepared for a final farewell. With a resounding roar, the great dragon's maw opened wide, unleashing a torrent of incandescent flames that cascaded like a waterfall. The intense heat incinerated the air, creating pockets of near vacuum around them. Aemon raised his gaze to behold the fiery onslaught, terror gripping his heart as the rolling waves of molten copper threatened to consume him, as if time itself had momentarily halted. Yet, in the next instant, adrenaline surged forth, dispelling his fear with the will to survive, or mere shadows of the mind. He had perished time and again in dreams, yet they had failed to extinguish his spirit. If that was the case, then let him shatter those illusions. Trembling with resolve, Aemon's indomitable spirit erupted forth as he bellowed, "Bring it on." Chapter 55. Mastering Success, Dragon Taming. Vermithor's vertical pupils gazed vacantly as he charged directly into the copper-bright dragon flames, which subsequently engulfed his entire form. Aemon refused to remain passive, contemplating the sole method of salvation. He summoned the essence of Magic Panel, where 3 useless cards, 2 green and 1 blue, emanated a shimmering aura. At that moment, the dragon flames surged towards him. Maintaining his composure, Aemon silently counted a breath. In the blink of an eye, as the clock struck midnight, the card panel refreshed anew. Buzz! The 3 cards spun wildly, a swirling mist of white enveloping them. As the radiant light solidified, it transformed into 3 brand new cards. Without a moment's hesitation, Aemon flipped all the cards in rapid succession. 1 white, 2 blue. Their cerulean hues surpassed the verdant green. 1. Physique Eye, a safe and harmless enhancement of physical form. 2. Sapphire Amulet, bestows 3 magical shields, capable of withstanding 3 high-level magical assaults. 3. As solid as rock, fortifies the bones, rendering them as hard as stone. Pop, pop, pop. Aemon's thoughts tightened like a taut string, and in an instant, he activated the effects of all 3 cards. The white card shattered instantaneously, transforming into a milky white halo that surged into his chest. The 2 blue cards cleaved through, resulting in a water blue halo settling upon his chest, coalescing into a silver necklace adorned with sapphires. A deep blue halo penetrated his heart, enhancing blood flow with each heartbeat, permeating his very marrow, reinforcing bone density, and purifying the marrow's impurities. As the halo dissipated, a revolutionary transformation coursed through his entire skeletal structure, with blood flowing throughout his body, subtly augmenting his hair, follicles, organs, and more, sculpting his diminutive form into one as resilient as stone. Boom! Aemon scarcely had time to contemplate any superfluous emotions as the copper-bright dragon flames surged towards him, roaring like tumultuous waves, determined to consume him entirely. So hot, A purgatorial searing. In an instant, this thought flickered through Aemon's mind, as every inch of him throbbed with pain. Buzz. The sapphire amulet activated, releasing a water-blue shield that enveloped his entire being. Womizar, moving with astonishing speed, emerged from the dragon flames, its fearsome head bowed as it prepared to dive downwards. Just then, a full moon ascended, suspended in the heart of the night. Crack! A flicker of water-blue light shimmered within the copper-bright flames, enduring for a second and a half before shattering like a mirror, dissipating into fleeting motes of light carried away by the wind. Aemon lingered at the edge of the dragon flames, the terrifying heat assailing him once more. The sapphire amulet fell into a cooling period, ceasing to provide any shield. Aemon's heart seemed to stall as his black robe and garments were instantly incinerated, his skin assaulted by the onslaught. Fly! In this life-or-death moment, a surge of madness ignited within Aemon, and he spread his tiny arms wide. With no means of evasion, he chose to embrace death. Roar! Womizar bellowed with fervor, its massive form diving down, fully breaking free from the embrace of the copper-bright flames. In that moment, it appeared to undergo a baptism. Its vertical pupils sparkled with divine light, the bronze scales gleamed with a metallic luster, and the entire dragon resembled a work of art forged from bronze. Fire! It also bestowed upon him strength. Yet, the world suddenly fell silent. A second, 2 seconds, this continued for several breaths, accompanied only by the gentle night breeze and the heavy breaths of a dragon. Vermithor's vertical pupils flickered with a hint of darkness, having failed to hear the ambitious, youthful voice. With a flap of its mighty wings, it prepared to leave the island. Fly, Vermithor! Suddenly, the familiar voice returned, infused with a wild, pulsating energy. Vermithor's pupils narrowed sharply as it turned slightly to glance back. There, once again, stood the silver-haired boy atop the dragon's back, head held high beneath the moonlight, one arm raised triumphantly. He is alive! Ha, you cannot kill me! A triumphant laughter erupted from Aemon, a sense of exhilaration flooding through him after surviving the ordeal. In the final moments engulfed by dragon fire, he had chosen to abandon everything and endure the searing heat of the distorted air. The panel materialized automatically. Aemon Targaryen talent, Dreamer, Gold Bloodline, Ancient Valyrian Dragon King, 33, Skills, Horsemanship, Mastered, Archery, Accomplished, Sleight of Hand, Proficient, Magic Cards, Rock Solid 2, Purple, Kingly Aura, Purple, Equipment, Dual Valyrian Daggers, Sapphire Amulet, 2-3, Companions, Golden-Nosed Rodent, Blue, White Deer, Mythical Beast, Evaluation, a pure-blooded ancient Valyrian Dragon King. Born of blood and fire. Aemon glanced at the Bloodline section before flipping over the card panel. The 3 cards vanished, transforming into a singular, majestic red card. Heavenly Gift of Bronze. Contains a large copper vein, can be invested in a designated mountain for realization. Yet, what truly caught the eye were the numbers beside the golden hourglass. Essence quantity, 1002. Aemon could not help but smile, joy swelling within his heart. Upon touching Vermithor, his bloodline purity was 5, yielding 100 essence points. To counteract the dragon fire, he exchanged for 3 cards priced at 10, 150, and 300. These 3 cards were crucial to his survival. Just moments ago, the card panel refreshed, revealing a free red card, providing an additional 900 essence points. What did this signify? Vermithor, allow me to become your new master. Aemon supported himself on the dragon's back, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the magnificent beast, this dragon inherited from his grandfather. Vermithor's vertical pupils were filled with suspicion as they regarded the silver-haired boy, whose skin bore the faint blush of burns, nearly scorched but not consumed. Indeed, Aemon's reddened skin was merely a burn, thanks to his 33 ancient Valyrian Dragon King bloodline, coupled with the secondary enhancement of Rock Solid. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to ashes. Aemon brushed aside his singed silver-golden hair, revealing a face that was both charming and handsome, his purple eyes shining brightly. He spoke not a word, merely gazing. He would succeed, he was certain. Vermithor flapped its wings, its massive form hovering in the air, its vertical pupils fixed on the boy. Under the night sky, The eyes of man and dragon met. Aemon lifted his chin with pride, his eyes reflecting the majestic visage of the bronze giant. The slitted pupils of Vermithor narrowed slightly, as the image of a silver-haired elder gradually faded from the depths of his gaze, revealing the full visage of the boy upon his back. In the midst of it all, an invisible bond began to form, deepening with each passing moment. Aemon blinked, extending his bloodied right hand, instinctively urging, "Sir Vermithor." Vermithor's slitted eyes widened as he swiftly turned his dragon head. With a crack, a thunderous roar resonated through the night, accompanied by gusts of fierce wind ascending into the sky. Yet this time, the ascent was steady and gentle. Aemon observed, his grip on the dagger loosening, the weight in his heart finally lifting. He toppled backward, lying flat upon the broad back of the dragon. The radiant moon hung in the sky before him. Aemon blinked in astonishment, stretching out his hands as if to grasp the moon. In that unadorned moonlight, he seemed to glimpse a familiar figure, with hair as white as blossoms, a weathered face, and a slender yet upright frame. Crowned with a golden diadem, he found himself whispering, "Great-grandfather, how fare you? Uncle Viserys has ascended to your throne. Alicent has become queen, and I now inherit your dragon." Beneath the moon's gaze, he mourned the loss of a bygone era. Aemon grinned broadly, spreading his limbs wide, murmuring to himself, "From this day forth, he shall be my dragon, and a new chapter of the Targaryen legacy shall unfold through us." With a crack, Vermithor seemed to sense his bond with the rider, glancing back and letting forth a resounding, rugged roar, as if to declare to the world that the wrath of bronze had awakened from its slumber. Chapter 56. The afterglow of dawn, dragon taming, concluded. That night on Tide's Head Island in High Tide City, who could it be? Rhaenys Targaryen stood before the window, her expression grave as she gazed out at the bronze dragon soaring freely across the sea. If her eyes did not deceive her, it was her grandfather's dragon, who had roused it from its slumber. Was it tamed? What did it matter? Corlys Balerion embraced his wife from behind, speaking softly, "The royal family is dwindling. Should we expect our King Viserys to personally engage in dragon taming?" "You do not understand, Corlys," Rhaenys replied earnestly. "The dragons must not be allowed to roam free." She feared that the mighty creature could fall into the hands of some despicable bastard or other unsavory character. The Targaryen bloodline of dragonlords would be diminished. Corlys felt a stir of thoughts as he admired his wife's beauty, a smile breaking through his serious demeanor. But Tide's Head Island possesses dragons. 3 of them, in fact. This was his leverage to challenge the royal authority. Even the self-proclaimed legitimate Targaryen family could muster only 2 dragonlords, one of whom was the threatening demon, his ally. "Corlys, the Targaryen family still has men," Rhaenys stated calmly. A beam of moonlight cascaded down, illuminating the balcony separated by the railing. Rhaenys, with her long, dark hair laced with strands of silver, bore a striking visage filled with vigor, her high cheekbones and violet eyes revealing her inner strength. Her mother, Lady Jocelyn from House Valerion, had bequeathed her resilient lineage, darkening the Targaryen silver locks. Corlys gazed at his wife in awe. He, too, hailed from the ancient Valerion bloodline, naturally blessed with silver hair and violet eyes, exuding an air of noble charm. Years spent at sea had tanned his fair skin, enhancing his masculine presence. Rhaenys cast a fleeting glance before retreating to their chamber. Her husband was admirable in every way, brave, talented, and possessing a fighting spirit. All the virtues a man should have were embodied in him, save for one, an insatiable thirst for power. Watching her swaying figure depart, Corlys furrowed his brow slightly. "The royal family, are there any men left? Should we rely on mere children?" He chuckled softly, reflecting on the past weakness of the Targaryens. Finally, he cast one last look at the dragon soaring above the sea, amused by his own musings. King Viserys, narrow-minded and burdened by both internal and external strife, jeopardized the royal lineage. His wife was one of the rightful heirs of House Targaryen, and their children ought to be closer to the Iron Throne. He would not relent. At dawn, the horizon blushed with hues of crimson as the sun rose from the sea's embrace. On the sandy shore, Aemon shed his black cloak, revealing the gleam of silver armor beneath. his long sword planted firmly in the sand. He panted heavily, his countenance grim. Before him stood dozens of guards from a stone drum, their expressions equally troubled. Alfred's face was even more ashen as he fixated on the exquisite silver armor, a symbol of the White Knights. After a night of futile exertion, all had been in vain. 2 White Knights had escorted the young prince to Dragonstone, affirming the king's regard for his nephew. The rumors circulating outside were utterly unreliable. Damn it, why did the identity not reveal itself sooner? Alfred's teeth ground in frustration, his fingers gripping the long sword until his nails pierced his palm. Had he known that 2 White Knights were escorting him, a more gentle approach would have been warranted. Alex's gaze dripped with mockery, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. He was unaware of the extent of the other's credentials. But he grasped one thing clearly. This individual harbored treacherous intentions towards the royal family and was doomed. A distant roar echoed from the horizon, a massive bronze dragon soaring against the fiery sunrise as it returned from the sea. It was His Highness the Prince. Alfred's eyes brightened with a sudden inspiration for redemption. He cast aside his sword and raced after the dragon. He intended to be the first to congratulate the young prince on his successful dragon taming, pledging his loyalty and fealty. Surely, a child would be easily swayed. "Your Highness!" Alfred exclaimed joyfully, arms outstretched, calling out like the most devoted of followers. Seemingly responding to his cries, the bronze dragon descended slowly. Alfred's gaze was fervent, but he abruptly realized the dragon was hurtling towards him. Wait, no. Boom! The sound ceased abruptly as a massive claw precisely descended, reducing him to a puddle of mud. His head, bearing an expression of terror, narrowly escaped the crushing weight. He was utterly obliterated. Womazer's slit pupils remained indifferent, showing no concern for the squashed insect beneath its foot as it lowered its neck lazily. Aemon leapt off the dragon's back, striding towards the great beast. On his way, he spotted a grotesque head and, with a casual kick, sent it rolling like a ball into the sea. "Damn it, you scared me." Aemon patted his chest, grumbling under his breath. After passing through the curtain of dragon flames, his courage surged like a rocket. A mere decapitated head could not impede the prince's advance. Roar! Wumazer lay sprawled on the beach, its enormous head resting lazily upon the sand. Aemon, feeling sore all over, gently knelt before the dragon's head, his forehead resting against its fearsome maw. Breathing in the metallic scent of dragon rust, he felt an inexplicable peace wash over him. "Hello there, big fellow," Aemon whispered, sensing an innate connection between them. Womazer's eyelids remained unmoved, its heavy breaths restoring its strength. At that moment, the crimson sun began to rise, bathing the entire coastline in a fiery glow. With the towering dragon mountain at their backs and golden sands beneath them, the boy and dragon stood face to face, leaning into one another. Strangely, they formed a breathtaking ink painting. Alex and the guards dared not approach, gazing from a distance at the stunning scene unfolding before them, a thought rising in their hearts. Perhaps the prince was indeed a true dragon. Unaware, Aemon gently rubbed his forehead against the bronze scales, feeling the dragon's intense warmth. He had finally acquired a dragon of his own, one he could caress at will. Wumazer closed its slit pupils, allowing its rider to embrace its maw, still maintaining an air of pride. It acknowledged the boy, recognizing him as worthy of standing alongside it. "Wumazer, I feel your heart," Aemon said with a gentle smile, attempting to establish the nascent bond of their minds. Each time he undergoes bloodline purification, an inexplicable sensation envelopes him. Initially, he felt as though he could hatch a dragon egg. Yet, the black dragon egg, cradled since childhood, stubbornly refused to emerge. As his bloodline ascended beyond 20%, he sensed the potential to tame a dragon. However, at that moment, Dreamfire rejected him, refusing a second encounter after the first. Now, with his bloodline elevated to 33%, he is convinced that he can communicate with Vermithor through a bond. Though this feeling remains feeble, it is undeniably real. Exhausted in both body and spirit, Aemon leaned against the dragon's kiss and murmured, "I understand now. The unhatched dragon egg and Dreamfire's rejection are divine guidance, urging me to claim you." Roar! Vermithor grasped his intent, letting out a powerful sneeze from its nostrils. A familiar sensation of weightlessness washed over Aemon, causing him to roll backward several times before he settled back on the sandy beach, legs spread apart. How'd I end up here? The prince's mind felt dazed. After a night filled with peril and excitement, his thoughts were nearly at a standstill. Roar! With its head held high, Vermithor expressed its displeasure, its vertical pupils glimmering, and its mighty chest supported by outstretched wings, revealing a gaunt belly beneath its bronze scales. As if to say, "Kid, it's time to eat." Aemon felt a wave of frustration. Had he unwittingly sought out a master? Truly, such was the arrogance of the indomitable bronze fury. Chapter 57. The provocation of Balerion. The following day, at Tidal Isle, the naming day celebration of the uncrowned Queen Rhaenys Targaryen commenced as scheduled. Numerous nobles arrived by ship, seizing the opportunity to curry favor with the Balerion family. At this moment, outside the port of Ship's Hull, a magnificent golden dragon soared, ascending gracefully while skimming the surface of the sea. A three-masted ship, adorned with the banner of 3 red dragons, glided forward, its prow sculpted in the likeness of a golden dragon cutting through the waves. Dragon. The merchants from the free trade city-states gasped in awe and trepidation upon seeing the golden dragon. As the royal vessel, escorted by the dragon, came into view, the realization dawned that the Targaryen family had arrived. On the deck, King Viserys leaned over the railing, unable to suppress his nausea. The ruler of a great nation, the last rider of the Black Dread, Balerion, was succumbing to seasickness. His prime minister, Laenor, stood quietly beside him, discreetly producing a handkerchief from his pocket and offering it to the pale-faced king. "Thank you," Viserys murmured weakly, accepting the handkerchief to wipe his mouth. Laenor remained silent, watching as the king retreated to the cabin to rest. The journey was bound to be fraught with challenges, and if the king could not endure, the royal family would suffer a loss of dignity. Half an hour later, the royal ship entered the harbor, the sailors busily unloading congratulatory gifts. Viserys, summoning his strength, brushed aside the supportive hand of his wife and descended the deck alone. As a king, he could not afford to show any sign of weakness. Screech! Syrax circled overhead, letting out a powerful roar. Viserys cast a glance upward, nodding subtly. His brother demon had spurned goodwill, leaving his daughter Rhaenyra as the royal family's sole card to play. Although Syrax was still a young dragon, he was enough to deter prying eyes and uphold the family's honor. Suddenly, a second roar echoed through the air, unmistakably hostile. From the depths of the distant clouds, a pale silver dragon emerged, charging directly at Syrax. Caught off guard, Syrax barely had time to react before the silver dragon zipped past, a blur of speed that whipped the sharp sea winds around. Screech! Syrax, startled, flapped his wings in a frenzy, almost losing his balance. "Do not be afraid, Syrax." Rhaenyra, her face ashen, hurriedly reassured the agitated dragon. The pale silver dragon veered away, opting not to pursue further aggression. A silver-haired young man rode the dragon, his expression one of contrition as he called out, "Apologies, Your Highness. The territory of sea smoke is quite territorial and has offended you." His striking features, marked by a hawkish nose and the unmistakable Valyrian silver hair and violet eyes, bore a hint of gentleness. The first impression he left was somewhat charming. Rhaenyra was not swayed by his words, her frosty demeanor radiating an air of menace. "I will extend my apologies to you, I assure you." Laenor averted his gaze, unwilling to provoke a direct conflict, and steered the dragon sea smoke away into the distance. At the harbor, Viserys looked up, witnessing this unforeseen turn of events with his own eyes. This is nothing short of an assault, a treasonous act. Leonor's countenance was agitated, his teeth clenched in fury. As a devoted servant of the crown, he firmly believed in the principle that a nobleman must perish rather than dishonor his liege. Alicent's expression was one of astonishment. She had not anticipated the Valyrian family to be so audacious, openly challenging the authority of the crown. Viserys, gazing at Rhaenyra suspended in midair, she yearned to voice her thoughts. "Enough, let us depart," Viserys interjected, his countenance dark and foreboding. The royal family, at this moment, evidently lacked the formidable strength to rival the Balerion clan. Endure this, and observe the true intentions of the sea snake, Corlys. A carriage of gleaming white, drawn by 6 magnificent steeds, approached, carrying the royal members towards Driftmark. In the air above, Rhaenyra felt a profound sense of frustration, soothing the startled Caraxes while her heart brimmed with unutterable indignation. The disparity extended beyond mere familial power. Even their tamed dragons spoke volumes. Among the 4 generations of dragons, Sea Smoke had hatched from the Dragonstone's dragon mount and was tamed in its youth by the equally young Laenor. Years prior, they had participated together in the war for the Stepstones, amassing a wealth of combat experience. In contrast, Caraxes, having emerged from her cradle of a dragon egg, was a few years younger than Sea Smoke and had yet to see battle. In terms of size, the 10-meter-long Caraxes was dwarfed by the 20-meter-plus Sea Smoke, rendering her no match at all. The Balerion family harbored ambitions as fierce as wolves. Rhaenyra clenched her delicate fists, instinctively casting her gaze towards Dragonstone. Aemon had been absent for 2 days and nights, and no word had yet reached her. His dragon-riding endeavor was veiled under a pretext of her own making. Yet the truth could not remain concealed. He must be present at today's gathering. At noon, the sun shone brightly over Driftmark. The stone castle, perched upon a seaside cliff, featured a humble courtyard wherein a grand tree swayed with vibrant green leaves, embodying the vitality of the Balerion family. The white carriage traversed the cobbled path, which rippled like the sea, halting at the bustling entrance of the courtyard. Viserys alighted from the carriage, leading his entourage inside. Rhaenyra, having settled Caraxes, followed closely behind her father. Within the courtyard, nobles and affluent merchants had gathered, and the atmosphere was lively and boisterous. The moment the king arrived, the cacophony ceased abruptly. Viserys' eyes flickered as he stood at the threshold, awaiting a reception. Leonor, taking the lead, surveyed the crowd before questioning, "Where is Lord Corlys? He should be here to greet his majesty." With a resounding thud, the castle doors swung open, revealing 2 figures emerging slowly. One bore a striking resemblance to the sea snake Corlys, tall and imposing, though his demeanor was markedly more haughty. The other was a youthful, golden-haired gentleman, of an age comparable to Laenor. Upon seeing them, Leonor's ire flared. He stepped forward, demanding, "Lord Vaemond, what is the meaning of this?" Raising his voice for all to hear, he continued, "Is this truly how the Balerion family welcomes the king? It is utterly outrageous." Vaemond halted 2 meters away, nodding an apology, and replied with calm composure, "My brother has just returned from a long journey and is presently awaiting in the Hall of Nine. To confront the king with such an attitude is indeed quite disrespectful." Leonor's face flushed crimson, ready to unleash his anger. However, Viserys extended a hand, positioning himself protectively behind Leonor, shaking his head to signal restraint. Leonor instantly fell silent, though his heart seethed with indignation. Even if the sea snake Corlys did not personally come to greet them, his wife, Princess Rhaenys, and one of their daughters ought to have made an appearance, rather than just a mere brother. Yet, seeing the king endure, he too felt it inappropriate to overstep his bounds. The group suppressed their emotions and trudged onward. "Make way, you fool!" Commander Harold of the King's Guard scowled as he shoved aside the oblivious wretch, venting his frustration. In the Hall of Nine, Corlys stood by the window, gazing down with an unsettling intensity as the royal family entered. The king was indeed weak, yet he was also an exceedingly cunning master of deception. "How long can you endure this?" Corlys murmured softly to himself, slightly lifting his gaze. When it comes to matters concerning offspring, no one can remain indifferent. Chapter 58. The Might of Vermithor. Not long after, in Shell Town, outside the harbor, a colossal creature, adorned in bronze scales and exuding an aura of grandeur, surged through the tempest, its presence resonating like thunder across the Blackwater Bay. Faster, Vermithor! Aemon, perched upon the dragon's back, was brimming with exhilaration at the thrill of soaring through the skies. After a day and night of mutual recognition, the bond between man and dragon had deepened. Now, Aemon sat astride an ancient saddle, gradually mastering the art of dragon riding. With the saddle, the experience was indeed far more effortless. Aemon's eyes sparkled with delight, his lips curling into a smile, as he recalled the celebration for Aunt Rhaenys' naming day, for which he was regrettably late. Yet, this delay was justified, as it was necessary for the installation of the saddle. He brushed aside his tousled silver hair and admired the saddle's antiquated beauty. The saddle was divided into two components, the dragon saddle and the rope ladder. This particular saddle belonged to the legendary conqueror, the Black Death Balerion, and was crafted from precious black steel, featuring a vividly engraved three-headed red dragon emblem at the front. The lower part of the black steel saddle connected to a multitude of distinctive rope ladders, intricately woven, enveloping the dragon's robust neck and shoulders. These exceptional rope ladders, originating from ancient Valyria, were not only durable but also flame-resistant. The craftsmanship and quality of the entire set of gear were unmatched among the 40 Dragonlord families. However, during the reign of Maegor I, as Balerion continued to grow, the saddle became increasingly inadequate. Coupled with Maegor I's penchant for novelty, a new saddle was commissioned for use. Thus, this black steel saddle lay abandoned in the tombs of the Stone Drum Tower, gathering dust. It was fortuitous that Vermithor's original saddle had been destroyed, and upon the suggestion of the Dragon Keepers, this saddle was reinstated. Aemon grasped the exquisitely crafted handle that fit perfectly in his palm, feeling an indescribable sense of satisfaction. He possessed his great-grandfather's dragon and the Conqueror's saddle. Who could possibly rival him? A resonant dragon roar echoed above Shell Town, harmonizing with the deep toll of the bell tower. Aemon, with keen ears, followed the sound to the horizon. Suddenly, a young silver dragon emerged from the swirling clouds. Its form was well-proportioned and robust, gliding through the clouds with effortless grace, as if it were a fish in water, delicate as mist upon the sea. Upon closer inspection, its length was approximately 20 meters. See smoke. Aemon's eyes widened in recognition of the young dragon. With a low growl, Vermithor surged forward, scattering the surrounding mist with its massive bulk. Its temperament was even more domineering than Vagor's. Not only did it refuse to allow other dragons to soar above it, but it also exhibited erratic behavior by driving away nearby kin. Upon spotting sea smoke, it immediately unleashed its dragon might. From a distance, Sea Smoke beheld the bronze behemoth and, recalling the thrill of its encounter with Syrax, fearlessly responded with a warning roar. Lon Nino, too, noticed the approaching giant dragon, initially tense. His brow suddenly relaxed as recognition dawned upon him. It was none other than His Majesty, the Bronze Fury, Vermithor, now tamed by another. On the back of the dragon, the silver-haired boy. Is he the son of Demon? Lenino's expression was conflicted, yet he patted the dragon's back. Hayan, approach. He had his own mission. Riding the dragon high above the town of Ship's Shell, he showcased their prowess to the arriving guests, simultaneously instilling a sense of dread among the royal family. However, facing him was Demon's son, who could still be considered an ally in a strict sense. Coupled with the immense size of Vermithor, he only needed to draw near enough for the passing ships to witness the encounter of the two families' dragons. Hiss! At the command, Hayan let out an excited roar, flapping its wings to charge forward. At that moment, the harbor was filled with vessels of all sizes, with many people looking up in awe. Aside from King's Landing and Tide's Head Island, opportunities to see dragons were rare. The sight of two dragons dancing in the sky was even more exceptional. On the distant side, Aemon was momentarily taken aback, but then a smile broke across his face. Attack. His command in High Valyrian was youthful, yet imbued with an irresistible authority. Indeed, he intended to commit a foul deed. His visit to Tide's Head Island was aimed at dampening the Valyrian family's spirits. If they dared to come, he would seize the opportunity to bring down a dragon, thereby diminishing the combat strength of the opposing dragon rider. Would the sea serpent Corlys still act so recklessly after losing a dragon? Hiss! Vermithor's slit pupils gleamed with ferocity as its colossal body swayed back and forth, gaining speed through inertia. In that moment, it displayed the rich experience of a seasoned warrior. Even if it did not have the advantage in speed, it compensated with skill. In an instant, the two dragons met in midair. Lon Nino sensed that the approach of the other party was not benign, recalling the title Bronze Fury, and exclaimed in alarm, "Dragon fire!" He was resolute, aiming to use the dragon fire as a barrier to avoid combat. Aegon, in a state of excitement, unleashed a torrent of orange-yellow mixed with silver dragon fire, resembling a gathering and dispersing mist. Nino watched intently, hoping for a favorable outcome. Boom! Unexpectedly, Vermithor did not evade, but instead charged headlong into the fray. Aemon not only refrained from stopping it, but also leaned down with a grin. That very smile sent a chill down Nino's spine. This was bad. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the fog-like dragon fire exploded outward, enveloping a vast expanse. Nino looked around, unable to find the bronze dragon's figure, assuming it had retreated at a critical moment. His heart, which had been racing, finally settled, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He did not wish to harm his young cousin. Hiss! Suddenly, a rugged roar resounded from below, akin to thunder crashing down. Vermithor surged upward from a blind spot, its fearsome maw wide open, seizing Aegon's right wing. A sharp crack echoed, followed by Aegon's agonizing, piercing cry. "No!" Nino gasped, his body nearly thrown off balance by the impact, violently swaying alongside the great dragon beneath him. He felt a dizzying sensation, as if the world had spun into chaos. Hiss! Aegon was in a dire state, one wing completely severed, blood gushing forth. The earlier excitement and fighting spirit evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming dread of death. In an instant, chaos erupted as it struggled and emitted sorrowful cries. Vermithor revealed its bloodthirsty nature, asserting absolute dominance as it ensnared the little dragon, Sea Smoke. In a relentless grip, the creature's mournful cries echoed as it was tossed about like a mere plaything. It aimed to make this young dragon pay for its arrogance. "Ha! Well done!" Aemon laughed heartily, swaying with the movements of the colossal dragon. This was his first encounter with a dragon, and he felt no trace of fear, as if he were born to master these magnificent beasts. With a fierce roar, Vermithor's slit pupils flashed with malice. Its broad, brown wings beat powerfully as it clamped down on Sea Smoke, tearing at it mercilessly in midair. The dragon's claws shredded scales, blood pouring forth in torrents. With a size disparity fourfold, Sea Smoke stood no chance of resistance, akin to a hawk capturing a sparrow. Its claws couldn't reach its adversary, and it could only screech as it ineffectively spewed flames. Lacking precision, Aemon dodged periodically, remarkably resistant to the dragon's fire, his blood surging with vitality as if fueled by boundless strength. In that fleeting moment, the roars and bellows of the two colossal beasts resonated across dozens of miles. The crowd in the town of Ships Shell could not see the fierce battle, but the sounds alone made them aware of the ferocity of the clash. The azure sky was soon painted a vivid crimson by the searing dragon blood and flames. Boom! Before long, the massive bronze dragon descended from the heights, still locked onto its foe. "Release it, Vermithor," echoed a pure, high Balerion voice from atop the dragon's back as they soared just a few meters above Tide's Head Island. To the onlookers below, it appeared that the bronze dragon had finally released its grip, flinging the pale silver dragon away before turning to ascend once more. With a sorrowful hiss, Sea Smoke plummeted, one wing drooping helplessly, its cries growing ever more pitiful. Its pale silver scales were stained with blood, emitting scalding white smoke. It crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact, sending dust and sparks flying. The crowd gasped in horror. A dragon had fallen. As it descended, Aemon glanced back, adhering to the principle of knowing when to withdraw. Suddenly, a sharper dragon's roar erupted from a corner of Tide's Head Island, filled with a menacing warning. Aemon looked up to behold a formidable dragon, its body cloaked in crimson scales, with fangs and claws gleaming like copper foil, soaring into the sky. Its size dwarfed that of the young Sea Smoke, rivaling the serpentine Caraxes and Dreamfire nestled within the dragon's lair. Aemon felt a flicker of surprise. Melius. Could be Aunt Rhaenys? He pondered, tightening his grip on the reins. Chapter 59. The Birth of Bronze and Fire. With a sharp hiss, Melius circled in the air, its vertical pupils fixated on the bronze dragon, showing no intention of attack. Aemon cast a careful glance, a look of realization crossing his face. The saddle on the dragon's back was empty. It was not his Aunt Rhaenys who was riding it. It seemed that the ruckus from the battle between the two dragons had attracted the attention of the so-called Red Queen, Melius. "Stay calm, Vermithor," Aemon said, patting the dragon's back, signaling everyone to refrain from acting impulsively. He understood well how the title Bronze Fury was earned. An unprovoked rage, a sudden outburst. The dragon's character was notoriously arrogant and temperamental, a stark contrast to Aemon's great-grandfather, who had been a wise and benevolent king. According to the unreliable theory of complementary personalities between humans and dragons, Aemon concluded that his great-grandfather must have been a man of wild spirit, adept at restraint. Vermithor's vertical pupils shifted as it glanced at its contemplative rider before landing gracefully on the ground, unhurried and composed. Given the dragon's temperament, it saw no need to engage in a conflict with the creature. With a thunderous crash, Vermithor landed just a short distance from Han. Once the dust settled, the disheveled dragon rider duo was revealed. "No, Han!" Lon Nino cried, his face blackened, tumbling from the saddle and collapsing onto the dragon in a fit of panic. He had merely been singed by dragon fire and scraped during the fall. In stark contrast, Han was in a pitiful state. The dragon lay limp amidst the ruins, its pale silver scales fractured, hot blood flowing profusely. The most grievous injury was to its right wing, savagely torn by Vermithor, with the shoulder blade shattered and the membrane riddled with gaping holes, the wound a gruesome mess. It was evident that Han was struggling to breathe. Hiss! Han's pupils dulled, a feeble whimper escaping from deep within its throat. "No, please!" Lon Nino wept, tears streaming down his face as he embraced Han, heedless of the dragon's searing blood. He had not anticipated such an outcome. A once innocent child, daring to engage in combat upon mounting the dragon, had acted with such ferocity. Aemon, seated upon the saddle, gestured for Vermithor to lower its head, adding salt to the wounds. "Forgive me, cousin. My dragon is still unruly." The aggression displayed by Han was indicative that this was not the first time such an act had occurred. Having initiated the provocation, it must now pay the price of blood and fire. He had not delivered a fatal blow, showing mercy due to Han's lineage as a Targaryen dragon. He had not even issued a command for dragon fire. Lon Nino, hearing this, found the words familiar yet jarring, his cries intensifying as he clung to Han. In such a dire situation, he cared not for appearances. His heart ached for his lifelong companion, unable to fathom the pain of losing it. Witnessing this scene, Aemon's expression softened slightly as he offered a word of reassurance. Dragons possess a formidable vitality. It will recover. His intent was to subdue, not to slay a dragon. As long as the injuries were not fatal, they typically had the capacity for self-healing. It was merely a matter of time. Lon Nino, however, turned a deaf ear, continuing to weep upon the dragon's body. A contingent of patrolling guards arrived, led by none other than the golden-haired youth who had accompanied Waymond to greet the king. His name was Joffrey Morlon, hailing from a noble family in Stormlands, famously known as the Knight of the Kiss. It was common knowledge throughout Tideshead Island that he was also the clandestine lover of Lon Nino. "How are you, Lon Nino?" Joffrey inquired, his eyes filled with concern as he approached to support the other. Lon Nino, tears streaming down his face, was in no mood to respond. He had no desire to undertake this task, yet his father had insisted he come. Now, he found himself confronting a cousin with a heart darker than his own. He nearly succumbed to despair at the thought. Seeing this, Joffrey, aflame with anger, drew his sword and pointed it at the culprit upon the dragon's back, exclaiming, "Who are you to harm the heir of Tideshead Island on its own territory?" The guards drew their swords in succession, positioning themselves before the bronze dragon. Vermithor did not spare a glance, his crimson tongue licking the blood from the corner of his mouth, unwittingly revealing his sharp fangs. "Are you questioning me?" Aemon, looking down from a lofty height, spoke coolly. "I am born of bronze and fire. Aemon Targaryen, son of Daemon Targaryen, heir to Dragonstone, prince of the dragonkind." A resounding array of titles followed, each more illustrious than the last, all meant to convey one singular truth. Beneath the king, he stood first. Joffrey was indeed intimidated, his heart racing. yet he mustered a defiant shout. "Your Highness, I acknowledge your noble lineage, but that does not justify your reckless behavior in harming others." This declaration left the surrounding crowd astonished. How could a mere commoner exhibit such audacity? Aemon found amusement in the situation, as if he were witnessing a farce. With a roar, Vermithor sensed the tension and unleashed a thundering cry, a scorching gust sweeping through like a steel blade. Joffrey, taken aback, raised his hand to shield himself from the fierce wind, only to lose his footing and fall. The guards trembled in fear, clinging tightly to their shields, too terrified to show themselves. "Fear not," Aemon chuckled lightly. "He is merely protective of me." With that, he paid no further heed to the quivering guards and gently patted the dragon's back. Vermithor, with indifferent eyes, surveyed the cowering soldiers before taking flight. Soaring away with his rider in tow, they departed, leaving behind a crowd at ship's shell, pale and trembling, engulfed in whispers. The dragon of his majesty, the king of immortals, bore both profound significance and monumental symbolism. In High Tide City, Vermithor soared through the sky, his expansive brown wings casting a shadow over the earth, attracting the gaze of countless onlookers. After circling thrice, he descended gracefully at the castle gates, his immense form landing with a stir of dust and sand. Aemon unfastened the dragon's saddle and slowly descended the rope ladder. After a considerable interval, he landed with a thud. Shaking off the dust, he sighed in exasperation. Dragons, despite their majesty, were rather inconvenient. Perhaps this was the burden of happiness. Who is this? Is that dragon not Vermithor? A child, a Targaryen boy with silver hair and violet eyes, stood in awe. The guests were left speechless, engaging in fervent discussions about the extraordinary duo of one boy and his dragon. Aemon stretched his limbs and made his way to the entrance of the castle's courtyard. Beneath a stone archway, two silver-armored royal guards approached along the tide-swept bluestone path outside the castle. They were the Cardwell brothers, who had arrived early by boat from Dragonstone. The twins, identical in appearance and stature, had their hair slicked back, with strong, regular features and neatly trimmed beards, exuding an air of competence and valor. The elder, Illic, possessed a loyal disposition. Noticing the absence of a welcome for the prince, he stepped forward and inquired, "Where is Lord Corlys? Why does he not come forth to greet his highness the prince?" The younger brother, Alec, astute and observant, noted the silence around them, the lack of response, even the absence of the deference due to royalty. Silently, he gripped the hilt of his sword and stood resolutely beside his brother. Aemon, unfazed, had anticipated this. He had deliberately awaited the arrival of the two white knights to avoid diminishing his own stature by speaking first. As the silence lingered, Illic's expression turned to one of indignation, and he exclaimed, "Is this the hospitality of House Balerion? I shudder to think how the king might be treated." The truth revealed itself. When one aligns with the right people, not only does the attitude toward them shift, but the treatment one receives in return may also transform. From the open gates of the castle emerged several figures. Leading them was Serpent of the Sea, Corlys Valerion, whose demeanor radiated an unspoken gravity, commanding respect. He traversed the courtyard, approaching the stone archway. Aemon appraised him with a smile, anticipating the customary greeting. He remained steadfast, like a mountain. Behind him, Vagor peered forth, its copper-bright, slit pupils fixed intently, fangs glinting with a cold sheen. With a deep snort, it exhaled a plume of smoke tainted with the scent of sulfur. "Your Highness," Corlys assessed Aemon with heightened vigilance, bowing his proud head, "welcome to your arrival." Chapter 60. Who is the true dragon? He beheld the bronze dragon and heard tales of the dragon's fierce battle at the ship's hull town. Undoubtedly, Launino had met his defeat. The sea serpent lowered its head, its gaze fixed intently upon the silver-haired boy, attempting to penetrate the F.A.A.D.E. of his heart. "I assumed you were too occupied to make an appearance." Aemon feigned surprise, his hands crossed in the Targaryen manner across his chest. The prince made no motion to bid him to rise. The sea serpent maintained a respectful posture, responding, "Today has indeed been busy, yet one must fulfill their responsibilities." A rather formal expression. Aemon nodded gently, smiling as he urged, "Please rise, Lord Corlys." The elder's deference to a younger was rather absurd. He was no tyrannical child wielding a dragon's might. Please enter. His Majesty the King has been waiting for some time. Corlys straightened his back, gesturing with a single hand to lead the way. By the standards of etiquette, there were no faults to be found. He seemed to believe that such conduct would obscure a child's true nature. Aemon pretended to be courteous, allowing the other to proceed first. Corlys, unperturbed, led several accompanying nephews and nieces ahead. After walking a few paces, he suddenly realized that the prince had not followed. Prince? Corlys turned, his expression perplexed. In that fleeting moment, he witnessed an unforgettable scene. The silver-haired boy smiled faintly, stepping alone into the crowded green-leafed courtyard. Boom! As the diminutive figure stepped forth, a pair of enormous brown dragon wings unfurled behind the stone archway, casting a shadow over all. In the blink of an eye, it was as though the figure had been bestowed with wings. Upon descending the steps, the scene behind the door was finally revealed. A majestic bronze dragon reared its head, its powerful hind limbs coiling and launching straight into the sky. The thunderous roar of the dragon sent forth waves of fierce wind and swirling dust. Aemon remained remarkably composed, sporting a small backpack as he walked away from the dragon. Corlys' pupils constricted suddenly. His expression remained inscrutable, yet tumultuous waves surged within him. Abruptly, he recalled his wife's words. The Targaryens have men too. Could it truly be so? Even in the form of an 8-year-old boy. Doubt plagued Corlys. For every Targaryen born, the gods cast forth a coin to determine whether they would be great or mad. Clearly, the child before him exhibited no madness. What is the matter, Lord Corlys? Aemon appeared utterly oblivious, resembling an innocent child. Corlys shook his head, responding, "Congratulations on taming the dragon of the venerable king. Likewise, there are dragons on Dragonstone." Aemon replied cheerfully, although his words were rather jarring. He had no intention of being polite. He disregarded any words that did not sit well with him. After all, he was young, and children often speak without reserve. Leaving the solemn-faced Corlys behind, the prince confidently strode into the castle. Above, Vhagar circled, roaring through the thick clouds as if to assert dominance over the Balerion family. 2 white knights trailed behind, shielding him from prying eyes from all directions. Standing at 1 meter tall, he exuded an aura that felt like 180 centimeters. The 9 navigation hall. The celebration commenced punctually, with servants arranging tables and chairs, presenting delectable dishes. Aemon sat beside me, while Rhaenyra smiled brightly, greeting the little one with exuberance. They had previously met and were aware of each other's accomplishments in taming Vhagar. Her astonishment was palpable. Upon learning of the injuries sustained by Vhagar and the sad absence of Laenor from the festivities, her lips could barely contain a smile. That insufferable Vaemond, Viserys, seated at the head of the table, gazed at his nephew with a broad smile. Unlike his earlier taciturn demeanor, he now radiated vitality. Young Aemon had successfully tamed Vhagar, the second largest dragon in existence, at the peak of its prime. The family's influence had soared dramatically. Moreover, he had injured the young dragon, Vhagar, thereby diminishing the ranks of the Balerion dragon riders. In this ebb and flow of power, how could he not feel exhilarated? Truly a remarkable child. Viserys endeavored to maintain the image of a king, silently encouraging himself. How splendid it would be if this were his own son. That cursed demon. No, I have a place to sit. Aemon waved his hand dismissively, opting to share a moment of intimacy with Alicent before turning to occupy a seat at the lower end of the table. He had already made quite the impression today. It was unwise to draw too close to the royal family, elevating himself to an unsuitable height. The rhythmic sound of drums filled the hall, signifying the commencement of the celebration. Your Majesty, Corlys entered the hall, nodding respectfully to the king before taking a position next to him. This was the seat of the king's closest advisors or courtiers, and in the capital, a place of honor. Accompanying him was a striking woman with dark hair streaked with silver. Cousin Rhaenys greeted her blood relative with a smile, casual and devoid of formality. Viserys returned her smile, rising to embrace her briefly. Alicent and Rhaenyra also stood, and the 3 women exchanged pleasantries, appearing as if they were one family in the eyes of the gathered guests. Corlys took his seat, exuding the demeanor of a learned scholar as he spoke at length, betraying no hint of the undercurrents swirling beneath his smile. At that moment, an intriguing scene unfolded. Rhaenys, without uttering a word and disregarding her husband's gaze, descended from the head table. She was the protagonist of the day, yet she declined the designated seat, opting instead for a vacant one at the lower end. Aemon caught a whiff of lavender and turned to find another presence beside him. After a brief moment of hesitation, Aemon spoke softly, "Aunt, happy name day." Rhaenys nodded in acknowledgement, scrutinizing her nephew from head to toe. It was this little fellow who had reduced her son to tears and cries. Aemon silently averted his gaze. Let them look, for he was indeed quite striking. The second round of drums resonated, urging the remaining guests to arrive promptly. Aemon scanned the crowd, but did not spot his father, Daemon. Surely he wouldn't miss such an occasion, as it was uncharacteristic of him. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a tall, slender figure emerged from the throng at the entrance of the hall. He had arrived. Aemon's eyes lit up. Meanwhile, Viserys and Corlys also became aware of the uninvited guest. Daemon, clad in a sumptuous black attire, sauntered into the hall with a smile playing on his lips, moving with the ease of one at home. Soon, Daemon's gaze fell upon his son's seat at the lower end of the dais, an appreciative glimmer flashing in his eyes. He had learned of his son's remarkable feat in taming the dragon left behind by their grandfather, the Great Vagor, which had lain dormant in Dragonstone. In the annals of House Targaryen, this was the first instance of an 8-year-old successfully taming an adult dragon. Though tainted by the blood of the bronze harlot of the Vale, he was indeed his father's son. Aemon regarded his father with warmth, nodding in greeting. "Well done," Daemon remarked with a smile as he took a seat across from him. Uncertain whether he referred to the taming of the dragon or the recent defeat of the sea smoke-riding Lannister, Rhaenys cast a sidelong glance at him, discerning her cousin's schadenfreude, and offered him no semblance of kindness. This brief interlude soon passed. Boom, boom, boom. The final round of intense drumming heralded the arrival of the esteemed guest. The doors of the 9 halls swung open, and a procession of elegantly dressed figures from foreign lands entered in succession. At the forefront stood a striking figure with dark hair and brown eyes, handsome and tall, adorned in lavish garments and bearing a sword at his side. Striding confidently into the room, today a second protagonist, the son of the former Sea Lord of Braavos. Chapter 61. Either depart or face the dragon's flame. The other party strode through the hall with an air of grandeur and confidence. Upon reaching the main seat, he arrogantly lifted his chin and placed one hand on his chest. "Lord Corlys, I am Harlow Norton, extending my respectful greetings to you." "Welcome, Lord Harlow." Corlys acknowledged with a nod, revealing little emotion. After greeting his prospective father-in-law, Harlow turned his gaze towards the wealthiest individual present. "Your Majesty, the Iron Throne, it is an honor to finally meet you." Harlow slightly bowed his head, yet his words were far from flattering. He then offered a curt greeting to Queen Alicent and Rhaenyra, his demeanor lacking warmth. Whether this was a deliberate display for Corlys or merely a reflection of his arrogance remained uncertain. This behavior naturally incensed many, and without needing to be reprimanded by Viserys. The Prime Minister, Lionel, glared at him in fury. Had it not been for the former's intervention, he would have erupted in anger. Viserys' thoughts were straightforward. In such a setting, the disgraceful actions of this individual reflected poorly not on him, but rather on the sea snake, Corlys, and the entire Balerion family. After all, he was Corlys' intended son-in-law. It was best to simply observe the spectacle. Harlow, unfazed, noticed Rhaenys at the lower table and approached her, bowing slightly. "Most esteemed queen without a crown, I humbly offer my blessings." As he spoke, he extended a gentlemanly hand. Rhaenys, her expression impassive, presented her hand for a light kiss. "How intriguing," Aemon remarked, watching the scene unfold with amusement. This young man appeared to be in his 20s, pale-faced and unsteady, clearly a victim of indulgence. The son of the former king of Braavos was of such caliber? Corlys and his aunt did not seem foolish. Why had they chosen such a suitor? Aemon shook his head in quiet disapproval. He discreetly glanced at his Aunt Rhaenys, who was wiping her hands on the tablecloth beneath the table, evidently displeased. Likely due to Corlys' insistence. Aemon's thoughts shifted suddenly. The assassination of the former king of Bravos had rendered this political union valueless. No wonder this man had lingered on Tideshead Island for years without formalizing his marriage to his betrothed. The king was dead. As a displaced individual, he dared to show disrespect to the king of the Seven Kingdoms, publicly uttering the phrase queen without a crown. Who else could be expected to perish if not him? Unaware of the implications, Harlow's gaze fell upon Aemon, his curiosity piqued. "Princess, who is this by your side?" Rhaenys rolled her eyes, clearly disinterested in engaging. Harlow, feeling rebuffed, approached the striking silver-haired youth, attempting to salvage his dignity. "You." Aemon regarded him with disdain, cutting him off abruptly. "Leave." Such was the demeanor of the prince when faced with someone he found distasteful. With a flick of his tongue, he expressed his contempt. Harlow was momentarily taken aback, convinced he had misheard. However, upon witnessing Rhaenys' astonished glance towards her nephew, he realized the truth of the matter. An overwhelming sense of humiliation surged within him. Ever since his father's assassination, he had encountered nothing but obstacles, meeting cold receptions wherever he went. Now, even on Tideshead Island, he faced derision. What a futile endeavor this had been. "You." Harlow's face contorted with rage as he prepared to confront Aemon. Swish! A glimmer of cold light flashed before him, grazing his cheek. Harlow's body stiffened, a tingling sensation coursing through his skin as he belatedly realized a lock of his hair had been severed. Just moments ago, it seemed, he had encountered a dining knife. "I am Aemon Targaryen." Aemon tilted his head, delicately holding another fork in his small hand. Harlow regained his composure and hurriedly stepped back, never expecting to provoke a Targaryen. Aemon pointed at him with his fork, enunciating each word. "Either leave or face dragon fire." Harlow's complexion shifted through shades of purple as he repeatedly confirmed that Rhaenys had no intention of coming to his rescue. His features contorted in distress. Yet he found himself utterly powerless. The prince's mention of dragon fire implied the presence of a dragon. Having offended his counterpart, he had indeed kicked against an iron wall. Aemon's expression was icy, his gaze decidedly unfriendly. He was there to bolster the royal family's standing, not to engage in a farce. Any further dialogue was undeserved by the other party. Were it not for the rules of hospitality, the blade would have severed more than mere strands of hair. Harlow's heart raced with indignation, yet he dared not act out. Amidst the mocking laughter of the guests, he slunk back to his seat, suppressing his humiliation, only to realize that his fiancée was conspicuously absent. In that moment, he was torn between relief that the embarrassing scene had gone unseen and bitterness at being so disregarded. Viserys chuckled, remarking, "Your prospective son-in-law is quite the character, Lord Corlys." His words dripped with disdain and contempt. Corlys' countenance darkened as he inhaled deeply, opting for a philosophy of ignoring the situation. He continually reminded himself that the focus today was on the royal family. Harlow's disgrace was inconsequential. It served merely as a preemptive revelation of his mediocrity in stark contrast to his daughter, thus ensuring his future actions would not fall under scrutiny. Was it permissible? Aemon disregarded the subtle power struggle at the head of the table and initiated a conversation. He had stumbled upon an unexpected accuracy in his aim. Not only was he adept at archery, but his throwing was equally precise. Aemon the Knife held his head high with pride. Rhaenys was amused by his antics, reaching out to caress his fair face, her gaze softening inexplicably. Aemon was taken aback, feeling somewhat at a loss. Just moments ago, she had been so aloof. Now, her warmth was disarming. Was she perhaps someone who warmed up slowly? No need for fanciful thoughts. In my eyes, you are but a nephew. Rhaenys' voice was magnetic as she reflected. Your name is, after all, a compensation for my grandfather. Aemon blinked, understanding dawning upon him. His great-grandfather had fathered 13 children, of which only 3 sons survived. The youngest, the dragonless Aegon, was of a cold disposition and had perished in Old Town before the age of 16. The elder Aemon Targaryen, as the legal heir, had subdued Corlac and fathered Rhaenys. Meanwhile, his grandfather, the valiant Balerion, became the second heir after the death of his elder brother. Regrettably, neither brother ascended the Iron Throne, nearly igniting a succession dispute prior to the Great Council of 101. Rhaenys gazed intently at young Aemon, her fingers gliding over his delicate features, gradually lost in thought. In her reverie, she seemed to glimpse the shadow of her father. The realization brought a quiet smile to her heart. Her father possessed platinum short hair and blue eyes, his visage radiating a masculine vigor, complemented by a tall and imposing stature. The little one before her was the epitome of silver hair and violet eyes, his face still cherubic, adorned with two delightful dimples when he smiled. After a moment's pause, Rhaenys withdrew her hand, an expression of wistfulness gracing her features as she remarked, "You are always welcome to visit Dragonstone, provided you refrain from recklessly commanding dragons." Who could fathom the depths of Corlys' fury upon learning of Laenor's attack? Had she not managed to suppress his wrath, he would have sought retribution from Vaemond and Daemon. Her concern for her kin weighed heavily upon her. Aemon's eyes flickered, his prickly demeanor momentarily subdued. In Rhaenys, he sensed a rare and precious maternal warmth. While his mother, Lady Rhena, loved him deeply, she seldom expressed it openly. The closeness of Aunt Rhaenys made him feel oddly uncomfortable, as if he might have been mistakenly cradled by Laenor. The celebration continued, the music gradually ascending to a melodious crescendo, fostering a joyous atmosphere. Rhaenys lifted her goblet, regaining her customary composure and regal poise. Aemon nibbled on a few morsels before leaping down from his chair, finding the banquet rather dull, its festivities persisting late into the night. A stroll outside seemed far more enticing. It presented an opportunity to seek out Laenor. The last time they parted, he had not had the chance to fully appreciate the enormity of Vagr. Casting his gaze toward the head table, he observed Alicent and Rhaenyra engrossed in tending to the enthusiastic throngs. Notably, since Otto Hightower's dismissal from the role of Hand of the King, the dynamics within the Red Keep had shifted dramatically. Alicent was surrounded by ladies of the Old Town, many hailing from the Reach and Stormlands. She fared relatively well. In stark contrast, Rhaenyra was completely encircled by a throng of noble youths from various regions, rendering her nearly inaccessible. Women, it seemed, were a source of trouble. Aemon dismissed them with a wave of indifference and made his graceful exit. Chapter 62. Lana, Vagharl East Coast Beach. Aemon strolled leisurely out of the city of Climax. Making his way here, squeak. The golden-nosed mouse emerged from the backpack, turning its head to survey its surroundings. It had become a habit to seek treasures in every new place. Aemon gently patted it, cradling its fluffy body on his shoulder. The little creature was quite loyal, having always stayed by his side during the dragon taming at Dragon Mountain. The prince was deeply touched. From then on, whatever scraps of food he had, the mouse would share a meal. The Balerion family was indeed affluent. Aemon glanced around, observing numerous vessels navigating the waters. This area remained relatively remote. Had it been Shipshell Town or Spice Town, the port would have been as crowded as pieces on a chessboard. A fierce naval battle had consumed them all in flames. Aemon silently shook his head, his determination to be self-reliant growing ever stronger. If he could not halt the blood dragon's rampage, even the most prosperous towns would amount to naught, a fleeting spectacle. A quarter of an hour later, Aemon ascended a steep slope and spotted a familiar silver-haired silhouette in the distance. Lana? What a coincidence to encounter her here. Intrigued, Aemon decisively approached her, eager to share the joy of taming colossal dragons. Of course, she had a fiancé who was still very much alive. At that moment, Lana sat alone on a sparse grassy knoll, basking in the sea breeze. Her silvery, golden waves danced before her eyes as she gently tucked a strand behind her ear with her delicate, ivory fingers. With her back turned, her blue gown accentuated her curvaceous figure, unreservedly showcasing her natural beauty. Yet, no matter how lovely her exterior, it could not conceal the loneliness within. "What are you doing?" Aemon inquired as he climbed the grass slope, his large eyes brimming with curiosity. Lana turned in surprise, questioning, "Aemon, how did you find me here?" "Oh, I was just wandering and happened to spot you." Aemon certainly did not confess his ulterior motives. Noticing she was not shedding tears in solitude, he pressed on with another question. "You still haven't answered me. What are you doing?" Surely, she was not hiding here to escape the foolishness of her fiancé, was she? He guessed correctly. Lana rolled her eyes charmingly and patted the space beside her, saying, "Come sit with me for a while." Of course. Aemon obediently sat down. His ears perked up attentively. Opportunities to hear gossip directly from the source were rare. Lana rested her chin on her hand, revealing her graceful alabaster neck, and turned to confide in him about her marriage predicament. The main issue was the unsatisfactory choice for her betrothal. The political backing she once had diminished significantly, failing to catch the eyes of the sea serpent, Corlys. "What are your thoughts?" Aemon asked with keen interest. Lana fell silent, gazing intently at him, her beautiful eyes calm and undisturbed. Aemon was taken aback by her scrutiny and cautiously shifted to the side. After being around Alicent and Rhaenyra for so long, he found himself unaccustomed to the presence of such an astute woman. This lady did not seem like a benign character. "Are you afraid?" Lana chuckled softly, unable to suppress her amusement. "I can't very well kill him, can I?" Aemon replied. "Well, that's not necessarily the case." Lanaer, unaware of his thoughts, smiled and said, "With my father's astuteness, he would certainly consider my needs." Aemon nodded, harboring a sense of admiration. She was keenly aware that Balerion possessed a sharp intellect. "Come with me, and I shall show you the splendid scenery." As boredom settled in, Lanaer deftly shifted the conversation elsewhere. Aemon had no objections. The two walked side by side, though it was unavoidable that the prince was rather diminutive in stature. Lanaer, tall and elegant in her flowing light blue gown, moved gracefully, her poise unblemished. Aemon trailed beside her, his head barely reaching the curve of her hips. How could her legs be so long? Comparing their proportions left Aemon with a multitude of questions. Was it true that all bears were merely legs? He instinctively edged closer to the side, wary of an unintentional collision with her posterior. Before long, they arrived at a secluded clearing. From a distance, a flock of plump sheep came into view. Suddenly, a large, dark green creature crept forth, extending its neck and exhaling flames that enveloped several sheep. The fat sizzled and charred in an instant, leaving behind only blackened remains. Subsequently, it indulged in a feast. It was Vhagar. Aemon turned in astonishment, only to find himself face to face with her rear, silently gazing upward. Lanaer, her eyes sparkling with amusement, pinched his cheek and remarked, "It's feeding. Let South not venture too close." With that, she led him a short distance away. Aemon furrowed his brow, subtly discerning the scheming thoughts of the alluring woman. Was one of life's three great illusions upon him? Could it be that she had taken a liking to him? A shiver ran through Aemon, sensing the likelihood of this possibility. Who was Lanaer? The eldest daughter of the crownless Queen Rhaenys and the sea serpent Corlys. She boasted a lineage of pure Balerion blood. She was the current rider of Vhagar, the largest and oldest dragon in existence. Such a prestigious background surely came with elevated expectations in a suitor. A dragon rider of her caliber could hardly settle for the son of a former king of Braavos. Otherwise, she could have wed shortly after her 16th name day last year. According to the Targaryen law of attraction, Lanaer's potential suitors. Aemon lowered his gaze and extended 4 fingers. Within the entire Targaryen lineage, there were but 4 males. His uncle Viserys, crossed out. His father Daemon was not yet a widower, thus crossed out as well. This left only a 2-year-old Aegon and himself, who had just completed his dragon taming. Aemon felt a lump in his throat, silently lamenting, truly a case of many wolves and scant meat. It was worth noting that Rhaenyra had no suitors either. Moreover, there was still a hungry Helena to consider. "Dear uncle, your most cherished daughter Rhaenyra is quite lacking in competitiveness," Aemon thought to himself. A purebred underdog. At this moment, Lanaer unexpectedly coaxed a sheep towards Vhagar. "May I touch it?" Aemon cast aside his distractions and eagerly approached. Having tamed Vhagar and gained an additional 900 essence points, he had experienced a sudden windfall. How could he pass up the chance to touch another dragon? No way. Laenor shook his head and replied earnestly, "Wagharl has grown old, and his temper has become exceedingly foul. Even during feeding time, he only permits her to approach." Aemon paused, heeding the advice given. The older the dragon, the worse its temperament, a fundamental truth. Much like Womazur, who shows no mercy even to his own rider. Having lived for so long, They have witnessed countless farewells and the cycle of life and death, leaving their hearts shrouded in a pall of gloom. Before recognizing a master, they choose to slumber, isolating themselves from external disturbances and minimizing their need for sustenance while asleep. It is only upon acknowledging a master that they depart from Dragon Mountain. With a hiss, Wagharl's slitted eyes turned towards the rider, emitting a low, thunderous growl. In mere moments, he devoured the charred mutton. Aemon observed from a respectful distance, his heartbeat quickening. Wagharl was already 160 years old, his size comparable to that of a small mountain, rising from the ground like a verdant forest. By Aemon's estimation, his body measured well over 100 meters, possibly reaching an astonishing 120 meters. Even Womizar appeared dwarfed in his presence. However, Aemon furrowed his brow, noting Wagharl's sagging jaw and the sparse, pointed horns at his temples. Beneath that colossal form, the signs of aging were unmistakable. Upon closer inspection, he bore the markings of advanced age. The question of how much battle prowess he still possessed remained uncertain. Aemon's eyes flickered with vigilance at the thought of contesting with this ancient dragon. During the frenzy of the blood dragon dance, the 180-year-old Wagharl had been capable of replacing the vigorous Caraxes. Now, at 160 years, his strength had not diminished significantly. He was not to be underestimated. Chapter 63, Aemon. I wish to see Aemon. The Grand Hall of the Nine. The banquet continues to unfold, as the melodies of the lute and the rhythm of dance reach a crescendo. At the head table, Viserys beams with joy, feeling an unparalleled sense of relief. His nephew has tamed Vhagar, and Laenor's sea smoke has been grievously wounded, rendering him powerless. Excluding the dragon Corlys rides, the number of Dragonlords now rivals that of the Balerion family. He is the king upon the Iron Throne, presiding over no fewer than 800 vassals. The Balerion fleet alone is no longer a source of fear. Look, your eldest son is dancing fervently on the floor. Viserys chuckles, gesturing towards the elegantly dressed heir of House Strong. Laenor follows the direction of his finger, observing his eldest, Harwin, mingling with a throng of young nobles, encircling the enchanting Rhaenyra. The latter appears distracted, clearly merely going through the motions. Yet his son is entranced, his gaze fixated upon her without a blink. Laenor furrows his brow, quietly cautioning, Your Majesty, do not forget the ulterior motives behind Lord Corlys' invitation. It was a rather abrupt change of subject, for he was reluctant to witness his eldest pursuit of the princess. Compared to the Valerions and other esteemed noble families, House Strong lacks deep roots. His son, though valiant, is devoid of the necessary political acumen. Recklessly approaching the princess could jeopardize not only himself, but the entire family. Viserys smirks playfully, teasingly suggesting, Let me guess, is not the so-called strongest bonebreaker a most suitable candidate? Laenor falls silent, offering no rebuttal. Perhaps it's best left unspoken. Observing the Prime Minister's serious demeanor, Viserys erupts in hearty laughter. He feared that Laenor, in his capacity as Prime Minister, might entertain unwarranted ambitions akin to those of Otto Hightower. In his eyes, the ideal candidate remains his nephew Aemon. At such a tender age, the young man exhibits a burgeoning blend of courage and cunning, coupled with the inheritance of Driftmark and the tamed Vhagar. He possesses both influence and strength, a veritable gift from the gods. Your Majesty, Laenor sighed, you ought to consider Lord Corlys' schemes and Prince Daemon's opinions. One harbors ambitious designs for the royal consort's position, while the other, in a state of familial discord, may not consent to this union. Daemon? Certainly not, Viserys dismissively replied, turning his attention to the lean figure in the dance hall, inviting noble maidens to join him in dance, confidently asserting he will acquiesce. Though Daemon may be reckless, he is not devoid of familial loyalty. His son has already pledged support to the crown. Would Daemon himself oppose such a course? If he did, Viserys would confine Daemon in the dungeons of the Red Keep, starving him for 3 days. At this, Laenor privately sighed. While the king may curse Prince Daemon, he still harbors concern for their brotherly bond. Yet, human hearts are capricious. Can matters truly unfold as desired? Your Majesty. Suddenly, Corlys rose to propose a toast. Approaching the two men, Laenor also stood, raising his goblet in observation. Corlys, unperturbed, smiled and proclaimed, "Thank you for coming from afar. May the alliance between our houses be as unbreakable as that of our ancestors." Upon finishing his drink, he tilted his head back and consumed it all. Viserys' eyes flickered as he raised his glass, expressing hope. The words exchanged were not offensive. Since the exile of the wanderer Inar from Corellia to Dragonstone, the Balerion family of Driftmark and the Valerions of Crab all have been steadfast allies of the Targaryens. It was only after the Conqueror unified the Six Kingdoms that these two families became vassals, occupying the esteemed positions of Master of Ships and Master of Coin for generations. In contemporary times, due to the infrequent marriages between the Crab Isles Valerions and the Targaryens, their demeanor had become considerably subdued. However, Corlys had married his cousin Rhaenys, thereby ascending to the rank of the nobility closest to the Iron Throne. Upon reflection, the fickleness of fate was evident. After toasting, Corlys revealed his true intentions. "Your Majesty, our families have intermarried for generations. I believe this generation can continue that tradition." This implied a proposal for his eldest son, Laenor. Viserys, feigning ignorance, retorted, "Your daughter is already promised to another." "I meant the matter concerning the princess," Corlys replied candidly. At this, Viserys' smile faded. Corlys knelt and spoke earnestly, "Your Majesty, the princess's claim to the throne has been challenged, and the Valerion family can provide her with the utmost support." His words stemmed from genuine concern. Before Aemon's dragon descended upon Driftmark, he had intended to exert pressure on the king to compel him to acquiesce. Although this was audacious, given the king's indecisive nature, he was likely to yield. After all, the relationship between their families had already deteriorated to a nadir. It could hardly worsen. Yet, following Aemon's arrival, his strategy shifted entirely. If force would not suffice, then he would employ persuasion. The king cherished his daughter, and the prince born of the queen posed a significant threat to her claim. To secure the position of heir, the support of the Valerion family was indispensable. Viserys' expression grew grave, betraying no commitment. Corlys lowered his stance, speaking only loud enough for the two of them to hear. "Your Majesty, I have vanquished the stepstones for the kingdom, but consider who currently holds them." Viserys' pupils contracted sharply as he turned to fixate on Daemon in the dance hall, an ember of anger igniting within him. Observing this, Corlys continued, "The princess is approaching marriageable age. Marrying a dragon rider would be befitting of the Valerion bloodline." Viserys' countenance darkened, barely suppressing his fury. Yet this anger was not directed at Daemon, his own brother, whom he trusted implicitly, but at the insinuations of Corlys, the sea snake. It was permissible for him to chastise Daemon, but not for others. "Your Majesty," Corlys attempted to press further. Enough. Viserys could contain himself no longer, slamming his hand upon the table, startling the entire hall. In an instant, the music ceased. The assembled nobility fell silent, instinctively diminishing their presence, perplexed by the normally tolerant king's sudden ire. Was it the wrath of the sleeping dragon? Corlys, too, was taken aback, suddenly realizing he may have spoken out of turn. Before the assault on the stone step isles, it appeared that someone was greatly displeased due to similar remarks. Meanwhile, Daemon pushed aside his youthful and beautiful dance partner, furrowing his brow as he gazed towards the head of the table. "Rhaenyra." Viserys had not yet concluded, calling out his daughter's name. "Father, I am here," Rhaenyra replied, emerging swiftly from the throng to stand beside him. With a fierce countenance, Viserys demanded, "Where is Aemon? Where is Aemon?" He spoke without casting a glance at Corlys. It had not yet reached the point of open confrontation, and he was striving to restrain himself. In searching for his candid daughter, he sought to vent his frustrations while also expressing his stance. Aemon was, indeed, the one he favored. Rhaenyra, momentarily bewildered, responded, "Aemon has gone out. I ask you, where is he?" Viserys' ire escalated as he observed his daughter's sluggish reaction. Suddenly enlightened, Rhaenyra hastily declared, "I shall find him." With that, she turned and hurried towards the exit. "Do not delay." Viserys finally felt gratified, indirectly reproaching, "He is my esteemed ally. In such a significant occasion, you ought to keep watch over him. He is still but a child, unaware of how to curry favor like an adult, sullied in every way. Nearby, Corley's expression darkened. Huh. Demon observed everything with keen interest, assessing his brother, noting the rare display of anger and the considerable volume of his voice. Upon hearing his son's name, a playful smirk graced his lips. Chapter 64, Aemon, grow up quickly. Rhaenyra, suffering from an unjust calamity, stormed out in indignation. A tumult of emotions churned within her, compounded by her confusion regarding her father's true intentions, only to be met with a barrage of scathing words directed at her. Had it not been for the presence of numerous onlookers, she might have succumbed to tears. Surely, someone must have provoked his displeasure. Clenching her teeth in frustration, Rhaenyra quickened her pace as she left the bustling city of King's Landing, seeking solace in a secluded area. By chance, she stumbled upon an empty glade where Aemon and Lena were situated. From a distance, she could see the two figures with their silver hair closely huddled together. Rhaenyra paused, momentarily frozen in her tracks. At that moment, the two seemed to be at ease with one another. Lena sat gracefully on the grass, her light blue gown fanning out like the tail of a beached mermaid. Aemon perched on the hem of her dress, appearing as though he were nestled in her embrace. A radiant smile illuminating his face as he rummaged through his backpack, producing an array of delectable treats with the flair of a magician. First a banana, then a bunch of grapes. He thrust them into Lena's hands with exuberance. Eat, I have plenty more, he declared, lifting his chin with generosity. Thank you, Lena replied, cradling the assortment of fruits and sweets, her expression a blend of amusement and exasperation. She mentioned that she had yet to have lunch and intended to wait until evening to eat. Fear not, there is more where that came from, Aemon reassured her, continuing to delve into his backpack. A person is made of iron, and food is as essential as steel. One cannot bear to witness another go hungry. Sharing my food makes you a true friend, he added, and given our relationship, we ought not to indulge in any reckless antics. Meanwhile, a little golden-nosed mouse nestled at the bottom of the backpack, its tiny paws covering its mouth, nearly shedding tears. It's all gone. Not even an apple core remains. After a fruitless search for more snacks, Aemon reluctantly withdrew his hand, disappointment etched on his face. Oh dear, what a failure. Have you been sneaking bites when I wasn't looking? Have you not been diligent in hoarding provisions? What are you two doing? Rhaenyra's unexpected arrival caught them off guard. Her gaze flitting between the duo. Rhaenyra, Lena greeted with a smile. We happen to cross paths. Did you leave the gathering early? During their conversation, Lena's delicate hand inadvertently rested upon Aemon's shoulder. He stiffened, biting into an apple, a sudden sense of foreboding washing over him. As expected, Rhaenyra noticed the gesture, her mind racing with alarm as a troubling thought crept in. Was her father's insistence on her finding Aemon rooted in this very situation? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed, and her gaze toward Lena grew peculiar, tinged with suspicion. The banquet has yet to conclude. Should we not return together? Absolutely not, Lena replied, shaking her head, providing her rationale. You know, there are individuals there whom I would rather avoid. At this, Rhaenyra momentarily drifted into thought, suddenly recalling that Lena was indeed betrothed to another. The realization brought her a measure of relief. Very well, let's enjoy the scenery together then. A smile graced Rhaenyra's lips as she no longer felt the urgency to return. Her father was merely venting his frustrations. She was not so naive as to fall for it. Rhaenyra smiled softly and gracefully descended the slope. Very well, the banquet will last quite late. Rhaenyra found a seat, her earlier hostility dissipating. Aemon remarked, this scene is indeed difficult to assess. I shall assist you in peeling. Rhaenyra, ever considerate, skillfully peeled a grape and offered it to his lips. Aemon opened his mouth to receive it, his gaze complex as he focused on her, silently reproaching her. She is already naive, and you still take advantage of her. Rhaenyra's smile deepened as she turned to feed Rhaenyra a peeled grape, embodying the nurturing spirit of an elder sister. Rhaenyra was profoundly touched. Thank you, Rhaenyra. It has been ages since anyone has peeled grapes for me. No need for gratitude. Just be like me, Rhaenyra hinted, winking conspiratorially at Aemon, as if to say, look, she is grateful to me. Sighing, Aemon looked skyward, lamenting the situation. It is no wonder that in the feudal dynasties of yore, daughters of noble families, having lost their mothers in childhood, were often scorned when it came to marriage arrangements. Queen Emma perished in childbirth in 105 AC, leaving Rhaenyra deprived of maternal guidance, emotionally vulnerable. If this were a palace intrigue drama, she might only survive 2.5 episodes. The following day, early in the morning, the hall where the banquet had taken place was tidied up. Corlys hosted a separate feast for the royal family. After the meal, he led the others to admire the treasures displayed within the hall, such as the tattered mask of a crab feeder. The sea is ever-changing, and even the finest sailors dare not claim infallibility. Corlys pointed to each artifact, his heart swelling with pride. Aemon trailed behind, blinking innocently, untouched by the emotional atmosphere. Truth be told, Sea Snake Corlys is indeed an exceptional politician, military strategist, and adventurer. Once, Driftmark was impoverished, comparable to Dragonstone, consisting of a dark, damp castle and a few meager fishing villages. In his youth, Sea Snake recognized his family's plight and resolutely embarked on a grand maritime venture. He undertook 9 voyages, the farthest reaching the icy north, the Shadowlands of Ass High, and the summer isles of the Summer Sea, amassing untold wealth. On the foundation of Driftmark, he reconstructed the magnificent high tide city. Several small fishing villages expanded into Hull Town, later establishing a second spice town. The current achievements of House Balerion owe much to Sea Snake's singular efforts. However, Aemon cast a glance at his Aunt Rhaenys by the wine cabinet, feeling respect but not adoration. Were it not for the dragons of House Targaryen, would House Valerion dare to be so arrogant? Sharing this sentiment was Daemon, leaning by the window, who upon hearing Sea Snake's self-aggrandizement was filled with disdain, taking a sip of wine to mask his smirk. Without dragons, he could have easily subdued Driftmark on his own. Oh, is that a chessboard? Aemon, feeling bored, wandered over to a beautifully crafted chessboard. Corlys glanced at it and casually suggested, "Shall we try a game?" It was anticipated that the royal family would depart today. His matrimonial ambitions remain unfulfilled, and it would be prudent to avoid further antagonism with the royal family, allowing for a gradual easing of relations. A slow and steady approach is undoubtedly the best strategy. Aemon hesitated, expressing his uncertainty. "I am not particularly skilled at this." The chessboard and pieces appeared to him as products of a free trade city-state. He could only grasp the basic rules. "No matter, you will learn the next game." Corlys, with a profound gaze, took the initiative to set up the chessboard. He found the young lad before him quite intriguing. The quality of one's chess play often reflects one's character. It was a perfect opportunity to assess his true nature. "Very well then," Aemon shrugged, no longer resisting. The two found a golden Nanmu stump, originating from the Summer Isles, and commenced their game, taking turns with each move. Initially, their activity drew little attention, but soon it captivated onlookers. "Attack! You stand here, and I shall capture your piece. I am aware. Continue your assault. You have lost another piece. Keep attacking." After playing 7 or 8 games, Aemon consistently faced defeat, yet remained undeterred. In the final match, with only 2 pieces left on the board, Aemon advanced a piece and declared decisively, "Attack. You have lost again." Corlys furrowed his brow and captured that piece. According to the rules of chess, having only 1 piece remaining signifies defeat. Aemon had anticipated this outcome and remained unfazed. "Lord Corlys, your chess skills are exceptional. A loss is merely a loss. Since I cannot best you, I shall play freely. Winning is delightful, yet one must derive some tangible benefit." While he felt at ease, Corlys's expression darkened as he stared silently at the board. Across 8 games, this young man had sacrificed his pieces numerous times. Despite being a poor player, his striking spirit was undeniable. In the midst of Aemon's puzzled gaze, Corlys slowly lifted his head, fixating on the boy's youthful visage. A heavy thought weighing upon him. Is this yet another Daemon? Chapter 65. Daemon, us. Who are you and us? In the afternoon, the royal vessel gracefully sailed out of the harbor, escorted by a magnificent golden dragon. "Won't you stay a few more days?" Rhaenys implored her nephew as she stood on the castle's rear cliff. "No." Aemon shook his head. "I am here, and my cousin Laenor does not venture outside." Rhaenys sighed upon hearing this, gently ruffling his hair. Sea Smoke had sustained grave injuries and would not recover swiftly. Laenor was unable to overcome his emotional barrier and persistently refrained from meeting anyone. Very well. Do as you wish, Rhaenys said, her heart heavy but not inclined to impose. Take care on your journey. I shall have Laenor accompany you part of the way. Aemon wished to refuse, wanting to distance himself from the troublesome Laenor. But the earnestness in her gaze caused him to swallow his words. Do come visit when you have the chance. I will, Aunt. No vadrin last forever. Particularly between families with strained relations. Moments later, Rhaenys nestled in her husband's embrace, both gazing out at the vast sea. Suddenly, a commotion arose above. Without needing to turn, they beheld a colossal dragon, seemingly forged of bronze, descending from the cliff's edge with a powerful leap. Vhagar roared, swaying his massive body as he pursued the distant royal ship. Aemon sat firmly in the dragon's saddle, his silver hair billowing in the wind. One man and one dragon launched forth with formidable might. Unlike the slender Syrax, Vhagar's form resembled a dense, dark cloud, his broad brown wings casting a shadow over the royal vessel. From afar, the sight was truly breathtaking. Rhaenys wore a grave expression, her heart swelling with relief. From this moment on, the royal family would finally escape the embarrassment of their previous predicament. If all went well, the family could thrive for another century. They have departed. We should return as well. Corlys sighed softly, a sense of wistfulness enveloping him. From this point forward, the royal family was not to be trifled with. His aspirations for the Iron Throne had once again met with failure. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed, accompanied by a series of unsettling sounds from the cliff. Corlys furrowed his brow and looked up to see a serpent-like crimson dragon. Caraxes, with his sharp, keen eyes, extended his long neck as he scaled the cliff's edge. His enormous wings obscured the sunlight, exuding an aura of intimidation. Demon, you have spoken out of turn. Corlys interjected, positioning himself protectively before his wife. As he turned to see the slender figure approaching from behind. Oh, when was that? Demon emerged from the porch, a faint smile gracing his features. He could not recall making any promises. Corlys' expression darkened as he accused, You claimed your brother was unjust to you, and we would unite to reclaim what is rightfully yours. We? Demon's demeanor instantly shifted to ice, a dangerous glint sparking in his eyes. What do you mean by we? Corlys was momentarily taken aback, studying Demon intently. With newfound leverage, he seemed ready to sever ties. Rhaenys observed quietly, refraining from intervening in the machinations of the men. Demon cast her a sidelong glance, issuing a warning. Aemon is my son, and anyone harboring ill intentions towards him should beware of having their claws severed. He cares not for any crownless queen. A victory once can easily be repeated. His son is his legacy, and I shall not permit anyone to pry into that. The untimely demise of too many Targaryens weighs heavily on his mind. Rhaenys turned her head away, arms crossed. In moments of silence, one might find oneself smiling involuntarily. Corlys remained relatively quiet, filled with resignation regarding his choice of allies. Any politician seated at a table of power fears those who might upend it, and Demon is precisely that sort of individual. Very well, the stepstones await my governance. Demon pivoted back towards the porch, suddenly halting his steps. Contemplating, my brother is a coward, yet fortunate. His brother and son, however, are no cowards. Of course, the latter half of this thought remained unspoken, confined to his own heart. The memories of his brother's many injustices stirred within him a profound sense of melancholy, prompting him to hasten his departure. To Corlys, this action appeared more as a slight. Soon, Demon departed. Caraxes unfurled its wings, its forked tail stirring the waves as it soared towards the stepstones. Corlys clenched his fists silently, then released them in despair. Suddenly, a hand grasped his. Looking up, he found Rhaenys smiling faintly, saying, Self-pity is not my husband's way. Corlys was momentarily taken aback, warmth flooding his heart. Let us go. The children should be returning. Rhaenys patted his shoulder and walked steadily back to their quarters. Though she did not support her husband's futile endeavors, her love for him remained steadfast. The sea snake had lost its edge, unworthy of the true dragon bloodline. Watching his wife's resolute figure, Corlys found himself chuckling softly. Somehow, his heart felt more at ease. Blackwater Bay. A deep green old dragon turned mid-flight, its voice rumbling like distant thunder as it veered back towards Driftmark. On its back, a graceful figure with flowing silver-golden hair could be faintly discerned. Roar! Vagar's slit eyes narrowed, a deep, coppery flame gathering in its throat, ready to unleash. Quiet, Vagar! Aemon shouted while patting the bronze scales. The dragon raised its head, acknowledging its rider's command, and slowly closed its massive jaws. It then accelerated, leaping over Blackwater Bay. Boom! A pair of dragon wings stirred up a tempest, causing the royal ship's sails to billow and sway violently. Aemon sighed in exasperation, striving for communication. The old dragon was quite the challenge. Its temper was peculiar, and it was difficult to train, understandably, as it was not the original rider. This time home, he resolved to learn proper dragon riding techniques. Originally intending to return to the Vale, he had been momentarily halted by his uncle, Viserys. Dragons are chaotic, fearsome creatures, possessing the power to easily lay waste to a town. In the past, whether taming young dragons or the mighty adults, dragon riders would reside at the dragon pit in King's Landing to earnestly master the art of dragon riding. Generations of caretakers, those who comprehend the nature of dragons, serve as the finest instructors. This arrangement ensures the avoidance of the peril posed by uncontrollable dragons. Aemon gently caressed the spine of Vermithor, feeling a deep emotional connection. The history of the Targaryen family is not devoid of instances where dragons have gone awry. Notably, there was Arya Targaryen, who rode the black dread Balerion. Yearning for her homeland, Balerion forcibly returned to Old Valyria, where he fell victim to a fireworm attack, ultimately succumbing to the excruciating agony of being scorched. This stands as the most severe case. Following that, there was the dragon mother Daenerys, whose black dragon Drogon repeatedly defied authority, while the other two dragons also disregarded commands. Without achieving a profound unity between rider and dragon, the true potential of the majestic beasts remains untapped. Roar! Vermithor let out a low growl, its massive form undulating as it soared, intentionally causing a slight turbulence. The bond between dragon and rider allows for a form of telepathic connection. Though faint, it sensed the rider entertaining rather audacious thoughts. My apologies, dear friend. Aemon felt a wave of exasperation, readjusting himself in the saddle. With such a temper and sensitivity, he had indeed chosen a formidable companion. Vagar, being older, exhibited a far more placid demeanor. At the very least, Lannerl would not be subjected to the teasing of the dragon beneath him. Alas, more practice is required. Aemon understood that this was merely a transitional phase. With time spent together, things would surely improve. Reflecting on this, Aemon became somewhat melancholic. He yearned to grow up swiftly, so he could command dragons at will and embark on the envisioned grand infrastructure projects with ease. Chapter 66. Black and Green 4 years later, 113 AC King's Landing. Blackwater Bay. A thunderous roar reverberated across the expanse, shattering the tranquil surface of the sea with an enormous shadow. A magnificent dragon, adorned with gleaming bronze scales, soared through the sky, its body plummeting like a meteor. Dragonfire Vermithor, a slender youth with flowing silver gold hair and striking violet eyes, his handsome visage illuminated by excitement, cried out as he clung to the dragon's back, gripping the saddle tightly. With a resounding boom, the bronze dragon's slit pupils gleamed with ferocity as it opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of molten bronze flame that rivaled the searing lava from a volcanic eruption. The youth tilted his head back, a smile gracing his lips as he spread his arms wide, embracing the fiery gale. At the mud gate, a throng of spectators clogged the entrance, witnessing this breathtaking spectacle. All held their breath, hearts racing. In a flash, the bronze dragon stretched its neck, flaring its broad brown wings in a rapid maneuver. The slender youth leaned back, his nose barely grazing the dragonfire as it surged past. In the next instant, a viscous deluge of copper-hued flame cascaded into the sea, creating towering waves of heat that solidified into dark metallic remnants. The bronze dragon skimmed the surface of the water, soaring towards the mud gate. rising majestically as it approached the shore, stirring a fierce wind that howled around it. Seven hells. The captivated audience gasped, faces flushed with excitement, erupting into applause and cheers. The youth, buoyed by the jubilant uproar, glanced back with a grin. Suddenly, a smaller golden dragon burst forth from the clouds, emitting a resounding roar as it pursued the bronze dragon towards the mud gate, soaring skyward in an instant. The crowd felt a rush of wind, rendering them momentarily blind. Hurry! Applause erupted, accompanied by fervent cheers. An extraordinary performance, a match made in heaven. Viserys stood atop the city gate, his fist raised in triumph. Laenor, beaming with pride, gazed at the two dragons spiraling overhead, showering them with accolades. His Highness is known as the warrior descended, truly a child of destiny. Indeed, the lad deserves it. Viserys laughed heartily, sharing in the joy of the moment. In just 4 brief years, his nephew had successfully navigated the 14 ancient trials of dragon riding passed down through the lineage of Valyria. Such an achievement was rare even among seasoned dragon riders within their family history. In other words, had his nephew been placed in the freehold before the cataclysm, he would have undoubtedly been the youngest knight of dragons. Conquering new lands would be a mere formality. As dusk fell, Aemon shed his black dragon rider attire and made his way to the banquet hall of the Red Keep. Your Highness. 2 white knights stationed at the entrance greeted the young prince with respectful bows. Thank you, my lords. Aemon's voice, as clear as mountain streams, was accompanied by his characteristic smile. At the entrance stood a full-length mirror of exquisite glass, a gift from the envoy of Pentos. He turned his head, examining it closely. The figure reflected in the mirror is strikingly handsome, with a slender physique, silver hair, and violet eyes that glimmer like stars fallen from the heavens. Particularly notable is his height. At a youthful 5 feet 9 inches, he stands nearly 1 meter 80. Let anyone dare to call me short again. Aemon lets out a light huff, striding with an air of confidence. Time acts as a transformative reshaper. Some individuals blossom, while others awaken to new perspectives. It is evident that His Royal Highness has inherited the otherworldly beauty of the Targaryen lineage. Soon, the dinner commences. Aemon takes his seat with grace, grasping his knife and fork in anticipation of the meal. Patience as the dishes arrive. Beside him, Rhaenyra beams with delight, her voice clear and melodious. Aemon smiles back, tempted to jest. Do you, my little potato, comprehend the appetite of a tall one? Oblivious, Rhaenyra rests her chin on her hands. Still reminiscing about the dragon riding exhibition of the day, an event orchestrated by Aemon to showcase their might and remind the 7 kingdoms of the royal family's formidable presence. After a brief wait, the others begin to arrive. Aemon, you have certainly commanded attention today, remarks Viserys, his demeanor buoyant. The more he observes his nephew, the more he finds satisfaction in him, envisioning a statue to be placed upon his chamber's table as a cherished collectible. Indeed, he is remarkable. Following him is Alicent, accompanied by a gaggle of children. Aemon glances over, inwardly clicking his tongue at the sight of 3 little ones, 2 boys and a girl. The eldest, 6-year-old Aegon, 4-year-old Helena, and 3-year-old Aemon. Yes, the future one-eyed Aemon has arrived as expected. Perhaps his uncle, seeing such excellence in his nephew, has hurried back to the Red Keep, consumed with thoughts of producing more heirs. In 110 AC, Aemon was born, his name a playful alteration of Aemon's. Seeing his well-admired cousin gaze upon him, little Aemon shrinks back, hiding timidly behind his mother's skirt, still a timid soul. Aemon diverts his gaze, casting a keen glance at young Aegon, who is about to climb onto the table. The moment Aegon feels the sharpness of Aemon's stare, he quickly settles back down, beads of sweat forming on his brow. As the firstborn of the royal family, even if he does not enjoy the same favor as Rhaenyra, he is still the darling of many. Accustomed to being spoiled, he often relishes in teasing his younger siblings. The meal is consumed with remarkable speed. Wiping his mouth, Aemon states, I shall return to the Vale tomorrow. What? Viserys exclaims, taken aback, irritation evident in his tone. Lady Rhea is usually preoccupied with hunting. You will not even see her upon your return. Aemon offers a wry smile. It is not that. I have matters to attend to. Thanks to a pair of unreliable parents, his uncle's possessiveness over him has flourished. Were it not for the presence of both parents, they might well contend for custody. What matters could you possibly have? The stone hill does not yet require your governance. Viserys frowns, urging, King's Landing offers everything. You may return when you are of age. At merely 13, his nephew should not squander his youth in the closed-off, conservative Vale. The royal family needs him more. I return to raise my own banner. Aemon spoke earnestly, then articulated the carefully prepared words. Since the journey to Tideshead Island, he had been traversing between King's Landing and the Vale. Everything remained unchanged in the Vale. His mother, Lady Rhea, was in good health and required no concern from him. He spent more time in King's Landing, honing his dragon riding skills, nurturing his bond with Vhagar, and perusing the tomes on the ancient Valyrian dragon kings. He also took time to mediate the discord between Alicent and Rhaenyra. The two women were inherently adversarial, with the Valyrian family in retreat. His father Daemon had returned to the Stepstones, declaring himself king. Without external pressures, the rivalry within the court intensified. Due to his presence, the rallying cries of the blacks and greens had yet to emerge. However, it was better to let things unfold than to suppress them. As young Aegon grew, too many were covertly fanning the flames. If he delayed any longer, there might be no respite in sight. Aemon silently lamented, discreetly observing the two women who were disregarding one another. Alicent was somewhat better off, preoccupied with caring for her 3 children. Rhaenyra maintained a perpetually indifferent demeanor, standing there like a wooden figure. Occasionally, she cast fleeting glances at her younger siblings, a hint of warmth flickering in her eyes. Yet there was no opportunity for connection, nor words to be spoken. They remained in a stalemate, preserving the dignity of his claim to the Iron Throne. Rhaenyra, if I must depart, you could at least see me off with your dragon. Alicent, cradling her daughter in one arm, smiled at the opposing figure. Rhaenyra furrowed her delicate brows and replied, I will do what is right. There is no need for you to play the Good Samaritan. Suit yourself. It was merely a suggestion, Alicent retorted, somewhat vexed. Their interruption irked Viserys, who frowned, though his displeasure was primarily directed at Rhaenyra. His daughter's attitude was increasingly defiant, her words sharp and discomforting. It is not my concern. Rhaenyra averted her gaze, unwilling to meet her father's disappointed eyes. Viserys opened his mouth to speak. Enough, I shall depart early tomorrow. There is no need for anyone to see me off. Aemon interjected, feeling weary. He had done all he could to assist. He was neither black nor green, not a vassal to anyone. With his uncle now having 4 children, his claim to succession had diminished significantly, no matter how splendid King's Landing was. It did not belong to him. Better to return to the Vale and raise his own banner. The princely title, however, awaited the designation of a fief. Chapter 67. Inspecting the territory in the Vale, at Stonehenge, a resounding roar echoed as a magnificent bronze dragon soared through the sky, casting a shadow that obscured the sun and sent emerald leaves fluttering. Many spectators emerged from their abodes upon sighting the dragon. The prince, His Highness the Prince, along with his dragon. The crowd buzzed with excitement, transforming their erstwhile fear of dragons into a proud admiration. After a considerable time, the bronze dragon descended outside the city. Aemon dismounted from its back, a smile spreading across his face as he beheld his familiar homeland. Despite his uncle's numerous attempts to persuade him to stay, Aemon's heart longed for home. The rift between Alicent and Rhaenyra had escalated to the brink of physical confrontation, both vying for his allegiance. As the factions of Black and Green began to take shape, he understood the urgency of fortifying his own stronghold and establishing an independent foundation. Only then could he enter the fray as a third party, exerting his influence once more. Vale, your prince has returned, Aemon proclaimed, lifting his chin, only to be interrupted by a sudden fit from his dragon. Roar! Varamasal's slitted pupils gleamed coldly, a deep growl resonating from its throat as it approached its master. Demanding its due, Aemon's smile faded, and he muttered in irritation, You truly have no dignity. Varamasal, heedless of the reprimand, merely snorted, resting its jaw on a grassy knoll, awaiting its meal with an air of arrogance. Observing this, Aemon took a deep breath, resigning himself to the reality. Varamasal, despite its temperamental nature, had been his companion for several years. Moreover, the dragon had earned its keep, growing significantly in size, having feasted on the ample meat provided. It had expanded considerably since its taming, now nearing the impressive length of 90 meters, poised to surpass Vagarel in due course. Prince. Soon, a squad of guard arrived. Aemon scanned the crowd and inquired of the White Knight, "Steve, is my mother at home? Lady Rhea received your letter yesterday and has been eagerly awaiting your return." Steve replied with a joyful expression, leading the prince through the castle gates. After spending 4 years in the Vale, Aemon had nearly forgotten his identity as a White Knight. He could only hope that the prince would soon come of age, allowing him to return to King's Landing. As Aemon conversed with the gathered company, he reminded the dragon keepers stationed at Stonehenge to tend to the dragons. In the spacious hall, Aemon was delighted to see his mother. Cautiously, he expressed his innermost thoughts. "You wish to acquire a territory?" Lady Rhea's brows furrowed, and she scoffed. "Stonehenge cannot accommodate you. It is better for you to remain in King's Landing." Her dissatisfaction with his frequent stays in King's Landing was palpable. "What good does it serve? In the end, you shall return to the Vale. Mother, you should support me," Aemon replied, unperturbed, as he plopped down beside her with a grin. "The Royce family has embraced me, and while you are in the prime of your years, I deserve a bit of space to flourish." This was the truth. With a dragon by his side, the attitude of the Royce family had shifted dramatically, all wishing for him to remain in Stonehenge, fearing he might not return if he stayed in King's Landing. Lady Rhea shot him a sidelong glance and retorted without hesitation. "The Vale is mountainous and rich in lakes. The finest lands lie in Aelin Vale. Where do you intend to establish your territory? Is it possible to venture into the mountains and contend with the Highland clans for territory? I could take a look. After all, there's nothing to lose." Aemon, drawing closer and unabashed, remarked, "As long as you assign me some personnel, I would prefer not to go alone." "Are you certain?" "Of course." Lady Leia, feeling disheartened, waved her hand dismissively. "Thank you, Mother." Aemon chuckled, embracing her tightly before hastily departing. He was not foolish enough to seek unnecessary hardship. Over the course of 4 years, he had amassed an unfathomable quantity of magical essence and resource cards. With even a modest piece of territory, he would surely thrive. "Foolish boy." Lady Leia rolled her eyes, a hint of a smile tugging at her lips. The following day, Aemon mounted his white stag, leading a company of 150 knights from the valley. 50 were from his royal retinue, while the other 100 were newly recruited by his mother. The scene was quite grand in the valley. "Your Highness," Steve rode up and advised, as Lady Leia instructed, "you must first survey the various villages in your realm before venturing further to visit your vassals." Aemon chuckled softly at this, replying, "Rest assured, I understand." His mother's intention was straightforward, to familiarize him swiftly with the territory of Fushur City. The quest for unclaimed land was a secondary concern. "Your Highness, shall we first visit Seagull town?" William interjected, grinning. "Sir Ryan has welcomed a newborn son, and we should extend our congratulations." Aemon shot him a sidelong glance, allowing him to draw his own conclusions. Was that truly a visit of congratulations? I hesitate to point it out, for it was clear he simply wished to find amusement in Seagull town. Life in the valley was monotonous, with Seagull town standing out as the only place worthy of being called a city. The 16-year-old William was eager to try his luck. "Let us head to the east coast first. There is a small fishing village there." Aemon decisively mapped out their itinerary. The valley was vast, with the Mingwa mountain range serving as a natural barrier, safeguarding Eileen Valley. However, beyond Eileen Valley, which lay under the jurisdiction of Eagle's Nest City, were the Three Sisters Islands, the Five-Finger Peninsula, and Crab Bay. Fushur City and Seagull Town were located beyond the mountains to the east and west of the strait. North of Crab Bay, this secluded and fertile land was dubbed the Eastern Land Corner by the Royce family. Most of the land in the Eastern Land Corner was under the governance of Fushur City, with Seagull Town primarily relying on port trade with Crab Bay, possessing very little land of its own. Aemon's journey aimed to traverse the entirety of the Eastern Land Corner. To this end, he opted for his white stag instead of riding Womazur. "Yes, Your Highness," the escort team responded in unison. Aemon, atop his white stag, led the charge. with 150 knights from the valley thundering behind him. The bronze sigil and the two-headed flag of the red dragon were hoisted high, cutting through the clouds of dust raised by their galloping hoofs. As dusk fell, they arrived at an unremarkable little fishing village, where every household was comprised of lowly dwellings with chimneys puffing delicate wisps of smoke. There were no barks of dogs or crowing of roosters, and the paths were rugged and uneven. A few small, dilapidated boats lay stranded on the beach, revealing the impoverished existence of the villagers. Aemon led the white deer to the village's entrance, where he encountered Child, reminiscent of a muddy monkey, collecting unwanted seashells with a basket. Their lives were somewhat arduous. Aemon frowned and remarked that it was April, yet the valley's climate remained chilly. William softly reassured him, stating that, compared to other regions of the valley, the subjects of Stone Rune City were faring quite well. Aemon glanced at the White Knight and the taciturn Ganser, both of whom nodded in agreement. Aemon fell into a contemplative silence. During his great-grandfather's reign, the Seven Kingdoms had achieved a semblance of stability, and the lives of the common folk were flourishing. His uncle ascended to the Iron Throne, inheriting an era of prosperity. However, this prosperity primarily benefited the nobility and the knightly class, rather than the common people. But what of it? After a moment's reflection, Aemon swiftly came to terms with the reality. The world is inherently unjust. The enrichment of the nobility allows the lower classes a chance to breathe. Moreover, his uncle, possessing a benevolent nature, was generous toward the populace. Within the domain of Stone Rune City, the subjects could eat their fill and dress warmly, surpassing the conditions of the conquering era. Although his uncle may be perceived as weak, he nonetheless embodied the virtues of a benevolent ruler. Aemon chuckled softly to himself. Every individual possesses dualities, with certain admirable facets. While he harbored thoughts of rebellion, he lacked justifiable reasons to pursue such actions. "Let us enter the village. We shall rest here for the night," Aemon said, invigorated, eager to observe the living standards of the subjects. The others had no objections. The Knights of the Valley set up camp on the spot, accompanied by a protective entourage. The arrival of His Highness the Prince was destined to spark a minor commotion. Chapter 68. Treasures of the Bloodfruit. Upon learning of Aemon's arrival, a multitude of villagers from the small fishing community emerged to warmly welcome His Highness the Prince. Within the territory of Stone Inscription City, it is well known that the prince is a man of great generosity. Aemon chose to dine with a relatively impoverished fisherman's family, sharing a meal with them. At the dining table, the fisherman's wife prepared dishes and soup and even brought forth cherished cured meats, a sumptuous feast by common folk standards. Aemon, eschewing the airs of nobility, graciously expressed his thanks. Engaging in conversation while partaking of the meal, I observed that this village has scarce land. Can a mere catch sustain your livelihood? Having yet to put his ideals into practice regarding the welfare of the people, he inquired further. The fisherman, a weathered middle-aged man, cautiously replied, "It is sufficient. The ladies of Stone Inscription City seldom levy taxes," but he was abruptly silenced by a sharp rebuke from his wife, startling him into silence. What could possibly be unspeakable? Sensing the fisherman's reticence, Aemon maintained a gentle demeanor, his voice calm and unhurried. The fisherman glanced between his wife and the amiable prince, momentarily at a loss for words. "Speak freely. What harm could come to a man?" Garnger, impatient, urged him on. Aemon shot Garnger a disapproving look, signaling him to temper his tone. While partaking of the hospitality offered, one ought to exhibit a modicum of grace. "My lord, there is indeed a troubling matter," the fisherman finally stammered, his voice trembling as he began to unravel the tale. Ignoring his wife's objections, he recounted the entire ordeal. It was a dragon. The fisherman lamented. "A few years ago, a dragon appeared along the eastern coast, frequently raiding our catches and leaving us empty-handed. Did you not take precautions?" Garnger interjected, his brow furrowed and voice raised. "Alas, my lord, we could not. The dragon is timid. It hides upon seeing us. And when we are careless, it snatches our fish. At times, when we chase it away, it simply retreats." At this revelation, Aemon's expression darkened. He comprehended the situation. This dragon was not merely a nuisance, but a cunning thief. He inhaled deeply, affirming, "It is a small dragon, with pale grayish-white scales, is it not?" "Indeed. Have you seen it?" The fisherman's excitement was palpable, as he had suspected that members of House Targaryen would have knowledge of dragons. Aemon's lips twitched. He longed to confess that he had not only seen it, but had also been robbed of fish by it. "Rest assured, I shall assist you in resolving this matter." After dinner, the prince made a solemn promise. Regardless of its behavior, even a wild dragon must ultimately be reclaimed by its family. Moreover, this timid thief, while shy, posed a potential danger. Remaining on the eastern coast could indeed invite greater calamity. As night deepened, Aemon resided alone in a thatched cottage, the dilapidated wooden window allowing moonlight to filter through, while the sound of crashing waves echoed outside. The little golden-nosed mouse nestled on his chest, its tiny head nudging incessantly, for its master could not find rest, and it was determined to soothe him. Aemon was amused by it, pinching the mouse's head and lifting it aside. As it happened, the clock struck midnight, prompting him to open the dazzling panel for a review. Aemon Targaryen, talent, dreamer, gold, bloodline, ancient Valyrian dragon king, 34, skills, remnant of binding spell, proficient, archery, perfect accuracy, sleight of hand skilled, magic cards, sturdy build blue, rock solid, intermediate, purple, kingly presence, purple, equipment, dual Valyrian daggers, sapphire amulet, 2-3, pets, golden-nosed mouse blue, white deer, mythical beast, evaluation, bloodlines steadily improving, initial mastery of dragon riding techniques. Aemon glanced over the information, fully comprehending its contents. The most significant changes were the remnant of binding spell, the card's sturdy build, and the 1% increase in bloodline purity. The latter two were self-explanatory. The incomplete binding spell originated from 14 ancient dragon riding techniques, such as commanding a dragon to soar through the skies, evading arrows, and calming agitated dragons. Upon passing all tests, a new entry for the binding spell appeared in the skills section. It turned out that these 14 ancient dragon riding techniques were merely juvenile versions of the binding spell, which had been truncated numerous times. The binding spell itself was one of the primary means employed by the dragon kings of the ancient Valyrian era to control dragons. During that time, there were 40 dragon king families, and the Targaryens ranked in the lower tier, naturally lacking the qualifications to master the binding spell. The youthful version Aemon was currently studying merely established a profound bond with dragons through pure bloodline, allowing him to command them via verbal cues, a rather primitive form of dragon riding. If the bloodline were slightly inferior or the compatibility with the dragon were lacking, the effectiveness would diminish significantly. This explains why the Targaryen family seldom produced renowned dragon knights, with most being merely average dragon riders. If one were to single out a pair, Aemon's father, Daemon, alongside Caraxes, would surely earn the title of Dragon Knight within the Freehold Empire. As for others, including Rhaenys and Lena, they could only dream. This mother-daughter duo was still at the stage of controlling dragons with whips, unable to achieve a harmonious connection with them. Of course, the whip was not employed in the same manner as one would use on a horse. After all, dragon scales are thick and hard. A strike from an iron whip would be inconsequential. The whip served merely to convey a sense of vibration, acting as a familiar signal to eliminate the need for shouting commands during dragon riding. An ingenious shortcut, indeed. My bloodline is remarkably pure, easily forging bonds with dragons. Yet the natural growth rate is frustratingly slow. Aemon patiently analyzed the situation, believing the issue lay in the rapid ascent of his bloodline, which had already reached the lofty standards of a typical dragon king. To further purify his bloodline, mere passage of time would yield minimal results. He must seek out a dragon to touch. Aemon smiled subtly, already eyeing a small target. Subsequently, he flipped the card panel. Beside the golden hourglass, a line of small text shimmered. Essence quantity, 6,280. A 4-digit number, both whole and fractional. Upon a mere glance, Aemon's expression immediately relaxed, a heavy sense of security flooding his heart. Wealth. After 4 years, he had amassed a substantial fortune. Among them, the primary source of wealth stems from 4 dragon eggs, which consistently yield over 5,000 essence, while the remaining items, such as the white deer, dragonbone bow, and bronze armor contribute in excess of 10,000, including the 1,000 essence obtained through the fortuitous taming of Vermithor. The total amounts to more than 18,000. Although a portion has been expended, the remaining sum is still substantial. Aemon felt a surge of satisfaction as he contemplated the accumulated wealth over the years. 2 red cards designated for city construction consumed a total of 10,000 essence. A significant expenditure, though he remained uncertain whether their effects would match the claims. His sole red card, Heavenly Bestowed Bronze, allows for the placement of a large copper vein upon a designated mountain. The 2 cards, being of the same caliber as Heavenly Bestowed Bronze, are undoubtedly exceptional. The remaining expenditures consist of various magical card exchanges, such as Robust, valued at 200 essence. He managed to acquire 2 Physique 1 cards, each worth 20 essence. It is noteworthy that the average physique of an ordinary person is 10. Aemon exchanged for Physique 1 5 times, resulting in a Physique 50 greater than that of an average individual. Coupled with the effects of Robust, his physical condition surpassed that of an adult. Additionally, to explore 14 ancient dragon riding techniques, he exchanged for several scholarly tomes, which cost a hefty 500 essence. The remainder consists of various trinkets exchanged at a modest cost of less than 500 essence. Now, he decided to examine the magical cards available today. Reclining on his bed, Aemon casually clicked on the 3 refresh cards. With a soft pop, 3 magical cards materialized, 1 gray, 1 blue, and 1 green. The gray and green cards were dismissed from consideration, and his gaze settled on the blue card in the center. Blood Source Fruit. Upon consumption, it accelerates bodily growth. Exchange price, 500 essence. Chapter 69. The Fish Thief of the East Coast and the Blood Source Fruit. Aemon's eyes widened as he abruptly sat up in bed. A fruit that accelerates bodily growth upon consumption? This implies that even dragons could partake in it. It was the first time such a rare and exquisite fruit had appeared. Exercising caution, Aemon meticulously examined the description of the Blood Source Fruit. After scrutinizing it several times, he confirmed it was indeed what he had hoped. Without hesitation, he reached out to touch it. With a soft pop, the azure card shattered, transforming into a shimmering light that fell into his palm. Aemon opened his hand to reveal a round, glossy red fruit, its surface adorned with delicate patterns, resembling a plump apple. Is this truly the Blood Source Fruit? Aemon inspected it closely, bringing it to his nose for a gentle sniff. Instead of a fruity aroma, he detected a faint scent of rust, akin to a decayed fruit infested with worms. Treasures often conceal their true nature. Surely this was beyond the perception of a mere mortal like himself. With a serious expression, he tucked it into the pouch of his golden-nosed mouse. Squeak, squeak. The golden-nosed mouse's cheeks bulged, its small eyes exhibiting a look of disdain, as if questioning what its master had just given it. Aemon raised an eyebrow in curiosity. A treasure capable of hastening growth should have elicited a response from the magic-sensitive mouse, yet it remained indifferent. Could it be? A realization struck him as he slapped the bed. The golden-nosed mouse was already an adult, rendering the fruit ineffective. The prerequisite for rapid growth is the presence of growth potential. Then a thought crossed his mind, igniting a spark of excitement. The body of a dragon continuously evolves, making it a perfect match for the Blood Source Fruit. With this revelation, he felt a surge of eagerness. On this outing, he had not ridden his mount, Vermithor, otherwise. He would have ensured that arrogant old dragon received a taste of this treasure. The following day, as the morning sun ascended, a gentle mist enveloped the azure sea, resembling a smooth mirror cloaked in fog. Yuhu, riding his white deer to the beach, Aemon gazed at a few small boats venturing into the water to catch fish. Having familiarized himself with the circumstances of the small fishing village, he was ready to depart. His intention was to return to the city of Stone, awaken Vermithor, and chase away the fish thieves plaguing the East Coast, thereby restoring the fisherman's livelihood. Your Highness, I left 2 golden dragons for that fisherman's family. Steve approached quietly, reporting on his task. Aemon smiled softly, feeling assured of the knight's loyalty. Creak! Suddenly, a sharp, high-pitched cry echoed from the sea, stirring the gentle mist into ripples. Aemon halted, grasping the reins tightly as he raised his gaze. Before him, a small wooden boat was returning, its net thrashing with dozens of silver fish. Whoosh! A pale gray dragon shadow flashed by, snatching a large fish that had fallen from the net, and with a powerful gust, it swiftly escaped. The speed and agility were unmistakable. This was a seasoned offender. Aemon clenched his jaw. The prince bore no grudges. Having long forgotten the days of repeated thefts of his catch, call the fisherman back. Do not disturb the wild dragon. Gray Shadow, Aemon commanded decisively, vowing to uphold the rights of his subjects. Dragonstone Island is home to 3 wild dragons, with Gray Shadow undoubtedly being the smallest and youngest among them. From what I observed, it measures approximately 6 to 7 meters in length. Perhaps due to its unfavorable living conditions, it often goes hungry, resulting in its slow development. Still within the juvenile stage. Indeed, Your Highness. Prince William stood tall, accompanied by 2 Valley knights to summon assistance. The prince's intent to drive away the wild dragon, including the White Knight, faced no dissent. After all, even the formidable Wormser succumbed to the prince's authority. A relatively docile young wild dragon should be easily manageable. Half an hour later, on the expansive beach, a fishing net lay spread out, teeming with hundreds of lively fish. The small fishing village remained eerily silent. With every door tightly shut, Aemon crouched behind a rock, vigilantly observing the shifting sea mist. He had fashioned a rudimentary dragon lure trap. As long as Gray Shadow was tempted by food, Aemon would be the first to detect its presence. Upon meeting, they could attempt communication. Aemon was confident he could guide the young dragon back to Dragonstone Island, preventing further troubles for the villagers. After a while, the thin mist over the sea gradually dissipated, and the sun shone brightly. Aemon began to doubt the feasibility of his plan after waiting for an extended period. Suddenly, from behind another rock on the shore, a pale gray dragonlet sprang forth. Aemon was taken aback, filled with questions. How did it manage to hide behind a rock as well? The distance between the 2 rocks was less than 100 meters. When had it sneaked past? With a flurry of movements, Gray Shadow hopped onto the fishing net. Fixated on the wriggling fish, unable to resist indulging itself, it had witnessed humans releasing the fish. Nevertheless, hunger prevailed, and it had to eat. A clever little thief. Aemon thought, I have finally caught you in the act. A smirk crept onto Aemon's face as he scrutinized the young thief. Its appearance was rather appealing, adorned with smooth, pale gray scales and an unusually elongated form, complemented by mist-like wings. A pair of delicate horns crowned its head, while its sharp claws and teeth gleamed white as porcelain. Although not extravagant, it was undeniably exquisite. Comparing its size, Aemon estimated it to be around 6 meters and boldly stepped out from behind the rocks. Gray Shadow, engrossed in its meal, was startled by the appearance of the silver-haired human. It flapped its wings, but hesitated to leave the confines of the fishing net. Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm. Aemon raised his hands, communicating in High Valerian, slowly advancing toward it. Gray Shadow's sapphire-hued, slitted pupils flickered as it clutched a large fish, cautiously retreating. It seemed to feel embarrassed, letting out a roar in defiance. Yet the fish slipped from its jaws. In a flurry, Gray Shadow quickly snatched up the fish again and tilted its head back to swallow it whole. You are quite hungry, are you not? Aemon continued his approach, picking up a fish that flopped upon the sandy gravel, resembling a dragon trader enticing a young dragon. Gray Shadow tilted its head, scrutinizing Aemon with a curious gaze. It appeared strangely familiar and edged closer, sniffing the air from a few meters away. Suddenly, a spark of recognition flashed in its sapphire eyes. It remembered, this human had once offered it fish in its youth. The Gray Shadow instantly felt at ease, burying itself in the feast of fish, appearing as though it had been ravenous for an eternity. Courage faltered when it was supposed to be bold, yet surged when it ought to have been timid. With a cunning smile, Aemon leapt forward in an instant. The sharp sound of surprise erupted from the Gray Shadow, taken aback by the sudden betrayal. You cannot escape, you wretched thief. Aemon swiftly moved in, wrapping his arms around the slender dragon's neck, employing a wrestling technique to bring it down. The poor gray shadow had no time to resist. With a powerful force, it crashed to the ground. The sharp cries echoed, and its wings and hind legs flailed desperately, stirring up clouds of sand while becoming ensnared in the fishing net. What a stroke of misfortune. Thief, your time is up. Aemon, possessing remarkable strength, grappled with the young dragon, surprisingly maintaining the upper hand. The gray shadow, though stronger, struggled to break free due to its lack of combat experience. In a panic, it screeched repeatedly, its claws ripping the net to shreds. The two engaged in a fierce contest, rolling and struggling on the beach, locked in a stalemate. 7 layers of hell. William and his companions watched from a distance, their jaws nearly dislocating in astonishment. Bound by the absence of a prince's command, they could only stamp their feet in frustration. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Aemon, with astonishing perseverance, held the slender neck of the dragon firmly down. The gray shadow emitted a sharp, explosive cry, its body twisting like a pretzel, yet it could not break free. The dragon's sole vulnerability lay in its eyes, as the rest of its body was shielded by scales. However, the neck was slender and comparatively weak. Whether young or fully grown, a dragon's neck bound by chains was a form of imprisonment. The gray shadow, in a state of panic, opened its mouth to unleash dragon fire. As the scorching orange flames began to rise, ready to burst forth, Aemon swiftly interjected, gripping the young dragon's jaw and forcefully stifling the flames. With a puff, the gray shadow, inexperienced and flustered, retracted its fire, only to emit a cloud of black smoke. Instantly, it wilted, its spirit diminished, collapsing to the ground as though utterly spent. Aemon, his heart as hard as iron, declared sternly, "Thief, you have been caught." Chapter 70. The abduction of the gray shadow from childhood. The enmity had been recorded. This time, it was finally captured, and delightful reward awaited. The gray shadow, with its pitiful demeanor and sapphire vertical pupils, gazed at the silver-haired human, bewildered by the reason for its capture. It had merely been foraging normally. "Cease your pretense of weakness, thief," Aemon exclaimed, his eyes narrowing as he imparted a lesson in High Balerion. Attempting to deceive him was futile. The gray shadow, resigned, lay flat on the sand, allowing itself to be restrained around the neck. It sensed the bloodline connection emanating from the other, and given their prior acquaintance, it knew it would not be harmed. There was no pain nor discomfort. Resisting was pointless, so it opted to endure the situation. After all, life in the hatching grounds was hardly pleasant. A grotesque, muddy dragon frequently chased it away, and the vicinity of the lively reefs often bore a terrifying stench. Each whiff sent shivers down its spine. Noticing the creature's cessation of resistance, Aemon was taken aback. Such lack of spirit? The gray shadow emitted a feeble croak, stretching its neck in pursuit of fish. Aemon furrowed his brow and gently released his grip. The restraints vanished, yet the gray shadow made no attempt to flee or hide. It merely stood up and began to consume fish voraciously. A large fish slid down its throat, and within moments, it devoured a significant portion. Clearly, it was starved. Aemon rolled his eyes, casually sitting on the ground. One could hardly assume the role of a dragon-slaying hero. Even a rabbit can bite when provoked, let alone a dragon. The gray shadow glanced at him, indifferent as it feasted, devouring fish with great speed. After enduring hunger for so long, what was wrong with eating a bit of fish? Aemon was utterly speechless, observing from the side. He contemplated warning the creature to return to Dragonstone, but reconsidered. Dragonstone was not a hospitable place, and the wild dragons had limited territory. According to dragon behavior, they typically did not wander aimlessly in the hatching grounds, exhibiting strong territorial instincts. The gray shadow had initially trailed him to the valley, indicating its miserable existence on Dragonstone. Perhaps it would be better for it to accompany him. A spark of inspiration ignited in Aemon's mind as he nudged the well-fed young dragon. The gray shadow drooped its wings and croaked a couple of times at a distance, uninterested in understanding. Aemon, however, was not one to relinquish the dragons so easily. Gritting his teeth, he returned to the rocky beach to find the golden-nosed mouse and retrieve the blood-source fruit exchanged the previous night. With a jolt, the gray shadow sprang up, as if it had caught a whiff of a delectable delicacy, scrambling to pursue Aemon in fear that the enticing aroma would vanish. Aemon, despite the pain, extended the blood source fruit, stating, "Stay in the valley. This is your reward." It could also be seen as a payment for your servitude. Confused and naive, the gray shadow swallowed the red fruit in one gulp, entirely oblivious to the concept of trade. However, upon consumption, a wave of warmth surged through its body, alleviating the long-standing hunger. The gray shadow's sapphire vertical pupils gleamed brightly as it nuzzled against the silver-haired human, seeking more sustenance. It seems you possess an appetite for fine things," Aemon remarked with a satisfied smile, scratching under the creature's chin. The gray shadow trembled, its spirit disoriented as it staggered, a pleasurable groan escaping its throat. Mastery of the 14 ancient techniques of dragon taming is not merely about commanding colossal dragons. It also encompasses the art of living harmoniously with them, winning their favor, a crucial element. Unable to withstand the strain, Aemon collapsed onto the ground, cradling the petite dragon head in his arms. Although feeding a blood fruit caused him heartache, he could not bear to part with the fruit, for it would not ensnare a wild dragon. Moreover, he discovered a pattern on the interface. Every item refreshed by a magical card possessed a probability of secondary refreshment. For instance, Constitution 1, as solid as a rock, and numerous exquisite weapons. Living beings, however, were an exception, as the golden-nosed rat was unique and had not refreshed a second time. The 500 points of precious blood fruit could be exchanged for Vermithor in the future. "Forgive me, my original partner," Aemon feigned regret, yet while holding the gray shadow, the corners of his mouth nearly betrayed his amusement. The principle of one person taming one dragon is a steadfast rule, yet it does not imply that one cannot command a second dragon. Much like the mother of dragons, Daenerys, who, besides her black dragon Drogon, had two others that would join her in battle, albeit with less obedience and coordination. Nevertheless, these minor issues paled in comparison to the combat potential of a single dragon. The gray shadow rested its jaw upon the thigh of the silver-haired human, its sapphire vertical pupils fixated on the youth's countenance, deeply imprinting the image of the silver-haired boy with purple eyes. Aemon felt a subtle connection, almost imperceptible, manifesting in the ether as he lowered his gaze to meet those blue vertical pupils. At that very moment, outside the city of Runestone, a colossal bronze dragon lay coiled on the ground, its massive head resting upon a grassy slope, its fiery breath surging with each inhalation and exhalation. Its vertical pupils closed in slumber, but suddenly the bronze dragon opened its eyes, fiery light flickering within its copper-hued pupils. With a roar that echoed like thunder, the furious bronze dragon surged upright. On that day, the inhabitants of Runestone could only hear the dragon's wrathful roar, followed by a volcanic eruption of copper flames streaking across the sky. Meanwhile, Aemon furrowed his brow, retracting his gaze. The gray shadow's vertical pupils contracted, the image of the silver-haired boy vanishing instantaneously, the entire dragon shrieking in alarm. Just moments ago, it had perceived the reflection of a bronze dragon within those purple eyes, a creature larger than a mud dragon, akin to a volcano poised to erupt at any moment. Perpetually brimming with rage, the gray shadow recoiled, freeing itself from the embrace of the silver-haired human. The other had a dragon. Amused yet perplexed, Aemon remarked, "You wish to forge a bond with me? How audacious! This thieving little creature is no fool." Each meal was savored, portioned with precision. It mattered not if the bond was unsuccessful. The willingness to accompany him was sufficient. Activating the interface, a notification chimed, discovered a creature imbued with special magic, earning 100 points of essence. He opened his personal panel. Aemon Targaryen, talent, dreamer, gold, bloodline. Ancient Valyrian Dragon King, 36. 5. Skills, binding spell remnant, expert. Archery, perfect accuracy. Sleight of hand, proficient. Magic cards, sturdy blue, rock solid, intermediate, purple. King's aura, purple. Equipment, dual Valyrian daggers, sapphire amulet. 2-3. Pets, golden-nosed mouse, blue. White deer, mythical beast. Evaluation, steady enhancement of bloodline, preliminary mastery of dragon taming techniques. Emir 2. 5 increase in bloodline purity? Aemon was astonished, pondering the reason behind it. He glanced at the petite gray shadow, which was nowhere near as imposing as when he first encountered Caraxes. Aemon mused, could it be that the dragon is too small? A juvenile dragon can only match half the strength of an adult dragon. Upon reflection, this seemed quite plausible. Perhaps it was for the best, as it dispelled his thoughts of venturing to Dragonstone to interact with juvenile dragons. He would wait a while longer. Aemon sighed with a hint of regret, feeling somewhat at a loss. Who knows how many years it would take until young Yang could tame a dragon? Hiss, gray shadow observed curiously, attempting to approach but hesitating, appearing timid and meek. 3 days later, at the westernmost point of the eastern continent, adjacent to the Mingwen mountain range, charge! Aemon rode upon the white deer, leading the Valley Knights at full gallop. Having departed from the small fishing village a few days earlier, he first surveyed the fertile lands to the south, where numerous villages of various sizes thrived, along with a large market and 3 mills. The populace cultivated barley and beets in abundance, sufficient to supply the entire territory of Shurfeng City. Upon nearing Seagull town, he altered his course westward. To the southwest, the mountains rose high and rivers flowed long, with ample pastures. The residents cultivated soybeans and potatoes, each household tending to some cattle and sheep. Subsequently, he headed north once more, arriving at the northwestern region bordering the Mingwen mountain range. Here, the land was vast and the population sparse, with many fields and streams. However, due to the considerable distance from Shurfeng City, this area frequently fell victim to raids from the mountain clans, resulting in a notably low population density. Along the way, the villages were few and far between. Chapter 71. The open pit coal mine. Gazing westward at the towering mountains, a group of travelers reined in their steeds and paused for respite against the rugged terrain. Nearby, a crystal-clear stream flowed, where Aemon led a white deer to quench its thirst. To the northwest lay a truly secluded region. As Aemon surveyed the mountains, he could not help but express his thoughts. The eastern promontory resembled an egg extending from the Mingwen mountain range, winding a considerable distance in all directions. This indeed attested to the formidable power of the Royce family. Most noble domains consist of a central castle and a few scattered enclaves. In common parlance, enclaves refer to territories that do not share a border. The Royce family, however, did not adhere to the notion of enclaves, firmly occupying 90% of the land in the eastern promontory and relegating the similarly grand Seagull family to a mere corner. The only families that could rival theirs in territory were the great nobles of Hajien and Huan. Within the valleys, only the Eagle's Nest, guarding the Eileen Valley, could surpass them. Was I to establish myself in the southwest? Aemon furrowed his brow, recalling the scenes he had encountered along the way. The vast expanse of land, sparsely populated, indicated an abundance of territory but a lack of cultivation. Furthermore, the southwest ultimately belonged to the territory of the Sigil Stone, bearing the emblem of the Royce family. The land he sought should be genuinely independent, free from the Targaryen family, and even more so from the Royce family. To amalgamate the strengths of both families would be to forge his own foundation. Softly, the white deer nuzzled him, lowering its head to beckon him to mount. Thank you, dear white, Aemon smiled, affectionately ruffling the deer's mane. Very well, if the southwest was not an option, he would draw closer to the Mingwen mountain range. There must be unclaimed lands there. The escorting squadron, also allowing their horses to drink, observed the prince mount the white deer and prepare to ride. No need for trouble. I shall follow, Gonsal asserted, firmly pressing the white knight down and swiftly mounting his black steed. His deep voice brooked no refusal. A quarter of an hour later, Aemon rode the white deer to the foot of the undulating mountains. Curiously, the surrounding peaks were stark and barren, a stark contrast to the verdant hills typical of the valleys. Something felt amiss. Aemon scanned the horizon, urging the deer to venture closer. Ahead lay a range of mountains stretching north to south, resembling a towering wall that divided the eastern promontory from the Eileen Valley. Crack! The white deer stepped forward, its hooves shattering an irregular black stone. Aemon cast a casual glance, but his gaze was instantly captivated. This was Cole, hesitant to believe his eyes. He hurriedly dismounted and picked up the black fragments. As he squeezed them in his hand, they crumbled into finer bits. His fingertips were dusted with the remnants, which resembled the soot at the bottom of a pot. A sudden smile broke across his face as he brought his hand to his nose and inhaled deeply. Indeed, a distinct scent of coal permeated the air. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, Aemon strode about, invigorated with purpose. If more coal existed here, it would signify the presence of a coal mine. Moreover, the coal exposed on a mountainside indicated an open-pit coal mine. The climate of Westeros is notoriously variable, often rife with the chill of winter. Especially in Wangling, the Valley, and the northern region, heavy snowfall occurs year after year. If this were indeed a coal mine, it would be a stroke of fortune. Aemon took a sharp breath, his face flushed with excitement. At the foot of the mountain, he rummaged about like a miner searching for stones. Fortunately, he discovered a considerable amount of coal, all in irregular shapes, buried beneath the rocky soil. Gonsal soon arrived, only to find the prince grinning foolishly while holding a pair of black stones. His violet eyes sparkled with brilliance. "Come and see, is this not coal?" Aemon waved his hand repeatedly, feeling somewhat uncertain in his heart. However, Gonsal casually picked up a piece, crushed it, and chewed it for a moment before confirming, "Indeed, it is coal, with a distinctly bitter odor." Having said this, he spat it out. Aemon was taken aback, thinking to himself how bold Gonsal was. Yet, the joy he felt outweighed any apprehension. Coal is coal, though it is referred to differently in the continent of Westeros. "Your Highness, there is plenty of this stuff in Raven's Ridge. It can provide warmth during the winter," Gonsal remarked, his brow furrowing as he cautioned. "However, the smoke from this substance is toxic. Unless firewood is scarce, no one would use it." Upon hearing this, Aemon felt even more elated. The fact that it could be burned was indeed favorable. The use of fireplaces is common in Westeros, where wood is typically burned. Unprocessed coal can indeed lead to carbon monoxide poisoning. Since no one has studied this material, its value remains unknown. Intellectual property monopoly. Surprised and delighted, Aemon inquired, "Gonsal, did you say this place is called Raven's Ridge?" He suddenly felt he had located his territory. Gonsal, straightforward yet astute, pointed towards the area behind Raven's Ridge and stated earnestly, "If you wish to expand your territory, Raven's Ridge can only serve as a barrier. The true domain lies deeper within the mountains." "Oh, why is that?" Aemon wondered, sensing that Gonsal seemed well prepared. "Because it once belonged to the Royce family and perfectly meets your requirements," Gonsal replied directly, not beating around the bush. Before leaving, Lady Leia had instructed him that if Aemon reached Raven's Ridge and intended to expand his territory, he should inform Gonsal fully. The Moonlight Mountain Range separates the Eyrie from the eastern continent. However, the terrain is complex, forming a valley within the mountains. After crossing the perilous Raven's Ridge, one can access this unclaimed land. The rugged path through this mountain valley is the essential route from Searstone to the Eyrie. Once upon a time, it served as a forward outpost for the Royce family ruling over the Moonlight Mountains. After hearing this, Aemon felt a warm current flowing through him, chuckling lightly. "Since my mother was already prepared, shall we take a look inside?" A new territory on the verge of acquisition certainly deserves meticulous inspection. Gonsal pondered for a moment, glancing at the sky, which was still early, and said, "The Moonlight Mountain Range is home to many Highland clans. If we lead the Valley Knights in, we can return within the night after covering a distance of 50 miles. The distance to cross Raven's Ridge is indeed 50 miles. Aemon replied, "No need for everyone. Just 2 squads of 20 will suffice. Traveling light would facilitate a quicker round trip." Gonsal furrowed his brow, finding this approach rather precarious. "Do you believe there is danger?" A faint smile graced Aemon's lips as he raised his gaze to the sky, shrouded in mist. Gonsal, opting for silence, turned his attention back to summoning assistance. The brook murmured nearby. In less than 10 minutes, the escort team, accompanied by 2 squadrons of the Valley Knights, arrived. "Your Highness, there is a missive from King's Landing." Steve's expression was grave as he handed over a letter. It had been brought by a raven, a messenger reared jointly by the princess and the prince. Aemon's countenance shifted to one of perplexity. What could Rhaenyra possibly want? As he broke the seal, his bewilderment deepened. It was not a letter from Rhaenyra, but rather a communication from his uncle, Viserys. The letter stated that Rhaenyra had turned 16, and it was time to discuss her marital prospects. He hoped that Aemon would return to the Red Keep to deliberate on the matter. They still entertained the notion of me as a child groom. Aemon mused bitterly to himself. Just a few days after leaving King's Landing, they were so eager to summon him back, intertwining his fate with Rhaenyra's marriage as if to ensnare him with familial bonds and alliances. Chapter 72. The Mountain Clan setting off first. Matters of trust would be addressed later. Aemon grinned, casting his worries aside. Rhaenyra would not enter in a marriage lightly. The urgency displayed by his uncle signified a desperate attempt to consolidate his influence, stabilizing the tumultuous court and filling the vacant seats of power. Let him hurry. Aemon still needed to expand his territory and seize the moment to strengthen his authority. Go on, commanded the prince, and the small contingent promptly set off. The Raven's Ridge stretched hundreds of miles, fraught with rugged paths. A group of riders traversed the terrain. 50 miles would be covered swiftly. Behold, the white deer leaped 7 or 8 meters, gracefully navigating the winding trail. Aemon observed keenly. This path was unexpectedly suitable, wide enough for 2 carts to pass side by side. However, once a wagon entered, it would likely become ensnared. Yet, for horseback riders, a group of 5 or 6 Valley Knights could easily traverse it together. Every year, we journey to visit Eagle's Nest Castle by this route. Gonsal galloped ahead, reporting, the path remains insufficiently wide and level. Should a large army proceed, the line would stretch excessively. The implication struck Aemon immediately. In military maneuvers, an elongated formation was the gravest error, as the front and rear could not support each other. Nestled among the mountains, this path was ideal for ambushes. A notorious example was the former Duke of Eagle's Nest Castle, who, along with his heir, fell victim to a trap laid by the Mountain Clan, nearly leading to the downfall of House Arryn. It was only thanks to his maternal uncle, Jobert Royce, that the 3-year-old Jenny Arryn was elevated to power, preserving the last vestige of the Arryn bloodline. Aemon's mind raced, and he resolved, after expanding his territory, the first step would be to construct roads. Noon. The sun shone brightly. A gentle breeze caressed the land. Aemon reined in the reins, halting the white deer upon a vast expanse of grassland. Beyond the Raven's Ridge, the world opened up magnificently. By the gods! Sir Steve surveyed the surroundings, astonished. Within the Moonlight Mountains lay such fertile land. The group gazed out. Behind the barren hills of Raven's Ridge unfolded a landscape crisscrossed by streams and meadows. The terrain was relatively flat, devoid of significant undulations, stretching endlessly before them. Aemon inhaled deeply, filled with the rich scent of earth. The white deer lifted its hooves, treading upon the black soil. Indeed, black earth. Aemon could hardly contain his astonishment. One must understand, across the entirety of Westeros, only the Vale of Arryn boasted such black soil. The Riverlands, even the most fertile regions of the Reach, lacked this prized earth. My prince, there lies another mountain ahead. We must traverse it to glimpse the bounds of the Vale of Arryn, Gonsal remarked, his expression grave as he outlined the terrain. Between the Vale and the eastern edge, 3 mountain ranges stood. Beyond Raven's Ridge lay a smaller ridge that once served as a lookout, followed by the true protective main range of the Moonlight Mountains. Upon hearing this, Aemon's heart raced with anticipation, and he promptly resolved to press onward, eager to heed Gonsal's words. Within the river valley, which stretches 300 miles from north to south and 100 miles from east to west, its overall shape is elliptical. After traversing another 30 miles, one can behold the second small mountain range, and then gaze upon the true main branch of the Minua mountain range. The group promptly set out, crossing meadows and streams. Aemon slowed his pace, deliberately observing the surroundings. This area is known as the River Valley, where a long river flows from the gorge into the interior, creating a labyrinthine landscape of intersecting valleys. After another half-hour of jostling, Aemon caught sight of a lush, undulating mountain range in the distance. This was once referred to as the Green Ridge, reputed to house a felled fish, which originally belonged to the children of the forest. Ganser, taking a swig from his water pouch, spoke as he drank, water trickling down his chin. Aemon listened attentively, though he was not particularly intrigued by tales of the children of the forest, which were mere stories from millennia past. After the ancestors arrived on the continent of Westeros, the children of the forest and the giants were relentlessly driven away. Subsequently, the Bronze Kings of the Royce family also became vassals of the Arryns. As dusk approached, we shall circle around the Green Ridge. The mountain range lay before them, and Aemon felt compelled to investigate. The Raven's Ridge houses an open coal mine. Perhaps the Green Ridge harbors resources as well. It is all stone. Once there was marble, but it has been entirely depleted, Gonsal reminded earnestly. Marble, known for its durability, serves as an exceptional material for constructing castles. Regrettably, the valley lacks marble, necessitating costly external procurement. Upon hearing this, Aemon became even more enthusiastic. A stone mine is still a mine, and stones are indispensable for building cities and towns. The prince was resolute, his companions willingly accompanying him into danger. Soon, they arrived beneath the Green Ridge. Aemon, riding his white deer, scanned the surroundings and indeed observed numerous quarries left by stone extraction, now overgrown with weeds. Beyond that lay the heart of the river valley. Aemon halted beside the spacious avenue adjacent to the Green Ridge, where to the west he could see a stretch of fertile land as well as the towering mountains that stood guard before the Arryn Vale. A splendid position indeed, effectively blocking the Arryn Vale's entry into the river valley. Aemon's thoughts whirled, contemplating that the majestic mountains also represented a geographical advantage. Should one seize the heights, they could advance into the Arryn Vale or retreat to Stonehearth. The river valley served as a transit station. Lost in thought, Aemon became momentarily entranced. Suddenly, a dark arrow shot down from above, its iron tip aimed directly at the back of his silver-haired head. "Prince, watch out!" Steve exclaimed in alarm, realizing too late that he could not reach him in time. Aemon furrowed his brow slightly, swiftly taking action. With a clang, he drew his sword from his waist, the bronze hue flashing momentarily as the blade severed the rough feathered arrow. "Protect the prince." Steve rode in front of him, drawing his sword and scanning the surroundings warily. The Valley Knights unsheathed their shields, forming a protective circle around them. Aemon, turning to retrieve the arrow, keenly noted its shoddy craftsmanship, frowning. Low-grade goods from the mountain clan. He then glanced at the iron arrowhead lodged in the grass, noting its sharpness. Could it be that the mountain clan's forging skills were not to be underestimated? Aemon, with his agile mind, lifted his gaze towards the direction from which the hidden arrows were launched. Above on the Green Ridge lay a dense thicket of mining pits. Suddenly, he spotted a group of figures clad in animal skins swiftly advancing down the mountain. On high alert, it was the Highland clan. Gonsal, the esteemed instructor from the Runestone city, promptly mobilized the troops to counter the threat. A thunderous roar echoed as the enemy approached head-on. The Valley Knights shifted their formation, preparing for a charge. Kill. Eliminate these valley dwellers and seize their iron tools. The Highland clan surged downwards, each member robust and wielding crude weapons. A rough estimate revealed no fewer than several hundred. Which tribe could this be? Aemon remained remarkably composed as he rode forth on his white deer. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Having found a new territory, he was bound to face fresh challenges. It was the Fire Blacksmith tribe, a medium-sized clan from the Mingwa mountain range. Gansal's gaze sharpened, if his eyes did not deceive him. The faces of these Highland clansmen bore tattoos of flames or hammers, each marked by burns and scars. With a grave expression, Gonsal inquired, "Your Highness, should we retreat? We only have 20 Valley Knights, and we are at numerical disadvantage. Should it come to a fight, the young prince may find himself in peril. What do you think?" Aemon cast him a sidelong glance, urging his white deer to leap forward, positioning himself before the Valley Knights. They looked up at the youthful prince, whose boyish face belied the absence of a dragon to ride. To them, he was merely a 12-year-old boy, potentially overwhelmed by the savage Highland clansmen. Yet, he was not daunted. "Valley Knights," Aemon declared with unwavering resolve, drawing his bronze sword high above his head, his voice resonating like thunder. "Charge with me. To achieve greatness, one must not retreat in the face of adversity." With that, the young prince spurred his steed. the white deer leaping boldly into the fray against the hundreds of fierce Highland clansmen leading the charge. Note: the following text appears to be unrelated promotional content and is therefore omitted. With heartfelt sentiments, I express my gratitude for your support as I embark on this new venture. My previous work, Game of Thrones, I became a temporary prince, had a promising beginning but faltered as it progressed, ultimately culminating in a disappointing conclusion. I apologize to all my readers for my shortcomings. As I reflect on my journey, I was once a struggling author who, at 18, veered off course and penned 2 unsuccessful fantasy novels. As I matured, I yearned to reclaim my writing passion. After several attempts at original fantasy works, I faced setbacks in securing publishing agreements. In a moment of despair, I stumbled upon short videos of the TV series House of the Dragon, and I was profoundly captivated by the dragons depicted within. Driven by a sense of urgency akin to a desperate search for a cure, I penned my previous light novel-inspired fanfiction. Oh heavens! To my astonishment, it somehow reached the Sanjiang ranking, which seems utterly unjust. Is it truly my talent that shines in the realm of fan literature? Given the success of my last work, I had hoped that this new endeavor, A Song of Ice and Fire, the King of Bronze and Fire, would similarly ascend to the Sanjiang heights and be gracefully published. Alas, I was sorely mistaken. No Sanjiang, no strong recommendations. With only a week remaining for a 4th round of minor promotions, I must hastily prepare for publication. Otherwise, I shall face the prospect of launching with nothing but bare essentials. Oh dear! However, I, Jojo, am a resilient and courageous spirit, unwavering in my pursuits. With no one to support my lofty aspirations, I shall tread my own path through the snow. Forget about the doors. Let us proceed as we must. It is time to publish and collect the subscriptions from my dear friends. Today I vow: 1. To diligently update and never abandon my work. 2. To launch with an explosive 10 chapters. 3. To feature multiple heroines, avoiding tragic outcomes. 4. To ensure quality, steering clear of superficial writing. 5. To guarantee a minimum of 3 chapters daily, depending on word count, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. 6. To steadfastly maintain my commitment to writing, never forgetting the passion that drives an author. Very well, let us celebrate the publication and seek an initial subscription. Remember, the first subscription, please. Chapter 1. The Wrath of Bronze Descends. Aemon remained as tranquil as still water, his gaze imbued solely with the chill of enmity. He was a Targaryen, born of bronze and fire. Outnumbered, he nonetheless led the charge. The melodious cry of the white deer resonated, its form agile as it surged into the throng. Together, man and deer, they faced the fray unflinchingly. This spectacle ignited a fervor within the hearts of the Valley Knights, a rush of blood surging to their heads. Though the valley was secluded and antiquated, it steadfastly upheld the chivalric spirit. A leader who dared to strike was akin to a living beacon. Ganser's expression darkened as he seized the standard, raising it high with a fervent cry: "Bronze and fire!" The banner, adorned with bronze runes and 3-headed red dragons, rustled ominously, as if countless streams of molten bronze flowed forth, heralding the emergence of roaring dragons. Bronze and fire! The faces of the 20 Valley Knights flushed crimson, entirely forgetting their numerical disadvantage as they bellowed and charged forth. Their oak shields, equivalent to the size of a war banner, were raised high, complemented by their lances, forming a torrent of steel. Though merely 20 in number, they surged forth with the might of 1,000. Ahead, the white deer had already plunged into the fray. The cry echoed. Its grand antlers swung like mighty pendulums, clearing a path through the enemy ranks with sheer force. Aemon narrowed his eyes, wielding his bronze sword with precision, severing the heads of those who dared to obstruct him. Capture him. He is the leader of the Valley folk. The Highland clan, no fools, immediately set their sights on the striking youth with silver hair and violet eyes. The white deer barreled through, leaving a trail of adversaries in its wake. The battle intensified in an instant. Out of the way, scum! Aemon darted left and right, his sword slicing through one neck, then plunging into another's chest with astonishing speed, as swift as lightning. Blood blossomed in his wake. Charge! The Valley Knights raced forward, forming a triangular formation behind the prince, piercing the enemy ranks like blades. Thunderous roars. Despite the Highland clan numbering in the hundreds, their ranks were utterly disordered. Aemon, a lone rider, surged forward with overwhelming ferocity, tracing a semicircular path. The 20 Valley Knights followed closely, their hooves forging a bloody trail. Block their advance. The Highland clan, unarmored and on foot, could not withstand the cavalry's charge, scattering in disarray. Quick, fire the arrows! A voice cried out in terror, urging the tribesmen to resist. Over 100 individuals drew bows of varying quality, aiming skyward. Instantly, arrows rained down. Among the Valley Knights were the stalwart Gonsal and the skilled duo of Steve and William, their charge unassailable. As arrows were loosed, they raised their shields. Alas! In the aftermath of the rain of arrows, one Valley Knight found his steed ensnared, his shield failing to deflect the onslaught. In an instant, he fell victim to the volley. Aemon turned at the sound, his expression darkening with fury. Just then, the clouds roiled ominously on the horizon, revealing a pale, gray dragon silhouette. The stolen gray shadow had never truly left. Hiss! The gray shadow, with slitted pupils, focused on Aemon, soaring above the Highland clan, unleashing a torrent of searing dragon fire. The flames, of vivid orange, took the form of fiery sphere, as the fury accumulated deep within his throat. The dragon's fireball grew larger until it reached 1/2 meter in diameter before being unleashed. With a thunderous roar, the Highland clan was about to charge at the white deer when the dragon's fireball struck them directly. An explosion erupted, sending billowing clouds of smoke into the air, accompanied by piercing cries of despair. Aemon glanced upward in astonishment. The diminutive gray shadow was surprisingly potent, defying his assumption that its talents were solely devoted to stealth. The dragon had arrived. Let the charge commence. William, mingling among the ranks, watched the sudden appearance of the pale gray hatchling and shouted with uncontainable excitement. This very cry ignited the valiant spirit of the Valley Knights, who, upon witnessing the dragon's entry into the fray, resolved to stand firm against overwhelming odds. Screech! The gray shadow, more exhilarated than its comrades, relished the thrill of overpowering the weak and boldly unleashed fireballs, targeting the densest clusters of foes, resulting in a series of explosions. Well done, you audacious little dragon! Aemon laughed heartily, feeling invigorated by the charge. With his resolve as solid as rock, he felt impervious to blades. The ground beneath his feet was his newly designated territory, and this band of Highlanders had trespassed upon it, truly a crime deserving of death. The white deer let out a resonant cry and charged into the throng, using its antlers to impale several foes. Aemon, swift and deft, wielded his bronze sword like the wind. With a swift motion, severed heads flew, painting the air with a crimson cascade. The headless bodies fell about, as the partnership of man and deer struck with the force of a hammer, shattering the enemy's illusions. Charge with me, Aemon bellowed, leading a one-sided massacre. Flee quickly! With the dual pressure of the young prince and the gray shadow, the Highland clan, filled with dread, began to scatter in disarray. Within moments, the ground was littered with corpses. The remnants of the Highlanders sought refuge in the Green Ridge, hoping to escape through the forest. My prince, the cavalry cannot ascend the mountain, Steve remarked solemnly, blood dripping from his white robe. This usually gentle knight revealed astonishing prowess in battle. Wait, Aemon shouted, preventing the fervent Valley Knights from dismounting in pursuit. Screech! The gray shadow glided low, its fireballs diminishing in size, visibly fatigued. Aemon furrowed his brow, noting the hatchling's small stature. A 6-meter dragon could not bear a rider into the skies. Suddenly, Aemon felt a shiver run down his spine as an ominous presence loomed. Boom! The clouds surged violently, and a colossal figure dove downward, breaking through the thick cloud cover. As its true form became apparent, the dark golden bronze scales gleamed, eclipsing the sun's light. Screech! Vomisal's piercing eyes shone fiercely as its mighty wings enveloped the sprawling green ridge, lowering its head to unleash a torrent of fierce dragon fire. The flames glimmered like molten rock, cascading down upon the heads of the Highland clan. Ah! The dreadful screams echoed, as dozens were reduced to charred ashes. Excess dragon fire rained down upon the mountainside, incinerating flora and fauna, which, when caught by the wind, turned to gray-black ash. Vermithor, Aemon's eyes sparkled with joy as he realized his earlier intuition had been correct. The dragon had come to protect its master. With a thunderous roar, Vermithor unleashed a torrent of gleaming dragon fire upon the fleeing crowd, herding them back like frightened ducks. Block their escape, Aemon commanded decisively, leading the charge to intercept the retreat of the Highland clan. With a resounding crash, Vermithor descended gracefully, her massive hind feet creating a deep crater, her colossal form akin to a small mountain. Without hesitation, Aemon dismounted the white deer and ascended the rope ladder to the dragon's back. In the distance, the gray shadows panicked and cried out, flapping their wings to escape. Vermithor cast a sidelong glance, her presence exuding an air of regal authority, as if a king surveying his subjects. Fly! Aemon observed everything intently, swiftly issuing commands. He had already deduced the source of their discomfort, but that was of little consequence. Their priority was to annihilate the Highland clan. With another fierce roar, Vermithor launched into the air, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire upon the fleeing masses. This time, the fury was unparalleled. The copper-hued flames arced gracefully, cascading down upon the Highland clan like a careless stroke of ink. A pungent white smoke billowed forth, leaving nothing but charred remains. All that remained were inconspicuous heaps of gray-black ash, heralding the arrival of doom. Today's update concludes here. Chapter 2. The Dance of the Twin Dragons. Vermithor glided low, its pair of brown wings enveloping the undulating green hills for miles. The dragon's flame, akin to molten copper, poured forth with reckless abandon, casting a hellish glow upon the earth. The mountain clan found itself with no avenue for retreat. With a chilling screech, the bronze dragon loomed, and the shadowy figure, eyes wide with terror, curled into a ball like a frightened quail within the stone quarry. It was truly formidable. This aged dragon, reeking of copper rust, was far mightier than the grotesque mud dragon, an entity tenfold stronger. Even its foul-smelling master could not rival its terrifying presence. The shadowy figure clasped its wings around its head, trembling in fear. If the dragon instilled such dread, how could mere mortals hope to withstand it? The Valley knights stood in stunned silence, struggling to control their terrified steeds, utterly forgetting their coordinated efforts to encircle and capture. As soldiers of a peaceful era, they had never engaged in formal warfare. Their knowledge of dragons might have been passed down through generations, tales recounted by the elders. It was widely known that His Highness, in his youth, had tamed the wrath of the bronze dragon, heralding a remarkable surge in their family's power throughout the entire Stone City. Today, witnessing the dragon's annihilating force, they truly comprehended the heights of that newfound strength, loftier than even the eagle's nest atop the giant's spear. With a thunderous roar, Vermithor ascended into the skies, its wings stirring the winds, uprooting bushes and shattering rocks with the sweep of its colossal tail. Aemon, gripping the hilt tightly, surveyed the land from above, where flames erupted below. As evening descended, Vermithor coiled atop the green hills, lazily closing its eyes in a feigned slumber. Someone watched in secret, nervously swallowing. Beneath the bronze dragon lay a charred expanse, the remnants of the once vibrant greenery reduced to ashes, a testament to its unparalleled power. Have you gleaned the details? Aemon ignited a campfire beside a dry creek. Steve replied candidly. They're the mountain clan of the Fire Craftsmen, a medium-sized tribe of 2,300, with 467 currently wandering and hunting. The Fire Craftsmen, though not prominent among the mountain clans, held significant weight within their ranks. Like many descendants of the ancients, they revered bronze first and flame second. Skilled in the art of weapon forging through fire, the tribe took pride in their burn scars, hence the name Fire Craftsmen. Aemon glanced up, furrowing his brow. How many remain? Not far off, dozens of weary soldiers knelt in despair. Steve responded, 74. Under the dragon's flames, the casualties were devastating. Upon hearing this, Aemon's frown deepened. Such valuable labor is wasted. My prince, they are willing to pledge their loyalty to you to atone for their transgressions. William rushed over, sweat streaming down his face. Aemon commanded, bring them forth. Yes. Soon, 74 trembling members of the fire craftsmen approached cautiously. How many of your kin survive? Aemon's voice rose in intensity. Over 1,900, an elder of the fire craftsmen replied, unable to conceal the truth. There are more than 400 men. The rest are the elderly, the weak, and women and children. Aemon nodded slightly, unwilling to engage in further pleasantries. Pledge your loyalty to me, or choose the dragon's flame. A tribe of 1,000 held significant potential for subjugation. The Gaoshan clan, in essence, consists of descendants of the ancients. Those who refused to bow before the invaders during the Undul incursion. The Royce family also traces its lineage to these early progenitors, possessing a significant portion of ancestral blood. While the construction of cities and towns may appear straightforward, the challenge of a substantial population base cannot be overlooked. Is this not a call to labor? Thud! Thud! 74 members of the blacksmith tribe knelt in reverence, exclaiming, O fire god, we pledge our allegiance to you. They revered bronze and fire, steadfast in their belief in the might of iron. Today, upon witnessing the great dragon, they were awestruck, as if beholding a divine being. Upon hearing their words, Aemon was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. William stepped forward, ingratiatingly declaring, It is not the fire god. It is the Dragon King. His voice boomed, overshadowing the crowd. The blacksmiths exchanged glances before bowing once more, proclaiming, Noble Dragon King. Aemon rose and surveyed the scene, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. The labor camp number 1 had been established. Keep a watchful eye on them, and send 2 back to inform the entire blacksmith tribe to descend and submit. Aemon instructed before turning to ascend Green Ridge. Where are you headed? Steve inquired. Beyond the mountains, Aemon replied, brimming with vitality, intent on surveying his new domain atop his dragon. Roar! Vermithor opened its slit pupils, displaying a hint of impatience as it chewed slowly. As Aemon climbed the rope ladder, he noted the ash-gray rock fragments in the dragon's maw, remnants of the deceased. You've been rather unpicky. It must have been a hardship for you, Aemon chuckled, harboring no feelings of discontent. A dragon, after all, consumes whatever it desires. The larger the dragon, the greater its appetite. Vermithor required the sustenance of numerous sheep to feel satiated. When allowed to feast freely, it could consume even more. Fortunately, larger dragons also possess a slower digestion rate, allowing them to go weeks without hunger. Otherwise, the Targaryen family would find it quite impossible to sustain such colossal creatures. Roar! Vermithor cast a sidelong glance at its rider before leaping from the edge of Green Ridge. Having been apart for several days, it still remembered the inexplicable ire from days prior. Was this not an invitation for confrontation? Aemon felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow as he sheepishly wiped it away. Thankfully, he had managed to satiate this ancient dragon. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to placate. Squeak! The gray shadow, hidden in the corner, observed the silver-haired youth soar into the distance, tumbling out and flapping its wings to take flight. That was a long-term source of sustenance. It could not afford to lose track. Gathering all its strength, it chased after the dragon's tail. Roar! Vermithor let out a low growl, its peripheral vision catching sight of the pale gray hatchling, its throat swelling with impending dragon fire. No, not the dragon fire! Aemon exclaimed in alarm, hastily calming the creature's rising emotions. Vermithor shook its body, its brown wings slicing through the clouds, ultimately granting favor to its rider. Squeak! The gray shadow's cries were high-pitched as it struggled to keep pace, resembling a small moth clinging to the tail of the bronze dragon. Aemon felt the gentle breeze on his face and turned to behold the comical sight of the gray shadow, unable to suppress his laughter. The disparity in size was simply too great. The Vermithor measures approximately 85 meters, having grown slightly larger compared to 4 years ago. In contrast, the gray shadow stands at a mere 6 meters. The disparity in their sizes is nearly 16-fold. Nevertheless, the gray shadow tirelessly strives to keep pace. As the sun sets, The horizon is adorned with brilliant crimson clouds. Aemon, guiding the Vermithor, traverses several dozen miles and arrives at the main ridge of the Mingwe mountain range. The majestic mountains stretch for hundreds of miles to the north and south, corresponding to the Raven Ridge from whence he came. Among them, the tallest peak pierces the clouds like a long spear, a formidable natural barrier. Aemon gazes in awe, surveying the terrain below. At the foot of the towering mountains lies a vast expanse, adjacent to a large lake blanketed in green duckweed. The lake's surface remains tranquil, reflecting the hues of red and green under the setting sun. A flock of black swans glides across the water, creating gentle ripples as they dip their heads to fish and play. With a thunderous roar, the Vermithor, accustomed to its dominance, circles majestically around the towering mountains, startling the black swans into flight against the backdrop of the sunset. "Quiet, Vermithor!" Aemon exclaims, somewhat exasperated, reprimanding the ancient dragon. The Vermithor snorts heavily, retracting its expansive wings, and descends upon the mountain's peak. The gray shadow hastily arrives, collapsing halfway up the mountain. Aemon chuckles softly, gazing down at the undulating hills, a surge of pride swelling within him. To stand atop the pinnacle is to behold all lesser mountains. "Look over there, that is the Eileen Valley." Aemon pats the bronze scales of the Vermithor, peering at the vast land across the mountain. Its expanse surpasses that of the entire eastern landscape, rendering it indistinguishable as a valley. With evident impatience, the Vermithor regards the scene with its cold, copper-bright eyes, indifferent to the landscape. Aemon's gaze sharpens, and he murmurs to himself, "If we can develop the river valley, connecting Eileen Valley with the eastern landscape, the crops from a valley could be exported through Seagull town. Establishing a transit trade town would generate enough tax revenue to support a formidable army, without resorting to warfare. This alone could yield vast wealth." And if today's second update, chapter concluded. Chapter 3. Lady Leia's marriage proposal the following day. In the skies above Fushur City, a colossal bronze dragon gracefully circled before descending outside the city walls. "Thank you, my friend," Aemon said with a broad smile as he carefully dismounted from the dragon's back. Gore. Vermithor let out a low growl, turning to coil up. Just yesterday, it had feasted and was now demanding repayment from its rider. Aemon, attuned to the creature's sentiments, found his smile fading. Truly, it was akin to a stone in a latrine, its temperament foul and unyielding. How did my great-grandfather endure your presence? It was indeed perplexing. Gore. With a menacing gaze, Vermithor nudged Aemon with its head, expressing its dissatisfaction. Aemon staggered from the dragon's impact, nearly losing his footing. Not only was its temper ill, but its strength was formidable as well. "Enough, I shall not stoop to your level," Aemon sighed, rubbing his forehead, muttering under his breath. "One day, I shall awaken your mate from Dragon Mountain to remedy your foul temper. A pair of companion dragons, torn asunder, perhaps you blame me for that." In the spacious hall, Aemon sat comfortably in a chair, savoring a cup of warm milk. His mother, Lady Leia, was still out hunting and had just sent word. "Your Highness, I have brought the golden wine from Qingting Island," Johanna announced, standing beside him, a silver wine jug resting on her tray. "Oh, golden wine?" Aemon inquired with curiosity. Johanna smiled subtly as she poured the wine for him, a fine vintage sent by the king, difficult to procure elsewhere. The clear liquid cascaded forth, clinging to the sides of the glass, shimmering like liquid gold and exuding an enticing aroma. Aemon inhaled deeply and offered his approval. "Ah, splendid wine. Care for taste?" "No, minors are not permitted to drink." Observing the bemused Johanna, Aemon felt a sense of satisfaction as he continued to enjoy his honeyed milk. He was a simple man, unable to discern the finer qualities of wine. In Westeros, the proclivity for drinking stemmed from the unsanitary conditions of well water, making wine a more convenient choice. In comparison, he favored the nourishing richness of milk, especially when sweetened with honey. Johanna took a moment to collect herself, biting her lip to suppress a smile. "Your Highness, you truly are unconventional, treading a path less traveled." Aemon drained his cup with great flourish, setting the ceramic vessel down with a thud. Johanna, I intend to establish a new territory. Would you serve as my steward? Me? Johanna queried, her eyes wide with uncertainty. Indeed you. But I only know how to make beds and clean, at most assisting Lady Leia with the accounts. Johanna's lips pressed together, seemingly embarrassed. Yet, under Aemon's keen gaze, she revealed a hint of her true character. Johanna's breathing was steady, betraying no signs of anxiety. He even sensed that her dark, cascading curls concealed a pair of keen eyes that were quietly observing him. Another clever, mischievous woman, he thought, a shiver running through him. Yet he maintained his composure. You are more than capable. Do you truly wish to remain merely a humble maid for all your days? He was well aware of the formidable black swan, Johanna, and her remarkable ascent from the depths of a brothel in lists to the pinnacle of success. For an extended period, the unseen ruler behind Lisa has been none other than her. Is this not a far cry from the pampered existence of the white maggot, Little May, favored by Old Man Demon? Aemon is resolute in his ambitions and intends to employ this SSR. Upon hearing this, Johanna lowered her head even further, nearly pressing it against a pair of pale, youthful doves. Whether it was an illusion or not, after Aemon celebrated his 12th naming day, he felt that the neckline of the maid dress Johanna appeared lower than usual. There was no doubt, a palpable aura of a wicked woman surrounded her. Johanna pondered for a moment, finally preparing to speak. A flurry of footsteps approached, swiftly entering the hall. Aemon, I heard you encountered the Highland clan? Lady Leia, clad in hunting gear and bronze armor, strode in with an air of authority. She quickly approached her son, scrutinizing him from head to toe. I am unharmed. Vermithor is no pushover, Aemon replied as he rose to greet her, conceding his position to his mother. Lady Leia, though skeptical, felt a sense of reassurance deep down. No one knows a son better than his mother. She was acutely aware of her son's capabilities. She had ridden hard to return, and had it not been for her dignity, she would have inspected him herself. Johanna played the role of an invisible presence, serving wine to Lady Leia. Aemon cast her a sidelong glance, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Johanna quietly retreated, raising her neckline by 2 inches. Speak. What is the urgent matter that necessitated my presence? Lady Leia, oblivious to their subtle exchanges, took a sip of her wine, regaining her composure. She harbored serious doubts that her son had returned to collect a debt. Indeed, her intuition was spot on. Aemon settled beside her, smiling cheerily. The valley is well suited for development, but I require artisans and logistical support. He had surveyed the area the previous night. The foot of the Highland Mountains was the ideal location for constructing a city. 2 red cards could facilitate the construction requirements and expedite the process. But substantial manpower would still be necessary. Lady Leia inhaled deeply and inquired, How many do you need? At least 3,000. How many? Aemon, with unabashed boldness, replied. 3,000 will suffice. I will begin with a castle. Lady Leia, sharp-witted, calculated seriously. Constructing a castle takes at least 5 to 10 years. With 200,000 households under the jurisdiction of Shurfeng City, you intend to withdraw 2.5% of the able-bodied men all at once? It is April, and the summer harvest is approaching. As the Lord, she could not disregard the harvest of her subjects. Aemon hastily waved his hand, not to worry. Simply provide me with artisans and half the required manpower, and I shall gather the rest in King's Landing. Lady Leia had spent years overseeing street sanitation reforms and cultivating wasteland, adopting numerous orphans to form tenant farmers. For this, her reputation as the beacon of the kingdom had spread across the 7 nations. Upon hearing this, Lady Leia raised her eyebrows in concern and said earnestly, A letter from the king has reached me. What are your thoughts on the princess's marriage? Aemon's expression was one of confusion. What else is there to think? Naturally, I would observe. Lady Leia was direct. The king wishes to recruit you into his family. You should be aware of this. Aemon nodded in acknowledgement. And what are your thoughts on this matter? Madame Rhea squinted her eyes, her words sharp and incisive. If you do not agree, it would be wise to sever any lingering hopes at once. Aemon paused momentarily, his mind in a whirlwind of thoughts. To be fair, both his uncle and Rhaenyra had treated him well, particularly Rhaenyra. During their time in King's Landing, The two had been inseparable, their bond rivaling that of Alicent. Yet, whether it was due to their familiarity or an internal barrier, he found it hard to perceive Rhaenyra as anything more than a mere companion. Madame Rhea observed her son's demeanor attentively and suddenly grasped the situation. It seems you do not harbor any affection for her, which means I need not exert myself further. What does that mean? Aemon halted his contemplation, sensing something amiss. What do you mean by no need for me to exert myself? Madame Rhea straightened her back, speaking with earnest conviction. As your mother, I can provide you with all the artisans of Stonehaven, including 3,000 able-bodied men and logistical support. What are the conditions? Aemon inquired. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. His mother did not possess an abundance of maternal affection. Madame Rhea tilted her head, speaking with righteous authority. To earn my support, your choice of bride must be a maiden from Vale. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 4. The people of the Vale are sheep, while I am the true dragon. Aemon tilted his head in curiosity and inquired, surely you must provide me with a reason? The conversation, still a discourse between mother and son, had lost its lightness. The weight of marital matters could not be overstated. Lady Rhea spoke in a calm manner. I harbor no fondness for the Targaryens, nor do I appreciate those of Targaryen blood. Aemon, increasingly perplexed, gazed at her in bewilderment. Lady Rhea continued. The one from Driftmark also shares Targaryen lineage. With those two sentences, she not only dismissed Rhaenyra, but implicated Laenor as well. Aemon furrowed his brow. Has Laenor wronged you in any way? Do you have an affinity for her? Lady Rhea was forthright. After a moment's hesitation, Aemon replied, not particularly. Laenor is indeed admirable, beautiful, gracious, intelligent, and possessing a uniquely gentle femininity. Yet, there exists a chasm between us. The sea snake had failed for years to resolve his daughter's marital issues, opting instead to confine the son of the late king of Driftmark as if raising a pig. This left Aemon with a sense of distaste. Believing the Valerions to be calculating to an extreme, the sea snake's actions seemed to aim at orchestrating the demise of the son of King Bloss, preserving both his daughter's and his family's reputation. Moreover, Laenor was exceedingly astute. At merely 12 years of age, she aspired to tame the largest and oldest of dragons, Vhagar, and succeeded. Even the valiant Balon tamed Vhagar only after being knighted at 16. This made Aemon feel exposed in her presence, as if stripped bare, devoid of secrets, rendering any semblance of trust impossible. Over time, their initially amicable relationship devolved into a conscious distancing from one another. They would occasionally exchange letters or meet during dragon riding excursions. Yet there was no talk of affection. Then it is settled, Lady Rhea remarked with an air of premonition. If you hold no affection for either, why not what a maiden from a Vale? Aemon sensed a hidden agenda and sought clarity. Mother, why do you so fervently advocate for a union with a Vale maiden? Failing to discern the underlying issue, he sought to understand its implications. Lady Rhea replied, if you wish to establish roots in the Vale, it is imperative. Are you concerned that marrying a dragon rider would lead me to forsake House Royce? Aemon closed his eyes and sighed, resting his forehead in his hand. The interplay between man and dragon was profound. Growing increasingly agitated, he felt compelled to break the silence. His ability to inherit the sigil of House Royce under the Targaryen name was not solely due to Lady Rhea, but also the machinations of his uncle, Jobert Royce. The union between his mother and father bestowed upon their offspring the Targaryen bloodline. The cautionary tale of the sea snake, Corlys Balerion, loomed large. Both of his children were dragon riders, and their family's power surged to unprecedented heights. Although this scheme ultimately faltered in the original world with Aemon's emergence, House Royce's standing in the Vale could rise from being a perennial second. However, one must remember that excess can be as detrimental as deficiency. If he were to marry a maiden of Targaryen lineage, the offspring born would become distanced from the bloodline of House Royce. Consequently, House Royce would face the peril of extinction. This intricate interplay of fortune and misfortune reveals the audacity of Jobert Royce's political acumen. Not only that, Lady Rhea shook her head. Inheriting Stonehill is not something I shall compel you to do. However, to expand into the Vale, marrying a girl from the region is indispensable. Aemon opened his eyes, skepticism etched on his face. Is someone plotting against me? Lady Ray took a sip of wine. Speaking slowly, the Vale was once a stronghold of House Royce, but after the invasion of the Undulls, it slipped from our grasp. For thousands of years, this land has belonged to Stonehill, Iron-Oak, and Red Keep at various times. Until recent years, when the mountain clans grew increasingly audacious, the land has become entirely lawless. Aemon suddenly realized. No wonder the Vale was unclaimed. It was a buffer zone. By occupying the Vale, he was impinging upon the interests of the local nobility. Moreover, his identity was exceedingly sensitive. A Targaryen prince with dragons settling in the Vale. Did this not echo the arrival of the conqueror Aegon upon the shores of Westeros? Lady Ray, ever astute, remarked, "Your aim is to establish yourself in the Vale, and thus you must adhere to its rules." She was acutely aware that beneath her son's playful demeanor lay a character strikingly similar to that of his father. An admiration for dragons, a cleverness tempered by impatience. Such individuals may attract countless followers wherever they roam, yet they invariably face ostracism, finding it difficult to secure a foothold. Refusal to sacrifice will only breed jealousy. The rules of the Vale? Aemon pondered deeply. His mother's implication was clear. He must gain the acceptance of the Vale's nobility through marriage. To put it plainly, it was a pledge of allegiance. The struggle for power was laid bare. Lady Ray remained patient, savoring the aroma of her wine as she awaited her son's decision. Mother, Aemon contemplated for a moment, an unprecedented seriousness in his tone. I have dragons. Why should I abide by the rules of the Vale? The integration strategy of my great-grandfather confirms a truth. Compromise exacts a painful toll. Within the framework of the Vale's nobility, he could never emerge victorious. Lady Ray had yet to grasp his meaning. Perhaps we should overturn the rules and establish a new order for the nobility of the Vale. Aemon's gaze deepened, his tone shifting, commanding, resolute, imbued with a lethal intensity. He resembled a decisive and iron-willed sovereign. At these words, Lady Ray's pupils dilated in disbelief. You intend to challenge House Aaron of the Eyrie? A piercing insight. Aemon nodded vigorously, stating earnestly, utilizing Stonehill as a springboard. I shall seize power in the Vale. I refuse to believe that my great-grandfather and Lord Jobert never entertained such thoughts. Lady Ray was further astonished. For Uncle Jobert had indeed uttered similar sentiments. She had assumed it was merely her uncle's obsession with the honor of the Bronze King. Yet that elder had devoted his life to unwavering loyalty. Aemon, exhibiting remarkable rationality, spoke slowly. This idea, having merely germinated, was simultaneously dismissed by two elderly gentlemen. Yet it possesses a certain logic. In his youth, he was raised by his great-grandfather, a man never short of admonitions, imparting to him many hidden truths. For instance, the union between the Targaryens and the Royce family was no mere coincidence. With the heir Aemon slain, only the valiant Baelor remained to uphold the legacy. His great-grandfather believed firmly that one should not place all their eggs in a single basket. Hence, he sought to separate his grandson Daemon, borrowing from the Royce family to propagate their lineage throughout the Vale. Lord Jobert's intentions were equally pure, aiming to seize the opportunity to acquire true dragon blood and augment the family's influence. If feasible, he aspired to take even greater strides. However, their visions diverged when it came to this advancement. Lord Jobert sought to reclaim dominion over the Moonshadow Mountains and restore the glory of House Royce. Yet, he did not foresee that shortly after Daemon wed his niece Rhea, the elderly Duke Aelin and his heir would meet their demise, leaving only a 3-year-old girl. Unable to challenge the situation, he could only assist. Meanwhile, the great-grandfather contemplated the long term, preparing for contingencies. Grandson Daemon married Lady Rhea, while prior to this, the eldest grandson Viserys wed Queen Aemma, who bore Targaryen blood. Through these political unions, the Targaryens would always have a foothold in the Vale, a seemingly foolproof strategy. Yet, the unexpected often arrives sooner than anticipated. Daemon harbored disdain for Lady Rhea, even refusing to share a bed with her. By 101 AC, the brave Baelor's death dealt a significant blow to the royal family. The convergence of these two calamities nearly toppled the elder statesman. In the chaos, Lord Jobert sought stability, leveraging the claim to inheritance to compel Daemon and his niece Rhea to consummate their marriage, resulting in the birth of Aemon, offering a meager remedy for the two families. However, with the loss of brave Baelor, the royal house struggled to maintain its footing. Queen Aemma bore no sons, leading Daemon to covet his brother's throne. Internal strife prevailed, leaving no room for external ambitions. Determined to instigate change, Aemon declared with resounding conviction, one must strike the first blow to prevent a flurry of retaliations. In this vast realm, it ultimately comes down to whose fist is mightier, for they alone wield the power of influence. The people of the Vale are but sheep, and he, in the midst of Lady Rhea's uncertain gaze, Aemon calmly proclaimed, I am born of bronze and fire, the true dragon that feasts upon sheep. Today marks the fourth watch. Into this chapter, Chapter 5, choosing the site for the city, the inhabitants of the valley were unwelcoming. Yet he resolved to conquer this land. After speaking, Aemon turned to his mother. As a son, he yearned for her support, even if it was not urgently required. You. Lady Leia's heart was in turmoil. After a prolonged silence, she declared, You are my son. There were no superfluous words, for maternal love requires no elaboration. Thank you, mother. Aemon beamed, enveloping her in a warm embrace for the first time, burying his head in her neck. The pleasant scent of fresh grass mingled with a hint of sweat, imperfectly ladylike, yet filled with affection. Enough of this. Lady Leia's expression remained stoic, her disdain for such closeness evident. You were raised to be independent. Aemon held on, inquiring, What about your promised support? It had been ages since he had held his mother like this. He intended to cherish the moment. A child with a mother is indeed a treasure. The city of Fushur will eventually belong to you. Lady Leia softened her stance, her words laced with reluctance. Despite her outward demeanor, her body revealed the truth. As her seasoned hand gently patted his back, Aemon grinned widely. Then, with a sidelong glance, Lady Leia asserted, However, you must still marry a girl from the valley. I will hasten to find suitable candidates. What? Aemon was taken aback. You cannot refuse this. Otherwise, you shall be expelled from the valley. Lady Leia's countenance hardened, leaving no room for argument. Her disdain for the Targaryen bloodline was evident, selfish and untrustworthy. In contrast, the valley, though insular and traditional, was known for its fidelity to promises. Aemon had no retort, retreating with mild irritation. His mother's temper was akin to being caught in a rainstorm, utterly unreasonable. It was best to lay low for a while. 2 days later, Aemon led all the craftsmen of Fushur city, along with 1,500 temporarily conscripted laborers, on their journey. Time was of the essence, leaving little room for thorough preparations. They first dispatched a portion of the workforce and supplies, intending to plant their banner in the valley. Fushur city was neither too far nor too near to Raven's Ridge. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed, and they arrived early. At the foot of the towering mountains, nearly 2,000 people set up camp, sending craftsmen to survey the terrain. Your Highness, are you certain about building the city here? Steve, ever at his side, remarked, The mountains are perilous, with open terrain to the north and south, which is disadvantageous for defense. He surveyed the surroundings. At the base of the mountains lay a vast expanse of green lakes. While the site was undeniably picturesque, its safety paled in comparison to the secured position at the forefront of the valley. Aemon had his own plans, replying with a smile, Do not worry. You shall see in due time. Your Highness, the location has been surveyed. William jogged over. Excellent. Let us take a look. Aemon immediately set off. He had already devised a strategy. Raven's Ridge harbored coal mines, while Green Ridge offered opportunities for quarrying. He possessed a piece of heavenly bronze, perfectly situated to form a copper vein amid the mountains. When the city was established, the western slopes would allow for mining, and the eastern lakes would provide ample fishing. Even if they could not cultivate the land immediately, they would be self-sufficient in the short term. Soon, they arrived at a relatively flat area at the foot of the mountain. An elderly craftsman, born of servitude, respectfully remarked, Your Highness, this location is level, with firm soil that is not loose, and the slope is conducive to constructing drainage. He elucidated the advantages one by one, including how to utilize the lake for water. Aemon listened attentively as he surveyed the site, which was situated on a stony beach. The elevation was neither particularly high nor low, with a mountain on one side and a lake on the other. The local gravel and lake water would sufficiently meet most of the initial needs for city construction. Very well, this shall be the site, Aemon declared with conviction, and began to assign tasks. Ganzer, the instructor from the Stone of Symbol City, was naturally appointed as the leader of the Valley Knights, responsible for protecting the project and guarding against attacks from the mountain clans. Sir, you will oversee the craftsmen, Aemon said earnestly, entrusting the most critical responsibility to the White Knight. Steve responded solemnly, I shall not refuse. This sense of duty endeared him to His Highness. And what of me? William, tall and proud, raised his chin. After a moment's hesitation, Aemon found a task for him. You will oversee the blacksmiths department and ensure they do not escape. William replied, watching over captives is also a significant task. Aemon patted his shoulder in consolation. At that moment, the members of the blacksmith tribe were all at the stony beach, bending down to gather stones. Aemon stroked his chin thoughtfully, murmuring, it has been so many days, yet the blacksmiths have not come to surrender. They are likely hiding in the mountains, unwilling to kneel. Dismissing such distractions, Aemon sought a secluded spot. Squeak! A golden-nosed mouse emerged from his collar, its tiny paws cupped around its mouth, producing 2 red cards. Aemon focused his gaze. Palatial Splendor, a wonder-building card, select a palace module, providing ample materials and a task list. Task list, recruit 3,000 workers to commence construction, manage the speed of the project. Impenetrable Fortress, a wonder-building card, select a wall module, providing ample materials and a task list. Task list, recruit 5,000 workers, manage the speed of the project. Both cards glowed a vibrant red, resembling 2 streams of fire. Aemon examined them repeatedly, satisfied. With these 2 wonder cards, constructing the city will be a certainty. One card was valued at 4,000 essence points, the other at 6,000 essence points, nearly depleting his entire resources. Without the ability to create wonders, he would surely be at a loss. First, he would examine the palace module. Aemon tucked away the Impenetrable Fortress card and focused on the palace construction. According to the traditions of the continent of Westeros, nobles were expected to possess a castle. With a swift gesture across the red card, the celestial blueprint transformed into a schematic for free construction. Could he build it well? Aemon's eyes sparkled with determination as he began to manipulate the design. A castle was indeed impossible to construct. The prevalence of castles in Westeros stemmed from the frequent wars among nobles, with enemies often at their doorsteps. The thick walls and sturdy exteriors provided a measure of protection, granting the owner precious time. Yet, this bore no relevance to him. Aemon curled his lips in disdain, decisively abandoning the notion. The castle was exceedingly uncomfortable. It was damp and sultry during the rain, and cold winds pierced through, making it a realm of winter's chill and summer's heat. He favored the garden-style architecture of free trade city-states or the exquisite design of the High Garden. Both styles prioritized comfort, complemented by the beauty of nature. Merely gazing upon them instilled a sense of grandeur and magnificence. After much contemplation, he envisioned a palace complex predominantly in shades of white, featuring a central palace surrounded by auxiliary halls. A wide avenue would stretch directly from the city gate, with the main hall at the center and the auxiliary halls flanking either side. Though not expansive, it rivaled the Red Fort in size. Aemon remarked, astonished. It bears a resemblance to the Forbidden City and the layered inner walls of Highgarden as well. Quite imposing and fitting for the era. It appeared somewhat akin to a circular structure of Highgarden transformed into a square edifice. Willem, bring me a sheet of paper, Aemon instructed, putting away the Jade Tower card with the intention of sketching the blueprint. Currently, he had yet to gather 3,000 individuals. Thus, the task list remained untriggered. He planned to submit the blueprint to allow the craftsmen to familiarize themselves with it. Willem hurried in and then swiftly departed. Aemon rose, brushing off the dust, pondering a question. In what manner would the materials provided by the cards manifest? They could not simply materialize from thin air. Moreover, the personnel from Stonehold were en route. bringing him closer to the required 3,000. He still needed 2,000 more to meet the 5,000 required for impenetrable fortress. With time on his side, he could strive to gather them in advance. The fifth watch of today, in a chapter. Chapter 6, The Irate Viserys King's Landing, Red Keep, Council Hall. A royal meeting unfolded to discuss the marriage of the princess. Viserys, in a departure from his usual temperament, expressed his indignation that scoundrel Aemon has severed all communication since arriving in the Vale. It infuriates me. It is quite normal for the young Prince Aemon to shy away from matters of the heart. A robust, middle-aged man with black curls and a beard chuckled as he spoke. He occupied Lord Laenor's former seat, serving as the king's chief legal advisor. Viserys cast a glance his way, lamenting he ought to have sent a letter to his king instead of leaving his uncle in distress. Jaspy Wild chuckled and added, "The young must endure more experience to attain maturity." "Enough, Lord Jaspy," interrupted Prime Minister Laenor, disapproving of the man seated opposite him. Jaspy, known as the Iron Rod, had earned this moniker not for his stern demeanor after assuming the position of legal advisor, but due to his multiple marriages and the numerous children he sired, all of whom met mysterious fates. Whispers circulated that Lord Jaspy's downfall stemmed from a single iron rod. It was not merely a matter of experience. He was not more seasoned than the youth. Then what shall we do about Rhaenyra's marriage? Viserys directed his inquiry at the Prime Minister, eager for a solution. Laenor remained taciturn. It was apparent to all that Prince Aemon harbored no inappropriate intentions towards the princess. The king's preference for his nephew was the only reason he was fervently pursuing this union. Silence enveloped the table. Viserys glanced around, wondering if anyone could offer him counsel. "Your Majesty, I have a suggestion," suddenly interjected Grand Maester Melas. Viserys looked surprised. "Oh, do share." Melas, with his hands tucked into his pockets, slowly suggested, "The prince is still quite young. Perhaps we should allow the princess to broaden her horizons and explore more options." Viserys' expression darkened. "I have already summoned half of the realm's finest young men, yet none have caught Rhaenyra's eye." "Then perhaps you should let the princess meet the other eligible young men of the realm," Melas proposed. Viserys was momentarily taken aback. "Indeed, I concur," exclaimed Lord Tywin, the Minister of Maritime Affairs, raising his hand in support of allowing the princess to choose her suitor publicly. His brother, Duke Jason, was already wed, yet he remained undeterred. Whoever married the princess would undoubtedly rise to prominence. Viserys regarded the other ministers with skepticism. "And what say you?" Laenor furrowed his brow, still silent. Prince Aemon's father was Daemon. If the former opposed the union, both father and son would present as unstable elements. Should an alliance be formed and the king met with an untimely fate, the princess would be utterly unable to withstand the influence of two Targaryen men. The matter of marriage could not be rushed. It required a gradual approach. Perhaps, with time, Prince Aemon would reconsider. "I too agree. There are plenty of fine young men in Storm's End." Jaspy raised his hand to vote. I hesitated the Minister of Finance, Linman, before voicing his intent to object. Daemon was undeniably regarded as a dangerous figure. Prince Aemon was raised by the venerable king and has grown up in the Red Keep in recent years, ensuring both his character and integrity are well established. With a little persuasion from the king, a marriage proposal could be easily arranged. The votes were clear, 3 in favor and 2 abstentions. Melas intervened directly, making a decision on behalf of Linman. Linman's expression shifted, anger flaring, yet it proved futile. Prime Minister Laenor remained silent, as his solitary dissent held no weight. Alas, it was settled. Viserys sighed, remarking that Rhaenyra had come of age and could tour the continent under the guise of the heir apparent, while also broadening her horizons. The ministers nodded in agreement, adding the marriage selection process to the tour. In the afternoon, a bronze dragon soared across Blackwater Bay, circling above King's Landing before gracefully descending into its lair. In the Red Keep, at Maegor's Holdfast, Aemon ascended the castle stairs, only to unexpectedly encounter Rhaenyra wandering the open corridor. "Where are you up to?" Aemon asked, a hint of surprise in his voice, as he had been searching for her. The remaining manpower had to be gleaned from her. Rhaenyra glanced up briefly, stating nonchalantly, "My father is holding a council meeting and sent me away." Aemon was momentarily a loss for words. No wonder she bore such an aggrieved expression. After adjusting her demeanor, Rhaenyra invited, "Care to join me for a stroll?" "Certainly," Aemon replied with ease. The topic of the meeting that had led to her dismissal was likely the matter of marriage. He had often listened to her confide in him and had grown accustomed to it. As they walked and conversed, she asked, "Do you think I should heed my father's advice and hasten my engagement?" Rhaenyra broached the subject of the union, occasionally glancing at Aemon's profile. She was acutely aware of her father's preferred candidate. "You have your own responsibilities, do you not?" Aemon evaded the question. To offer advice is one matter, but to bear the burden of responsibility is another. My duty lies solely in bearing children. Rhaenyra lowered her gaze, her expression despondent. She thought of her mother, that gentle woman who had been coerced by her father into repeated pregnancies and miscarriages. Her mother's funeral lingered in her mind like a haunting nightmare. This was the reason Rhaenyra was reluctant to marry early and why she struggled with her father's authority. Fear gripped her heart. After a moment's contemplation, Aemon gently suggested, "The world is inherently unfair. Rather than dwell in fear, one ought to embrace courage." "What should I do?" Rhaenyra asked, her eyes clouded with confusion. "I do not know," Aemon replied, shaking his head. "Each individual's path is distinct, yet they ultimately converge. It is merely a matter of strengthening oneself." After all, he was merely a boy without a dragon, grappling with the challenges of inheritance in Dragonstone. Rhaenyra hung her head, silently pondering her own capabilities. "On my return, I discovered a new territory and have plans to commence work there," Aemon said with a smile, hoping to lift her spirits. "New territory, new," Rhaenyra murmured, her beautiful eyes gradually gleaming with realization. "Yes, I can seek out new allies, bolster my own power, and deal a significant blow to Alicent's faction. I will prove to my father that I am not his political burden." Aemon's gaze was peculiar, as if he had inadvertently activated a certain switch with his words. Rhaenyra found herself losing control of her composure. "Ahem, let us continue discussing the matter of the alliance." Aemon hastily redirected the conversation. Rhaenyra, whose mind was already somewhat clouded, must not be led astray. "Indeed, you are correct," Rhaenyra exclaimed, clapping her hands, her face alight with glee. "What are you talking about?" Aemon responded in alarm. Rhaenyra tilted her head, suddenly finding him much more agreeable. Was he not the very ally she sought? Leaning closer, Rhaenyra raised her chin and opened the dialogue. "Aemon, how have you fared in the Vale? Have you encountered any difficulties?" Aemon raised his hand to gently push her face away, maintaining a respectful distance. "An untamed territory awaits me, along with the challenges posed by my mother. To speak the truth, it is quite burdensome. So this is what it feels like to be pressed into marriage." With this thought, Aemon turned his gaze to Rhaenyra. No wonder she often appeared so dismal. She was quite resilient under pressure. "My father insists I become engaged." Rhaenyra, unfazed, sought to gauge his reaction. "What a coincidence. My mother has the same expectation." Aemon chuckled softly, both of them sharing a moment of mutual understanding as their eyes locked. In unison, they declared, "My father has instructed me to select you. My mother has urged me to marry a maiden from the Vale." The chapter concludes here. Chapter 7. The Awakening Heart. As the words fell, an enveloping silence engulfed the two. Rhaenyra's expression stiffened as she quickly lowered her head, a wave of shame flooding her heart. Aemon stood frozen, taken aback by the unexpected boldness of her revelation. I shall take my leave," Rhaenyra stammered, turning swiftly to depart, wishing she could vanish into the cracks of the floor tiles. "How embarrassing." "Rhaenyra, wait." Aemon regained his composure and pursued her. Once certain truths are unveiled, they demand complete resolution. Many misunderstandings arise inadvertently, yet he evidently overlooked a fundamental truth. When a woman is in a huff, her pace rivals that of a dragon, making it nearly impossible to catch up. From the open corridor to the interior of the Red Keep, and finally to the entrance of the princess's chambers. Princess, a figure clad in silver armor and a white cloak, Ser Cole, stood guard at the door, nodding in greeting. "Stop him," Rhaenyra commanded, not even lifting her gaze. Cole hesitated briefly, noticing the two figures. Aemon shrugged innocently. "Another one?" A handsome young man with golden hair and blue eyes leaned casually against the corridor. teasingly observing the drama unfolding between the young couple. Bang! Rhaenyra slammed the door behind her, executing the motion seamlessly. She then turned, pressing her ear against the door, straining to catch the sounds from outside. Aemon, the silver-haired girl seethed. In the corridor, 3 men stood on either side. Aemon regarded the blond youth, a sense of familiarity washing over him, though he could not recall where he had seen him before. I am Gawyn Hightower, the eldest son of the former Prime Minister and the brother of Queen Alicent. He introduced himself with an air of familiarity. Aemon's realization dawned. The brother of Alicent. No wonder he felt a sense of recognition. Didn't he return to Old Town with Lord Otto? Cole scrutinized him closely, firmly stationed at the entrance to the princess's chambers. Gawyn was indeed a notable figure, known for his direct familial ties and for being unceremoniously unseated by Prince Daemon during the tournament of 105 AC. Since then, he had adopted a more subdued demeanor. Gawyn scrutinized Aemon in return, his tongue sharp. Indeed, the princess has dubbed you my White Knight, Ser Cole. You are truly remarkable. Best watch your words, Cole warned, his face cold. The two seemed like sworn adversaries, launching in a conflict at the first encounter. Aemon observed with a slightly furrowed brow. It must be said, Gawyn was remarkably brazen, unafraid to speak his mind. But was his insolence a result of his own volition? Or was it spurred on by Alicent from behind the scenes? I am merely praising you, White Knight, Gawyn retorted, stepping closer, halting a meter away, and mockingly continued. To rise from such humble beginnings to don a white cloak is indeed an unparalleled honor. He gestured toward Cole's dark, curly hair, his meaning unmistakable, implying that Cole was a commoner, the son of a steward from the distant Dornish coast. Cole bristled at the insinuation, temper barely contained. My lord, this is the princess's chamber. You must depart at once. Indeed, the grand and solemn chambers of the princess. Gawyn took a step back, with an air of profound contemplation, inquired whether the White Knight, in his midnight solitude, was mindful of his vows, alleviating his burdens with but 5 fingers. Upon his arrival at the Red Keep, he was greeted by a cacophony of rumors, whispers of Daemon's son, Prince Aemon as the king's prospective son-in-law, or perhaps the princess's favored White Knight, ever at her side in times of favor. Would you not agree, your highness? Gawyn seemed to find amusement in this, turning to engage the previously silent, silver-haired youth. Suddenly, as he turned, a sharp kick struck his abdomen. You possess quite the tongue, do you? Aemon's expression was frosty, clearly ignited with genuine fury. To mock Cole alone sufficed. He would merely observe, yet to drag the royal family's honor into the fray, believing that being Alicent's brother afforded him impunity, was a grave miscalculation. Coughing violently, Gawyn tumbled to the ground, gasping for breath. But the ordeal was far from over. Aemon cast a cold glance at Cole, advancing to seize Gawyn by the collar, lifting him forcefully. With a thud, Gawyn barely comprehended the situation before his back crashed against the wall. Aemon held him up with one hand while the other pressed against his throat, sneering, spreading rumors about the royal family brings you a sense of accomplishment, does it? With that, he applied pressure on Gawyn's windpipe. And no, Gawyn's face flushed crimson as he grasped at Aemon's arm, realizing he could not break free. With a brutal knee strike, Aemon leaned closer, menacingly demanding, who sent you here to spew such venom? The remnants of Old Town harbored no virtuous souls. Ugh! Gawyn winced as his softened abdomen sustained the blow, a bitter taste rising in his throat. The audacity of this youth. Why was he attacking him so mercilessly? Speak. Reveal the truth. Aemon, relentless, raised his elbow for another strike. Gawyn screamed in agony, one side of his face swelling rapidly. I confess. Unable to endure the assault any longer, Gawyn hastily admitted, I was envious of the White Knight's prominence in that tournament, and I came to mock him upon hearing the rumors. Is that truly so? Aemon scoffed. Absolutely true, I swear. Gawyn, ever the opportunist, sought only to distance himself from the impending chaos. Begone. Aemon's eyes flickered, and he released his grip, casting Gawyn to the ground. His words met with total disbelief. He could not be bothered to pursue the matter further. My apologies for soiling your attire, Gawyn muttered, wiping the bitter residue from his mouth as he staggered to his feet. As he passed Cole, He taunted, "Keep striving, White Knight. Your future is undoubtedly bright." Cole's fists clenched, his countenance dark as night. "You ought to retaliate, White Knight." Aemon shot him a sidelong glance before stepping forward to knock on the door. With such a ruckus, Rhaenyra must certainly be behind it. Knock, knock. There was no response from beyond the door. Aemon rolled his eyes, exasperated, and declared, "I wish to return to the Vale. Might you lend me some assistance?" He perceived the worsening plight of Rhaenyra within the vast red keep. Otherwise, Gawyn would not have dared to tarnish her reputation in broad daylight. Creak. After a moment, the door opened slightly. Holding it, the mud door revealed a vessel. A delicate, pale hand extended forth, offering an exquisite necklace. Aemon seized the necklace and simply stated, "Thank you." He then turned and departed, not lingering for even a moment. His actions had already attested to his allegiance, rendering words unnecessary. As he was leaving, the door creaked slightly ajar, unveiling a pair of violet eyes. Rhaenyra leaned against the doorframe, her gaze bright as she watched the silver-haired silhouette retreat. She had observed the entire encounter. Aemon was decisive, his movements fluid and graceful. Though his face remained obscured, the cascade of silver-golden hair and his austere profile were undeniably captivating, particularly when he manhandled Aemon's adversary. His physique was lean yet robust, possessing a strikingly athletic build. Rhaenyra was entranced, her cheeks flushed. Aemon seems to have matured. He bore no resemblance to the chubby little boy she once knew. Standing a full head taller, his youthful features undeniably handsome. Most importantly, he exuded courage. Meanwhile, Aemon remained blissfully unaware of the infatuated observer. Tucking the necklace securely as he made his way out of the city, Rhaenyra's newly cultivated fields lay beyond the city walls. He was on a quest to recruit the remaining personnel. The seventh watch of the day. End of chapter. Chapter 8. Alicent's jealousy as dusk fell. Aemon returned to the Red Keep and ascended the long staircase of Maegor's Holdfast. "Your Highness," a group of minor nobles greeted him with nods as they passed. Aemon acknowledged them with a curt nod, his mind preoccupied with the fatigue of a long day spent overseeing the new fields and their fertilization. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted to one of stillness. Aemon lifted his gaze to see his uncle, Viserys, surrounded by courtiers. Hesitating for a moment, he inclined his head in greeting, "Uncle." Viserys, with an impassive expression, turned his head aside and continued discussing the itinerary of their travels, mentioning the regions they would visit.